Cherry blossoms in Tokyo. January 10th, 2005, the beginning of spring. Young master. Time to wake up, or you'll be late for school. In a bedroom of the manor, a tall, mature-looking maid was calling softly to the sleeping teenager on the bed. The boy struggled to open one eye, sat up groggily on the soft, large bed, looking dazed. The maid paused tactfully, then calmly walked to the rosewood wardrobe, took out a brand-new school uniform, her face full of tenderness. Except for a few yellow buttons on the chest, the rest of the uniform was black. At first glance, it seemed lacking in design. The maid respectfully placed the uniform beside the boy and asked softly, "Young master, do you need me to help you change?" The boy snapped out of his daze, slowly opened his ruby-red eyes, a faint blue light flashing within them, barely visible to the naked eye. He did not refuse, got out of bed, and then habitually spread his arms like a scarecrow, letting the maid fuss over his. Soon the school uniform, lacking aesthetic design, was worn on the boy's body. The maid then brought a large mirror. Joshan casually looked into the mirror, which reflected a handsome and noble young man whose appearance seemed carved like that of Lejiro. The school uniform, which lacked any sense of appreciation under the contrast of his slender figure and noble temperament, appeared surprisingly appropriate and high class. Ripples arose in Joshan's red pupils, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself in the mirror, "It seems this school uniform looks even better on me than I imagined." He sighed inexplicably, his handsome face revealing a weariness that did not match his 16 years. In fact, he harbored an unknown secret deep in his heart. He was a rare time traveler. Because he drank a bottle of salty soda full of chemicals and tricks, he choked to death, and then somehow came to this world as a baby. And this world is exactly the globally popular Jujutsu Kaisen. Life here is basically the same as in his previous life, but secretly there are dangers unknown to ordinary people. This danger comes from the negative emotions overflowing from ordinary people, which give birth to cursed spirits. Simply put, the things people call ghosts. The only ones who can deal with cursed spirits are the sorcerers of Jujutsu High, known to people as. Fortunately, he had read the manga Jujutsu Kaisen, so he basically knew the plot that would unfold, including the incident where Wu Tiao became 5. However, coming to such a dangerous world, Joshan was not without self-protection. He had obtained a system that every time traveler must get at the start. Although the system was one time, it delivered its gifts and then rushed off to the next battlefield, as busy as a cross-border fast food delivery. Fortunately, the gifts it gave were generous enough. A pair of eyes that could kill even gods, a round jade fused with his body, and the powerful ability of a certain king of fighters. The above three abilities combined with his innate technique, as long as he didn't get reckless, he could grind Liangmin Sunoa into the ground in the later stages. Oh, and there's also a virtual personal panel. In the living room, a mature and beautiful woman was reluctantly looking at Joshan. Their similar side profiles showing they were mother and son. Joshan smiling gently stroked her son's delicate face and said reluctantly, "See, this is our first separation. Mom really can't bear to let you go. How about you listen to Mom and don't go to that private religious school? I can pull some strings to get you into the high school affiliated with Jingda University." Smiling, a doting mother spoils her son. If he wants to get into Jingda, he has to work hard. How can you take a At this moment, the dignified man behind Joshan smiling was displeased and immediately retorted to her indulgent words. The originally reluctant Joshan smiling, upon hearing this, suddenly changed color, and her black hair draped over her waist floated up, defying Newton's laws. She turned around and kicked the dignified man down, fuming. "I only have one son, see. Do you understand the pain of 10 months of pregnancy? As a father, you don't even try to persuade me, you just say sarcastic things. In your eyes, there is no place for your. Also, what's wrong with doting? Our family's wealth is enough for C to squander for 10 lifetimes, or even 10,000 lifetimes. To keep my son from suffering at school, I told you to buy that private religious school. Did you buy it yet?" Joshan covered his butt and opened his mouth, then said pitifully, "The old principal didn't want to sell. I raised the price to 20 billion yen. Even with that money, the old principal wouldn't negotiate. He just sent a homeroom teacher named Yi. If 20 billion can't move him, add another 30 billion. Our Joshan family lacks nothing but money. All that. Isn't that too much? Where is it too much? As long as my precious son can sleep in the manor and eat well at school, I'd spend 100 billion if I had to." Joshan watched the scene of his father being henpecked, finding it both amusing and heartwarming. In his previous life, he was doted on by his parents, and this life continued the same. But to explore this different world, Joshan had to say goodbye. He believed that when they met again, they would be proud of him. "Give me the suitcase." He'll leave quietly. Taking the suitcase handed by the maid, Joshan left the manor where he had grown up since childhood, his figure fading into the distance. Suburbs. Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu Technical High School. Accompanied by the chirping of cicadas in the forest, Joshan pulled his suitcase, walking past a row of neatly arranged stone pillars, his mind filled with mixed emotions. At the same time, a sturdy man emerged from the stone gate pillars ahead. He lightly waved his arm at Joshan, his stern face breaking into a genuine smile at the arrival of Joshan. Joshan suppressed all kinds of emotions, quickened his steps, and walked up to the man. They walked side by side toward the mansion not far away. This is your student ID for Jujutsu High. It records your information and sorcerer grade. While stepping over the threshold, the sturdy man handed the student ID from his pocket to Joshan. Thank you, Teacher Yi. Joshan thanked him and reached out to take it, then looked at it in his hand. When he saw the character special above his photo, a hint of surprise flashed in his calm red pupils. Being a special grade from the moment he entered school, would this lead to cold violence from his classmates? Fortunately, Joshan had strong powers of acceptance. He put the ID in his pocket and asked with feigned confusion, Teacher Yi, what does the special character above the photo mean? Well, Yi Jingdao crossed his arms and smiled faintly. This represents the grade of a sorcerer ranked from 4th to 1st to show the strength of a sorcerer. Then according to what you said, teacher, my grade should be 4th, right? How come it's special grade? Is special grade the weakest? Joshan continued to play dumb, perfectly acting the clueless novice. No. Yi Jingdao shook his head and explained patiently, special grade is not the weakest, on the contrary, it ranks above 1st grade. Sorcerers at this level are powerful enough to destroy a small country. Really? Joshan pretended to be shocked, then asked curiously, according to what you just said, does that prove I have the strength of a special grade? Yi Jingdao stopped walking, nodded solemnly at Joshan and asked, do you still remember the monster you exorcised in the park? Upon hearing this, Joshan's mind recalled the memory of playing in the park. At that time he had gone to the park with his mother, and unexpectedly there was a humanoid cursed spirit inside. If it hadn't tried to harm his mother, he wouldn't have acted. The cursed spirit was asking for death by touching the wrong. If he remembered correctly, that humanoid cursed spirit was a special grade. Maybe it was because he was too strong that he exorcised it in one move. I remember. Joshan nodded, feigning curiosity. Since sorcerers are graded, are the monsters in the park also? Yi Jingdao glanced at Joshan with admiration. You guessed it. Those monsters are also graded, and that one was a special grade. The reason you were promoted to special grade is because of that special grade cursed spirit. You exorcised it effortlessly, which proves you have great potential. What you lack now is just knowledge of jujutsu. That's why the higher-ups promoted you to special grade. They didn't want to bury your potential. In the words of geniuses, you were born to eat this bowl of rice. Joshan clicked his tongue in feigned shock, and it took a while to recover. Yi Jingdao patted Joshan on the shoulder and said gently, take it slow. With your potential, you are more than enough to deserve the title of special grade. The potential and talent of the boy before him were unparalleled. The terrifying amount of cursed energy made him look like a walking monster of cursed energy. Paired with the unknown dark matter technique, he was like an emperor ruling the darkness. And those mysterious, colorful, spiral-patterned eyes gave people a feeling of facing death. Compared to the 6 eyes of the Wuqiao family, it was more than equal. If it weren't for taking Panda to the park a few weeks ago and accidentally discovering Joshan slaughtering a cursed spirit, this talent might have been buried. It could be said that the new batch of students was quite abnormal. The Ancient Century's 6 eyes, arrogant brat, the freak who could command cursed spirits, and the special person born with reversal technique. Teaching them would be a heavy responsibility. Joshan fully armed with a broom, happily cleaned the so-called doghouse he would live in for 3 years in a spacious room of the Jujutsu High dormitory. You could hardly imagine how comical it was to see someone exuding an air of nobility doing chores. To and fro the dusty room was transformed into a spotless haven, and the air wafting in from outside smelled so fresh. Love you, Mom. They'll call you tonight to let you know I'm safe. I hope you won't blame your son for leaving without saying goodbye when we talk. Moi. Joshan gently kissed a photo of his mother, his face full of tenderness, and then carefully placed it at the head of the bed, afraid to drop it. As for his father's photo, he rudely stuffed it under the pillow, using the stern father's intimidating demeanor as a talisman to ward off evil. This stark difference in treatment made the bun-haired boy at the door pause, and an uncertain thought surfaced. Could this new student be a mama's boy? Joshan, who was organizing his belongings, paused, sensed something, and turned his head to meet the bun-haired boy at the door. Thug-like teenagers met each other's gaze. Seeing the crosses and ear gauges each other wore, their minds went blank, and almost simultaneously a doubtful thought arose within them. Could he be a delinquent? But Joshan quickly dismissed the thought, because the person at the door was none other than Xiaoyoji, a man who was tragic from beginning to end. Killed by his best friend in life, and after death his body was occupied by Jin Suo. In a romance novel, he would undoubtedly have been cast as the tragic male supporting character. Do you want to come in and sit for a bit? After a few seconds of silence, Joshan was the first to break the awkward stalemate of them staring at each other. Xia Yuji's mind raced quickly, but in the end he bowed slightly and said apologetically, "Excuse me," then took off his shoes and entered. However, as he approached Joshan, the cursed spirit within his cursed energy trembled from the very depths of its soul, as if encountering its natural enemy. How could this be? Xia Yojia was extremely shocked inside, quickly using his cursed energy to soothe the spirit. Then he seriously examined the delinquent teen crouching on the ground. From the countryside to the city, no subdued cursed spirit had ever reacted this way. The fear from the depths of the soul was suffocating. As expected, the Jujutsu High was filled with hidden talents. Even this one peer in front of him could make him feel a crisis, so the remaining two must also be extremely formidable. Joshan was silently confused, meeting Xia Yuji's grave expression with a look of puzzlement. I didn't seem to offend him, so why is he staring at me like that? Could it be that Xia Yojia was hungry and wanted to come over for food, but was too embarrassed, so he used a stare to hint? That's right, it must be. Finding this increasingly plausible, Joshan put down the shampoo, quickly took out a large pile of snacks prepared by his mother from his suitcase, first divided half, then placed the other half into Xia Yuji's hands. But Xia Yojia immediately stepped back a large step with a sense of crisis, putting his hands in a defensive posture. Joshan stood frozen and said awkwardly, "I just wanted to share some snacks with you, no need to be so agitated," he said, shaking the snacks in his hand to avoid misunderstanding. "I see." Xia Yojia awkwardly put down his hands, muttered an embarrassed Xia Yojia, then grabbed his shoes and fled the embarrassing room. Joshan looked blankly at the empty room until a loud door-slamming sound came from next door, snapping him out of his daze. He smiled, scratching his head, not expecting Xia Yojia to be so funny on the very first day of school. Far from the original character's constant, monkey remarks. At this point in time, it happened to be Wu Tiao's high school years, and there were still 13 years until the main story. Now Wu Tiao and Xia Yojia were only 15 years old, the same age as him, and also freshmen, just entering the Jujutsu High. As dusk approached in the first-year classroom, Joshan slowly pulled open the door. The spacious room held only 4 desks and chairs. Desolation was his first impression. But he didn't mind much, randomly picked a seat by the window, then propped up his fair cheek and opened his panel in peace. The panel was very simple, entirely red like a floating tablet. Name Joshan, gender look down yourself, age 15, cursed energy amount of 1, nine-tailed fox technique, dark manipulation, Orokus, nothingness domain, comprehending special ability, mystic eyes of death perception, special item perfect, Hogyoku abilities, ancient close combat, small knife proficiency, / cursed pressure, rising dragon fist, 100 dragon fist, heaven's devourer. Joshan glanced over, slightly satisfied, and nodded. As the panel showed, his own strength had evidently reached the special grade level. Moreover, he was a special grade with dual techniques, the first in history. In fact, Orokus nothingness was not his innate technique. It was a one-time system that used someone else's ability to carve it into his body as a technique. The previous holder of this ability was the famous King of Fighters, Oroki, a god born from the will of anyone who has played King of Fighters knows how overpowered Orokus skills are. A reflection shield that bounces everything back enough to drive you crazy. But the more powerful the ability, the greater the side effects. Perhaps because Orochi had been sealed for so long, the power of nothingness was tainted like poison, causing him to fall into a deep sleep every month. The sleep lasted an annoyingly long time, an unavoidable month-long slumber. Because of this, he often scared his parents to death when he was a child. Hospital checkups showed nothing wrong, so over time, they simply attributed it to ancestral spirits descending, bringing prosperity to the family through his sleep. Fortunately, the Hogyoku within him gradually removed the side effects over time, and now the sleep had been reduced from a month to half a month. Speaking of the Hogyoku, one must mention its abilities. It grants him inexhaustible cursed energy, like a cheat device that refines cursed energy day and night, pushing him endlessly toward the next realm. As for the abilities on the panel, they were created by him coming up with ideas, and then the Hogyoku shaping them to fit the rules of this world. For example, the Rising Dragon Fist, originally powered by Cosmo in the original work, was modified by the Hogyoku to be driven by cursed energy and fist intent. These are merely the Hogyakus minor functions. Its greatest power is the immortality of both body and soul, commonly known as ageless longevity. In the later stages, even if he stood still and let your Ryman Sukuna's space cleave hit him, you couldn't kill him. No way around it, the Hogyoku is just too overpowered. Just as Joshan was lost in thought, a girl wearing a female JK uniform of the high school, a cigarette dangling from her mouth, walked in. She listlessly sat down by the door and lazily played with an old-style mobile phone while lying on the desk. The crisp tapping of keys echoed through the classroom, clearly proving she was chatting with someone. At that moment, Xia Yojia, wearing a smile of a top student, entered the classroom, carrying 2 bottles of soda. When he saw Joshan-si propping his cheek by the window, his raised smile twitched, replaying the embarrassing incident from the afternoon in his mind. To avoid trouble, he averted his eyes as if nothing had happened. But when he saw the girl by the door with a cigarette and phone, his hard-won smile twitched again. Compared to that cross-wearing mama's boy, this girl looked more like a delinquent. Perhaps sensing Sia Yuji's gaze, the girl at the desk lifted her head suspiciously. What came into view was a strange-looking fringe, then ear piercings, and then a twitching, handsome face. Juru Xiaozi listlessly took the cigarette from her mouth, gave a slight nod to this odd-looking classmate, then lazily went back to her desk and tinkered with her phone again. Sia Yojia casually withdrew his gaze, perceiving from cursed energy that this girl was very weak, unable to even defeat a grade 4 cursed spirit. This delinquent girl was really weak. Don't be fooled by the warm smile Sia Yojia always wore inside. He was extremely strong-willed, holding the absolute belief that he was inferior to no one. Jasmine soda, want some? As he was pondering, a bottle of soda appeared before Joshan-si, accompanied by a gentle voice. Joshan-si discreetly put away the panel invisible to others, then looked at Sia Yojia, whose smile was warm and tinged with apology. I'll treat you to this drink as compensation for my rudeness this afternoon. Sia Yojia shook the green can in his hand, a bit embarrassed. Rudeness is not the word, but your actions did shock me. I thought you were about to challenge me to a samurai duel. Joshan-si took the green can with a half-joking tone, then opened it and raised it as if toasting. My name is Joshan-si. I look forward to your guidance in the days ahead at the Tokyo Jujutsu High. Still somewhat embarrassed, Sia Yuji's face brightened as he smiled and clinked his can. My name is Sia Yojia. I also look forward to your guidance, Joshan. The two exchanged a silent glance, then downed their drinks with genuine smiles. In that instant, a bond of friendship was forged in this classroom. In the distance. Witnessing this scene, Juru Xiaosi rested her head on the desk with a hint of envy, sending a message. Senior Jji, I suddenly look forward to life at the Tokyo Jujutsu High. Ding. A few seconds later, a reply came from the contact labeled Senior Jji. Looking forward to life? Don't be ridiculous. What awaits you is nothing but purple blood over and over. Don't fall for Principal Yaga's inspirational talks. While she was chatting with the senior named Jji, Joshan-si and Sia Yojia were also engaged in a lively conversation. See, what's your technique? Sia Yojia plopped down onto the desk, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. The fact that his technique could instill fear in the subdued, cursed spirits suggested that this technique was remarkably powerful. Joshan-si set down the jasmine soda and said, My technique is darkness manipulation, which allows me to transform dark matter in various ways. Sia Yojia exclaimed in wonder. Is it like the dark fruit from One Piece? Can you create dark matter out of thin air to cause massive area damage? Joshan-si nodded. More or less. But I haven't yet developed the ability to manipulate dark gravity. Why hadn't he developed it? Because he had other priorities. To maximize the effectiveness of his mystic eyes of death perception, he had always focused on physical combat. Though he had never compared himself to others, he believed he could hold his own against Fushiguro Toji. Your technique is formidable. Unlike my cursed spirit manipulation, which can only subdue and use cursed spirits. Sia Yojia said with a hint of envy. Dark matter sounded incredibly cool. And since it could be shaped by the user's imagination, didn't that mean he could create area effect attacks at will? If C developed gravity in the future, could he even rain down meteorites like a meteor shower? One cursed spirit, one heavenly obstruction star. Sia Yuji's inadvertent humble brag caught Joshan-si off guard. Was cursed spirit manipulation weak? If it were weak, would Kenjaku be so obsessed with him? Joshan-si felt a speechless exasperation inside, but still comforted him. The technique of manipulating cursed spirits is not weak. Perhaps one day you'll be able to control special grade cursed spirits. Subduing a special grade cursed spirit is no easy feat. Sia Yojia shook his head with a bitter smile. I'm not ashamed to admit this, but I only have one semi-first grade cursed spirit. And I subdued that spirit by risking my life alone. One wrong move, and I would have lost my life. Hearing this, Joshan-si silently marveled at his talent. To subdue a semi-first grade cursed spirit without external aid at the age of 15 was a testament to Sia Yuji's immense potential. Even though I only have one semi-first grade cursed spirit now, I believe I'll have more in the future because I've entered Tokyo Jujutsu High. Sia Yojia, who had been wearing a bitter smile, suddenly regained his confidence. He beamed with self-assurance. Once I've learned everything there is to know at this school, I'm confident my strength will skyrocket. Then I won't just form a team of special grade cursed spirits. I'll orchestrate a grand night parade of 100 demons. Yes, I believe in you. Joshan-si raised his can with trust, his face calm and devoid of any deceit, filled only with genuine belief and seriousness towards Sia Yojia. Sia Yojia felt a stir in his heart. So this was what it felt like to be believed, a feeling that words could not describe. Rest assured, Si. One day I will show you my night parade of 100 demons. They'll stand majestically and make you envious of me. Xia Yojia clinked his can with Joshan Sis, their eyes meeting in the air with unprecedented seriousness and emotion. And so it went. Whenever they talked about interesting topics, they would clink their cans together. Though it was usually Xia Yojia who spoke, Joshan Sis' attentive listening was truly captivating. Bang! Just as the two were chatting, the podium was suddenly slammed hard, the loud sound forcefully interrupting Xia Yuji's words. Xia Yojia frowned in displeasure. Even Juru Xiaoxi, who had shown little interest since entering, felt a surge of irritation. Joshan Si remained calm, sipping his soda as he and Xia Yojia turned to look at the podium, both curious about who was so rude and disrespectful. There stood a tall, white-haired boy with a flamboyant pair of black sunglasses, leaning arrogantly over the podium with a rebellious air. He flashed a confident grin brimming with pride. "My name is Wu Tiao Wu. Remember it, you three. I will be the goal you all strive to catch up to at this school." The boy's rudeness was bad enough, but his constant use of I, as if he were superior, made Xia Yuji's blood boil. He itched to teach him a lesson. Interrupting others so forcefully was already impolite, and then shamelessly calling himself the Great One. Was this white-haired guy starved for affection or suffering from a severe daddy complex? Xia Yojia let out a light snort sitting on the desk and taunting, "I understand that the school craves talent, but it shouldn't lower its admission standards. Look at this prematurely aged middle school narcissist. From head to toe he's nothing but a useless silver Jia's right. Wearing sunglasses at night to look cool and special. Either this guy has a screw loose, or he's just a repressed narcissist." Joshan Si added calmly, displaying a venomous tongue that belied his noble demeanor. He himself didn't enjoy being around his father, but for Wu Tiao Wu to waltz in and proclaim himself the Great One, hadn't he tasted the bitterness of the real world? This sarcastic remark, light in tone but heavy in meaning, succeeded in making the furious Xia Yojia and Juru Xiaoxi curl their lips into a slight smile. What Joshan Si said wasn't unreasonable. Wearing sunglasses at night. Only someone with a few screws loose would do something so bizarre. "You two bastards, are you looking for a fight with me?" Wu Tiao Wu stormed over to Joshan Si, and Xia Yojia, glaring down at them with his nostrils flared, his tall frame exuding cursed energy. "A fight? You, the prematurely aged silver spearhead. Do you even have the strength?" Xia Yojia, naturally competitive, stood up, abruptly releasing pure cursed energy that rivaled Wu Tiao Wu's. "You'll find out if I have the strength, you weird bangs." Wu Tiao Wu thrust his face close to Xia Yuji's, taunting him with arrogance. Xia Yojia grew even more furious, refusing to back down as he leaned in. "Prematurely aged narcissist, be careful not to get knocked down by a single blow and then go crying to mommy for comfort. Weird bangs, you better watch out. They'll beat you so hard you'll be calling for your daddy." Narcissist. Weird bangs. Their cursed energy raged wildly, sweeping through the entire classroom. Juru Xiaoxi, watching the spectacle, couldn't resist pulling out her phone to film. "How about adding me to the mix?" Joshan Si, who had been quietly sipping his soda, also released his cursed energy, joining the fray. His overwhelming power, as if to suppress everything, shattered the classroom windows, extinguishing the energies of the other two with unstoppable force. Wu Tiao Wu and Xia Yojia paused their confrontation, staring in disbelief at the calm Joshan Si. Such immense cursed energy. Was Si the vampire raised on a diet of cursed energy? Who shattered the windows with cursed energy? A roar erupted as Yi Jingdao strode into the classroom, his face dark with shards of glass clinging to his crew cut as he glared at the four. The four exchanged glances. Joshan Si and Xia Yojia were the first to point at Wu Tiao Wu, and Juru Xiaoxi followed suit without hesitation. After all, this white-haired guy had slammed the table so hard when he came in that it nearly broke their new phones. "You people. Wu Tiao Wu, I knew you were a troublemaker." Before Wu Tiao Wu could explain, Yi Jingdao landed a punch on his head. Wu Tiao Wu sat in his seat, looking aggrieved, his gaze behind the sunglasses filled with resentment as he stared at Yi Jingdao, who was scribbling on the blackboard. "Violent divorced man, no wonder your wife ran off with someone else." Wu Tiao Wu muttered indignantly under his breath. It was infuriating to get a heavy blow to the head for no reason. After muttering, he cast an arrogant glance at the weird bangs on his left and pondered, "Cursed spirit manipulation, huh? Not a bad technique." But compared to the weird bangs, Wu Tiao Wu was more interested in the bastard who looked like a vampire. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have been hit for no reason. "Let me see what your technique is." Wu Tiao Wu leaned around Xia Yojia curiously, using his 6 eyes to examine Joshan Si, who was staring blankly with his chin propped on his hand. "Huh. Why is his technique all black and murky? This is the first time I've seen such a thing." Wu Tiao Wu took off his sunglasses, revealing his beautiful azure eyes. He leaned forward onto the desk, kicking his legs as he stared at Joshan Si. Joshan Si, who had been daydreaming, was startled, then pointed at the podium with a playful smile. Wu Tiao Wu suddenly sensed something was wrong, and a heavy fist descended upon his head. It was night. The shadows of the glass door danced gently as it creaked open, revealing a tall figure who stealthily slipped inside. Joshan, sleeping soundly in bed, seemed to sense something, alertly opening his eyes and quickly turning on the small lamp beside his bed. There stood Wu Tiaowu wearing sunglasses, shaking his body and sniffling. He was tugging at the end of his blanket. "What are you doing?" Joshan said irritably. "It's late at night, and instead of sleeping you're here pulling at my blanket. Do you want to sleep with me?" Wu Tiaowu with a gross demeanor sucked back his snot and unapologetically replied, "You really understand me. I do want to sleep with you." "Are you sick?" Joshan jumped in shock, clutching the blanket tightly around his body, fearing Wu Tiaowu would pounce on him recklessly. Wu Tiaowu's mouth twitched, speechless. "What do you take me for? It's not that I didn't bring a blanket. Do you think I want to sleep with you?" Joshan immediately relaxed, loosening his grip on the blanket. He helplessly said, "Go sleep with Jia. I'm not used to sleeping with men. I don't want to." Wu Tiaowu unwillingly tugged at the blanket, quickly burrowing into the warm bedding, enjoying himself, and declaring, "I can't stand sleeping with that weird Lu Hai. If you make me squeeze in with him, I would rather sleep on the street." "Then go sleep on the street, you prematurely aged narcissist." Just then Shay Jia arrived with his voice before his presence. Joshan, feeling exhausted, held his forehead, thinking, so this is what happens when you poke a buddy's nest, they come one after another. As he pondered this, Shay Jia entered wearing pajamas, his face filled with displeasure as he stared at Wu Tiaowu, who was rolling around in the blanket. As a friend of Shay Jia felt obligated to drive the pest out. However, Wu Tiaowu pulled back the blanket and laughed heartily. "Weird Lu Hai, why not come in and sleep together? It's warm inside. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Shay Jia felt tempted. After all, it was a rare opportunity for an intimate chat with his close friend, and missing it might not happen again. Joshan put down his hand from his forehead, kicked Wu Tiaowu to the right, and then lay down in the middle, leaving the left side empty. Since they had already started adding, Shay Jia wouldn't matter. Shay Jia hesitated several times before finally deciding to join in the blanket, feeling the wonderful sensation of being enveloped in warmth. On the right, Wu Tiaowu, seeming to lack a sense of security, inched closer to Joshan, pressing against him, as if to assert that he was not in the wrong. They were enjoying themselves, but it was poor Joshan who was caught between two men. And so it went. On the first night at the Jujutsu High, the three of them became more and more spirited in conversation. They started with simple cursed energy, moved on to curses, then to cursed spirits, and finally ended with the destruction of the world. The next day, under the pressure of two men, Joshan opened his eyes with great difficulty. Slap. Just thinking about last night's disastrous situation, even Joshan, who usually had a good temper, couldn't help but give the two sleeping men a resounding slap. Having two men on either side wasn't the problem. The issue was that they had stripped off their clothes in the middle of the night and were now embracing each other deeply in their sleep. The scene at that moment could only be described as an eyesore and absurd. Wu Tiaowu and Shay Jia groaned in pain as they opened their eyes, and upon seeing themselves naked and embracing each other, they were covered in goosebumps. Without giving it too much thought, they pushed each other away and hurriedly scrambled to find their clothes and ran out of the room. Left on the bed, Joshan sighed in relief somewhat, helplessly picking up his phone from the bedside to call his mother for morning greetings. At the training ground, on the spacious green field, 3 boys and a girl sat idly on the stone steps, yawning as they watched Yoromoth's class. Their dejected expressions made Yoromoth's brows twitch. Considering they were excited about joining the high school and couldn't sleep, he suppressed his anger. But was that really the case? Joshan, with noticeable dark circles under his eyes, was propping his face up with his knees, dozing off. Sitting on either side, Wu Tiaowu and Shay Jia were also dozing off, leaning against Joshan's shoulders, creating a warm and harmonious scene. The bizarre scene caught the attention of Inuzuka Natsume, who looked on with a strange expression. Last night the three of them had nearly fought. How could they now be so affectionate? How could they not be affectionate after sleeping together last night? Yura-senpai. As the group prepared to take a nap outdoors, a sweet, soft female voice rang out from above the stone steps. The trio, still caught in their slumber, remained unresponsive, continuing to doze. In contrast, Inuzuka Natsume, unlike last night, perked up delightedly, looking towards the voice. Before them came a group of 6, striding down the steps. Among them was a lovely girl in a white and red outfit with twin-tail hair, bouncing cheerfully as she approached Inuzuka Natsume. Natsume. The newcomer affectionately hugged Inuzuka Natsume, playfully leaning against her growing chest. Natsume, feeling helpless, reminded her, "Senpai, this isn't the dormitory. Please be mindful of the occasion." The singer's face reddened slightly, and she reluctantly released Inuzuka Natsume, casting a shy glance at the male classmates behind her. Fortunately, their gazes were not directed this way. Instead, they were intently focused on the trio's backs with serious expressions. "Yura-sensei, A charming voice floated down from above, and Yorumoth, suppressing his anger, looked up to see a beautiful woman with a white ponytail gracefully approaching with 5 others. Yorumoth first nodded to the newcomer, then scrutinized the mixed expressions of the 2 groups. Aren't you supposed to be at the back mountain for the sister team battle? How come you're here? Yura-senpai, we already finished our match. We just happened to pass by and wanted to see the Ancient Century's 6-eyed divine child of the Jujutsu world. The singer raised her hand weakly to explain her cute face, showing signs of embarrassment. It was evident that the earlier exchange event held in advance was a loss for the Kyoto side. There was no way around it. After all, this side in Tokyo had Mimi, a master of physical techniques, who had overwhelmingly defeated a second-grade cursed spirit. Looking at Kyoto, one could see either poorly skilled fighters who were just filling numbers, or buff-type sorcerers like they simply couldn't muster any combat power to resist. Yorumoth noted the singer's expression, and he could somewhat guess the outcome in his heart. Mimi was very strong. Due to having a not-so-strong technique, she placed extra emphasis on physical techniques. However, physical techniques were ultimately just an auxiliary to techniques, and if Mimi wanted to advance to a first-grade sorcerer, she still had to study her own black bird manipulation technique. Since you're here to see Wu, let me help wake him up. With a surge of anger, Yorumoth descended his fist upon them. With 3 loud thuds, the trio jolted awake, each looking at their violent teacher with innocent expression. Yorumoth crossed his arms, saying, "We, your senior classmates, want to see your divine demeanor. I had no choice but to use this method to wake you up." Wu Qiaowu huffed in displeasure, turning his rebellious gaze back to the group behind him, his 6 eyes sweeping over their faces from beneath his sunglasses. "Except for that white-haired senpai, the rest of you commoners have the right to see me. Speaking to you has already been the honor of your lives. If you want to see me, first consider whether you're worthy." Every time he referred to himself as me, the others seethed with anger. Although they were weak, they still deserved some respect as seniors. "What's wrong? Are you all dissatisfied and want to fight me?" Wu Tiao was 6 eyes under his sunglasses revealed disdain as he stood up, unleashing cursed energy that left the seniors gasping for breath. Among them, the singer shouted in dissatisfaction, "Wu Tiao, we are still your seniors. Show us some respect." Gojo Satoru cast a contemptuous glance at the fuming Yudahime, sneering with derision, "Someone as weak as you deserves to be called my senior." Through the perception of the 6 eyes, the woman's technique was laid bare before him. A mere supportive technique, scant cursed energy, and a physique so frail, it was laughable. If not mocking you, then whom? Gojo Satoru. Yudahime roared in fury, feeling utterly humiliated. Gnashing her teeth, she wished she could lunge at him and bite him to death. For the first time, Yudahime felt the sheer malice of humanity. Satoru, bullying the weak is far from honorable. We should show respect to our feeble seniors, or else we'll earn everyone's disdain. At that moment, another gentle voice that could infuriate beyond measure chimed in. His tone, laced with pity for the weak, cast a dark pall over the listeners' faces. Yudahime's chest heaved with rage as she glared at the strange bangs beside Gojo Satoru. Had Shoko not been holding her back, she would have surely rushed over to bite him to death. TCH. Gojo Satoru cast a disdainful glance at the livid Yudahime, but instead of continuing his taunts, he uncharacteristically heeded Suguru Geto's words. Masamichi Yaga, overhearing their conversation, blinked his bright eyes thoughtfully and deliberately sat beside the pensive Sijushan. "See," Masamichi Yaga spoke in a gentle, lowered tone. "I have a task I'd like to entrust to you. Can you help me complete it?" Sijushan regarded Masamichi Yaga with suspicion and asked softly, "Teacher, you don't intend to have me teach Jie and Wu a lesson, do you?" "You guessed right." Masamichi Yaga looked at Sijushan with admiration, speaking lightly. "Jie and Wu are talented prodigies, but they share a common flaw: arrogance and pride. Wu goes without saying. His face is written with arrogance and insolence. As for Jie, he is polite and courteous to everyone, but deep down he is immensely proud. Therefore, I'd like to ask you to step in and teach them a lesson to make them realize there are heavens beyond heavens and people beyond people, so they stop being insufferably cocky all day." "That might not be appropriate." Sijushan glanced at his 2 friends who were bickering with Yudahime, hesitating. "They are very strong. I'm afraid I can't hold them back." Masamichi Yaga twitched the corner of his mouth. "You, a special grade, can't suppress 2 grade 2 sorcerers. At least fabricate a believable excuse." Masamichi Yaga said with exasperation, "If you just teach them a lesson, I'll fulfill any wish of yours within my power." A calm smile graced Sijushan's handsome face as he said, "Then teacher, please buy a cotton quilt for Wu. Once you do, I'll accept the commission." "Deal." Afraid Sijushan might change his mind, Masamichi Yaga readily agreed with a smile. "What's the cost of a cotton quilt? To temper 2 gifted prodigies, anyone would know which choice to make." This exchange between master and disciple was witnessed by Mei from above. Her beautiful eyes narrowed subtly as she thoughtfully studied Sijushan. Clap, clap, clap. Alright, stop arguing. Masamichi Yaga regained his stern demeanor and clapped his hands authoritatively to halt the quarrel between his beloved disciple and Yutahime. Suguru Geto and Gojo Satoru instantly turned into well-behaved boys, not daring to cause trouble, as they returned to the stone steps, both putting on an expression of innocent, I didn't stir up trouble. Knowing their true nature all too well, Masamichi Yaga didn't press further, and said calmly, "You two will spar with C later, so I can assess your abilities and make a plan." Hearing this, Suguru Geto and Gojo Satoru simultaneously fixed their gaze on C Jioshan, eager to battle their friend or the vampire. Last night's cursed energy confrontation, which C Jioshan had forcefully suppressed, left both of them yearning for a duel to test just how strong he truly was. A person's appearance can deceive, but cursed energy never lies. The vast, overwhelming pressure of their classmates' cursed energy commanding submission was a testament to his extraordinary physical talent. C Jioshan returned the gaze calmly, placing his valuables on the stone steps before walking to the center of the verdant lawn under everyone's watch. Mei, who had been lost in thought, slowly approached and sat in the spot C Jioshan had occupied. While the others focused on the green field, Mei picked up the student ID card left behind. The large characters on the photo caused her serene eyes to widen in shock. Special grade sorcerer. On the green field, the breeze ruffled C Jioshan's sleek black hair. His crimson eyes gleamed with confidence, and his handsome face remained calm as he regarded his eager friends. Jia-woo, who wants to go first? Gojo Satoru and Suguru Geto exchanged glances. The latter spoke first. C and I became acquainted first, so I should take the lead. Jia, that may be true, but this is Sis' first time, so I'm not letting you have it. He'll be the first. Gojo Satoru refused to yield, and with a sudden single-handed hand seal, he used the attraction of his technique Reversal Blue to instantly teleport onto the green field. On the other side, Mei regained her elegance, a red-lipped smile curling as she set down the student ID. Turning to the onlookers, she asked, "Would you like to place a bet?" The crowd stirred their gazes at Gojo Satoru, as if beholding a beckoning fortune god. One step forward, "Miss Mei, what are the odds?" "The odds are 10. Mei narrowed her eyes slyly like a cunning fox luring its prey. "If you bet on Gojo Satoru winning, the odds rise to 20. The crowd was tempted, and without hesitation they pulled out their savings to bet on Gojo Satoru. "He'll bet 50,000 on Gojo Satoru. How stingy you all are. Follow me. He'll bet 1 million on Gojo Satoru." "What's a million?" "I'm putting all my 5 million on Gojo Satoru." 5 million is nothing. "He'll bet 100. Gojo Satoru wins." The reputation of the Six Eyes prodigy was too formidable. Oh, surely he wouldn't lose to some unknown brat. Betting on Gojo Satoru was the safe choice. "Miss Mei, can I bet on that black-haired, noble-looking young man?" Yutahime chimed in, maliciously brandishing a stack of yen before Mei. Mei, who had been happily counting money, froze at her words. But she quickly recovered, her eyes glistening as she said, "You can't bet on the noble young man. My bets are only on Gojo Satoru." "Why?" Yutahime was dumbfounded, asking in a daze, "If that bastard Gojo Satoru wins, won't you lose everything?" "No problem. Even if I lose, I'll just take on more missions each day." Mei shrugged nonchalantly, cheerfully counting stack after stack of cash, as if only money could bring her joy and happiness. Yutahime stared blankly, a million questions swirling in her mind. It was common knowledge at Jujutsu High that Mei loved saving money. Yet now she was practically bankrupting herself on a losing bet. Was this still the Mei she knew? Could it be that Miss Mei knew the quiet, noble young man's true strength and was forbidding bets on him to avoid splitting the winnings? This whole maneuver was frankly absurd. Gojo Satoru was sharp-tongued, but his strength was undeniable. Although she had never seen him fight, could the Six Eyes once-in-a-century phenomenon be weak? Maybe I should bet on Gojo Satoru to earn some pocket money. After mulling it over, Yutahime reluctantly placed her yen on Gojo Satoru, thinking that using his winnings to treat herself would be quite satisfying. In the middle of the green field, Wu Tiaowu removed his sunglasses with a serious expression, revealing the azure eyes that were revered by the world. Facing the man before him, Wu Tiaowu dared not underestimate or belittle him. Jioshan C was worthy of his earnest attention and challenge. Jioshan C did not want to waste words. The cross gem on his left ear glowed red, and a vast amount of red cursed energy burst forth from his body. Even from a distance, this raging cursed energy seemed to force everyone's knees to bend, making them look up at Jioshan C in reverence. In contrast, Wu Tiaowu, who stood opposite, appeared relaxed and at ease. With one hand forming a seal, he used the limitless to interfere with atoms and dominate space, blocking this raging and aggressive torrent of cursed energy. Wu Tiaowu asked curiously, "As far as I know, cursed energy without a technique activation cannot be aggressive. How are you able to do it?" "Well," Jioshan C thought calmly and said slowly, This is a cursed pressure I invented inspired by the spiritual pressure from the manga Bleach. Having said that, Joshan-si felt like giving a loud complaint. Because the cursed world actually had the big three shonen manga, which had puzzled him at the time, wondering if the creator One-Eye Cat was too lazy to write the plot. Fortunately, the void technique was not a product of this world, and the Bung you had merged with him, otherwise all his secrets would have been seen through by the Six Eyes. The Six Eyes were pure cheat items. One glance could clearly see an opponent's innate technique. So if I release my limitless, will your cursed pressure knock me unconscious? Wu Tiaowu frowned, feeling both shocked and admiring the man before him. The self-aggrandizing term, old man, disappeared under the cursed pressure. Joshan-si was a genius. While others only knew that cursed energy was necessary to activate techniques, he had developed an aggressive cursed pressure with the help of manga. Looking at himself, he had yet to master the cursed technique Reversal Red. Compared to Joshan-si, it seemed he had been in a state of overconfidence all along. Your cursed energy and mental strength are not as strong as mine. You should be knocked unconscious by me. But with your limitless defense, these insignificant means of mine are useless against you. That unapproachable turtle shell truly troubled Joshan-si, but it was merely troublesome, it wasn't impossible to break. Wu Tiaowu pouted and yelled, "No matter who wins, you have to teach me cursed pressure. With cursed pressure, I can be unrivaled." All right. Joshan-si nodded without refusal. Compared to hiding it, spreading and glorifying cursed pressure was the greatest reward for creating it. Moreover, it wasn't easy to learn. The prerequisite was to have a vast amount of cursed energy, otherwise after one burst the enemy wouldn't fall, but you would. Since the turtle shell can't be broken by cursed pressure, try my innate technique. Joshan-si withdrew his cursed pressure, his lips parting softly, dark treasure. As soon as the words fell, an even more vast red cursed energy erupted from his body. In the azure sky, black circles formed by cursed energy suddenly appeared. Their numbers filled the sky, and an ominous evil aura enveloped the entire field. The people who had just recovered from the cursed pressure were stunned. The appearance of these unknown power circles instantly turned the air icy cold. It was as if boundless darkness was slowly devouring the last light of humanity, trying to drag the entire field into eternal gloom. Before the crowd could marvel, a dazzling scene appeared. From the circles covering the sky, various weapons emerged. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With the momentum of breaking through the air, the weapons shot towards Wu Tiaowu like 1,000 arrows. This monster. Wu Tiaowu's mouth twitched. While cursing inwardly, he increased his cursed energy to maintain limitless, halting the flying weapons at an unreachable distance. Without limitless defense, the barrage of weapons would have pierced him through, leaving countless horrifying holes. Where did this monster come from? Why hadn't the sorcerer world heard any news? Also, using such a large-scale technique, his cursed energy should be depleted. Why were the weapons inside the circles still being replenished endlessly? This monster. He couldn't remain passively defending. At this rate, his brain would burn out. Cursed technique amplification, blue. Wu Tiaowu raised his hand, and his cursed energy attracted the weapons scattered on the grass, forming a huge sphere swirling with cursed energy. With one hand controlling the sphere, Wu Tiaowu used limitless to defend against incoming weapons, while simultaneously distracting to crash into and extinguish the black circles in the sky. Looking at the already devastated field, the people on the stone steps were utterly silent, too shocked by the two compared to those two. We seniors seem redundant. Maybe we should consider retirement to avoid being demoralized. That's right, the Tokyo Jujutsu High School might as well shut down. With those two in Inghua country, it's already as safe. Leave all exorcism tasks to the two of them. We weak seniors might as well go home to our mothers. Whoa. Why are they so strong? Listening to the dispirited voices around him, and watching the two displaying their power on the field, Xia Yujia bit his index finger in a bitter taste. These two are really strong. Especially his close friend Joshan-si, who stood there effortlessly unleashing indiscriminate large-scale destruction without any sign of cursed energy depletion. His dark manipulation technique is really powerful. Seeing Wu Tiaowu so strong and good, Ji wearily buried her face in Jia Rushao's chest, sulking alone. She felt that after this, Wu Tiaowu would surely mock her even more. How was she going to get through the coming days? Ming Ming was only slightly shocked. Then she calmly organized her banknotes. Nothing was more enjoyable than counting and saving money. Earlier, when she saw that student ID, she knew this quiet junior wouldn't lose. Special grade sorcerer, what an enviable rank. So far in Inghua country, there was only senior Jio Shirjio as a special grade. Although she didn't take missions, her strength was undeniably enough to destroy a country. This junior in front of them was already a special grade upon entering the school, showing how strong his power and talent were. Indeed, geniuses were everywhere, equally enviable and annoying. On the other side, Wu Tiaowu, sweating profusely, controlled the sphere. The after effects of Limitless were almost like throwing his brain into a furnace to burn. He thought distractedly, if I master the cursed technique Reversal Red with its infinite repulsive force, I can destroy those annoying weapons. But the problem is I'm completely clueless about reverse technique right now. I can't use the extended reversal, let alone the red within it. At that moment, Wu Tiaowu felt like a sheep on the grassland, a desperate sheep about to be preyed upon by a fierce wolf. Suddenly, just as Wu Tiaowu felt deeply helpless, the constantly shooting black circles in the sky vanished along with the weapons embedded in the grass. Wu Tiaowu was stunned, then reacted and glared angrily at the calm Zhou Shanxi. What are you doing? I don't need your pity. What I need is for you to defeat me openly. Do you realize you're trampling on my pride? You're overthinking. I prefer hand-to-hand combat over techniques. Zhou Shanxi reached behind his back and drew an unadorned small knife. The light yellow handle made people instinctively think it was for cutting vegetables. Facing Wu Tiao was angered, Zhou Shanxi smiled and said, before I came to the school, my mother once admonished me. She told me to get along with classmates, not to quarrel over trivial matters, and never to bully the weak just because. Mother told me to be as warm-hearted as possible, taking care of younger classmates. These words sound nagging, but I keep them in my heart. But now this is a contest of strength, and I don't want to lose. As these plain yet resolute words fell, Zhou Shanxi's red pupils transformed into dazzling colored spiral patterns. Enraged, Wu Tiaowu met his gaze. In an instant, he felt a crisis of death surge from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Zhou Shanxi crouched slightly, holding the knife in a reverse grip with a kind smile, warning, make sure to dodge or you'll die. You bastard, don't look down on me. Suppressing that inexplicable fear of death, Wu Tiaowu struck first, swinging his hand, and the sphere in the sky charged straight at Zhou Shanxi. You bastard, don't look down on me. Suppressing that inexplicable fear of death, Wu Tiaowu struck first, swinging his hand, and the sphere in the sky. The sphere split in two, turning to ashes before everyone's eyes. Wu Tiaowu was too shocked to speak. The blue he imagined didn't explode, instead it was effortlessly cut by Zhou Shanxi. Was the Limitless malfunctioning, or did Zhou Shanxi use another ability? The eyes. Wu Tiaowu suddenly realized the color change of his eyes, and asked incredulously, your eyes, do they have another ability? Zhou Shanxi didn't hide it, he nodded in acknowledgement, and explained casually, everything has flaws. My eyes can see the death of all things. Even if a god stood before me, I could kill them right in front of you. Stop bluffing. You make it sound so real. Take this. Wu Tiaowu charged out like a swift bullet, his right fist flickering with black-red sparks, carrying a tremendous force aimed at Zhou Shanxi's handsome face. Black flash, huh? Zhou Shanxi quickly stepped back, then raised his right hand and grasped. Dark matter rapidly condensed into a small black wall in front of him. But these were ultimately external forces. Before the critical black flash, they were all shattered, bursting open like fireworks. Wu Tiaowu looked closely, but Zhou Shanxi was no longer there. Only two web-like cracks on the grass remained. So this is the critical black flash. Too bad I haven't learned it. At that moment, Zhou Shanxi's calm, admiring voice came from behind. When did you get behind me? Wu Tiaowu felt a chill on his back, but with Limitless, he said fearlessly, if you want to learn, I can teach you. No need to teach because I've already learned it. What? Wu Tiaowu quickly turned around. A violent fist crackling with red lightning and fire was hurtling straight toward his handsome face. Fortunately, with the interference principle of Limitless, the violent fist couldn't get close. But before Wu Tiaowu could sigh in relief, a small knife sliced along an invisible one-time red line, and Limitless dissipated like paper. Zhou Shanxi dispersed his raging cursed energy and landed a powerful blow on Wu Tiaowu's jaw, sending him flying to the feet of Yi Zhengdao. At this moment, the training ground was utterly silent. Everyone stared blankly at the feet of Yaga Mazamichi, some not yet registering the unconscious Gojo Satoru before them. The six-eyes prodigy who changed the jujutsu world. Defeated in such an irresistible manner. Ha! In this solemn setting, a seductive, heartfelt laugh rang out from the side, its cheerful and pleasant tones spreading across the entire training ground. Hearing this familiar laughter, the crowd turned their gaze with unpleasant feelings, only to see Mei Mei clutching banknotes, venting her joy with laughter. How could she not be happy? The money she won from betting was a full 100 million. Normally, that would require exorcising 10 Quasi-Grade 1 cursed spirits. Shoko, please use reverse cursed technique to wake him up. Yaga Mazamichi ordered with a beaming smile, his usually stern face unable to suppress a grin. The stunned Yeri Shoko replied vaguely. Teacher Gojo was knocked out by external force. Reverse cursed technique, can't treat that. Is that so? Ha. Then help Satoru treat the wound on his jaw. Such a delicate and handsome face shouldn't meet people with bruises. Okay, teacher. Yeri Shoko complied, placing her fair hands on Gojo Satoru's jaw using a gentle snow-white, cursed energy to dissipate the bruise. Seeing this, waves of emotion surged in everyone's hearts. If defeating Gojo Satoru was a visual feast, then the reverse curse technique displayed by the girl before them was undoubtedly a shocking surprise. Currently, only Yukio-senpai at the Jujutsu High School can use reverse cursed technique, and she is abroad having fun with no intention of returning to the land of cherry blossoms. This meant that injuries from exorcising curses could only receive simple treatment from the school's logistics. Such treatment could heal, but would leave scars. Almost everyone present had such scars. The girl before them, who could heal others with reverse curse technique, was undoubtedly a treasure of the school. Noticing the predatory gazes of the crowd, Yeri Shoko remained unperturbed, focusing on using her cursed energy to treat Gojo Satoru's jaw wound. In the past, when she was alone, Yeri Shoko might have felt secretly pleased by this uniqueness. But after witnessing the battle between those two monsters, this uniqueness ceased to be special. Geto, are you still going up? Yaga Mazamichi looked at Suguru Geto, who was biting his finger, and asked with a raised corner of his mouth. After much hesitation, Suguru Geto said gravely, "Teacher sure is really strong. I can see no flaws in him. If I go up with my current strength, he'll only be taken down instantly. I don't want to lose, but my heart urges me to take on the challenge." Yaga Mazamichi pondered for a few seconds, then said slowly, "Then go up and challenge him. Even if you know you'll lose, so what? The strong never complain about their circumstances. Losing once is no disgrace. What is disgraceful is always staying in your comfort zone. Do you know why your teacher asked you and Satoru to challenge Sure?" Suguru Geto was taken aback. "Isn't it because of strength planning?" Yaga Mazamichi shook his head and explained, "Your teacher knows your strength and Satoru's. It's no exaggeration to call you the strongest students at this school. But your minds are too restless. If you continue like this, you will surely suffer a huge loss. So your teacher entrusted Sure to teach you a lesson. To make you understand that there is always a sky beyond the sky and people beyond people, so you don't keep indulging in the dream that you are geniuses." Suguru Geto smiled bitterly. "Teacher, aren't you being a bit too ruthless? Aren't you afraid that Sure will crush us so much that we can't recover?" Yaga Mazamichi smiled, without speaking, changing the topic without revealing his thoughts. "If you want to challenge him, go ahead. The strong have weathered storms." "I understand, teacher." Suguru Geto nodded with relief, then walked toward Hatoyama Sure without any hesitation. At this moment, he was a challenger setting out to conquer a mountain. The second match is about to begin. Does anyone want to place bets? Mei, immersed in joy, did not forget to start her money-making scheme again. The crowd rolled their eyes speechlessly at Mei. They had already bet all their assets on Gojo Satoru winning. How could they have spare money to bet again? Seeing no takers, Mei could only hug her money and watch the ensuing battle. On the green field, Suguru Geto stepped forward to stand before Hatoyama Sure. Hatoyama Sure narrowed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were back to their original ruby color. Seeing this, Suguru Geto said sourly, "Why did you put away your eyes? Sure, are you looking down on me?" "I'm not looking down on you." Hatoyama Sure patiently explained, "It's just that the things my eyes see are a bit special. I have no choice but to put them away." "Special?" Suguru Geto's curiosity was piqued, and he asked tirelessly, "Is it like the Sharingan in Naruto, where if you glare at someone they burst into flames?" "Something like that, except all I see are dense clusters of red lines." Suguru Geto understood instantly and asked curiously, "When you cut those red lines, does it mean you kill them?" "You guess." Hatoyama Sure mysteriously didn't explain further, smiling as he held up a small knife, signaling Suguru Geto to attack. Suguru Geto shot him a reproachful glare, then his expression gradually turned serious. Narrowing his eyes, he revved his mind to think of an attack plan. From Sure's actions, it seems he doesn't intend to use his technique. Is he planning to fight me in physical combat? Although it's a bit annoying, his technique is too monstrous. Before I can even release my curses, I might already be shot dead by a sky full of weapons. First, use physical attacks as a feint, and secretly use curses for support. Suguru Geto opened his narrowed eyes, sprinted toward Hatoyama Sure, and launched a 360-degree aerial cyclone kick aimed at the side of Sure's neck. But to everyone's surprise, Hatoyama Sure withstood it squarely, his steps so firm that he didn't budge an inch. This fully proved that this seemingly frail body actually contained immense physical strength. Hatoyama Sure lightly shrugged his shoulder, sending the right foot perched on his neck flying. Suguru Geto stumbled backward onto the grass, staring in shock at the completely unharmed Hatoyama Sure. What a monster! Not only is his technique strong, but even his body has been trained to a terrifying level. Compared to him, what kind of genius am I? Little did he know Hatoyama Sure had never trained his body. It was entirely thanks to the Benji, strengthening him day and night, helping his body break its limits. Suguru Geto raised his fists on both sides, refusing to admit defeat, as he sprinted forward again. Just as he closed in, he leaped into the air and aimed a 3-kick combo at Sure's chest. Hatoyama sure caught it casually, then followed with a leg catch and lock, flipping him into the air. He raised his elbow, intending to press Suguru Geto down to the grass. Suguru Geto, a close combat sorcerer, struggled to straighten his waist in midair, using his strong aerial control to catch the impending elbow strike before it landed. If he hadn't caught it with Hatoyama Shire's strength and hard elbow, it would undoubtedly have knocked him unconscious by striking his chest. The moment he caught the arm, Suguru Geto cleverly hooked his legs around Hatoyama Shire's waist like a monkey, reversing a hold to adjust his posture using leverage. Then with a powerful spinning side kick, he kicked Hatoyama Shire away. The moment his body hit the grass, Suguru Geto curled his right hand with a mischievous grin. Big Mouth. The cursed spirit that had been lurking underground burst forth with a loud crash. A massive white-green caterpillar cursed spirit erupted from the ground. Big Mouth opened its writhing giant mouth and swallowed the off-balance Hatoyama Shire in one gulp. Seeing this, Suguru Geto laughed in excitement. I defeated Shire. I defeated Shire with my brains and strength. I am the strongest of this generation. Is that so? A small knife gleaming in the light was pressed against his neck along with a familiar voice. Suguru Geto's laughter abruptly stopped, and he asked bitterly, I want to know how you did it. You clearly went into Big Mouth's mouth. Hatoyama Shire withdrew the knife from his neck and patiently explained, I did enter the cursed spirit's mouth, but that wasn't the real me. What do you mean? Suguru Geto frowned, somewhat incredulous. Don't tell me the one fighting me just now is... Hatoyama Shire shook his head and said calmly, I have no clones, nor can I create clones. The one fighting you just now was me myself. As for how I escaped, it was entirely thanks to dark manipulation technique. When I was about to be swallowed, I quickly turned myself into white mist. Taking advantage of the curse's breath, I made it blow me out. As he spoke, he extended his right hand before Suguru Geto's eyes. Under his gaze, the hand turned into wisps of white mist invisible to the naked eye. Suguru Geto opened and closed his mouth in exhaustion, not wanting to speak. He sat down on the lawn. Victory had been right in front of him, but he never expected Shire to drift out using his technique. Did he think this was a scene from One Piece, using elementalization to dodge danger? What a waste of joy. Hatoyama Shire returned the knife to his waist and pretended to wipe non-existent sweat from his forehead. To be honest, it wasn't easy defeating them. I had to use at least 50% of my strength, and I was even afraid I might kill them with my Lushan Ascending Dragon Strike midway. Shire, can you come over and comfort me? I'm very sad and hurt right now. I'm completely crushed by it. Seeing him staring blankly, without moving, Suguru Geto called out helplessly. Hatoyama Shire snapped back to reality, gently smiled, and patted his shoulder. How about I buy you a drink later? Is that okay? All right. Suguru Geto didn't refuse and said with a grin, You also need to teach me curse pressure. You can't let Satoru learn it and then bully me, right? Okay, I'll do whatever you want. Suguru Geto's face lit up, his gloom completely swept away. He cheerfully patted his, but stood up and tiptoed to drape his arm over Hatoyama Shire's shoulder. He wouldn't have noticed if not for that, but once he did, he discovered a problem among the bromance trio. He was the shortest. His own barefoot height was 1.85 meters, while Shire looked to be about 1.88 meters, and Satoru was a bit taller than Shire, probably around 1.90 meters. Suguru Geto pouted, thinking that he was only 15 now and still had the possibility to grow taller. So he kept his arm around Shire's shoulder and walked toward the crowd. Teacher. The two of them approached Yaga Mazamichi with respect. He smiled wordlessly, patting each of their broad shoulders in turn. His gaze lingered on Jujin Shire's face with satisfaction. The more he looked, the deeper his fondness grew. Compared to Gojo and Geto, Shire appeared more outstanding and mature. He lacked the typical flaws of geniuses, strong yet not ostentatious. Though he didn't often initiate conversations, that was hardly a concern. After all, geniuses often have their own inner worlds. Come here. Yaga Mazamichi led the two before the group, introducing with a faint smile, These are your seniors. Greet them. Jujin Shire and Geto Suguru nodded, their gazes warm as they looked upon the 12 seniors with complex expressions. Greetings, seniors. I am Jujin Shire. I look forward to your guidance. Greetings, seniors. I am Geto Suguru. I look forward to your guidance. Hearing this, the seniors felt a surge of pride and introduced themselves eagerly. Compared to the arrogant Gojo Satoru, they preferred these two. After all, who could refuse being called senior by geniuses? It warmed their hearts. After the greetings, the two obediently stood behind Yaga Mazamichi, prompting the group to cast admiring glances at him. Senior Yaga truly knows how to tame geniuses. Yaga Mazamichi, feeling immensely proud, waved a hand toward his beloved disciples. No class today. Go back to the dorm and sleep. Delighted, the two quickly bowed to Yaga Mazamichi, then one grabbed an arm and the other a leg, lifting the unconscious Gojo Satoru. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the three figures gradually faded away. Teacher Yaga, your disciple's wallet and student ID are still here. At that moment, Mei Mei also spoke, holding the items in her arms, her voice sultry. Is that so? Yaga Mazamichi turned his gaze and saw his disciple's wallet and student ID quietly lying on the stone steps basking in the sun. What a careless fellow. Yaga Mazamichi shook his head and bent down to pick them up. Senior Yaga Principal Takwon wants to see you in his office. He said there's something urgent to discuss. Another voice came from the top of the stairs. Yaga Mazamichi furrowed his thick brows, puzzled by the principal's sudden summons. Could it be about retirement? Not daring to linger, he quickly handed his disciple's belongings to Mei Mei. Mei Mei, since Jujin helped you earn money, do me a favor and deliver these damn. Mei Mei glanced at the cash in her arms, then at the student ID and wallet offered to her. She accepted without. Afternoon. Jujutsu High dormitory. Geto Jujin's asleep. Should we wait until he wakes? No way. I want to learn cursed energy reinforcement now. I need to get stronger. I will surpass Jujin sure, and look down on him. Two whispering figures pulled open the door and sneaked into a room. Seeing the familiar large bed, both Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru blushed knowingly, the morning's naked embrace still vivid in their minds. Fortunately, Gojo had a thick skin. He acted as if nothing had happened and walked to the bedside. When he saw the handsome face lost in sweet dreams, his jaw still ached faintly. Gojo curled his lips and murmured, "This is my first taste of defeat, and it will be my last." Muttering, a mischievous grin spread across his delicate face. He leaped high and with reluctance landed on top of Jujin. After a moment of hesitation, Geto also jumped on with a grin. Crushed under the sudden weight of two large bodies, Jujin woke with a start. He looked at the two grinning faces with utter exasperation. "Get up. Don't forget you promised to teach me cursed energy reinforcement. Get up, or I'll strip and crawl into your bed." Gojo grumbled. Jujin's lips twitched. "How am I supposed to get up when you're lying on top of me like a human pyramid?" Geto, without overthinking, pulled Gojo up, fearing they might crush their dear friend beneath. Freed from their weight, Jujin threw off the covers and got out of bed. Before he could change into proper clothes, Gojo impatiently dragged him out of the room. On the way, clad in SpongeBob pajamas, Jujin watched the bizarre gaits of the two ahead with a twitching mouth. Gojo strutted with his waist thrust forward, arms swinging back and forth, walking with a swagger that acknowledged no one, looking down his nose at the world. In contrast, Geto's posture was even more absurd. He walked with hands shoved deep into his loose pants, hunched over and neck stretched forward. Jujin couldn't bear to look. He pulled up his hood, trying to lower his presence to avoid being noticed by seniors passing by. As they passed a vending machine, Geto seemed to remember something. He stopped, retracted his neck, and looked back at his friend. "Jujin, you said you'd treat me to a drink this morning. Did you forget?" Jujin halted and pointed at the vending machine. "I didn't forget. Is it still valid if I make it up now?" "Of course. As long as you remember, I can wait as long as it takes." Geto waved dismissively. Gojo, dissatisfied, interjected, "What the hell are you two talking about?" "It's like this," Geto patiently explained. Upon hearing the reason, Gojo began whining and demanding like a spoiled child. If the world's third strongest Geto could get a treat, then he, the world's second strongest, naturally deserved one too. Jujin wasn't stingy. He waved his hand grandly. "Today I'm Master Jujin, am paying. Take whatever you want." Their eyes sparkled as they rushed to the vending machine. Standing still, Jujin smiled lightly at the sight. But when he reached into his pocket, his smile froze. "Where's my wallet? Did I leave it in the dorm?" Just as he was racking his brain, a pair of fragrant jade-like hands suddenly appeared before him. Jujin was startled. Those hands held his wallet and student ID. Without overthinking, he sincerely thanked the owner and took them, then walked over to pay for his two friends. As for who it was, Jujin didn't pay much attention. The only impression he had was the faint, refreshing scent from those jade hands. Jujutsu High back garden. Surrounded by birdsong and floral fragrance, the three sat close together on a public stone bench. Gojo leaned affectionately on Jujin's shoulder. Geto pushed Gojo in displeasure, wearing a jealous expression. "Gojo, move your head off Jujin's shoulder. It was I who knew Jujin first, so why should you, Gojo, get the benefit?" "Why should I? I want to lean." Gojo pushed back defiantly. Geto's face darkened as he pushed back again. The two were like ignited powder kegs, neither yielding. What's there to argue about? One on each side. Isn't that better? Eating an ice pop, Jujin helplessly pressed their heads onto his shoulders to prevent further conflict. "Oomph." They shot each other a glare, then contentedly sucked their ice pops, leaning on his shoulders to enjoy them. After a few minutes, Gojo, with the stick in his mouth, urged impatiently, "Jujin, teach me cursed energy reinforcement now. I can't wait." Yes, I can't wait either." Geto chimed in, looking up at Jujin with eager eyes. "Don't look at me with those puppy dog eyes." Jujin quickly pushed their heads away, explaining with goosebumps rising. "You both should know how cursed energy flows and is utilized right." Gojo and Geto exchanged glances. The latter raised his hand and answered, "Cursed energy originates from the navel, then flows through the chest to the entire body." "Is this concept completely opposite to using reinforcement?" No. Jujin patiently explained, the concept isn't opposite. That's the only way to utilize cursed energy. The principle of reinforcement is compression beforehand. Geto rubbed his chin, frowning in confusion. Reinforcement sounds good, but cursed energy is refined from human negative emotions. Cursed spirits are also curses born from negative emotions, and shamans can perfectly control their own negative emotions. If we suddenly burst out cursed energy, could we unintentionally curse others? Jujin shook his head and explained patiently. No, cursing others requires a medium and the right. Besides, we are shamans who can control negative emotions. As long as you don't act recklessly inside, you won't curse others. Hearing this, Geto's worries gradually eased. I understand. Gojo, who had been deep in thought, suddenly stood up in epiphany. At the same time, formidable cursed energy erupted from his body. The bees collecting nectar were stunned unconscious by the shockwave. Geto's eyes widened in disbelief at the rampaging cursed energy. He figured it out already. Jujin nodded with satisfaction. In truth, mastering reinforcement wasn't difficult. Anyone who refined cursed energy to purity could grasp it. The principle was to treat the cursed energy at the navel like a spring, compressed and ready released when needed. After compression, the cursed energy no longer flows from the chest through the body, but disperses directly from the navel and bursts out through the pores. After knocking the park animals unconscious, Gojo didn't hoard the knowledge. He patiently taught Geto the method of reinforcement. Boom. After 10 minutes of instruction, pure cursed energy erupted from Suguru Geto. The bee, which had just regained consciousness from fainting, was once again knocked out by the unforeseen calamity. Suguru Geto excitedly withdrew his cursed energy, his eyes filled with gratitude as he looked at his two half-night best friends. Wu needed no elaboration. He had tirelessly explained the principle of cursed energy suppression from start to finish. Without his help, Geto might still be fumbling in the dark. As for C, he was even more generous, sharing his research ability so openly. In the past, Geto would have undoubtedly been his disciple. If this technique were spread in the jujutsu world, it would surely cause a storm of bloodshed. For those without a cursed technique, but with cursed energy, it was nothing short of a gospel. Jia, if you want to thank me, you can get my dinner tonight. If possible, I wouldn't mind if you fed me. Satoru Wu slung his arm around Suguru Geto's shoulder, grinning mischievously as he tapped his chest. Suguru Geto rolled his eyes and said irritably, I can get your dinner, but if you want me to feed you, find someone else. How can you be like this? I taught you for such a long time. Satoru Wu pouted, sulkily staring at Suguru Geto with a pitiful gaze. Suguru Geto couldn't bear to see him like that, and after much hesitation, he finally nodded and agreed. I'll feed you 5 mouthfuls. After 5, you eat on your own. Okay, I'll eat on my own after 5. Satoru Wu agreed without pushing his luck. Joshan-si, overhearing their intimate conversation, felt goosebumps all over. Without a word, he stood up and trotted back along the same path. If he stayed any longer, Satoru Wu might target him as well. With his childlike nature, he would definitely beg C to do some strange things. The two behind him, puzzled, also trotted after him. The setting sun stretched their shadows long across the ground. 1 month later, Joshan-si propped his cheek on his hand, admiring the scenery outside the window while his two best friends in the distance chatted casually with Shoko Yeri. After a month of getting along, the 4 of them had gone from strangers to being familiar. But the most familiar were the passionate trio. They were practically glued together except for the time when they slept. As for Shoko Yeri, it was hard for her to blend into the passionate trio's small circle. She mostly watched everything from the sidelines. Shoko, do you believe I can make C lose his composure with just 1 sentence? Satoru Wu grinned, mischievously asking the class outsider with relish. Suguru Geto frowned. Having spent a month together day and night, he naturally knew what Satoru Wu was about to say. Shoko Yeri, holding a lollipop in her mouth, glanced lazily at Joshan-si, who was lost in his own world. To be honest, in the month since coming to the high school, she had barely exchanged a few words with him. The only impression she had was that he looked too noble and elegant, giving off a sense of being hard to approach, like an untouchable aristocrat. And he was so quiet. Apart from the chatterbox Satoru Wu and his best friend Suguru Geto, he barely uttered a word. If you wanted to talk to him, you had to initiate it, or he would come to you. She remembered a few days ago when they were assigned to clean together. He was so quiet that he finished all the cleaning by himself, leaving her standing there holding a broom, bewildered. After finishing, he walked over in confusion and asked, Isn't class over? Why aren't you going to the cafeteria? Did the teacher keep you after class? At that moment, she really wanted to retort, to lift the broom to his face, but seeing his sincere and equal gaze, Shoko Yeri fell silent. Shoko Yeri withdrew her gaze, looking both lazy and curious, and said, I don't believe it. Unless you show me, I won't believe it. Then watch closely. Satoru Wu flashed a wicked grin and shouted, Mama's boy, see. Satoru. As soon as the words fell, a furious roar echoed through the classroom. Even the corridor seemed to reverberate with the angry shout. Joshan-si, who had been admiring the scenery, now had his eyes wide open, swirling with colorful spirals. He broke his composure and flashed in front of Satoru Wu in an instant. Under the stunned gazes of the two others, he grabbed Wu and beat him mercilessly. What the hell? Go easy, man. You're beating the hell out of me. Satoru Wu struggled to break free, his face bruised and swollen as he ran around the classroom. But Joshan-si, as if transformed, chased him relentlessly. This overly comedic scene left Shoko Yeri dumbfounded. Could one sentence really make Joshan-si lose his composure? Suguru Geto then explained, "Si loves his mother very much and doesn't want outsiders to know." So Wu's words were like a slap in his face. Shoko Yeri found it amusing. Who would have thought that a prodigy who outshone two geniuses could have such 5 minutes later, Satoru Wu sat in his seat with a bruised and swollen face. On the podium, Masamichi Yaga couldn't help but sneak a few glances, struggling not to laugh. Seeing the arrogant Satoru Wu suffer was hard not to find funny. After the beating, Wu's unruly nature had been somewhat tamed, but only towards Suguru Geto and Joshan-si. To the weak, he still spoke as your old man. Oomph. Satoru Wu winced in pain and clicked his tongue, looking at the relaxed expression of Joshan-si through Suguru Geto. He thought to himself, so ruthless. After all, we've shared a bed. How could you be so harsh? Shoko, could you heal Wu? Masamichi Yaga suppressed his laughter, looking at Shoko Yeri. If he didn't get treatment, every time he looked at Wu, he would be unable to hold back his laughter. His face was swollen like a pig's head. I know, teacher. Shoko Yeri suppressed her laughter, her shoulders trembling as she walked towards Satoru Wu, intending to use reverse cursed technique to heal him. Joshan-si glanced at him, feeling pleased. If he hadn't wanted to avoid stealing Shoko Yeri's job, he would have used reverse curse technique himself. The reverse curse technique wasn't difficult. As everyone knew, the energy of cursed energy was negative. If you multiplied the energy, negative times negative equals positive, and you would get the healing reverse curse technique. Teacher Yaga had explained it in class, and C had comprehended it with the help of the Hogyoku, stunning the 4 in the class when he used it. Especially Teacher Yaga. He was so shocked that he stopped class and ran out to report to the higher-ups. But perhaps because the Hogyoku had the ability to regenerate severed limbs, the reverse curse technique he comprehended could not be used on himself, only to heal others. But it didn't matter. The Hogyaku's restoration and regeneration ability was far stronger than the reverse curse technique, so not being able to use it on himself was no big deal. He remembered that after he comprehended it, the expressions of Jia and Wu were exaggerated, and Shoko Yeri looked at him as if she had seen a ghost. It wasn't their fault for being shocked. Very few people could comprehend the reverse curse technique. As the saying goes, having the reverse curse technique doesn't necessarily make you a master, but a master will definitely have the reverse curse technique. After the shock, his 2 best friends pestered him, relentlessly seeking help to become the third to comprehend the reverse curse technique. The solution C gave them was to learn the water walking and tree climbing from Naruto to train their precise control of cursed energy. Everyone in the Jujutsu world understood the principle of the reverse curse technique, but why were so few successful? To comprehend it, one needed extremely precise control of cursed energy, almost to an insane degree, and also had to rely on natural talent and aptitude. Shoko Yeri, who was born with it, was blessed by heaven. Wu and Jia's talent went without saying. There was no third person like them in the Jujutsu world. So the only thing they could do was to refine their cursed energy control. A convenient method was to flow cursed energy to the soles of their feet, then manipulate it like a ninja, manipulating chakra, gradually achieving mastery. This method was far better than their blind groping. After a few minutes, the wounds on Gojo Satoru's face vanished, and he once again regained his delicate and endearing appearance. Yaga Masamichi withdrew his smile and said with a bitter laugh, "Before class starts, I have something to tell you 4. The 4 exchanged glances, their eyes of different colors filled with confusion. Gojo Satoru raised his hand first and blurted out, "Sensei, why do you look so serious? Are you getting married again?" The other 3 in the class couldn't help but cover their mouths to stifle their laughter. Originally, few knew that Yaga Masamichi was a divorced man, but after Gojo Satoru's loud announcement, it became common knowledge across the campus. Yaga Masamichi's face darkened with fury, and in a fit of embarrassment and anger, he punched Gojo Satoru on the head, letting him taste the teacher's guidance to his disciple. His ex-wife had divorced him out of necessity, as his eyes were only for dolls. Gojo Satoru never missed an opportunity to mock him over this divorce. Even so, Yaga Masamichi still wanted to say, "Dolls are the best." Oomph. He retracted his fist with a light snort and said, "What I'm about to say isn't about me, but about Tsukasa." About Tsukasa. Everyone turned to look at Hatoyama Tsukasa. Even Gojo Satoru stared at him with a puzzled look, a bump on his head. Hatoyama Tsukasa shrugged in confusion, indicating he didn't know either. "Don't look at Tsukasa, he's probably more bewildered than you are right now." Yaga Masamichi redirected their attention and said slowly, According to the higher-ups, Tsukasa will start taking on missions tomorrow. At these words, the classroom fell into dead silence. After a few moments of silence, Geto Suguru asked in confusion, "Don't new students have 6 months of study time before taking on missions? How come Tsukasa only gets 1 month? Has the school run out of talent?" Yaga Mazamichi shook his head and said, "New students do have 6 months, but Tsukasa is different from you. He entered as a special grade Jujutsu sorcerer." Gojo Satoru, upon hearing this shocking statement, pursed his lips and said nothing. With Tsukasa's dark manipulation technique, he indeed had the potential to be special grade, but to be special grade right upon entering the school, how enviable. He himself was only a grade 2 Jujutsu sorcerer. Truly comparing people only infuriates. Geto Suguru was initially delighted, then cast a reproachful glance at his close friend. "You've been hiding this well. Were you going to keep it from me if the teacher hadn't said anything?" Hatoyama Tsukasa smiled bitterly and said, "I wasn't hiding it. I thought you were also special grade, so I didn't mention it." Geto Suguru said testily, "Do you think special grade is as common as cabbage? I'm only grade 2, and Shoko is at most grade 4. Yeri Shoko lazily rolled her eyes, feeling offended by Geto Suguru's words. "What's wrong with grade 4? Does grade 4 eat your rice? Without me a grade 4, the school's logistics would fall apart." "All right, Suguru." Yaga Mazamichi stopped him and said calmly, "Tsukasa is undertaking missions early, and you should know his strength better than anyone. From what I know, the higher-ups had no choice but to send him on missions. For some unknown reason, curses have been appearing in many places outside. Upperclassmen and recent graduates are swamped with exorcising curses, and the casualty count is rising sharply. The higher-ups had no choice but to deploy him." He then fixed his gaze on Hatoyama Tsukasa and asked with a faint smile, "If you're unwilling, I can cover for you for half a year." Hatoyama Tsukasa shook his head and refused. "No need, sensei. I believe in my strength. Besides, how could a disciple hide behind the master?" Yaga Mazamichi smiled and said, "Though it's out of necessity, the higher-ups have arranged for a senior to guide you for a while." He added meaningfully, "This senior is a beautiful woman. Her physical techniques are stronger than mine, and you can learn from her in the future. Can it be a man?" "Exactly. If the partner is Yudahime, she might hold Tsukasa back." Before Hatoyama Tsukasa could speak, Geto Suguru, sitting nearby, expressed his displeasure, and Gojo Satoru was also full of jealousy. The two of them, thinking of their close friend who spent every day with them, suddenly forming a temporary partnership with another woman, felt extremely upset. "We were here first. What right does she have?" For a moment, they wanted to rush to the higher-ups and reason with them to make them understand the power of friendship. This. Yaga Mazamichi was also rendered speechless by the two, thinking that a man-woman partnership was good, avoiding unnecessary conflicts between men. If Tsukasa were paired with a man, how could he exorcise curses with a joyful mind? After thinking it over, Yaga Mazamichi gave each of them a punch to make them sincerely accept the arrangement. He hadn't wanted to hit them, but those two were truly too unruly. The next day, a light rain fell. Hatoyama Tsukasa held a black umbrella and walked to the school gate, looking around for the temporary partner Yaga Sensei had mentioned. Behind him, in a blind spot, 2 figures in raincoats were spying. "Satoru, what if the person coming is Yudahime?" Geto Suguru looked up somewhat uneasy at Gojo Satoru, who was lying on his back. Gojo Satoru frowned his white eyebrows under his sunglasses and said irritably, "What else? Well, just beat Yudahime away. She's so weak, having her as Tsukasa's partner would be a burden. This is an arrangement from the higher-ups. Aren't we slapping their faces by doing this?" Compared to Gojo Satoru, who was ready to roll up his sleeves and act, Geto Suguru was more cautious. "Higher-ups." Gojo Satoru scoffed disdainfully, sticking out his tongue and saying, "So what if we slap their faces? They're a bunch of parasites sitting on the toilet, but not shitting. If they piss me off, I don't mind moving their heads aside." Geto Suguru nodded in agreement. Although he hadn't met the higher-ups, their idle enjoyment behind the scenes was well known within the school. But as a good student, Geto Suguru still reminded him, "Satoru, you can say these things to us, but don't say them elsewhere, or you'll bring shame to the Gojo family. I know you're more nagging than my mom." Gojo Satoru grumbled reluctantly, then continued to spy with Geto. "What are you two doing?" While they were sneaking around, a seductive, puzzled voice suddenly came from behind. Geto Suguru stumbled in fright, and without a second thought fled with Gojo Satoru on his back. He now knew who was partnering with Tsukasa. If he hadn't misheard, it was the strongest third-year senior Mei. Behind them, Mei carried a rectangular box on her back, holding a black umbrella as she watched the two fleeing figures, then looked at Hatoyama Tsukasa waiting at the gate. After a moment of silence, her red lips parted. "Admirable friendship, but it can't compare to the reality of money nor the stability that money brings." With that, she walked slowly toward the temporary partner waiting outside the gate. "Jioshan." "See." A melodious voice punctuated by the patter of rain resounded. Jioshan, who was holding an umbrella, turned around at the sound. A beautiful woman with a ponytail was elegantly supporting her lower back as she looked up. Senior Ming Ming. Jiu-Shan-Si felt a surge of surprise within, yet he still bowed slightly to the woman before him, expressing his respect. Before coming to the high school, the only notable figure on campus was Senior Ming Ming. As for Yuki, she was always abroad fooling around. If the school ever exploded, she might come back. Ming Ming, relying on her axe and her masterful physique, had exorcised countless cursed spirits for the school, making it hard not to respect her. Even Gojo and Geto would reverently address her as Lady Ming. Ming Ming lifted her crimson lips slightly and said softly, "Call me Lady Ming. And you don't need to be so respectful to me, I'm not as high-ranking as you." Jiu-Shan-Si shook his head and said earnestly, "It's not about rank. It's that I truly admire and respect you from the bottom of my heart." Ming Ming lightly covered her cherry lips, elegantly teasing. "Junior Jiu-Shan, if you respect me because I exorcise cursed spirits, then you needn't. I'm a woman who only sees money. The school pays and I work. So you don't have to respect me so much." "All right, Senior Ming Ming." Jiu-Shan-Si still insisted on using honorifics. Ming Ming shook her head helplessly. Originally, she had taken this temporary partner mission just to use Jiu-Shan-Si as a money tree for exorcising cursed spirits. But who would have thought he would be so respectful to her? It made her feel a bit reluctant to exploit him, yet she had to give him half of the reward. "Heartache. Since you respect me, how about you carry my box?" Ming Ming took off the box she was carrying and handed it to Jiu-Shan-Si with a smile. Jiu-Shan-Si didn't say a word, silently hoisting the heavy box onto his back. His uncomplaining demeanor earned Ming Ming's immense satisfaction. A special grade sorcerer willingly carrying things for a grade 2 sorcerer like me. If word got out in the jujutsu world, wouldn't it make everyone jealous? Jiu-Shan-Si adjusted the strap and asked curiously, "Senior Ming Ming, are we going to the headquarters to receive a mission now, or wait until tomorrow?" "I already picked one up before I came out. Just follow me now." Freed from the box, Ming Ming walked ahead lighthearted. Jiu-Shan-Si was never one to pry. Even if Senior Ming Ming took on a special grade mission, he had absolute confidence in completing it. Afternoon. After numerous transfers, the two arrived from Tokyo at a desolate village in Kanagawa. Under the guidance of an assistant supervisor, they came to a dried-up well in the center. The well's rim was covered with various exorcism talismans, some stained with blood. Jiu-Shan-Si looked around. The drizzle cast a shroud over the village, making it not only desolate, but almost like an eerie village from a horror film. Under the umbrella, Ming Ming gazed at the well and slightly furrowed her willow-like brows. "Junior, can you sense the curse energy down there?" "I can sense it." Jiu-Shan-Si withdrew his gaze from the village and looked into the bottomless well. "This cursed spirit is clever, hiding in a 50-meter deep well. But from the moment I stepped into the village, my technique and cursed energy have been telling me it's hiding inside." Ming Ming parted her red lips and said, "You can sense it from 50 meters. Truly, the world of geniuses is different from us mere mortals." She stared at the well for a good while sensing nothing at all. All she could smell was the foul odor wafting from the well. If not for her senior status, she would have used her technique to send a crow to explore. Jiu-Shan-Si didn't respond to the praise. Holding the umbrella for Ming Ming with one hand, he murmured and formed hand seals with the other. "From darkness to darkness, impurity and filth be utterly exorcised." A black curtain slowly descended from the sky, enveloping the entire deserted village. This barrier technique was a minor ability learned at the school, capable of dividing the battlefield, restricting movement, and confusing perception. It was essential for exorcising cursed spirits. Ming Ming surveyed it, then summoned a jet-black crow, sending it down the well to scout, avoiding any unexpected trouble. She closed her beautiful eyes, clearing her mind to share the crow's vision. Jiu-Shan-Si silently held the umbrella for her, admiring her exquisite visage. After a moment, Ming Ming opened her eyes, her expression serious, as she looked up at Jiu-Shan-Si. "The crow was eaten. It seems the curse down there doesn't welcome us." "It's fine. Senior Ming Ming, wait for me here. They'll be back soon." Jiu-Shan-Si handed the umbrella to Ming Ming's delicate hand, then resolutely jumped into the well. His movements were swift and graceful. As the wind howled in the well, Jiu-Shan-Si sped through the tunnel. Just as he was about to land, countless spikes suddenly erupted from the ground. Jiu-Shan-Si frowned slightly, using dark gravity to halt his body just before colliding with the spikes, then lightly touched down on them like a dragonfly skimming water. Then, with a burst of crimson cursed energy from his feet, he shattered the spikes into dust, landing on the ground with an extremely elegant posture. Jiu-Shan-Si looked ahead. The well opened into a vast underground cavern, the soil around it carved out by the cursed spirit. Piles of bones lined both sides of the cavern, and above them sat a throne woven from bones occupied by a skeletal cursed spirit in human shape. Although the cursed spirit had no flesh, one could vaguely sense a playful expression on its skull, like a tiger eyeing its prey. "Kneel, you skeletal wretch from the dry well." Jiushan unleashed his cursed energy with displeasure and abyssal gravity, pressing down on the skeletal spirit, forcing it to bend and prostrate. Jiushan looked down calmly, walking step by step toward the bone throne. In front of the bowing skeletal spirit, he sat down composedly. The scene was perfectly natural, as if he was born to sit on a throne. The prostrating skeletal spirit gnashed its teeth in rage. Its own throne usurped by a human. This was a great disgrace in the world of cursed spirits. It struggled furiously, but the cursed energy pressing on its body was as immovable as a mountain grinding its spine against the ground. Jiushan rested his elbow on the armrest, his crimson eyes glinting with mockery, as he propped his cheek and watched the skeletal spirit's every move, as if observing a clown's performance. His own cursed energy was as vast as 9 tails. A mere grade 1 cursed spirit trying to break free. You overestimate yourself. Even the special grade cursed spirit from the park had knelt before him for a full hour. After a minute passed, Ming Ming, who was anxiously waiting above, grew deeply worried. Her face solemn, she jumped down. When she saw the cursed spirit bowing to Jiushan, her mind went blank. Even without approaching, she could viscerally feel the immense cursed energy pressing down on the spirit, suffocatingly dense. Jiushan withdrew his mocking gaze, raised his hand, and wrapped the skeletal spirit in dark matter, compressing it into a small round sphere. Darkness can contain all things in the world. Inside this simple sphere was a sealed space like a Pokemon ball from a past life. This space was unaffected by Tenjin's barrier and could be freely brought into the school. Tucking the sphere into his pocket, Jiushan stood up and walked toward the still-stunned Ming Ming. "Senior," he called out softly, bringing Ming Ming back to her senses. She stared deeply at Jiushan, then smiled faintly and asked no questions. As her famous saying went, things other than money held no interest for her. "Let's go. There are many cursed spots in Kanagawa. We need to head to the next battlefield. The sooner we exorcise, the sooner we can rest." Ming Ming turned around, leaving a slender, alluring silhouette for Jiushan to admire. But when she gathered her energy to leap out of the well, she realized the bottom was 50 meters from the surface. She smiled wryly at Jiushan, some distress in her voice. "Do you have a way to jump up? If not, we might be—" Karasuyama lightly raised his right hand, conjuring a pitch-black cube from dark matter. "Senior Ming Ming, please stand on the cube. I'll lift you up with it." Without a second thought, Ming Ming stepped onto the cube in her high boots. Once she was steady, the cube rose like the golden cudgel. After safely delivering the senior to the top, the dark matter dissolved into powder. Before Ming Ming could feel puzzled, Karasuyama used dark gravity to fly out of the well and landed gracefully beside her elegant figure. Over the past month, besides studying the advanced curriculum, he had devoted his free time to mastering dark gravity. He still couldn't pull down a meteorite, though. But after a month of research, he had not only grasped the subtle use of gravity, but also accidentally discovered a top-tier bug in the dark manipulation technique. It granted absolute suppression over incarnated beings, forcibly extracting them from human bodies and turning those restless posthumous parasites into spheres. In the original story, anyone who had been incarnated was essentially dead. But if discovered early and extracted in time, they could still be saved. Perhaps with this bug, he might be able to save Fushiguro's White Moonlight in the future. Ming Ming glanced at him calmly, then gleefully pulled out a red flip phone, her red lips curving into a smile as she sent a message. Driven by curiosity, Karasuyama subtly lowered his gaze to peek. He caught a glimpse of a fund transfer notification on the small screen, but before he could see the balance, the senior closed her phone. She looked at Karasuyama with reluctance and said, "Little Junior, do you have a bank card? If so, tell me, and I'll transfer your reward." Karasuyama shook his head regretfully. "I don't have a card, senior. Please keep it for now and transfer it to me when I turn 18. Ray." "Really?" Ming Ming's reluctant expression vanished, and she fixed her sparkling dark eyes on Karasuyama, the joy in her gaze unmistakable. "Really?" Karasuyama's earlobes flushed slightly as he looked away, murmuring, "Until I turn 18, I asked Senior Ming Ming to take good care of it." Ming Ming, already blinded by money, didn't notice his peculiarity. She patted her chest and assured him, "Then I'll keep it for you. When you turn 18, I'll transfer every single yen back." On the surface it was a righteous promise, but inside she thought, "What a foolish junior. Once money reaches my hands, there's no way I'm giving it back." He just made another 150 million yen for free. At that moment her gaze toward Karasuyama grew friendlier. Karasuyama noticed, but didn't care, looking away. To him, money was nothing more than a random string of numbers. Perhaps all of Ming Ming's lifetime savings could not match what the Karasuyama family earned in a single day. Rather than taking this small amount, it was better to win a bowtie smile. But seeing her still holding the phone and laughing, Karasuyama helplessly took her jade wrist and led her away. The smoothness of the act might have been because Ming Ming was busy calculating the value of her wrist in her mind. That evening, By the coast of Kanagawa, Mingming sat cross-legged on a rock with her long boots off, revealing her full purple toenailed feet that swayed with every text message notification. The 1.5 billion yen on the screen nearly made Mingming burst into laughter. Ever since arriving in Kanagawa, she had been taking exorcism missions nonstop, including 5 first-grade cursed spirits. Although she accepted them, she never lifted a finger. Everything was handled by the special grade enforcer, her adorable junior Karasuyama. Thinking of this hard-working junior, Mingming cast a seductive glance toward the turbulent sea. A giant octopus cursed spirit was pinned down by countless black bars falling from the sky, and the junior calmly turned it into a sphere. Mingming stroked her chin thoughtfully and chuckled seductively. So this is the feeling of earning money while lying down. I almost envy those blood-sucking capitalists. Stuffing the sphere into his bulging pocket, Karasuyama said thoughtfully, tomorrow is February 3rd. 6 first-grade cursed spirits as a birthday gift for Geto. And the attack methods I created last month. He'll hand them over to Geto. He should be pleased. So saying, Karasuyama walked slowly toward his lazy senior. Come on, sit here. In a great mood, Mingming patted the empty space on the rock next to her, inviting him with a grin to break the rules and let him enjoy the sea view. Karasuyama leaped lightly and sat beside her, hugging his knees. Facing the cool, comfortable sea breeze, they silently watched the pitch-black surging surface. Warmth enveloped them. After more than 10 minutes of silence, Mingming broke the tranquil atmosphere and said softly, You are collecting cursed spirits for Suguru Geto. Karasuyama nodded, clutching his legs. Tomorrow is Geto's birthday. As a good friend, I should prepare. What an enviable friendship. Mingming tucked a strand of her shiny silver hair behind her ear and chuckled. If you knew my birthday one day, would you prepare a gift for me? Karasuyama lifted his head from his knees, glanced first in confusion at Mingming's exquisitely beautiful profile, as she smiled silently, then nodded seriously. I would, but I don't know when Senior Mingming's birthday is. I'm afraid that sending a gift at the wrong time would upset you and make me feel guilty. Mingming's smile bloomed, forming a stark contrast with the turbulent sea. It stirred ripples of emotion in Karasuyama's usually calm heart. Mingming turned her head with a smile, her red lips parting. A surging wave crashed, carrying her seductive voice to Karasuyama's ears. The next day, at Jujutsu High, first-year classroom festooned with colorful ribbons. The cold atmosphere warmed with the birthday cake on the podium. Suguru Geto, wearing a birthday crown, smiled as he watched Gojo Satoru clown around on the podium, tossing a little panda into the air. With each toss, the little panda let out a terrified shriek, making Yaga Mazamichi clench his fists. If it weren't for his beloved student's birthday, Yaga would have surely taught Satoru a lesson with his guidance fist, making him pay for his actions. At that moment, Gojo Satoru kept tossing the panda joyfully, venting his revenge on the cursed corpse for Yaga-sensei. You keep hitting my head, it'll wreck your cursed corpse. Satoru, enough. If you keep tossing, the panda will fall apart. Suguru Geto, unable to bear it, urged him to stop, afraid the birthday party might turn into a funeral. Yaga-sensei's menacing stare was truly unsettling. Got it. Gojo Satoru pouted and, unsatisfied, threw the cursed corpse back to Yaga Mazamichi. The small panda scurried behind Yaga Mazamichi, its bare face wary and frightened as it stared at the sunglass-wearing villain on the podium. Suddenly, Gojo Satoru made an ugly face at the panda, startling it so much that it lost its balance and fell, but Yaga caught it quickly. Yaga Mazamichi shot a fierce glare at Gojo Satoru, then, with loving care, checked the panda's fluffy body to see if his beloved student had damaged it. His dexterous side left the 3 people in the room speechless. A muscular man with such delicate care. Shoko. A sweet, ethereal voice suddenly rang out as everyone stared intently. Everyone turned to see Yutaheim standing at the door with an embarrassed face, holding a beautifully wrapped gift box. Gojo Satoru, as if spotting an amusing toy, rushed straight to Yutaheim and teased, Isn't this the weakling Yutaheim from Kyoto? Yutaheim's face darkened and she snapped back. I may be weak, but that's better than some arrogant guy being knocked out on the school field. Gojo Satoru's mouth twitched. He unwillingly took off his glasses and glared at Yutaheim before returning to the classroom in frustration. The news that the Six Eyes prodigy had lost to an unknown person had spread throughout the Jujutsu world. They said that Gojo with the 6 eyes was strong, but not as strong as the one trained by Jujutsu High. This made the normally reclusive Gojo clan gnash their teeth. As one of the 3 great clans of the Jujutsu world, they had never endured such humiliation. They wished they could send someone to clash with Jujutsu High. But a loss is a loss. Even the 6 eyes had fallen. Those without the 6 eyes could only swallow their... If not mistaken, the instigators were likely the higher-ups of Jujutsu High. After being suppressed by the 3 clans for so long, they naturally wanted to retaliate. Although the 3 great clans and Jujutsu High appeared harmonious, and all 3 clans sent their members to attend the school, beneath the surface, they were locked in rivalry. Seeing Wu Tiao's dejected expression, and Jai walked in triumphantly. Since their encounter at the playground, she had been at odds with him, their very essences clashing such that every meeting turned into a verbal sparring match. Senior Jai, Juru Xiaozi greeted lazily, approaching with a lollipop in her mouth, treating it like a cigarette to pass the time, her demeanor listless. Xiaozi, and Jai rushed over and embraced her, acting coquettishly and cute like a child who had. Juru Xiaozi, accustomed to this, asked lazily, Senior Jai, aren't you at Kyoto Jujutsu High? How do you have time to come to Tokyo? I came to see Miss Mingming. And Jai pressed her cheek against Juru Xiaozi's jade-like face and bashfully added, you know my technique. It's a bit weak. Hearing this, the disgruntled Wu Tiao seized the opportunity to mock. Your technique isn't just a bit weak, it's super weak to the point of explosion. Wu Tiao. And Jai, fuming and jumping up and down, rushed to Wu Tiao, disregarding her dignity, and they once again engaged in a fierce verbal battle. Jaw-dropping insults continuously spewed from their mouths, as if they were not friends but sworn enemies. Xiaojia and Juru Xiaozi exchanged a glance, and helplessly pulled them apart, fearing that if they continued arguing, a fight might break out. Given Wu Tiao's temperament, Jai would be at a disadvantage if they kept arguing. For the current Wu Tiao, Wu recognized no distinction between men and women, only between the weak and the strong. Oomph, oomph. Under their friends pulling, Wu Tiao and Jai stopped with a snort, wisely refraining from further insults. And Jai pouted, then put on a sweet smile and handed the birthday gift box she had prepared to Xiaojia. Happy birthday. This is a small token from your senior. Thank you, Senior Jai. Xiaojia took it with some surprise, a genuine warm and friendly smile spreading across his face, causing Jai to blush slightly. Compared to the refined and cold Wu Tiao, the handsome and gentle Xiaojia was undoubtedly more appealing to girls of their age. Everyone's here. Just then a familiar, charming voice sounded from the doorway. Everyone turned to look and saw a handsome man and a beautiful woman standing at the entrance. The elegance and nobility emanating from them gave an illusion of a perfect match, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Mingming raised her head and asked in confusion, Junior, we've only been out for a day. Why do they look like they don't recognize us? Joshan shook his head and walked in, carrying Kanagawa's local specialties. As the two entered, everyone snapped out of their daze. Xiaojia and Wu Tiao excitedly greeted them. You finally show up. Do you know you didn't come back last night? Wu Tiao, laughing and scolding, gave Joshan a punch as punishment for his absence. Ouch! Joshan feigned pain with a muffled groan, then silently raised his fist and lightly tapped each friend's shoulder in turn. Xiaojia and Wu Tiao, not to be outdone, punched back in the same manner. After exchanging punches, they silently looked at each other and smiled. See, did you go to Kanagawa to exorcise a curse yesterday? Noticing the bags with place names, Xiaojia immediately deduced the truth. Joshan nodded and explained softly, I planned to return by midnight with Senior Mingming, but we missed the last train. To avoid sleeping on the street, Senior Mingming and I had to stay at a hotel. As he spoke, he distributed the local specialties to Xiaojia and Wu Tiao. These are all local specialties I bought from Kanagawa. There's sweet treats you like, Wu, and savory snacks you love. Their eyes lit up and they eagerly opened the packages, revealing sweet dorayaki and spicy beef jerky. Seeing these, a wave of warmth flowed through their hearts. When C left yesterday, they had wondered if he would forget his friends for a beautiful woman, but he hadn't. Instead, he had thoughtfully brought back gifts matching their tastes. To avoid being stared at with intense romantic gazes, Joshan distributed the remaining specialties to others. Since Juru Xiaozi liked smoking, he bought her a box of edible sausage cigarette sticks. Since Teacher Yi liked fluffy plushies, he brought him a new Barbie doll. And for the panda cursed corpse created by Teacher Yi, he also bought a small, cute female panda plushie. As for Senior and Jai, he hadn't expected her to come from Kyoto to Tokyo. To avoid making her feel awkward, he gave her his favorite instant coffee. Mingming, who was watching nearby, smiled elegantly without saying a word. She had accompanied him to buy the coffee, so she knew it was for himself. After distributing the gifts, Joshan pushed Xiaojia, the birthday boy, to the podium, while he quietly retreated behind the crowd. As everyone sang the birthday song, Xiaojia smiled brightly and made a wish. Just as he bent down to blow out the candles, Wu quickly grabbed a handful of cake and unexpectedly smeared it on Xiaojia's handsome face. But before Wu could laugh, and Jai retaliated by smearing a piece of cake on his face, avenging the earlier mockery. Wu angrily took off his sunglasses, only to have another cake suddenly smeared on his face, covering his delicate features with cream. He wiped it off in annoyance, only to see Yi Zhengdao cheerfully smear another piece onto his face, and even Panda threw a piece at his hair. This father-and-son duo seemed to be seeking revenge for the earlier teasing. Since you're all ganging up on me, prepare yourselves for a cake assault. Wu grabbed a large piece of cake in each hand and gleefully threw them at Jai, and Yi Zhengdao turning them into cream-covered people. Seeing the 3 humans and 1 bear having so much fun, Xiao Jie and Juru Xiaozi joined the fray, officially starting a chaotic cake battle. Outside the classroom, Joshan Si and Mingming leaned against the wall in tacit understanding, quietly savoring cake smiles on their lips as they listened to the laughter inside. That evening, in the small courtyard in front of the dormitory. "See, you bastard who forgets friends for a beautiful woman. You locked us in the classroom for a cake fight while you and Miss Mingming watched from outside. And Jia, you're a bastard too, and ingrate. Your crime is even worse than sis. You teamed up with outsiders to smear cake on my face." Wu Tiaowu, wearing a Patrick Star pajama, sat on a stone chair and complained indignantly. He didn't mind the cake fight, but the problem was that everyone had ganged up on him as if he had incurred their wrath, and they were taking revenge. Xiao Jia, wearing a Squidward pajama, said with a teasing smile, "Who told you to make everyone angry? If I helped you, it would mean him going against the crowd." Wu Tiaowu jumped up furious and thrust his face close to Xiao Jia, saying, "You traitor! You have the nerve to side with outsiders." Then he looked pitifully at Joshan Si, who was sipping coffee and watching the drama. "They're all bullying me. What do you say, you who forgets friends for a beautiful woman?" Joshan Si, who was drinking coffee, choked a little and gave Wu Tiaowu a speechless look, thinking, "Who's bullying whom? Don't you know?" But considering his fragile ego, he patiently comforted him. "Next time it's your birthday, we'll help you get back at them." That's right. Next birthday, we'll take revenge for you." Xiao Jia chimed in agreement. Hearing the gentle reassurance from his 2 close friends, Wu suddenly brightened. He cheerfully sat back on the stone chair, crossed his legs, and began drinking sweet milk. Joshan Si and Xiao Jia exchanged a glance and secretly laughed behind Wu Tiao's back. After a sly smile, Joshan Si took out 6 small black balls from his bulging pocket. The cursed aura emanating from them made the 2 close friends turn serious. Joshan Si placed them in front of Xiao Jia one by one, explaining under his uncertain gaze, "These small spheres contain 6 living first-level cursed spirits sealed within. This is the result of my mission yesterday, and also my first birthday gift for you. I hope you like it, Jia." Xiao Jia's expression shifted from uncertainty to surprise, his eyes filled with emotion, feeling at a loss as to how to express his inner joy. Wu Tiaowu pouted in envy, gulping down sweet milk. From the moment Si stepped into the classroom that morning, he sensed the powerful cursed aura surrounding Si, but he didn't ask due to the cake battle that followed. Xiao Jia, touched to the point of being at a loss for words, took the initiative to hug Joshan Si, expressing his gratitude simply. With a gentle embrace, Xiao Jia excitedly used a technique to transform the black small balls into black and yellow spheres, the black substance dissipating into the air. After a month of intensive training and diligent study at the advanced school, he could now effortlessly absorb first-level cursed spirits and utilize them. As his 2 close friends looked on curiously, Xiao Jia tilted his head back and opened his mouth, swallowing the 6 cursed spirits, the taste reminiscent of a dirty rag, making him retch. Wu Tiaowu patted his back, helping to ease his retching, while curiously asking, "What does the cursed spirit taste like? Is it sweet?" "Cursed spirits aren't sweets. How could they possibly be sweet?" Xiao Jia shot Wu Tiaowu an annoyed glance, then reminisced, "They smell terrible, like eating a cloth that has been used to clean up vomit and waste." "Oh, it's not sweet at all." Wu Tiaowu immediately lost interest, regretfully sipping his sweet milk. Joshan Si rolled his eyes in silence, seeing Wu Tiao's expression. It seemed that if Xiao Jia had said it was sweet, he might have been tempted to try it. Thinking carefully, he realized that his taste was quite different from theirs. He was more of a bitter food enthusiast, drinking bitter coffee at breakfast, lunch, and dinner. He had to pair meals with some bitter melon sauce, otherwise it felt uncomfortable to eat. Joshan Si thought this way and couldn't help but take a sip of his bitter coffee. Once Xiao Jia recovered from his retching, Joshan Si took out a small notebook he had been sitting on and pushed it in front of Xiao Jia. "What is this?" Xiao Jia paused, slightly looking at it with some suspicion as he flipped through it. Upon seeing the neatly written content, his pupils dilated in surprise. "What? It's just a book. Why the surprise?" Wu Tiaowu, lacking interest, leaned over, but when he saw the contents inside, his 6 eyes behind his sunglasses widened, just like Xiao Jia's. After a few seconds, Wu Tiaowu mechanically turned to Joshan Si and asked incredulously, "Are you sure the cultivation methods written here will work?" "Yes, the offensive techniques written there have been modified by me," Joshan Si replied, slowly extending his right. His long fingers slightly bent, gathering a swirling red cursed energy sphere, the energy swirling like a ticking time bomb. Wu Tiaowu and Xiao Jia opened their eyes wide, their gazes intensely fixated on the sphere, as if they were staring at a breathtaking beauty laid bare before them. To let them see its power clearly, Joshan Si raised his hand and struck the stone table, the crisp sound of impact ringing out as the hard stone table was easily penetrated. The hole emitting wisps of smoke left Wu Tiaowu and Xiao Jia dumbfounded. At that moment, they no longer harbored doubts and eagerly vied for the notebook, wanting to learn the powerful cursed energy version of the spiral sphere. As long as they learned it, they would definitely have the upper hand in close combat, suddenly changing moves, while throwing punches, the spiral sphere's explosive power hitting the face. Wouldn't that be deadly? Joshansi took a gentle sip of coffee, his gaze soft as he watched his friends compete with each other. He thought to himself that if they learned more, it would provide them with more means to survive in the future. The next year must bring a turning point for Jia. The Huanyu chapter must lead to a perfect ending. This was both a regret and a hope that his friends wouldn't walk down a radical path. As the saying goes, they entered the advanced school together, so they must graduate together. See, sometimes I can't help but admire your imaginative ideas. Saying you're a master based on your ability to create from manga wouldn't be an exaggeration. Sayu Jia sincerely exclaimed, deeply envious of his friend's talent for development. That's right, Jia is absolutely right, but we will catch up to you. The proud Wu Tiaowu nodded in agreement. Since encountering this monster at the advanced school, the two had been beaten to the point of being battered. He used to boast that he was the strongest, but now standing in front of Joshansi, he was nothing but a joke. They no longer had the face to claim to be the strongest. All that remained was the motivation to catch up to Joshansi. Joshansi chuckled silently, thinking to himself that he was no master. He merely possessed the luck of having the Huanyu, without which he would be nothing. Knowing his friend's low-key personality, the two didn't continue to shower him with compliments. See, Wu Tiaowu suddenly leaned closer to Joshansi, excitedly asking, since there's the spiral sphere, does that mean there's a spiral shuriken later? Joshansi shook his head and said, developing the spiral sphere is already my limit, while the spiral shuriken requires a change in attributes. Cursed energy is singular. It's not like the chakra from the manga that can change forms, so there's no way to add wind attribute chakra to the spiral sphere. Oh really? I thought I could play with the spiral shuriken. Wu Tiaowu drooped his head, regrettably leaning on his side. Joshansi could only rise and leave feeling helpless. Wu's idea was good, but cursed energy lacked attributes, making it difficult to integrate the cutting power of wind. Although he could develop the spiral sphere, it was achieved by precisely controlling cursed energy, and it was ultimately only similar in form to that in the manga. 10 days later. Vacation time always passes in an instant. Joshansi once again teamed up with Ming Ming to take on a mission from the headquarters, working diligently to exorcise and earn money. Despite all the money going into Ming Ming's pocket. Outside Sendai, a black business car stopped at the foot of a mountain overgrown with grass and trees. Joshansi and Ming Ming pushed the door open, hurrying up the mountain with investigation materials. On the way, Ming Ming frowned slightly as she checked the investigation materials. The 10 missing adventurers indicated that there was a curse on the mountain. What puzzled her was the bodies of the adventurers, which were particularly well preserved, as if the rescue team had found them at the bottom of a cliff. If it was caused by cursed spirits, then the adventurers should have died in a state of dismemberment. How could cursed spirits be so merciful as to leave behind bodies? It was also notably described that the faces of the dead adventurers bore an almost serene smile, as if they had obtained what they desired before dying. Ming Ming closed the materials, murmuring, "It feels like euthanasia. Could there be a special cursed spirit with a domain on the mountain?" Thinking of this, Ming Ming cast a serious look at Joshansi, saying, "This mission feels a bit strange. I'm afraid it might be a special cursed spirit." Joshansi shook his head nonchalantly, confidently stating, "It's fine, I believe I can exorcise it." Such confidence made Ming Ming's unease dissipate a bit. Since the junior could easily exorcise first-level cursed spirits, surely he could handle a special level too. Since the junior isn't afraid, how could she as a senior be timid? If they couldn't defeat it, she could always secretly run away with the junior. She smiled gracefully, hands behind her back, walking alongside Joshansi in the woods. After walking together for a few minutes, the two arrived at a deserted mountainside. Supporting her slender waist, Ming Ming gazed at the distant shrine built on the cliff's edge. Weathered by wind and sun, it appeared dilapidated. When she sensed the intense curse emanating from within, her faint, elegant smile gradually faded. "Junior, the curse emanating from the shrine is extremely strong. The strongest I've ever encountered. Are you sure you can exorcise it?" Ming Ming's expression turned solemn as she took off the box from her back and retrieved a cursed tool, a long axe that was particularly incongruous with her elegant demeanor. Upon hearing this, Joshansi withdrew his gaze and said with his usual confidence, "I can handle it. From what I can sense, it's only a special first-grade imaginary cursed spirit. Compared to the special grade I encountered before entering Jujutsu High, it seems rather weak." "You've exorcised a special grade cursed spirit." This casually revealed information shocked Ming Ming. Her beautiful eyes, which usually only showed ripples at the sight of money, now stared at Joshansi as if he were a monster. As everyone knew, the Jujutsu High records listed 16 special grade cursed spirits, each possessing the terrifying power to annihilate the entire Sakura country. And this junior had exorcised one before even entering Jujutsu High. Just how monstrous was he? Joshansi said modestly, "It was just luck. I paid a heavy price during the exorcism. My body suffered severe injuries." Injured my ass, he thought. It was just a bit of cursed energy consumption. But that was just his inner thought. If he said it out loud, it would surely scare Senior Mingming to death. Mingming stared at him deeply for a long while before finally regaining her composure and saying, "You're a monster. I, your senior, am really feeling discouraged." For a moment, she didn't want to be partners with this junior anymore. It was too demoralizing. She had trained her physical techniques hard, struggling to squeeze into the rank of second-grade sorcerer. Who would have thought that this junior, before even entering Jujutsu High, had already exorcised a special-grade cursed spirit that she herself would avoid at all costs? How was she supposed to enjoy playing like this? Joshansi said helplessly, "Then deduct 100 million from my reward." Hearing this, the discouraged Mingming instantly revived. A smile bloomed on her face. "I, your senior, like this kind of genius junior. Not only are you strong, but you're also so diligent and hardworking. It's a pity that I'm graduating this year, otherwise I'd definitely continue being your partner, continue to easily exorcise curses, and continue to make easy money." She said all these nice things, but her inner thoughts were completely different. No one in their right mind would want to be your partner. "You're so discouraging that I don't even want to be a sorcerer anymore." Joshansi let all these praises go in one ear and out the other. He knew that Senior Mingming's words were just for show. If he took them seriously, he might end up being sold without knowing it. But seeing that his senior wouldn't stop talking about money, Joshansi had no choice but to take her by the wrist and lead her toward the shrine. If they delayed any longer, it would be dark. As they walked, Mingming suppressed her money-obsessed nature and tightened her grip on the long axe-cursed tool, her expression unusually cautious and solemn. However, when they stepped onto the creaking wooden stairs, Mingming suddenly halted, then broke free from his grasp and rushed toward the cliff with extreme agitation. Fortunately, Joshansi noticed in time and quickly reached out to grab her, stopping his senior's inexplicable impulse to jump off the cliff. "Junior, don't hold me back. There's so much money over there, piles and piles of it. If I pick it up, we'll be rich." Mingming struggled violently to free herself from Joshansi's grip, even going so far as to strike his chest with the flat of the axe blade, mustering all her strength to jump off the cliff. Joshansi's chest stung from the blows, but to stop her he had no choice but to knock Senior Mingming unconscious with a single palm strike. Joshansi silently apologized, then gently wrapped his arm around Senior Mingming's slender waist and helped her to an open space nearby. Senior Mingming smelled wonderful, a light, fresh fragrance that matched her ever-elegant demeanor. After settling her down, Joshansi began to observe the shrine before him. From the moment she stepped onto the wooden stairs, Senior Mingming seemed to have become a different person. If he wasn't mistaken, she had likely fallen into the cursed spirit's domain. However, his perception detected no barrier of an extended domain around them, so this was likely a simple domain that forcibly manipulated desires. Joshansi smiled faintly. "That's a reasonable guess. After all, most imaginary cursed spirits are based on well-known demons and monsters. Damned human, why doesn't my simple domain affect you? Don't you have any human desires?" At that moment, a hoarse, questioning voice suddenly rang out from within the shrine, its spine-chilling tone filled with anger and confusion. "Why should I have desires?" Joshansi calmly countered, his tone indifferent. "I was born into the richest family in the country. I lack nothing materially. In fact, I have so much money it's a problem to spend it all. And as for friendship, I have 2 close friends. Love is also quietly approaching. My life is already perfect. What desires do you think I still have? You damned human. Don't you wish for immortality and undying soul, and to be the supreme ruler of heaven and earth?" The hoarse, eerie voice within the shrine was furious to the extreme, as if it could tear the roof off the next second. Joshansi pondered for a moment, then smiled. "Sorry, but I already have an imperishable body and an undying soul. I have everything you mentioned." "Impossible. Desireless humans deserve to die. Die, all of you. You are the greatest parasite of the world. Die." The dilapidated wooden door burst open, and a small goblin-like cursed spirit rushed forward with incredible speed, appearing before Joshansi in the blink of an eye. "Why not use ranged magical attacks? My physical techniques are unmatched." Joshansi raised his right leg high and delivered a whip-like kick to the cursed spirit's abdomen, knocking the saliva out of its mouth. In one exchange, he sent the special first-grade cursed spirit flying back into the shrine. The dilapidated shrine collapsed with a crash from that single kick. Joshansi took off his coat, slowly turned sideways, and crouched low, muttering, "Don't blink." What follows is the moment of the god's descent. Boom. A massive surge of cursed energy erupted from Joshansi's crouching form. The red ascending cursed energy shot up into the sky like a waterfall. Joshansi's feet left the ground, and his slender body slowly rose into the air. His jet black hair turned snow white and black patterns emerged on his exposed torso, breaking out of the cocoon dancing like a butterfly. A celestial voice indistinguishable in gender emanated from Joshan's mouth. He hovered coldly in midair, gazing down at the smoke-shrouded ruins like a god. Apart from the cross earring on his left ear, everything else resembled a replica of Orochi. Damned human. The special first-grade cursed spirit crawled out of the ruins and charged at Joshan in a frenzy, its long, thick fingers aiming straight for his vulnerable throat. Joshan remained unfazed. With a gentle sweep of his right foot, a beautiful red crescent appeared, slicing the cursed spirit into several pieces. Single-handed illumination. Joshan, in a gesture of supreme dominance, pointed one hand toward the sky. The entire mountainside was enveloped in pure, flawless light, and the cursed spirit's remains were annihilated. As the curse energy dissipated, Joshan slowly returned to his original appearance. This was the first time he had used Orochi's void technique in the outside world. Although his appearance had changed drastically, it was just a change of hair color and some body paint, not a substitution by the king of fighters Orochi to fight in his place. The ability to slice the cursed spirit into pieces in an instant was all thanks to the void cursed energy wrapped around his foot. What is void? The ability to manipulate spatial black holes that will teleport, control light and gravity that annihilate everything, dominate souls, and create pillars of cursed energy. I wonder if Hatoyama Tsukasa can withstand my soul extraction and sunlight illumination. Joshan murmured with a smile. Then he put on his coat from the ground, carried Senior Mingming, who was muttering in her sleep, and left this cursed place. Along the dense forest mountain path, cicadas chirped incessantly. Bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, Joshan slowly ascended the stone steps, carrying a beautiful woman on his back. Along the dense forest mountain path, cicadas chirped incessantly. Bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, Joshan slowly ascended the stone step. As Joshan climbed step after step, losing count of them, the woman on his back gradually awoke. She looked around with sleepy eyes. Realizing it was the path descending the mountain, she nestled comfortably against her junior's broad back, closed her eyes again, and drowsily recalled the events at the shrine. Faintly, she remembered stepping onto the wooden stairs when her mind became utterly chaotic and the desires deep within her heart were magnified by an invisible force. Then she saw a mountain of banknotes covering every inch of the shrine. Her consciousness fading, she followed her impulse to hurl herself into the pile of money. Recalling how she couldn't be held back despite her embarrassment, Mingming felt a headache coming on. She had thoroughly tossed aside any semblance of dignity as a senior. In truth, she couldn't really be blamed. The fault lay in her overwhelming love for money, her utter lack of resistance to it. That was why she had fallen prey to a special grade cursed spirit. Ordinary people might not resist the temptation of desire, but for a sorcerer who could control negative emotions, at least they could hold firm for a few minutes. Mingming asked dejectedly, "Little Junior, do you think your senior is weak, falling for such a petty trick of desire?" "Not at all. I don't think you're weak. On the contrary, I find you incredibly strong, at least in my eye." Joshan spoke earnestly, then added, "Everyone says a sorcerer has their specialty. Senior just happened to be caught off guard. I believe if you encounter it again, you'll exorcise it effortlessly." Mingming was momentarily stunned, then a radiant smile bloomed on her face as she lifted her head. Her beautiful eyes narrowed like those of a sly fox as she leaned close to Joshan's cheek. "Little Junior, are you interested in your senior?" The delicate ears hidden beneath Joshan's hair quickly reddened. He feigned composure, saying, "No, I just didn't want to see you so downcast." "Is that so?" Mingming glanced at his reddened ears and said teasingly, "Better not be, because dating your senior comes at a steep price." His red pupils shifted subtly as Joshan silently etched those words into his memory. "By the way," Mingming suddenly recalled something, grinning slyly, "carrying me without my permission. That's going to cost you. This is the first time a man has carried me, so the price might be high. Considering you had a reason, I'll reluctantly deduct 50 million from you. And at the shrine you held my hand and wrist. Since it's not your first time, I'll give you a discount, 100 million. After deducting 150 million, you still have 700 million left in my account. And when we were climbing, you said you'd deduct 100 million. So for this exorcism mission, you get no reward. The entire 150 million goes to your senior." "Senior Mingming, you're being too harsh." Joshan's mouth twitched. If his father far away found out, he'd definitely whip out his 7-stripe belt and teach him a harsh lesson. 300 million vanished in the blink of an eye. If he squandered that on the Kabukicho strip, he might even taste countless fresh experiences. "You say your senior is harsh." Mingming's face turned dangerous. She pouted and thrust her jade-like face in front of Joshan. "Your senior has been taken advantage of by your hands all this time." "Who's the harsh one?" Joshan's lips quivered, and he said pitifully, "Senior, don't deduct that 100 million. He'll let you touch my hand instead. No way. Mingming refused without a second thought. She had finally found a chance to deduct money. If she didn't take full advantage, it would be a waste of this hard-earned opportunity. Joshan sighed softly. It seems I'll have to ask the higher-ups for a new partner tomorrow. Preferably Senior Jji. Her technique can enhance the power of our techniques. Hearing this, Mingming's triumphant expression instantly soured. If her junior ran off, wouldn't her previous hard life return? Frustrated, she pinched Joshan's neck from his back, showing a rare girlish side. Give me your hand. I want to get back what you've taken. Joshan smiled knowingly and extended his right hand, which had been supporting her hip. Mingming shot a displeased glare at the slender fingers offered, then held them half-heartedly. After a few seconds, she gracefully let go. A ripple stirred within Joshan. Without a word, he carried his senior down the mountain. He longed to ask her why she didn't just get off, but feared the question would forfeit this closeness. 3 days later, dark circles under his eyes, Joshan stumbled out of the Jujutsu High School dormitory, drowsy and barely awake in his casual clothes. Over these 3 days, Joshan had been constantly undertaking first and second grade exorcism missions, single-handedly suppressing the burgeoning curse. This feat brought the casualties among sorcerers from the two schools to zero. Seizing the opportunity, Joshan applied for a 15-day leave from Teacher Yi. His reason? He wanted to go home and visit his family and elders. Yi Jingdao approved the leave without hesitation. Of course, these 15 days weren't entirely for idle pursuits. The aftereffects of the void technique had set in, and he needed to go home and sleep it off. He didn't tell his two close friends about falling into a deep slumber due to the aftereffects. One, because he didn't want them to worry, two, because he preferred to bear the burden alone. While his friends were in class, Joshan sneaked away. Joshan Manor. Fighting off the urge to sleep, Joshan chatted with his parents about his daily life at school over the past month and a half, then enjoyed a family reunion dinner. When night fell, he deployed the dark treasury and sunlight shower across the entire manor, just in case a certain forehead-stitched pest tried to raid his home while he slept. But to be thorough, he used the dark manipulation technique to create 2 clones, each at half his full power, and had them guard the manor in secret. Considering the stitched pest had a domain expansion, he also used the void technique to construct a spatial barrier over the manor, preventing anyone with cursed energy from entering. Once everything was set, Joshan pulled the covers over himself and began his deep sleep. 15 days later, on the soft bed, Joshan slowly opened his eyes. The sudden awakening startled a maid who was wiping near him. Without a moment's hesitation, the maid hurriedly clutched her small basin and dashed out of the room. Joshan stared blankly at the ceiling for a few seconds, then sat up as if it were routine. His entire skeleton cracked and popped, and power surged through his body. Joshan clenched his fist, gazing at the bulging muscles on his arm. He murmured to himself, "My physique seems to have reached Fuhai Shinner's level." His ears twitched slightly. Without reinforcing with cursed energy, relying solely on his hearing, he distinctly heard a series of hurried footsteps downstairs. Warmth flooded Joshan's heart. Such urgent footsteps could only belong to family members who were worried about him. Sure enough, a worried figure appeared at the door. Joshan Miling's red eyes glistened. Her elegant face first bore an unshakable look of worry, then turned into heartache. Finally, she walked into the room and embraced Joshan. This old ailment of Sis had always persisted. He would fall into deep sleep every month. As a family member, she was perpetually trapped in fear and anxiety. Embarrassed, Joshan pulled the quilt up to cover his body. If a certain someone saw him like this, they'd inevitably launch into a long lecture. How annoying. Joshan Miling noticed this small gesture and smiled affectionately. The stickler for rules isn't back yet. You don't need to cover up. Joshan's handsome face reddened as he chuckled sheepishly. Still, I should keep some decency. Joshan Miling covered her mouth with a light laugh, unfazed. You've grown up, but I've raised you since you were little. What's there to be shy about? That was all when I was a child. Why do you still bring it up? Joshan lowered his head in embarrassment, so mortified he could have dug a 3-bedroom apartment out of the floor. All right. Mother will try to restrain herself from mentioning it from now on. Right now, with her garrulous tongue, she inadvertently brought up Sis' embarrassing past. Joshan Miling teased with a smile, her maternal affection overflowing as she ruffled her son's hair, unable to resist shaping it into various Super Saiyan hairstyles. Her dignified and elegant demeanor completely vanished before her son. Now that her son was only 15 with 3 years until adulthood, not creating enough embarrassing memories would deprive him of the joy of childhood. Joshan rolled his eyes slightly, then curled his lips upward and pressed his cheek against his mother's abdomen, quietly listening to her endless chatter. After a moment of tenderness, Joshan Miling left with a beaming smile, accompanied by a maid. Though she wished to talk more, the child ultimately needed his personal space. With a Super Saiyan hairstyle, Joshan opened the long-forgotten panel to check if the aftereffects of the void technique had been alleviated a bit. Named Joshan Gender look down yourself. Age 15. Curse power 1/2 Ninetales. Technique dark manipulation serpent of nothingness 14. Domain under comprehension. Special ability mystic eyes of death perception. Special item perfect Hogyoku no self-awareness. Skills close quarter ancient combat, transcendent knife, use transcendent, /Hogyoku original curse pressure, Hogyoku original. Joshansi waved his hand lightly dismissing the entirely red panel, then stroked his chin and thought about the subtle changes on the panel. A month has 31 days, while half a month is 15. 5 days. This time the slumber changed from the original 15. 5 days to 14 days, indicating that the Hogyoku had secretly helped him eliminate one. 5 days. Judging by the current speed, the after effects should be completely removed before the plot arrives, allowing him to reach his true peak. Of course, eliminating a bit of the after effects was a joy, after all who liked lying motionless in bed for 10 to 20 days at a time. If the above was a delight, then the Hogyoku helping him break through the physical barrier and increase the total curse power. Wasn't that a tremendous grace? With his current body and curse power, he could almost be called the curse power version of the heavenly and tyrant. He believed that with the Hogyaku's help achieving a saintly body in the future was no problem. Having thought this far, Joshansi said, with meaningful implication, "It seems I need to find a time to let Jie and Wu adapt to the tyrant's intensity in advance." With that he stroked his chin again and murmured, "Next I will focus on extreme reversal and domain. Without a domain I cannot be called a special grade. Moreover, I really want to see what the endpoint of dark manipulation is, whether it is the so-called salvation of mankind or the destruction that shrouds the world." The next day, in the training ground, Xiaoyojia sat on the stone steps with a handsome face full of worry frowning as he anxiously watched teacher Yi and Wu sparring. Beside him, Juru Xiaozi sat lazily playing on her phone as usual, even shifting her position to move away from Xiaoyojia, who seemed to be in a mood. Juru Xiaozi put down her phone, lazily sucking on a candy as she glanced at Xiaoyojia, who was biting his finger with a worried expression. Ever since that quiet guy went home, Xiaoyojia had been acting strangely, his face either filled with resentment or muttering to himself. Indeed, Xiaoyuji's reaction was entirely normal. Wu Tiawu relied on Xiaoyojia, and Xiaoyojia relied on Joshansi. The bond between these three was strange, yet inexplicably enviable. "So you're all here. I was originally going to look for you in the classroom." A long-absent calm voice came from behind like a depth charge. The four, each doing their own thing, were startled upon hearing this, then turned around with extraordinary surprise to see a tall, slender man with hair fluttering in the breeze appearing in their sight. Xiaoyuji's worried expression vanished, and he ran over with a genuine smile, then jumped up to lock the man in a headlock. "You bastard finally remembered to come back to the school. Look at you, all rosy-cheeked and well-fed. You must have had a great time these 15 days, huh?" Xiaoyojia laughed and cursed as he ruffled the newcomer's black hair, rubbing non-stop left and right until it became a mess of a bird's nest before stopping. With the messy comical hairstyle, Joshansi said sheepishly, "Having exorcised so many curses for the school, I needed some rest." Xiaoyojia naturally knew what his best friend had done and didn't continue to press him, warmly welcoming him with a big hug that highlighted their height difference. Then chuckling, he brought Joshansi to the three who had been waiting. Before Joshansi could greet them, the lively Wu Tiawu swiftly snatched the 2 large bags from his hands. Upon opening them, Wu Tiao's 6 eyes shone brightly behind his sunglasses, revealing a newly released family bucket and a pile of sickeningly sweet desserts. He wiped his drool and looked at Joshansi with an air of righteousness. "For the sake of these desserts, I'll make an exception and forgive you for leaving without saying goodbye." With that, his sweet tooth took over, and he cheerfully began eating the still warm egg tarts 2 at a time, 4 in 2 bites, unable to stop. Joshansi looked away, unable to bear the sight, gave a slight bow to Yi Jingdao, who wore a faint smile, then nodded in greeting to Juru Xiaozi with an equal gaze. The former patted Joshansi's chest with relief, while the latter waved lazily. Needless to say, the 1 teacher and 4 students then sat in a circle on the grass, enjoying the family bucket. After an hour of eating and chatting, only Joshansi and Yi Jingdao remained in the field. During the casual conversation with his teacher, Joshansi learned about what had happened over the past 15 days. After the last suppression, except for the appearance of weaker grade 3 and grade 4 cursed spirits, grade 1 and grade 2 ones rarely emerged. As for special grades, they were even rarer, not like the future where special grades were everywhere. Relatively speaking, the Jujutsu world was currently very peaceful. Peaceful as it was, some subtle changes had occurred regarding himself. Namely, when Wu took Jie home, they inadvertently revealed curse pressure and the Rasengan. Because of these 2 techniques, people in the Jujutsu world were eyeing him covetously. Being able to use powerful abilities without a technique, who wouldn't be tempted? But due to his special grade status and the immense power he had shown in suppressing cursed spirits, they dared not make a move. Even the foolish knew that a special grade sorcerer was a nation-destroying force. Joshansi, with oil on his lips and his mouth full, looked at the serious-faced teacher Yi and said, "I knew this day would come, but what is a jujitsu professor?" Yi Zhengdao explained calmly. "That's the honorific given to you by outside sorcerers and curse users because you are creating a unique path." Joshansi smiled calmly. "For two small techniques, they heap such high praise. If I create something world-shattering, then should they call me God?" Yi Zhengdao frowned his thick brows and warned, "You should beware of those petty people. You can't keep grinning about this. I know, but compared to me, it seems you teacher are in more danger. If the higher-ups find out about the cursed corpse behind you." Joshansi chewed his food with his mouth full, not continuing, and looked meaningfully at the shy little panda peeking from behind the teacher. Yi Zhengdao was speechless, then affectionately rubbed Panda's head. After a moment, he changed the subject. "Later you will accompany me to meet the higher-ups. I heard they have prepared a reward for your exorcism of curses." Joshansi nodded slightly, then picked up a chicken leg and handed it to Panda. The little panda shyly withdrew its head and said thanks. Noon. At the Kyoto Prefectural School of Jujutsu, in a residence almost identical to that of a high school, Yi Izengdo humorously guided his beloved disciple. On the way, Yi Izengdo suddenly spoke. "See, the place we are heading to is a jujutsu educational institution other than the Tokyo High School. The Kyoto High School was established a few years earlier than the one in Tokyo, and the higher-ups primarily operate from here with rules that are also stricter than those in Tokyo." Jiyoyamashi nodded slightly and asked casually, "Teacher Yi, I've heard that there are many conservative old men in Kyoto, right?" Hearing this, Yi Izengdo couldn't help but smile wryly, his thick lips curling upwards. "Indeed, there are quite a few conservative old men, and the most prominent among them is the principal. You might encounter them later, especially since the little gadget you developed has already broken the limitations of relying on techniques." Jiyoyamashi was not too concerned about following his teacher. He thought of them as a group of unambitious elders, and he wouldn't mind putting them in their place. As he led him through winding paths, they arrived at a pavilion by a small flowing stream. Jiyoyamashi looked at the doorless pavilion with curiosity and sensed the shadow of a simple teleportation technique beneath his feet. With a faint smile, Jiyoyamashi turned to Yi Izengdo and said, "There's a taste of boundless energy beneath my feet. Is this simple technique from the Wujiao family?" Yi Izengdo nodded slightly and explained, "To avoid unnecessary disturbances, the higher-ups commissioned the Wujiao family to set up a teleportation technique in this pavilion. The principle involves using the technique's attraction of the simple tsang to teleport people over short distance. Though it's a simple teleportation technique and can't compare to Wudong's ability to reach several hundred meters, it can easily transport someone to the third floor of the pavilion." After saying this, Yi Izengdo got serious. "The teacher will wait for you here. You can step up and the technique will teleport you to the higher-ups." "All right." Jiyoyamashi stepped forward, and as his figure stabilized, the technique beneath his feet lit up, and with a whoosh he disappeared from his spot. Inside the highest pavilion, as the simple teleportation technique activated, Jiyoyamashi's figure appeared with a whoosh in a dimly lit room. With a calm expression, Jiyoyamashi surveyed the 6 purple wood screens surrounding him, making a graceful bow that was both noble and dignified. The 6 people behind the screens were taken aback at first, but then an unprecedented wave of surprise and excitement surged through them. Despite their high status and authority to direct the lower-level sorcerers, they dared not utter a word against a powerhouse. Take Jojo Yuki, who was messing around abroad. These 6 dared to feel anger, but could only express their discontent by withholding salaries. Let alone the 3 ancient families with 1,000 years of heritage showing a bad attitude was common. Each time they commissioned a task, it was always a significant financial burden. Now, with a special jujutsu master who could rival Jojo Yuki showing them respect, how could they not feel joy in their hearts? Cough, cough, cough. Jiyoyamashi, the special jujutsu master, truly lives up to his noble lineage. Your etiquette is outstanding, making us 6 feel honored. From behind the screen, a voice full of age and warmth spoke, and the other 5 higher-ups echoed with smiles. Jiyoyamashi, calm and collected, looked at the screen and replied nonchalantly, "You 6 are my seniors, so it is only right for a junior to pay their respects." Though he disliked dealing with the higher-ups, he understood the importance of etiquette as he represented the Jiyoyamashi family's reputation. The 6 felt elated, their gazes filled with gentle admiration through the screens, thinking that the Jiyoyamashi family, known for producing powerful ministers, truly deserved their reputation. Compared to that scoundrel who spat out nonsense, he was far superior. "Bring out the rewards prepared for special jujutsu master Jiyoyamashi." The elder facing the screen knew Jiyoyamashi wasn't fond of talking, so he promptly ordered the 3 people standing behind him with a strong voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 individuals holding a tray stepped out from behind the elder, presenting the tray with utmost respect to Jiyoyamashi. Jioyamashi glanced at them, faintly feeling a tremor from their souls surge up, causing their hands holding the tray to shake uncontrollably. After simply observing for a few seconds, Jioyamashi turned his gaze to the rewards on the tray. The strength of these three was too weak. All were second-level Jujutsu sorcerers. Upon seeing that the trays were filled with stacks of yen, Jioyamashi couldn't help but feel deeply bored. If it were Minming Senpai, he might be excited enough to laugh out loud, but for him money was just a source of numbness. However, when he saw the last item, his calm red eyes rarely showed a hint of fluctuation. On the tray lay an oval-handled Sakura-style katana. Even though it was still in its sheath, one could still sense its sharp aura. The elder behind the screen, who had been paying attention to Jioyamashi's subtle expressions, felt pleased at the sight of his reaction. He quickly explained, "This sword before you is a special Jujutsu tool, one of the legendary 3 Kicho, the original version." Original Kicho? Jioyamashi's tone gradually elevated and his gaze towards the sword became increasingly fervent. The legends of Kicho, whether in anime or reality, could only be described as miraculous, for it was it. The elder stroked his beard with pride, saying, "You may have heard many bad tales about it, but in reality it is not as sinister as people believe. Its ability to slay its master ultimately stems from being used by someone without Jujutsu energy, which naturally leads to it draining the user's spiritual energy. Of course, if one lacks powerful Jujutsu energy as a foundation, they too will be drained. To prevent it from leaking to the outside world, it has always been sealed in the forbidden storehouse. Until..." The elder paused, sighing. "Until the appearance of special Jujutsu Master Jioyamashi, I knew this demon sword had awaited a new master. Even a half-baked sorcerer like me can sense the surging Jujutsu energy within you, let alone a demon sword that feeds on that energy." Jioyamashi reluctantly withdrew his gaze with curiosity, asking, "Since this is a special Jujutsu tool, what effect does it have?" The elder behind the screen smiled mysteriously, stroking his beard as he replied, "It has the ability to slay Shikigami with a single strike and forcibly break barriers." Startled, Jioyamashi's gaze towards Kicho seemed to view an exquisite treasure. This was not merely a special Jujutsu tool. Could it not be a divine artifact left behind in the world? The effect was even more astonishing than the reversal technique of the 10 reverse spear. As is well known, closed domains are constructed with barriers, and having Kicho would mean one could destroy them at will. And with the ability to slay Shikigami in one strike, the future of Emo-Shulu. It was too much to contemplate. The more he suppressed it, the more excited Jioyamashi felt. Without further thought, he resolutely picked up the long-sealed sword. But just as he grasped it, an unexpected event occurred. He felt his Jujutsu energy uncontrollably surge towards Kicho, greedily devouring it, as if it had not been fed for a long time. "You like to eat, huh? Then I'll feed you to your fill, all at once." Jioyamashi's mouth curled into a wild grin as he unleashed his Jujutsu energy, causing the screens to fly away in the chaos, forcibly pouring it into the ominous blade. The frenzied surge of cursed energy was ceaselessly devoured by the geisha, the exquisite precision-targeted, cursed energy from the abyss intoxicating the demon blade until it exuded a tangible killing intent. With the folding screen removed, the true visages of the 6 high-ranking officials were exposed to the air. 3 men and 3 women, all of them elderly individuals of advanced years. Amidst the rampaging cursed energy and the murderous aura born of a mountain of corpses and seas of blood, the high-ranking officials instantly shrank together, in terror, their faces pale with fright, as they pressed against the pitch-black backdrop. As for the 3 second-grade sorcerers who had been presented as tribute, overwhelmed by the close-range assault of cursed energy and killing intent, they were stunned into unconsciousness, without any power to resist. Below the attic, 2 terrifying intertwined auras ravaged every corner of the mansion, causing all the students and teachers in Jingdu to rush over in frantic haste. Though the high-ranking officials were indolent and gluttonous, and some were even stubborn to the point of absurdity, if they were assassinated right under the eyes of Jingdu, where would the faculty and students place their faces? How could the Jujutsu world continue to exist? Yet as they approached the attic, they instantly regretted their decision. The 2 auras crushed them mercilessly, forcing their spines to bend little by little. "Yijingdao, why are you here? Who is up there now? If you dare to conceal the truth, the 2 schools will go to war." As everyone struggled to resist with their cursed energy, an angry, aged voice emanated from an old man who bore a striking resemblance to Commander-in-Chief Shan Ben. Yijingdao ignored him, his heart filled with deep worry as he used his cursed energy to resist the 2 auras. He regretted allowing his beloved disciple to come to Jingdu. "See, teacher begs you, don't do anything foolish." See had joined the Jujutsu High School at his invitation. If he were to become a despised curse user, his teacher would be consumed by guilt and regret for the rest of his life. In the attic above, the geisha's absorption of cursed energy slowed from its earlier frenzy, perhaps sated, gradually settling into tranquility. Jiushan retracted the rampaging, cursed energy, full of curiosity, as he held the blade horizontally before him, his gaze constantly tracing the sword's form, scrutinizing the demon blade up close. Overall, it appeared quite plain. Its length surpassed that of a samurai sword from the land of cherry blossoms, and it was somewhat straight, resembling a sword more than a blade. The slender blade was encased in a dark brown wooden scabbard with a pale yellow elliptical guard, all of which seemed remarkably understated. The hilt was oddly shaped, contrasting pale yellow and dark black. The dark black part bore two fine diagonal lines, while the pale yellow was clean and smooth. At the base of the pale yellow section hung an unremarkable small yellow ring. Clang! Jiushan drew the blade from its scabbard. The long, slightly curved body gleamed brightly, devoid of any ornamentation, so luminous it could clearly reflect one's face. With a smirk, Jiushan said fondly, "From now on you're with me. When I tire of playing with you, we'll go back to my..." Whether it was the legendary sentience of a famed blade, the long, gleaming body let out a mournful, resonant hum, as if to say, "What fun is a small knife compared to me?" Jiushan couldn't help but laugh as he sheathed the blade. The first-generation Guiche was indeed excellent, but with his mystic eyes of depth perception, a small knife, kept close to his body, would yield the greatest effect. In the future, this blade would be entrusted to the genius special-grade sorcerer, Iguyutai. Holding the Guiche in one hand, Jiushan looked apologetically at the disheveled room. The folding screen was shattered everywhere. Fortunately, the yen bills were neatly stacked. Picking them up one by one would take ages. As for the 6 high-ranking officials, they were wrapped in a dark substance in the corner of the wall. Given their weak strength, if he hadn't used his technique to protect them, they might have already been shaken into senility. As the substance dissipated, the high-ranking officials leaned against the wall, gasping for air, their eyes fixed on Jiushan with deep, lingering fear. The cursed energy had burst forth as if it cost nothing. If they hadn't weathered storms before, they might have lost control of their bladders on the spot. Jiushan said apologetically, "I got a bit carried away. Sorry, and I really like the blade. Thank you 6 seniors for your generosity." Seeing his honest apology, the 6 officials' lingering fear was replaced by a surge of vanity. Though pale-faced, they waved their hands, indicating it was nothing. The old man, who had been conversing all along, even feigned nonchalance, patting his chest and saying, "We were protected by your technique, perfectly safe. They say a precious blade befits a hero. That saying fits perfectly with special-grade sorcerer Jiushan. I believe the Guiche in your hands will surely earn renown far and wide." Yes, the great elder is right. It will surely earn renown far and wide." The other officials, still pale, forced smiles to echo the old man's words. Jiushan modestly offered no reply, silently, using his dark gravity to draw the scattered, stacked yen bills back into the box, hovering perfectly in midair. Ahem. The old man cleared his throat and said amiably, "Special-grade sorcerer Jiushan, each of the 2 boxes contains 1 billion yen. I know you are not short of money, but this is a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it." Jiushan remained silent, his blood-red eyes fixed on the officials, causing cold sweat to involuntarily trickle down their foreheads. The young man before them looked immature, perhaps even underage, but no one present dared to underestimate him. Those who did had likely already become exorcised curse reports. After a long pause, Jiushan slowly spoke, 2 billion is too much. As a minor, taking it would corrupt me. So we'll take 1 billion. The officials, inwardly anxious and tense, felt a surge of relief. As seasoned players, they understood the implication perfectly. Taking all would signify acceptance of the vile deeds committed by the officials, refusing all would indicate disapproval of those deeds. Taking half meant turning a blind eye. Sometimes communication between people is that simple. Place the important thing before them and see how they choose. Jiushan extended his right hand, and 1 box of yen fell from the air into his grasp. He certainly disliked the officials, but they were merely power-hungry and afraid of death. Compared to the Jujutsu world's self-preservation, lust for power, greed, nepotism, arrogance, conservatism, obstinacy, and the obliviousness of the mediocre, the officials were actually better. The Jujutsu world was already a medium-sized den of demons. Even if he killed these officials now, an even greedier batch would inevitably replace them. To achieve true change, the Jujutsu world would have to be bloodily overthrown. But he would leave that grand ambition to someone else. What he should care about was whether his future family and close friends would survive. All schemes and plots were insignificant before the power of strength. Thus, turning a blind eye and focusing on cultivation was the best course. As for this 1 billion, he would take it to Senior Mingming and make her happy. Carrying a case in one hand and the blade in the other, Jiushan said plainly in farewell, "Since the 6 officials are safe, this junior will take his leave now. Let us 6 see you off. The commotion you caused was rather large. I'm afraid these low-ranked sorcerers might provoke you." "All right, thank you." Jiushan did not refuse. He could sense a crowd of senior and fellow students gathered below the attic. Having the officials go down to explain was the best course. Otherwise, unleashing a curse pressure that equalized all would only deepen the misunderstanding. Whoosh! The scene shifted. A young man and 6 elders were teleported outside by the art. Seeing the others gasping on the ground, Joshan felt a sense of embarrassment. Seems I've gone too far. I deeply apologize for what happened in the attic. Creating such a commotion was not my intention. I ask for forgiveness from all teachers and senior students. To avoid collective opposition from the Kyoto faculty and students, Joshan took the initiative to bow deeply in apology. Without waiting for their response, he carried Teacher Yi and left. Behind him, Lancey Joshan reluctantly raised his hand, barely alive, as he tried to detain him. Don't go. Stay. Stay and explain. Before he could finish, a sudden dull blow descended from above, knocking him unconscious on the spot. This sudden scene left the others stunned, as the one who struck was none other than the displeased high-ranking elder. He said in displeasure, I barely managed to get him to turn a blind eye, but you Lancey go and act tough by insisting he stay and give you an explanation. When Lancey wakes up, inform him to come to the attic to explain to me. Now disperse. What kind of behavior is it for the entire school to gather here? The high-ranking elder's words left everyone with doubts, but they could only leave. The unconscious Lancey Joshan was carried to the logistics department at Tokyo Jujutsu High School. After a half-hour journey, Joshan returned to the school. Along the way, he also explained to Teacher Yi the cause of the attic incident. After hearing this, Teacher Yi's anxious heart relaxed. As his guide, he had truly feared that his beloved disciple would go down an extreme path. Although the current jujutsu world is corrupt and dark, as long as one protects ordinary people with a righteous heart, one will have no guilt at that time. Fortunately, nothing irreparable had happened to his beloved disciple. What occurred in the attic was merely a trivial matter of feeding a cursed sword with cursed energy. The first thing after returning to school was that Joshan hurriedly ran back to the dormitory, wanting to show off the Guiche sword in front of his 2 close friends. He thought the 2 would definitely feel envious and jealous upon learning the effect of Guiche. However, as things are unpredictable, the dormitory was empty of his friends. When he went to Kyoto, it seemed the teacher had given them a day off. Perhaps the 2 were now at some game arcade playing Street Fighter, or maybe Wu, unable to stay idle, had taken Jia to capture curses. Joshan looked at the Guiche in his hands, suddenly at a loss, murmuring, my close friends aren't here, so who can I share this with? Annoying. Suddenly, while troubled by having no one to share his joy, a graceful and beautiful slender figure involuntarily emerged in his mind. Joshan muttered in a daze, Senior Mingming. During my slumber, Senior Mingming had sent me an email. It seemed she asked if I was interested in taking on grade 3 or 4 cursed missions, but due to the after effects, I only replied after awakening 15 days later. After much deliberation, following his inner thoughts, Joshan left the dormitory with a smirk, carrying the Guiche sword and a cash box. On the way to the girls' dormitory, he inexplicably turned back and went to E2 canteen, buying from the window a limited portion of bok-cut tea that the senior liked. Just as he was about to enter the girls' dormitory, Joshan inexplicably stopped, standing at the entrance with a bewildered look, gazing at the long corridor. Because he didn't know which room Senior Mingming lived in, barging in and disturbing other senior students would disrupt their routine and be very disrespectful. Having been raised in a family with strict etiquette, he was not allowed to be so rude. With no other choice, Joshan turned around and headed to the logistics department of the school, intending to ask Juru Xiaozi if she knew. Little did he know that his departing back was witnessed by several crows circling in the sky. Inside the logistics department, under the lazy yet strange gaze of Juru Xiaozi, Joshan embarrassingly obtained the answer he wanted. Walking through the girls' dormitory corridor, Joshan belatedly slapped his forehead and muttered with a bitter smile, it seems I could have asked Senior on my phone. I'll forget it. Let's just consider this as leg exercise. Now I'd better quickly find Senior Mingming's dormitory room 109. Suppressing the urge to mock himself, Joshan began checking the dormitory numbers. Although there were few female sorcerers, he quickly glanced past them to respect privacy. With relentless effort, he finally found Senior's dormitory room 109. Feeling inexplicably nervous, Joshan raised his hand to knock, but before his hand could fall, the door was opened from inside. The senior's unique, elegant fragrance drifted into his nose like a gentle breeze. Before he could react, Senior Mingming appeared before him in casual attire. At first glance so beautiful, Joshan stared blankly. At this moment, Senior Mingming no longer had her hair tied in a neat ponytail, instead it cascaded down her back like a galaxy falling into the night. Her slender figure was simply clad in a light purple short-sleeved shirt and deep black shorts, revealing arms like lotus roots and legs like jade. Hiss! This casual dressing style made Joshan's earlobes turn red, his heart pounding wildly. And short ripples stirred within him. Mingming's red lips curled slightly. Seeing the long-departed boy, she couldn't help teasing. Yo, isn't this the renowned Jujutsu professor? How do you have time to visit a grade 2 sorcerer senior? Joshan's face flushed instantly. He lowered his head and murmured, the title is just something outsiders call me. With my strength, I am not worthy of such an honor. And also, I brought a little something to share with senior. Share. Mingming murmured softly, her beautiful eyes narrowing like a clever fox as she looked at Joshan's figure. When she saw the sword in his hand, she understood. Her eyes shimmered. She asked suspiciously, sharing is usually done with close friends. Why did you for the first time think of me, your senior? Joshan gave an embarrassed laugh. My two close friends went out to play and aren't in the dormitory, so I thought of senior Mingming. You only think of your senior when your friends are away. Are you trying to get your pay docked? Mingming gave him a charming glare, feeling quite annoyed. I was expecting some nice words, but it turns out you only came because you had no one to share with. How infuriating. I must dock your pay. No, it's not like that. Joshan hurriedly explained. Even if I shared with my friends, I would still come to you later, senior Mingming, because there is something I want to give you. Look, Joshan lifted the cash box in his hand. This is what I brought for you. I believe you will definitely. Mingming's annoyance eased slightly. She said in a slightly irritated tone, come in and talk. It wouldn't be good to disturb the senior next door. Joshan nodded, and feeling inexplicably nervous took off his shoes and entered. It was the first time he had been in a woman's room other than his mother's, so it was hard to stay calm. Stepping inside, the fragrance in the air became even stronger, so thick that it felt like throwing himself into senior Mingming's embrace. Joshan, thinking such an absurd thought, felt the red on his earlobes spread to his neck. He scolded himself inwardly. Senior kindly invited you, and yet you are harboring such wicked thoughts. You are utterly disrespectful. You might as well die. You can sit anywhere except the bed. While he was scolding himself, senior Mingming's charming voice came through. Joshan suppressed his thoughts and sat down somewhat awkwardly on the chair under the study desk, making sure to stay far from the bed. Is senior Jishiju more beautiful? Why are you sitting so far away? Are you afraid he'll eat you? Mingming said amusedly, looking at Joshan, who was as distant as the Chuhan border. Sometimes she wondered if the junior was born into a noble family, as his every word and action were polite and proper, like a graceful gentleman. Despite his noble appearance, whenever he encountered senior students on campus, he would calmly and respectfully greet them, having ingrained etiquette into his very bones. She remembered the night before she was to partner with the junior, she had asked Juru Xiaozi about Joshan's personality. The latter's answer was seemingly indifferent, dull, and noble, but in truth very delicate inside a polite. At first she didn't quite believe it, but after working together for over a month it turned out exactly as Juru Xiaozi had said, with numerous virtues. Exceptionally strong and reliable, with a strong sense of responsibility. Feeling that even if the sky fell, one wouldn't be afraid beside him. This was a feeling she had never experienced in years of exorcising curses. Like saving and counting money, it was somewhat addictive. All these were virtues, the only flaw was that his skin was so fair it could be seen clearly even at night, which as a woman, she envied a little. Joshan's body stiffened. He slowly raised his head, and said seriously, my mother said that when entering a woman's room one must keep a distance. This is a man's respect for women, and also a sign of upbringing and cultivation. Hearing this, a flash of approval passed through Mingming's eyes, as she looked at Joshan. Truly it matched Juru Xiaozi's assessment, dull but respectful. At this moment she no longer insisted on Joshan coming closer. Instead she rose gracefully, walked over leisurely, and sat elegantly on the edge of the bed near him. In front of Joshan she elegantly crossed her jade-like legs, and faced him, with a faint smile on her cherry-red lips, untouched by lipstick. Joshan quickly averted his gaze, pretending to be calm by admiring the dormitory, to relieve his inner tension from seeing that flawless jade-like skin. Through his appreciation, he found senior Mingming's dormitory very tidy except for the bed stuffed with yen under the mattress. Everything else was quite plain. Indeed, senior Mingming's love for money had reached an obsessive level. Turning his head to the study desk, he saw an old computer with a scribbled-over plan book and a framed photo beside it. The plan book contained a wealth-making scheme for after graduation. The photo was of the senior and a fit blonde beauty. The blonde beauty in the photo is senior Jishiju Yuji. In our first year, she mentored me for a while. She is a special grade like you, but not as monstrous. She rose step by step. Anyway, she's a willful. Noticing him looking at the photo, Mingming explained a bit, but couldn't help complaining, which seemed to hint at some amusing incidents during her time as team leader. By the way, do you think I'm prettier or senior Jishiju in the photo? The casual question instantly made Joshan freeze. Without time to think, he turned his head calmly and seriously. You are prettier, senior. Mingming squinted with satisfaction, a hint of joy on her face. Good answer. Otherwise I would have deducted several $100 million from your payment. I'm telling the truth. It's impolite to judge a woman's looks, and senior Jishiju is also beautiful. But in my eyes you are more beautiful than senior Jishiju. I can tell from the photo that you have been elegant since childhood. Joshan smiled faintly and wiped his forehead though there was no sweat. That question was deadly. Did women always like to make casual comparisons? Ming Ming propped her cheek with a smile, her dark eyes revealing a hint of pride and cunning. The hand behind her waist held a phone, recording his words. Without Joshan's knowledge, she sent the recording as an email to a certain willful person abroad. She put away her smug smile and said cheerfully, Senior is very happy to hear that. Now tell me what you wanted to share. Okay. But before that I bought you a portion of bok kut tae from the Jujutsu High cafeteria. I remember you love this the most. Joshan handed the bag he was carrying in his right hand to Ming Ming. She paused, staring dazedly at the evasive boy. After a moment of silence, a mix of emotions crossed Ming Ming's face as she reached out and accepted this heavy bok kut tae. She murmured, what a presumptuous brat of a junior. A genuine smile tugged at Joshan's lips, his calm demeanor replaced by secret joy. He watched with utmost satisfaction as Senior Ming Ming opened the lid and took a taste. Taking a gentle sip of the soup, her tongue was filled with the aroma of meat. Having drunk bok kut tae for years, this time the flavor was sweet, mellow, and heartwarming. Ming Ming set down the plastic box and said softly, Senior has drunk it. Shouldn't you tell me about the little thing? Joshan concealed his smirk and extended guache in front of Ming Ming. This is the little thing I wanted to share, a special grade curse tool. Cough, cough, cough. Ming Ming, while drinking the soup, was choked by the mention of special grade curse tool. Senior. Joshan wanted to reach out and pat Senior's jade-like back, but realizing it was too abrupt, he lowered his hand and looked at her with a nearly worried expression. After recovering, Ming Ming ignored the soup stain at the corner of her mouth and said with a choked red face, You're saying this sword is a special grade curse tool? Joshan almost reached out to wipe it clean, but held back. He affirmed, yes, special grade curse tool, guache. Ming Ming's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Isn't guache stored in the forbidden vault of the Hengxing Palace? How did it end up in your hands? Joshan gave a modest smile. This morning, I went with teacher Yi to Kyoto Jujutsu High to meet the higher-ups. They awarded me guache. They said it was a reward for exorcising curses. Whether there's an ulterior motive, I don't know. Anyway, this cursed blade is now mine. This. Ming Ming's mouth opened in envy, but she ended with a dissatisfied huff, drinking the soup with extreme irritation. I've been exorcising curses for Jujutsu High for 2.5 years, and those old guys never gave me a special grade cursed tool. They're inhuman. This is a special grade curse tool. Those old coots are so generous they just give it away. Don't they know a special grade curse tool is priceless on the market? The sorcerer killer, the heavenly restriction tyrant, rose to fame by relying on a special grade curse tool and his powerful physique. That shows how important cursed tools are for close combat fighters. Moreover, the market price of guache had reached a sky-high 10 billion. Although its effects were unknown, the very name cursed blade meant it couldn't be bad. Yet such a sword was given as a reward to a freshman who had only been at Jujutsu High for a little over a month. If it were given to me, I could sell it and make billions. If it were given to me, I could sell it and make billions. Glancing at Guiche, Ming Ming felt tempted to reach out and touch it, but before she could, the Sharpie Joshan grasped her hand. He said gravely, just look. Don't touch it actively. It will absorb the cursed energy inside a person until it drains them dry. Hearing this, Ming Ming's first reaction was not to pull her hand back, but to ask with rare concern, then aren't you courting death by holding it? Joshan felt warmth in his heart and continued modestly, it's fine. I have a bit too much cursed energy. Even if it absorbs every day, it's only about 1% of my total. That makes sense. Ming Ming didn't doubt it and said enviously, the amount of cursed energy you emit daily is equal to the total of 100 first-grade jujutsu sorcerers. You're like the tailed beast of cursed energy. Perhaps guache can't absorb as fast as you recover. Seems like I worried for nothing. Truly the waves behind drive on those before. Saying that, she withdrew her hand and pretended nothing happened, drinking her soup. After all, it wasn't the first time the junior had already taken advantage many times. Joshan habitually withdrew his hand, then picked up the money box from under the chair. Despite Senior's lack of interest, he opened it. Ming Ming glanced at it with no enthusiasm, thinking it was just money. Nothing as fragrant as a special grade curse tool. Money. Ming Ming froze, then quickly fixed her gaze on the money box, her eyes glowing with greed. The stacks of yen made her chest heave. Money. Ming Ming was stunned, then quickly her eyes sparkled with gold as she stared at the money box. The stacks of yen made her chest heave. As a money grubber, she instantly knew the amount in the box. If she wasn't mistaken, it was a whole billion yen, new bills. Want it so badly. Ming Ming's face flushed red, her eyes sparkling as she made a dreamy sound. Joshan's mouth twitched. The senior's obvious desire made him feel helpless. She seemed to have fallen into some kind of trance. But loving and hoarding money was her nature, and Joshan respected that in his heart. Taking advantage of her focus on the yin, he quickly reached out, wiped away the tea stain from her plump, tempting lips with lightning speed. When his fingers touched her smooth skin, he could clearly sense her body tense up, but she didn't react, instead staring dazedly at the yin. Jiushan's face turned slightly red as he said, "Elder Mingming, there are 1 billion yen in the box, a small gesture from the higher-ups for me." From the higher-ups. Mingming was taken aback, staring intently at the yin, criticizing, "The 6 of them are notoriously stingy, yet they are so generous to you. Not to mention sending special-grade curse tools and giving away 10 billion for free. It seems they intend to treat you as a treasure of the higher institution. I truly envy you talented individuals. With such powerful techniques, you are destined to become strong, effortlessly accumulating wealth along the way." Elder. Jiushan wanted to defend himself, but didn't know how, for Mingming's words were undeniably true. To become a sorcerer, one must have innate techniques, or possessing them signifies entry into a whole new world. Secondly, the strength of those innate techniques matters. The original works, Jie, doesn't reverse techniques or unfold domains, relying solely on cursed spirit manipulation and extreme techniques. He instills great fear in the two schools. The strength of one's techniques determines their future in the sorcery world, much like the pure love warrior, whose talent allowed him to return to the special grade within months. As for the ties between heaven and curse, sacrificing innate conditions for powerful abilities is a rarity. Only 3 individuals were influenced in the original work. After all, ordinary people cannot endure such trials, so don't think having techniques means you can do it. There are strengths and weaknesses in this realm. For example, one's own dark manipulation, which can freely alter dark matter, is destined to reach the special grade. He, originally expressing envy, Mingming suddenly burst into cheerful laughter, melodious and pleasant, as if she felt liberated. Without lifting her head, Mingming said, "I really dislike the blackbird manipulation. It only brings me information and shared vision. Since entering the higher institution, I have been honing my physical techniques, firmly believing that even without powerful techniques, one can still become strong. Having dreams is good, but reality often leaves one battered and bruised. The physical techniques I have honed for so long have ultimately reached a bottleneck. I can no longer take that step forward, nor can I become a first-level sorcerer. I've been stagnant for too long, and I have to pay attention to techniques now. But what the crow brings me is ultimately shared vision. I haven't received any strong assistance in battle." Mingming paused mysteriously, her smile brightening as she turned from the yin to Jiushan. "Until you showered weapons from the sky, inspiring me. After 15 breaks, I successfully developed the essence of the blackbird manipulation, a move capable of killing special-grade cursed spirits. Because of this move, I successfully advanced to a first-level sorcerer yesterday." Jiushan, witnessing such a radiant elder, couldn't help but feel infectious. "I know the elder is strong, and I have always believed in you. Since you believe in me, should I not reward the elder a few billion?" Mingming got straight to the point, smilingly revealing her ultimate intention. The sudden twist caused Jiushan's smile to freeze. His expression turned resentful, like a deceived little girl complaining, "Elder, all this talk is just about the money in the box." Mingming smiled without giving a response, but her slyly blinking beautiful eyes made it clear that this act of sympathy was indeed for the money in the box. Jiushan bit his lip in frustration, saying, "He'll give the elder 500 million as a gift from the junior to congratulate you on your promotion to first-level sorcerer. Don't feel wronged, it'll cover the meal expenses for the mission," Mingming said, generously, reaching out to gently touch Jiushan's cheek, like a kind older sister comforting him. Jiushan's red eyes widened in surprise, looking at the suddenly close elder. The warmth and fragrance spreading from her palm felt so clear and real. Pure-hearted and longing for love, Jiushan panicked at that moment, her fair cheeks rapidly reddening before his eyes. Elder, I should go back now, Jie, and we might be returning. I'll talk to the elder next time." Jiushan, no longer calm and composed as usual, hurriedly placed the money box on the ground. He did not cling to this intimacy and ran out of the dormitory with his knife. Following behind, Mingming watched with interest as the big boy fled in panic, not retracting her gaze until he was out of sight. She looked down at the palm that had touched her cheek, her lips involuntarily curling into a slight smile. The feeling beyond money seems a bit different. A month later, in the training grounds, Yi Zhengdao stood with arms crossed, observing the real combat duel between his 2 beloved disciples from a spectator's perspective. Before him, Jie and Wu were exchanging blows with their physical techniques wide and dynamic. Their styles of attack were distinctly different. Wu was naturally flamboyant and unruly, launching fierce attacks. From him, one could see a relentless offensive style akin to a tiger descending the mountain. Jie was gentle yet intense, with extensive experience in physical techniques that allowed him to find Wu's weaknesses swiftly and strike back quickly. The feast of punches and kicks left the bystander Kara feeling bored. Compared to the duel, she preferred to watch someone practice swordsmanship. Yi Zheng Dao nodded in satisfaction. As a sorcerer who prioritized physical techniques, he could naturally see who was stronger. Despite Wu's fierce attacks, he was already at his limit while Jie remained calm and collected in his counterattacks, always interrupting Wu's rhythm. Due to the cursed spirit manipulation, Jie had to put in extra effort in physical techniques to catch his opponents off guard. Imagine a mage suddenly practicing Wing Chun. Who could withstand that? However, among his three beloved disciples, Jie's physical techniques could only rank second, as for the first. Best not to mention it would only be discouraging. As Yi Zhengdao thought this, a sincere smile appeared on his lips, for the first was indeed Zhou Shanxi, unquestionably his best disciple. With a good personality, a wealthy background, and great talent, which teacher wouldn't like her? Yi Zhengdao happily looked to his left, where Zhou Shanxi was practicing swordsmanship under the scorching sun, her upper body bare beads of sweat dripping down. With each swing the air seemed to slice through with a heavy sound, and her exposed perfect muscles gave a strong visual impact. Though her physique appeared unassuming, it contained a remarkable beauty, prompting the lazy Karu to steal glances from time to time. However, Zhou Shanxi seemed almost oblivious to their gaze, completely absorbed in perfecting her swordsmanship. As a warm current surged within her, the strange and awkward sword technique gradually became fluid, until finally it flowed naturally. Under their gaze, Zhou Shanxi suddenly sheathed her sword. A sense of cutting intent that did not belong to cursed energy erupted from her. Dragon Nest Flash. The wooden sword swiftly drew from its sheath, striking faster than the eye could see, with attacks resembling a net gathering like a torrential rain at a single point in the air. Dragon Nest Flash Bite. The strike that converged at a single point suddenly changed style, becoming faster and fiercer, as if aiming to shatter that point as an enemy. Earth Dragon Flash. The sword momentum transformed once again. Zhou Shanxi shifted from one-handed to two-handed grip, her arm muscles bulging as she slashed down towards the grass. The ground instantly erupted with countless stones, the wooden sword striking down rapidly, each stone piercing through the 100-meter wall like a shooting star. Tornado Flash. Zhou Shanxi spun around, a tornado whirlwind swirling around her, sweeping the grass on the ground, leaving. Dragon Hammer Flash. Dragon Sword Flash. Dragon Roar Flash. Draw Sword Double Dragon Flash. Draw Sword Flying Dragon Flash. Each naturally executed sword technique destroyed the vast training ground, the powerful lethality, leaving her friends who were practicing physical techniques dumbfounded. Wu took off his sunglasses, looking incredulously at the ravaging sword intent of Zhou Shanxi. This monster has gotten stronger again, and her swordsmanship is even better than the family's. With 6 eyes, one can clearly see how exquisite Zhou Shanxi's swordsmanship is, making it impossible to block or evade. Fast, fierce, and precise, she would not give the enemy a moment's respite, fully maximizing the 3 major offensives, completely a killing technique. Before the 4 could express their astonishment, an anomaly occurred. The sword intent that could cut through all enveloped the training ground, causing the small grass to wilt under its dominance. 9-headed Dragon Flash. Zhou Shanxi's figure suddenly vanished, moving so quickly that it was invisible to the naked eye, leaving only an afterimage in place that 6 eyes could capture. Accompanied by the sounds of 9 dragon roars, the hard boulder ahead was instantly sliced into 9. With a crisp snap, the wooden sword in his hand shattered into pieces, its blade fragmenting into shards that fell upon the grass, as if bearing supreme glory. The 4 witnesses behind him were already struck speechless with awe. Zhou Shanxi had cleaved a massive boulder into 9 pieces using a wooden sword. A wooden sword. He wielded an ordinary wooden blade to slice through a giant rock, and succeeded, yet he had infused no cursed energy into the wood. Its hardness should have been utterly insufficient to challenge the stone. Were they not watching a sci-fi magic film, or were they still dreaming, seeing only an illusion before them? Zhou Shanxi gazed at the wooden sword, now reduced to a mere hilt, and sighed with regret. The quality of this wooden sword is inadequate. Even when I imbued it with the intent of the slash, it could not withstand the inherent fragility of the wood. The most regrettable thing is the ultimate technique of the Feitian Yujin style. Had the sword not shattered, executing it would surely have astonished everyone. What a pity. Zhou Shanxi shook his head again in regret, lamenting that he could not fully unleash the sword techniques he had created this month alongside the collapse of the Jade. After all, the heavenly soaring dragon flash was a drawcut technique faster than divine speed, emphasizing the blade's strike and the opponent's fall, while also serving as the counter to the 9-headed dragon flash. The Feitian Yujin style in his past life was a childhood classic, a sword art that prized swiftness, precision, and the blinding speed of the drawcut. The infamous manslayer Batasai Himura Kenshin rose to renown through this very technique. Perhaps this sword art was mediocre in the middle plane, but in the world of sorcery, it would undoubtedly become an esoteric technique capable of founding a school. If he passed it on to Chan Yuan Junshi in the future, the image was simply unimaginable. A second-generation heavenly and tyrant wielding the one-strike-kill, heavenly soaring dragon flash. Too brutal. After his musings, Joshan Si walked over to the four with the broken sword hilt in hand. Seeing they had not snapped out of their daze, he waved his hand in front of each of their eyes. The four gradually regained their senses, simultaneously casting looks at Joshan Si, as if he were a lunatic. Wu Tiaowu in particular stared with his 6 eyes, revealing a profound complexity. Over the past few months, he had been diligently honing his physical techniques and comprehending the reverse technique, mastering the use of cursed energy pressure and the spiral sphere with ease. He had thought this would let him keep pace with his best friend, but instead his friend had drifted farther away, so far that only the faintest glimmer of light allowed him to discern that tall, slender silhouette. But I won't give up. I will catch up and surpass him. The complexity in Wu Tiao's eyes faded, leaving only unwavering resolve. He firmly believed that once he mastered the reverse technique, he would surely walk side by side with Si. Compared to Wu Tiao's resolute pursuit, Xia Yujie, standing nearby, was far more accepting. Since entering the high school, he had been constantly overshadowed by Si, gradually becoming accustomed to it. If a day came when Si did not overshadow him, he would likely feel out of sorts. Besides, being the third strongest wasn't bad, as long as the friendship with his best friend endured. As for who was the strongest, let whoever wanted it claim the title. Why are you all staring at me like that? Joshan Si looked away with some embarrassment. Their gazes were like those directed at a freak. It was a bit. The four retracted their peculiar stares, and the teacher, Zheng Dao, stepped forward. His heart filled with curiosity, he asked, "See, you didn't infuse cursed energy into the wooden sword. What did you rely on to split the boulder?" "You mean the intent of the slash? It's just a small trick I created for my own amusement when I had nothing better to do." Joshan Si explained patiently. Then, raising the shattered hilt again, he activated the dark manipulation technique, and matter adhered to the hilt like liquid. With effortless transformation, the hilt condensed into a black blade. Upon close inspection, it resembled the coating of armament hockey. Joshan Si gripped the black sword vertically and explained patiently, "The intent of the slash was created by me based on the Yin Xia sword chi and the swordsman of the pirate world. A single sword stroke freezes 14 prefectures with cold. If you cannot wield sword chi, what use is a sword? Like this, concentrate the sword intent in your heart, then slash." The black sword swung with his arm, unleashing a red crescent sword chi that cut through everything, smashing a gap in the wall ahead. This? The four widened their eyes again. Though they heard it all in a fog and didn't fully understand, they were still awed by the sword chi before them. Seeing their stunned expressions, Joshan Si felt no pride whatsoever. Instead, an unusual frustration. Yes, frustration. Because in this world no one could unleash a sword intent like slash. They universally infused cursed energy into blades to increase hardness. Those with more cursed energy would swing a few cursed energy slashes. Call this world's setting weak, yet Ryman Sukuna could grope at dimensional slashes. Call it strong, yet it seemed inferior to the 3 great shonen manga. Overall, it was too monotonous, restricted to innate techniques. But monotony was fine. With someone like me known as the sorcery professor, even a cursed energy version of the turtle energy wave could be produced. Joshan Si sighed imperceptibly, then slowly said, "I divide the sword intent of the slash into 3 stages: the lowly, the steel-slashing swordsman, and the great swordsman who cuts all." Hearing "cuts all," Xia Yujie snapped out of his shock and asked excitedly, "See, look at my talent. You're not suited for this. Once you comprehend the reverse technique, it'll teach you the advanced version of the spiral sphere, the spiral shuriken." "What?" Before Xia Yujie could speak, Wu Tiaowu exclaimed in surprise. He asked eagerly, "See, didn't you say cursed energy is too monotonous to satisfy the attribute change of the spiral shuriken?" Joshan Si smiled mysteriously. "That's what I said, but don't forget the positive energy of the reverse technique. What if we add that to it? Although it loses the slicing property of wind, positive energy can deal massive damage to cursed spirits. Positive energy can compensate." So saying, Joshan Si extended his right hand and gathered the negative energy he used daily into a spiral sphere. Then, employing the positive energy of the reverse technique, he added 4 rotating crescent blades around it. Amidst a piercing high-pitched sound and the high-speed rotation of wind, a massive spinning red shuriken appeared in his hand. The 4 were dumbfounded, letting the rotating wind ruffle their hair, staring in disbelief at the spiral shuriken, where positive and negative energies intertwined. Joshan Si felt a hint of pride and invited, "You too want to experience the feeling of throwing it? If so, extend your hands." "Yes." Wu Tiaowu and Xia Yujie chorused, their faces flushed with excitement, and they placed their palms together. The three exchanged smiles, and with coordinated effort, they hurled the spiral shuriken outward. With a thunderous boom, the spiral shuriken, imbued with both positive and negative energies, struck the grass field, exploding with the force of a small missile, blasting a deep crater into the training ground. The wave of heat tousled the hair of the five, and the usually languid Jiaru Shaozi unconsciously turned to watch the trio, beaming with smiles. Watching them laugh and frolic behind her back, envy welled in her heart. She yearned to join, to let loose her nature alongside them. Suddenly, a pair of fair, slender bare hands reached out, and with a startled cry from Jiaru Shaozi, they pulled her over. Xiaoyu Jie and Wu Tiaowu were taken aback, but soon smiled warmly, welcoming her, and together they stood shoulder to shoulder, gazing at the dust rising from the deep crater. Jiaru Shaozi imperceptibly turned her head to glance at Jiushansi beside Xiaoyu Jie, and felt a surge of gratitude within. Arigato. Behind them, Yi Zhengdao watched for a few moments, then silently turned away. His muscular silhouette was lonely, yet a smile graced his resolute face. Half a year later, in the winter of December, the azure sky descended with delicate, withering snowflakes blanketing every corner of the high school estate in a pristine white. In the first-year classroom, 4 individuals sat in petrified silence, while Yi Zhengdao, standing at the podium, wore a countenance as gloomy as the biting wind howling outside the window. After a long moment, Yi Zhengdao swept his expressionless gaze across the 4, finally settling on the seemingly well-behaved Wu Tiaowu and Xiaoyu Jie. The two stiffened slightly, offering sheepish smiles to Yi Zhengdao, only to hear him snort heavily and play a video on an XP computer. The video displayed a routine Tokyo news report about a gas pipeline explosion in Sendai district that had affected the Sugawara shrine. Yi Zhengdao closed the laptop and asked flatly, "You two explain why the curtain wasn't lowered for this exorcism." "Teacher Wu and I had a clear division of labor. The curtain was." Xiaoyu Jie grimaced and forced a smile inwardly, wanting to strangle that capricious Wu. He had repeatedly instructed Wu to lower the curtain, but Wu had nodded carelessly, and then upon seeing the target, dragged him straight into action. Since the curtain wasn't Jie's responsibility, then will you explain? Yi Zhengdao suppressed his anger and fixed his gaze on Wu Tiaowu, who initially sat with an overly obedient posture, then began to look around mischievously. When he spotted his brooding friend by the window, a sly glint passed behind his sunglasses. He raised his hand with an air of righteousness. "Teacher, it was C who didn't lower the curtain." Still shifting the blame. "Clearly you're the culprit." Yi Zhengdao's veins bulged, and with a dark expression, he rewarded Wu Tiaowu with a heavy, loving fist to the head. With a lump on his head, Wu Tiaowu muttered to himself in grievance, "Ordinary people can't see jujutsu or cursed spirits anyway, so the curtain is meaningless." The 3 others in the room, all possessing cursed energy, clearly heard Wu's words. Yi Zhengdao, who had been gradually calming down, frowned and added another punch. Even though he had explained the purpose of the curtain on the second day of the semester half a year ago, Wu still refused to take it seriously. More capricious than even 99. The most effective way to suppress curses is to stabilize people's hearts, so during exorcisms a curtain must always be lowered to conceal the dangers invisible to ordinary people. After delivering 2 punches, Yi Zhengdao's mood lightened. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he turned his amiable gaze toward the daydreaming Jiushansi. "See, I have an exorcism task for you. If you're free, take it. If not, I'll assign it to Jie and Wu." Jiushansi snapped back to reality, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Teacher, I'll take it. It'll give them..." "That works. This cursed task is rather unusual. Even if I assigned it to Jie and Wu, I'd still..." Yi Zhengdao spoke with concern, his amiable expression gradually turning serious as he handed the prepared dossier on the desk to Jiushansi. "Before you take over, this task belonged to Kyoto High School. The 2 first-grade sorcerers and the assistant supervisor they dispatched have all gone missing. The higher-ups had no choice but to entrust it to you, the only other special-grade sorcerer. The situation is so severe that I suspect this might be a special-grade cursed spirit." At the mention of a special-grade cursed spirit, the usually carefree Wu Tiaowu and Xiaoyu Jie immediately turned serious and raised their hands in unison, proposing to accompany him. Before the 6 eyes emerged, special-grade cursed spirits were extremely rare. Exaggeratedly speaking, perhaps only 2 or 3 appeared in a century. Moreover, the strength of special-grade cursed spirits varies. If you're lucky, you encounter one that can't use a domain. If unlucky, it has one waiting for you. No need, you 2 rest. You've been up all night exorcising curses and you're exhausted. I'll use this mission to stretch my limbs." Jiushansi politely declined. Ever since Jie and Wu started taking missions, they had been grabbing everyone, from 1st grade down to 4th grade, without discrimination. This frenzy of work left Senior Mingming and himself with few missions, and they often spent time at the high school watching crows and feeding them. Although the days were warm, Senior Mingming was suffering, because she was trapped in the agony of having no savings. For this reason, she particularly resented the 2 for being too excessive. "You 2 devour the meat, and leave not even a drop of soup. If I could take missions across schools, I'd have jumped ship. Seeing their close friends' considerate refusal, Wu Tiaowu and Xiaoji, though worried, opened their mouths, but ultimately stayed silent reluctantly, giving up on following him. Their urge to follow stemmed from concern for his safety, fearing that the special-grade cursed spirit might possess a domain whose guaranteed hit and kill effects were too troublesome. Despite their friend possessing the special-grade cursed tool Geisha capable of destroying barriers, worrying about someone doesn't require many reasons. Kyoto City Hospital. At the hospital entrance, bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, two figures of complementary heights, but strikingly harmonious silhouettes appeared. As they slowly passed the hospital gate, a massive black circular curtain descended from the sky, gradually obscuring the sun. When the curtain enveloped the hospital, three heart-shaped cursed spirits with slender legs suddenly emerged, blocking their path, with their three maternal pulsating heart bodies. Heart disease. Mingming furrowed her brow and remarked to her partner Junior, "These three third-grade cursed spirits look quite unique. It's my first time seeing walking hearts. If I'm not mistaken, the cursed spirit hidden inside the hospital should be a special-grade disease." Zhou Shanxi also frowned as he analyzed. The pulsating heart bodies were covered with countless writhing tiny veins, which was genuinely unsettling. A special-grade disease-specific cursed spirit, huh? Then I'll have to squeeze the supervisory department dry. After all, this is a disease curse. Mingming's expression turned grim as she retrieved a cursed axe from her case, twirling it gracefully. The next second, a sharp gust of wind erupted. She flash-stepped in front of the three cursed spirits, and with a cursed energy-infused axe cleaved them in two. Purple blood splattered, and Mingming smiled radiantly. The brutal scene made Zhou Shanxi break out in a cold sweat, thinking that whoever married Senior Mingming in the future would be in for a rough time. As he pondered this, a crimson figure suddenly appeared like the wind, standing behind Senior Mingming like a blood-red phantom. Mingming's smile froze. She gripped her axe with extreme solemnity, subtly preparing to fend off the crimson figure that had appeared behind her. 10 meters away, Zhou Shanxi slowly grasped the hilt of Geisha, warily eyeing the 2-meter-tall, crimson-skinned cursed spirit. Mingming cast a meaningful glance at Zhou Shanxi, who gave a slight nod. After a year as partners, they might not share a telepathic bond, but they certainly understood each other's thoughts. The crimson cursed spirit noticed the exchange. It struck first, clenching its fist, and without hesitation aimed a blow at the graceful back before it. Instead of resisting, Mingming covered her ears. As the fist descended, a disorienting ultrasonic wave rang out at the critical moment. The cursed spirit's eardrums burst, its semicircular canals shattered by the sound waves. Forced to retreat, it withdrew its fist and clutched its bleeding ears. Seizing the opening, Mingming leaped into the air, kicked the spirit's chest, used the momentum to somersault, and gracefully landed back beside Zhou Shanxi. The moment she landed, the sound waves from Guiche being sheathed ceased. The two stood on guard, staring at the cursed spirit ahead. This cursed spirit had a bizarre appearance. Its arms and navel were adorned with hearts, 3 exposed, vigorously pulsating hearts. Mingming used her cursed energy to sense it. The vibrant life force astounded her. If there was life, then there was existence. She turned to Zhou Shanxi with a wry smile. "Junior, those 3 hearts all seem to have life force. Do you think it has 3 lives? Zhou Shanxi paused for a few seconds, then nodded. "It does have 3 lives. Having so many makes it a bit—" This humble brag made Mingming pout in mock annoyance. "A bit troublesome. It's extremely troublesome." Despite her words, there was no panic or fear on her face. Instead, she gripped her axe with palpable excitement. In the past, encountering such a monstrous cursed spirit, she would have abandoned the mission without a second thought and fled back to gather reinforcements. But now things were different. The true essence of her technique and her partner gave her the confidence to fight above her grade. She was no longer the same person. In the distance, the heart god lowered its hands from its ears, using cursed energy to restore its shattered ear. It glared at the 2 conversing humans with murderous intent. "As repayment for the harm you've caused me, I will savor you thoroughly." Mingming ignored it. "It's a talking cursed spirit. It must be the special grade 1 teacher you mentioned." "Good. That saves us from having to go inside and find it," Zhou Shanxi said, slowly drawing Guiche unhurriedly. The gleaming blade emanated a palpable blood-red, killing intent, causing the 3 hearts of the distant heart god to pound violently. It sneered, "Humans, you accuse us cursed spirits of slaughter, yet the killing intent in your blade is thicker than any curses." It lolled its tongue mockingly. "How disgusting humans are. Always two-faced, hypocritical to the core." Zhou Shanxi couldn't be bothered to respond. He crouched, flash-stepped behind the spirit while it was still sticking out its tongue, and drove his elbow into it, sending it flying towards Senior Mingming. Longtime partner Mingming immediately understood. She swung her axe into the spirit's chest, spun with a graceful smile, and hurled it into the air. Joshan-si leaped into the air, channeling the positive energy of reverse cursed technique into Geisha, and with a single crimson slash severed the spirit's head from its body. He then delivered a heavy roundhouse kick, sending the spirit's torso hurtling like a bowling ball into the hospital, its fate unknown. Mingming stepped on the severed head, puzzled. Is this really a special grade cursed spirit? It feels weaker than a first grade. Joshan-si also shook his head in confusion. This special grade was indeed weak. Its reaction time abysmal. It hadn't even noticed him flanking behind it. Could it be that the speed was too fast for the spirit to react? Ha ha ha. The head underfoot suddenly let out an undisguised sneer. Its eyes as wide as bells, it said, I'm not weak. My specialty is domains. Domain expansion cardiac pacemaker. The environment shifted violently. A barrier technique rose beneath their feet, and the next moment they appeared in a world of nothing but crimson. Taking advantage of Mingming's distraction over the domain, the head beneath her foot struggled free, flew toward the headless torso at the center of the barrier, and cackled. But before it could fly a few meters, several flashes of cold light erupted. Purple blood sprayed as Joshan-si sliced the head into cubes. The headless torso, consumed by rage, but lacking a mouth to speak, could only clap its hands 3 times in fury to activate the domain's ability. Joshan-si's heart lurched. Before he could react, it felt as if his heart had been shattered from within. He staggered and fell onto the barrier. Junior. Mingming panicked, caught him from behind. Her elegant poise was gone, replaced by sheer worry as she held his cooling body, calling his name over and over with genuine emotion. Joshan-si, whose body was growing cold, suddenly opened his eyes, as if in a final burst of life, startling the distant cursed spirit. It clapped its hands 3 times again, terrified, and activated the domain's ability once more, desperate to shatter the heart of that monster. He was too terrifying. But perhaps because he had awakened from near death, the domain could no longer harm him. It couldn't even penetrate. Leaning against his senior's shoulder, Joshan-si cast a deep glance at the spirit, which was now frantically spamming its ability like a madman. But no matter how many times it clapped, the domain around them could no longer harm him. He had evolved and become immune. How powerful the Hogyoku was. The fault lay in the spirit, bringing him to the brink of death, which triggered the Hogyoku to evolve him, granting complete immunity to this domain. Joshan-si withdrew his gaze, and a little embarrassed patted Mingming's arm. Senior, I'm fine now. You don't need to keep calling. Hearing that familiar shy voice, Mingming first pulled back with surprise, then her eyes brimming with worry, she scanned him from head to toe. Seeing the young man unharmed, she let out an imperceptible sigh of relief. When he had staggered and fallen, her mind had gone blank. Then came disbelief. She couldn't believe the strongest of the high school could die. Finally, her heart ached and stung like money burned away. Mingming suppressed the inexplicable strange feeling in her heart and changed the subject. Did you just get hit by the cursed spirit's domain ability? I did. Joshan-si admitted candidly and calmly analyzed. Its domain is somewhat tricky. Once activated, it forcibly crushes others' hearts. This kind of domain is recorded at Jujutsu High. Teacher Yaga also mentioned in class that it basically targets those with strong cursed energy first. Fortunately, I used reverse curse technique to pull through. Otherwise, the moment I fell, the next one might have been. During the analysis, Joshan-si's desire to develop his own domain grew stronger. The sure hit and sure kill effect was too hard to guard against. Anyway, he didn't want to learn a weak domain. Among the 3 great families, this kind of domain was commonplace, and using it wouldn't be impressive. And he was about to comprehend his own extreme art. He could at least perfect and wield it by January next year. He believed that the cosmic darkness would instill fear. Mingming, listening beside him, had a slight doubt in her heart, but because of the last caring sentence, she didn't act. Just as the two were conversing, the distant heart god was already furious. It tried countless times, but each attempt ended in failure. Pregnant woman with a slit on your head, I regret not listening to you. If I could choose again, I would definitely behave and find a place to hide. Pregnant woman with a slit on your head, I regret not listening to you. If I could choose again, I would definitely behave and find a place to hide. It hated encountering such a pervert immune to domains. Compared to its regretful inner drama, the two opposite appeared calm and unhurried, helping each other up and completely treating it as if it were transparent. Joshan-si twisted his neck and softly reminded, Senior, did you notice the heart above the cursed spirit's navel? Mingming looked in that direction and saw that the heart on the cursed spirit's navel had turned decayed, black, and rotten. She withdrew her gaze and said, Our previous battle cost it 1 life. It seems our guess was correct. Next we must finish it quickly, preferably exorcise it in one go. To do that we have to revert to our plan B. Joshan-si's face stiffened and he said weakly, We can execute plan B, but can we skip that embarrassing code phrase? No. Mingming refused decisively, leaving no room for negotiation. Fine, it's not the first time I've used plan B with you, Senior. Joshan-si sighed helplessly and bent down as usual. Ming Ming smirked slyly, teasingly lifted his chin, and their eyes, shy yet provocative, met in the air. As she lifted his chin like a queen, she gently stroked his smooth cheek and said in a seductive soft voice, "Are you willing to die for your senior?" I am. Joshan's face instantly turned crimson. He wished he could dig a hole and bury himself. The words sounded too much like a Hikaru Genji grooming plan. "Oh, what a good junior." Ming Ming replied with satisfaction, elegantly released his chin, then seriously moved behind Joshan, trying to minimize her presence. Joshan shyly patted his burning cheeks, trying to forget the embarrassing scene. Once calm, he slashed a sword aura at the cursed spirit. Although the heart god had lost its head, it barely dodged using cursed energy perception. Black flash. However, as it steadied itself, a faint voice drifted from behind, and a fist wrapped in black-red sparks directly punched through its abdomen. After this heavy blow, the heart beating on the heart god's left arm slowly decayed black and rotten. Joshan calmly withdrew his fist from its abdomen, grabbed the heart god's smooth neck with his hand stained with purple blood, and spun it, throwing it upward. The direction of the throw happened to be where a crow was circling. Below, Ming Ming made a single-handed seal and smiled elegantly. Black bird manipulation, divine wind. The circling crow suddenly erased all cursed energy restrictions, as if risking its life, soared like a comet, and crashed into the heart god, shattering its body in a life-for-life exchange. Joshan, looking up from below, smiled faintly, twirled his sword, and sheathed it with his back, turned exuding elegance and nobility. So-called Plan B was nothing more than him playing support while she dealt the finishing blow. There were also Plan A and Plan C above. Plan A was him going solo while she relaxed. Plan C was, if they couldn't win, turn around and flee. And for these three plans, Senior Ming Ming had prepared meaningful and embarrassing code phrases. For Plan A, she would press her forehead intimately and ask, "What am I to you?" For Plan C, she would suddenly grab his hand and say, "It's getting cold, night is coming. I need to go back and save money. Hurry, hurry, hurry." Ever since Senior comprehended the ultimate secret of black bird manipulation, most of their missions were cooperative, and she rarely soloed. Over time, they became perfectly coordinated. As half of its right arm fell, the remaining heart on it gradually decayed black and rotten. The special grade specific disease heart god was declared exorcised. Without cursed energy to sustain it, the domain barrier shattered like a mirror. The two landed steadily, both stretching and breathing in the fresh air. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, two figures walked side by side, gradually fading away. However, behind the hospital ruins, a pair of beautiful eyes hidden in the darkness revealed obsession and madness. "Joshan, see what a perfect body. You are my lifelong pursuit. You are even more perfect than endless cursed energy, a physique rivaling the heavenly tyrant, ever-changing techniques, unparalleled jujutsu talent, and eyes that can kill gods. So good, so perfect. I want to have you, I want to eat your brain, I want to possess your body. My Sia." December 7th. A Maybach slowly stopped in front of a luxurious mansion. As three-car doors opened, three handsome men in suits stepped out. The three had slender figures with auras of coldness, elegance, and nobility. The well-fitted suits on them made them look even more like models than actual models. This made the guests arriving for the party unable to take their eyes off the three, all admiring their heroic bearing. Xia Yoja glanced at the crowd with a warm smile, then leaned in mischievously to Wu Taiwa's ear. "Wu, everyone at your birthday party is wearing kimonos, yet you made me, and C wears suits." Wu Tiawu glanced contemptuously at the crowd and said nonchalantly, "They're all old antiques, how could they keep up with the times? Besides, it's my birthday, and I want to cosplay the Matrix. And you're my lackey now. Think before you speak to your big brother, and don't make people think you're the boss. Look at C, if he's been in the role of a lackey since he got out of the car. Learn from C in the future, or else how can you come out with me to see the world?" Xia Yuji's face darkened. For a moment he wanted to strangle Wu right there, but considering it was Wu's birthday, he pretended nothing happened. "Let's go follow your big brother inside, and meet these old bastards. They dare to put on airs in front of me. They're clearly disrespecting me." Wu Tiawu said, taking off his sunglasses, making a fierce expression on his delicate face, and walked into the mansion with arrogant strides, leading his two underlings. The aura of an extreme villainous gang coupled with the fierce expression of "don't mess with me" frightened the attending guests into shrinking to the side. After several twists and turns, the two finally followed Wu Tiawu into the crowded main hall. With the unexpected arrival of the three, the guests who were conversing in the hall fell silent, staring at them in astonishment. As they sensed the cursed power within the three, the guests were profoundly shocked, unable to suppress their thoughts of them being monstrous freaks. The cursed power of the three young men surpassed that of these old geezers. Especially the one wearing a cross, whose cursed power was almost comparable to the ocean. Was he truly human, or merely a curse monster in human skin? Wu Tiaowu disregarded them with disdain, arrogantly leading his two close friends towards a middle-aged man over 50 years old. Zhou Shanji surveyed the middle-aged man's appearance with composure. He bore some resemblance to Wu Tiaowu, but their temperaments were entirely opposite. If Wu Tiao was rebellious and fearless, the man before him was stable, as if he was the backbone of the situation. If he wasn't mistaken, this middle-aged man should be Wu Tiao's father, Wu Tiaoyuan, the strongest top-tier sorcerer of the Wu family and the family head. Wu Tiaowu nonchalantly said, "Old man, I brought back two close friends from the high school. Make sure to treat." The visiting Sayu Jia was speechless, while the first-timer Zhou Shanji twitched his mouth in disbelief, casting an admiring glance at Wu. Addressing his biological father as Old Man Wu Tiao, "You truly have no fear of retribution." Wu Tiaoyuan showed no discomfort, smiling elegantly and indulgently listening to his son's orders before casually chatting with Sayu Jia. Afterward, Wu Tiaoyuan looked into Zhou Shanji's deep-set eyes and said lightly, "You must be the top-tier sorcerer Zhou Shan, right?" His voice was not loud, yet it stirred waves like a boulder dropping into the sea, drawing countless greedy gazes onto Zhou Shanji. Who in the cursed sorcery world does not know Zhou Shanji? He entered the high school as a top-tier sorcerer and defeated the Ancient Century six-eyed godchild during his time, earning the title of the strongest. During the curse outbreak in February, he single-handedly suppressed and exorcised it, resulting in nearly zero casualties among the sorcerers from both schools. Even more astonishing was that just days ago he managed to exorcise a top-tier cursed spirit with his companions without relying on his domain, displaying power beyond words. Among these accolades, his honor as a cursed sorcery professor was the most resounding, for he had created a technique that rivaled the original art. If one could learn this technique from him, it might elevate the family's strength to new heights, making it no problem to stand among the four great families. "Good evening, uncle." Zhou Shanji confidently offered respectful greetings as a junior, undaunted by the countless greedy gazes. Since the start of teaching Wu and Jia curse pressure, he had prepared himself to be the target of many, as humans are inherently greedy. With a bit of power, this tendency only heightens. "But is it not too audacious for you to blatantly show your fangs?" Zhou Shanji looked indifferently at the guests in the hall. The cross earrings shimmered with red light, and his cursed power erupted like thunder, pressing these prominent figures down to their knees, as if they were under heavy gravity. His two close friends, eager for excitement, followed suit, glaring and using curse pressure to add some difficulty. If it weren't for the last time coming back and inadvertently using curse pressure and the spiral pill within the clan, perhaps it wouldn't have caused G trouble, so they supported their friend. At this moment, curse energy ravaged the hall, instilling fear and terror in these greedy individuals. It was a perfect scene of worshipping the three kings. "Wu, why don't you spare even your father?" Seeing Wu Tiaoyuan kneeling at his son's feet, Sayu Jia couldn't bear it and began to complain about Wu Tiaowu, then awkwardly tried to help him up. Wu Tiaowu curled his lips and obediently withdrew his cursed power from his father. He was clear about his likes and dislikes. How could he treat his father differently? Wu Tiaoyuan's heart raced as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, looking apprehensively at the rampant figure, knowing that with his strength, he could easily withstand his son's curse pressure. Yet the residual power unleashed by Zhou Shanji was something he could not resist. That was not even aimed at him. Had it been, he might have been left lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Fortunately, the other three great families had not come, otherwise being brought to their knees by a junior's unleashed residual power would be utterly humiliating, losing face completely. After a moment, the three slowly released the oppressive curse pressure. Facing their terrified gazes, Zhou Shanji spoke softly, "I am a top-tier sorcerer, a being you all revere. If you wish to show your fangs at me, wait until you reach this level." The guests in the hall felt their faces flush with embarrassment, each one fleeing from the Wu family's door, fearing to be killed by Zhou Shanji on the spot. That night, in the back garden of the Wu family, under the bright moonlight, the five of them sat happily around a stone pedestal with exquisite fruits and various delicacies laid out on the stone table. In the center was a cartoon cake of Wu Tiaowu, appearing cute and playful. As the two close friends and two family members sang the birthday song, Wu Tiao, Wu, wearing a birthday crown, clasped his hands together to make a wish. "May I soon comprehend the reversal technique, surpass G, and defeat him, and then rely on my efforts to change this decaying cursed sorcery world." After making his wish, Wu Tiaowu beamed as he blew out the candles, quickly reaching out to grab the cartoon representation of himself. He laughed as he devoured the cartoon version of himself, finding it incredibly sweet. "You child, really were not going to snatch it from you." Beside him, a graceful lady pulled out a handkerchief, scolding lightly. As she helped Wu Tiao, Wu wiped the cream off his hands. Wu Tiaowu, rarely shy, smiled and awkwardly said to the lady, "I'm just afraid you all would eat my cartoon image." "Silly child, if someone eats it, your mother will just make you another one. Next time, don't do this again. Oh, it can cause The lady gently lectured with a face full of affection, kindly wiping the cream off her son's hands. I know, Wu Tiaowu obediently listened, not as rude or impatient as he was with his father Wu Tiaoyuan. Sayujia, witnessing this incongruous scene, couldn't help but smile. He leaned closer to Wu Tiaowu and teased, "Wu, you always say Ji is a mama's boy. It seems you're not much different. No wonder you two were able to get along so well on the second day of school. It turns out you share a common interest." Ha ha, mama's boy Wu. Wu Tiao's face turned red upon hearing this. He shot a fierce glare at Sayujia, whose shoulders were shaking with laughter, then nervously glanced at Jiu Shanji across from him. Seeing Jiu Shanji lost in thought while staring at his mother, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy covering his mother's beauty, with his hand indirectly conveying, "This is my mother." Jiu Shanji, apologetically retracting his gaze, saw his mother's reflection in Wu's mother, every action filled with tenderness and grace. It seemed that after his birthday it was necessary to take leave and spend some time with his mother, otherwise he would have no free time as he grew up. Thinking of this, Jiu Shanji turned to Wu Tiaoyuan, who was sipping tea beside him, and apologetically said, "Uncle, I want to apologize for my reckless behavior this morning, which caused the pleasant banquet to end unhappily." "It's nothing." Wu Tiaoyuan waved his hand, without concern, smiling lightly. "Our Wu family has never liked interacting with outsiders. If it weren't for Wu's face, we probably wouldn't have even opened the door. Those who came to this banquet are all from insignificant small families. If they leave, they leave. You don't need to take it too much to heart. Moreover, instead of blaming you, I should be thanking you, for without your selfless teaching, Wu would not have become so strong." Jiu Shanji let out a sigh of relief in his heart, and then flattered, "The little things I've taught are nothing. All of this is due to Wu's innate talent." Wu Tiaoyuan shook his head in disagreement, saying, "Stop with the flattery. Of what use is innate talent? It was still defeated before you. To be honest, I was so angry about this matter that I couldn't sleep, but ultimately technique is technique. We the Wu family acknowledge that." Jiu Shanji thoughtfully poured him more tea, saying, "It seems uncle is not as rigid as the outside world claims. Your open-mindedness earns the respect of your juniors." The tea tonight is quite good." Wu Tiaoyuan chuckled, taking a sip, thinking that while he may be rigid, it doesn't mean he is blind to the new rising star and offend him for the sake of pride. One must look further ahead. Only then can the family prosper for generations. Like the self-preserving Zen temple and Kamo, they are destined to disappear with the long flow. The future cursed sorcery world will undoubtedly undergo unprecedented reforms, and the ones to bring about this change will surely be the three young individuals before me. 15 days later, the time had already arrived at the end of December. It was a day worth celebrating, yet also a day of farewell. Jiu Shanji, who had returned to school after sleeping at home, stood in front of the mansion gate with a bitter taste in his heart. The festive couplet hanging above caused a trace of reluctance to flash in his red pupils. The couplet read, "Congratulations to the 14th cohort of Tokyo Jujutsu High School on their graduation." After a long silence, Jiu Shanji suppressed the reluctance in his eyes, also hiding the sorrow brought by the imminent graduation of the senior. Time flies so fast. Next comes the influential Hwaiyu arc. Jiu Shanji sighed with complex emotions, finally realizing the truth of the saying, "What must come will come, and what shouldn't come you cannot stop even if you try." Carrying a mixture of complexity and a few hazy emotions, Jiu Shanji resolutely stepped over the threshold, and as if facing reality, walked toward the school training ground. In the training ground, all 10 teachers and students of the school gathered, 4 first years, 2 second years, and 4 third years. Say cheese. Yi Jingdao, serving as the photographer, skillfully raised an old-fashioned camera and aimed it at the 4 graduates wearing mortarboards taking a group photo. Click. The flash flickered, and the 3-year high school life of the 4 came to an end. Whether they would continue as sorcerers or become ordinary people in the future was entirely up to them. Miss Ming. Senior Ming Ming. Senior Ming. Seeing the group photo finish, the 3 waiting in the distance, Wu Tiaowu and the others, walked over, calling out their respectful titles to the senior from the bottom of their hearts. Ming Ming held a bouquet of graduation flowers, elegantly smiling as she nodded slightly to the 3. Then with a meaningful glance, she looked around, searching for someone's figure. Not seeing that figure, the light in her beautiful eyes gradually dimmed. She forced a graceful smile and asked, "Why isn't Junior Jiu Shan here?" Wu Tiaowu answered swiftly. Miss Ming Si took leave on the 15th to go home and accompany his family. He has this habit every half-month. Miss Ming, you and Si have been partners for a year. Didn't he tell you? He did. Ming Ming lowered her eyes slightly, a fleeting disappointment passing through her violet-gray pupils. The junior had mentioned in his email that he needed to go home and spend time with his family, but deep down she still hoped he would attend the ceremony. Senior Ming Ming. As the saying goes, if you think of someone long enough, they will answer. The familiar, respectful address suddenly echoed across the training ground. Ming Ming blossomed into a radiant smile and lifted her gaze toward the source of the voice. There stood Jiu Shanji on a high spot, waving with a brilliant smile. He trotted down the stone steps, rushing to stand before his senior. Wu Tiaowu and the other two tactfully left, taking the initiative to have a group photo taken with the 3 other graduating seniors, leaving the remaining time for the renowned pair. Senior Ming Ming, happy graduation. Zhou Shanxi hesitated, opening his mouth. There were countless words he wanted to say to her, but in the end they turned into a simple blessing. How perfunctory. Ming Ming showed a rare expression of disdain, speaking insincerely. As a partner, didn't you prepare a graduation gift for your senior? How did I prepare this for you? Zhou Shanxi nervously took out an exquisite small gift box from his pocket. When he opened it, a deep blue diamond-shaped jade pendant came into Ming Ming's view. Under the sunlight above, the translucent blue diamond pendant emitted a faint crystalline blue glow, and the long silver chain was as beautiful as the Milky Way. Her delicate red lips curved upward slightly as she feigned a reproachful tone. The jade pendant is pretty, but who gives a jade pendant as a graduation gift? And don't take out such a precious thing casually. Since I'm afraid you'll lose it, I'll reluctantly keep it for you. He'll keep it until you're 18, then you can ask me for it back. Ming Ming spoke these insincere words while forcibly snatching it away before he could react, leaving Zhou Shanxi no chance to respond. They'll listen to you, senior. Zhou Shanxi didn't say much. He nodded with remarkably good temper, then silently watched his senior examine the expensive jade pendant. This jade pendant was one of the heirlooms of the Jioshan family. According to his mother, it was a gift for a woman one loved, symbolizing pure affection. Time flew like an arrow. Winter passed, and spring came. In the blink of an eye, it was the second year of the high school. January 10th, 2006. In the second-year classroom, intertwined ribbons were tied above the podium, and the blackboard bore the words, "Welcome new students." Under the podium, Jia Ru Shaozi lay listlessly on the desk, playing with her phone and replying to emails. Without looking, it was obvious she was chatting with Nguji. Wu Tiaowu sucked on a lollipop, concentrating on a handheld game console. The rapid data of gunfire proved he was playing Contra. Xiaoyu Jia was engrossed in reading a passionate manga with topics such as Naruto vs. Luffy and Sasuke vs. Ichigo, debating who was stronger. Zhou Shanxi, on the other hand, was diligently studying. The materials on the table were almost entirely about university, indicating he was preparing to take the college entrance exam early. In short, the transitions from new students to seniors, the 4 of them lacked the motivation to celebrate. They preferred to stay in the classroom and do what they liked. Bang! The classroom door suddenly slid open. The 4 of them hastily put down whatever they were doing, without a second thought, sitting up straight and looking toward the door. There stood the burly, stern-faced teacher, Yi Jingdao, leading 2 restrained, youthful, and energetic. The 4 exchanged glances, quickly reached into the drawers beneath their desks, pulled out prepared small party poppers, and aimed them at the 2 boys. Bang! Streamers shot onto the 2 boys, catching them off guard. Wu Tiaowu, who loved to liven up the atmosphere, leaped out immediately, gesturing strangely as he shouted, "Welcome to the 2 new students joining the high school. I am your senior, the second strongest Wu Tiaowu." The boy with a strange golden side fringe twitched his mouth slightly, while the black-haired boy next to him, with a bowl-cut hairstyle, cheered with youthful excitement. "I've heard of Senior Wu Tiao outside. They say you are the strongest at Tokyo High School, second only to Senior Jioshan." "Oh, it's nothing, just the second strongest in the school." Wu Tiaowu waved his hand, complacently basking in the praise of his junior. This smug scene made the side fringe boy's mouth twitch again. He immediately labeled the senior as unreliable and tried to stay as far away from the strange senior as possible. The black-haired boy offered a light compliment, then enthusiastically surveyed the other 3 in the room, finally stopping on the helpless-looking face of Xiaoyu Jia. He ran joyfully to Xiaoyu Jia's desk, radiating a sunny smile, and introduced himself with surprise. "Senior Xiaoyu, my name is Hui Yuanxiu." Looking at the talkative junior in front of him, Xiaoyu Jia felt both joy and helplessness. His expression was particularly distressed as he turned to his best friend, who was watching the show. Unexpectedly, Zhou Shanxi pretended not to see and continued studying hard. Wu Tiaowu suddenly approached with a sour expression, interrupting unhappily, "Junior, I'm the second strongest in the school. Jia is the weakest third." Hui Yuanxiu rubbed his head a little sheepishly and said, "Senior Wu Tiao, Senior Xiaoyu, is my idol, so I'm a bit excited." Huh. Both Wu Tiaowu and Xiaoyu Jia were shocked by this fanboy speech, staring at each other with wide eyes, their pupils showing a mix of sudden realization and disbelief. Soon the 2 realized what was happening. Wu Tiaowu pouted in annoyance, while Xiaoyu Jia wore a smug grin that was evident to all. He squinted his small eyes and cast a meaningful glance at Wu Tiaowu, looking as if he was bragging that he was better than the second place. Wu Tiaowu scoffed, glancing dismissively at the serious-looking blonde with side-swept bangs. "Junior, is Shihai Jinren froze in place, unable to respond to the unexpected question thrown at him. He wanted to loudly tell the renowned six-eyed senior before him that it wasn't true and add a no, but in his heart, he slightly admired the person he was studying. However, Wu Tiaowu put on a threatening face, forcing Chihai Jianren to reluctantly agree. I am Chihai Jianren, and my idol is Senior Wu Tiaowu. Ha ha. Wu Tiaowu laughed triumphantly, tilting his head at Xiao Jia. With a mischievous eyebrow raised, Jia, I'm sorry, but I also have junior fans. He then leaned over to Jiao Shan's desk conspiringly, saying, see, it seems that your claim of being the strongest isn't recognized by the public. Are you hinting that I will soon take the top spot? I acknowledge it. Jia Rushazi, who had been quietly playing on her phone, suddenly raised her hand, being lazily conspicuous, as a way to repay the favor from the previous time on the playground. Moreover, since Jiao Shan was recognized as the strongest in the school, raising her hand was perfectly acceptable. Wu Tiaowu looked at Jia Rushazi helplessly sitting on the table with a lackluster mood, swinging his legs in frustration. Having been suppressed by C for a year, he wanted to take this opportunity to gain a verbal advantage, but unexpectedly Jia Rushazi, who enjoyed good food and drink, disrupted it. In the future, when he returns from exorcising curses, he must bring back heaps of desserts to sweeten Jia Rushazi to the point of excess. Senior Xiaoyu, it seems that Senior Wu Tiaowu is a bit down. Warm-hearted Hai Yuan Xiong wanted to step forward to comfort him, but unexpectedly Xiao Jia, who was used to this, stopped him. Don't mind your Senior Wu Tiao. He'll be fine in a few seconds. Sure enough, a few seconds later, Wu Tiaowu bounced back to life, once again becoming sarcastic at Jiao Shan's desk. Hai Yuan Xiong and Chihai Jianren stared blankly for a few seconds, then in unison, they suppressed their laughter. Xiao Jia, unfazed, took the initiative to explain the situation at the high school to the two new students, helping them integrate sooner. During the conversation, Xiao Jia learned about the techniques of the two junior students. The somewhat serious-faced Chihai Jianren possessed a 10-stroke curse technique. Its effect is to divide the length of the target into equal parts, forcibly creating weaknesses at the 7-3 position, effective against both living and non-living entities. If paired with Black Flash, it should be able to achieve a perfect critical hit. Energetic and admiring of himself, Hai Yuan Xiong possessed a strength technique. Its effect is to double his strength during combat. Overall, both new students have the potential to become first-class sorcerers, especially since they both discovered their talents upon entering school. Based on this, Xiao Jia felt particularly fond of the two. It was no surprise, as most seniors in the school were from notable families. For example, his close friend Senior Ming Ming also entered school from a notable family, and her name was likewise fake. Her real name might be known by C. While the three were chatting, Wu Tiaowu was causing a ruckus nearby. It was Wu Tiaowu alone bombarding Jiao Shan with incessant chatter. Jiao Shan ignored him, used to blocking out noise with dark matter, quietly immersing himself in his studies, striving to get into Tokyo University for his mother. During this time, when his friend got tired of the noise, Jiao Shan thoughtfully handed over a sweet drink. His actions, so practiced, they were almost painful to watch, indicating this was not the first time. The next day, on the playground, Chihai Jianren and Hai Yuan Xiong were vigorously competing, while the watching Yi lowered his standards, nodding in slight satisfaction. Having taught countless students, he could naturally see that the physiques and techniques of the two were not weak, and with practice they would undoubtedly reach the level of first-class sorcerers. On a distant stone staircase, the foreman group watched with keen interest. Whenever something exciting happened, they would lick their ice pops and offer unique commentary. Although it was commentary, the three in the group also held other feelings in their eyes, and nostalgia for the years gone by and memories of their own competition after entering school. It turned out they had also walked this path. Jiao Shan licked his coffee-flavored ice pop, feeling the icy sensation flow through his mouth, curiously asking, have you two comprehended the reversal technique? Wu Tiaowu's smile froze his face, showing nearly frustration, but compared to him, Xiao Jia had a much. He happily said, last year, thanks to the water walking and tree walking methods you taught me, I've been able to control my curse power more precisely, and have gradually explored the rules of reversal. I believe that soon I will be able to grasp and wield it based on these rules. Wu Tiaowu, ignoring the cold biting into his teeth as he chewed on the ice pop, sighed with a wry smile. To this day, I still find the reversal technique incomprehensible. I always feel the timing is off, or that causality is binding me. Causality. Jiao Shan looked at Wu Tiaowu with a strange expression, thinking how could he not grasp even a little bit of it? Was he waiting for Fu Haizen's few strikes? If he could, he would really want to use his magic eyes to kill the causal ties of Huai Yu and the others. But doing so would prevent Wu Tiaowu from becoming the strongest in the original work, and he would never comprehend the reversal technique, forever limited to using song. Somewhat troubled, he reluctantly severed the causality from Jia, allowing Jia to capture the reversal technique that the original work had not comprehended. He believed that he could still unlock a domain later. As for the physical body of Xiansa, it might have already shifted targets, and the Monkey King was no longer around. All he could say was that the magic eyes were incredibly abnormal lifespan causality time. There was nothing it couldn't kill. As long as you wanted it, it could be done. As long as you didn't suffer from severe anxiety, these eyes could help you become a god among men. Xia Yojia patted Wu Tiao's shoulder, silently comforting his two closest friends. There was no point in saying more now, only offering him encouragement. Soon Wu Tiao felt relieved, carefree as he licked his ice pop. The optimistic him chose to hide his concerns deep inside. He curiously looked at Joshan. See, have you comprehended the extreme version of your dark manipulation technique? Without fully understanding your own technique, you cannot comprehend the sorcerer's domain. The two beside him upon hearing this also looked at Joshan C with curiosity. The latter smiled mysteriously, giving off a somewhat annoying vibe. If not for fearing to ruin that noble face, he would undoubtedly have choked him, and then the three would have ganged up to beat him up, releasing their pent-up emotions. Hurry up and tell us, or I'll make you experience the thrill of a roller coaster. Wu Tiao was clearly unwilling to let it go until he found out, shaking his shoulder, while Xia Yojia was equally unyielding. Jia Ru Xiazi hesitated for a few seconds, then slyly took an ice-cold plastic bag and stuffed it into Joshan's clothes, giving him a taste of the ice-cold punishment. This bit of torment was merely a tickle for Joshan C, but to satisfy the curiosity of his close friends, he gently nodded in acknowledgement. The three noticed this nod, their expressions a mix of surprise and speechlessness, knowing Joshan C was exceptionally gifted, and they were astonished by his level. Now at just 15 years old, at such a young age, he had truly comprehended an extreme version that would take others a lifetime to grasp. Joshan C humbly said, the extreme version I comprehended isn't very strong, it's quite ordinary, and I called it the reasonable universe. Furthermore, my dark manipulation technique is somewhat special. The extreme version I comprehended has two forms. It is an advanced version of the reasonable universe, which I call living sacrifice, divine grace, redemption. The three were completely stunned, gazing blankly at each other, their minds repeatedly replaying the line about having two extreme versions. After several twists and turns, the two finally followed Wu Tiao into the crowded main hall. Senior Xia Yu, Senior Wu Tiao, Senior Jia Ru, Senior Joshan C. The three were stupefied for a long while until Hui Yuan Xiong's energetic voice rang out, snapping them out of their daze. Except for Joshan C, whose expression remained unchanged, the other three ate their popsicles with mixed feelings and absent-mindedly responded to Hui Yuan Xiong and Shihai Jianrun, who had just finished their sparring match. While speaking, they kept casting glances at Joshan C, as if looking at a pervert. Even though they possessed strong minds, they were still disheartened by this pervert. Wu Tiao devoured popsicle after popsicle, unafraid of freezing his teeth, clearly imagining Joshan C as the popsicle in his vengeful fantasy. This guy C was truly infuriating and detestable. His innate technique had two extreme reversals. How many people throughout history had achieved that? Perhaps during the golden age of sorcery 1,000 years ago someone might have accomplished it. Xia Yojia gave his best friend a sympathetic punch on the shoulder and asked in bewilderment, see, a human can only comprehend one extreme reversal in a lifetime. How did you break the balance and comprehend two? What? Yi Yijingdao, who was about to sit down, instantly sprang up in shock. He emotionally took out his phone to report to the retired principal. He had only gone to watch the freshmen sparring. How could he come back to hear such astonishing words? Hui Yuan Xiong and Shihai Jianrun, who had just entered the school, were eating popsicles handed out by Senior Jia Ru, not understanding the conversation. They only felt that the four seniors and teacher Yi were acting strangely. Their emotions were unusually stirred, as if they had heard something extraordinary. Joshan C pondered for a moment, then answered the converging gazes, you all know that a person's technique has only one nature, right? The four were having trouble wrapping their heads around it. Wasn't it common knowledge in the jujutsu world that an innate technique could only possess one nature? Though they couldn't fathom the meaning behind Joshan C's words, the four nodded in agreement. This was an immutable. Xia Yojia, one of the two who paid attention in class, spoke first. I don't understand your point, but an innate technique has always had only one nature. For example, my cursed spirit manipulation technique is characterized by subduing curses and making them my own. A sorcerer must, based on this nature, comprehend the ultimate essence of their technique, which is called extreme reversal. What if my dark manipulation technique had two natures? Joshan C interjected nonchalantly. These words struck the four like a tidal wave, crashing over their hearts. Impossible. Wu Tiao shook his head frantically, his face grim. A technique with two natures is utterly unheard of. Not even in the golden age of sorcery 1,000 years ago, and certainly not in modern times. It defies all common sense and balance. Joshan C retorted, then the six eyes which hadn't appeared for centuries suddenly emerged in modern times. Does that fit common sense? Wu Tiao fell silent. After careful thought, his best friend had a point. The six eyes unseen for centuries had indeed appeared in the modern era. Was it a prophecy? According to obscure records in the high school library, I discovered that 1,000 years ago a curse user's technique possessed two natures. But that was never confirmed. We have no way of knowing if it's true. This proves that I am not the first to have two natures. Before the four could digest this, Joshan casually dropped another bombshell. Jiaru Xiaozi raised her small hand lazily, yet with a pathologist's curiosity. Who was that curse user from 1,000 years ago? At this question, the others fixed their gazes on Joshan, their eyes of different colors revealing a scholar's glimmer of curiosity. Joshan thought for a moment, then answered obliquely. This year the higher-ups inexplicably ordered students to pay attention to and collect a certain special grade cursed object. Its owner is the curse user I mentioned from 1,000 years ago. The six eyes behind Wu Tiaowu's sunglasses grew serious, and he rarely spoke solemnly. You mean the king of curses with 2 faces and 4 arms, Liang Miansun? Joshan nodded, a flicker of complexity in his eyes as he met Wu Tiaowu's gaze. He said calmly, the records state that his technique is slashing, but in the library's Tian Yuan Gulun, there were 2 characters mentioned. Yihua blazing fire. So I boldly speculated that his technique has 2 natures. Joshan paused here, licking his popsicle while looking down in thought. In the original story, when Lu Hu fought Su Nua Onion, the latter used a flame other than slashing. That flame was also depicted in the later formula book by Du Yen Mao. Though it was somewhat hazy, it indicated that techniques usually only have 1 nature, while Su Nua's technique had 2. Or perhaps even more. That damned Du Yen Mao left plot holes unfilled, just wanting to end the story. If he transmigrated here, I'd make him eat a turd curse. At this moment, everyone was silent, somewhat dazed as they ate their popsicles. Even Joshan, who visited the library every day, couldn't figure it out, so how could they who were busy with other matters possibly know? In summary, one could regard Joshan as a uniquely gifted genius. Since your dark manipulation technique has a second nature, why not show us, and let us behold it? To break the silence, Xiaojia reluctantly acted as the mood maker. Joshan put away his thoughts, and without refusal raised both hands. Under everyone's direct gaze, a blazing purple flame rose from his palms. Though seemingly calm, the appearance of the purple flame caused the souls of everyone present to feel a searing pain, as if a single drop would torment their spirit. As the 4 watched, Joshan slowly brought his palms together, then opened them, rotated, and pulled. The purple flame behaved like a toy in his hands. With the final gesture completed, his palms formed a bow, and the purple flame became an arrow which he then shot into the distance. Thump! A sharp piercing sound rang out as the purple flame arrow soared toward the distant lawn. The moment it landed, it was like a meteor crashing to earth. Witnessing the small hole bored into the lawn, the 4 all gasped in shock, at a loss for words to describe their feat. Shihai Jianren cast a deep glance at Xiaojia, and Wu Tiaowu's sympathy flickering in his eyes. He imagined that being friends with Senior Joshan must be a constant source of discouragement. How did those 2 seniors survive the previous year? Wu Tiaowu and Xiaojia exchanged a bitter smile, thoroughly disheartened by this pervert. They were so frustrated they almost cried, unsure of what to say. They could only step forward and ruthlessly tousle Joshan's hair, messing it up again and again to vent their grievances and helplessness. If they hadn't grown accustomed to it along the way, they might have been crushed beyond recovery. Yet as his only 2 best friends, they still felt happy for him. Joshan smiled lightly, enduring their venting without any displeasure. Perhaps this was the joy between men. To protect this pure friendship, he would personally kill Wan Suo and Liang Mian Su Nua, in the future sweeping away all clowns for his best friends. Now he must become stronger, strong enough to protect what he valued, strong enough to make up for regrets, strong enough to withstand all future calamities. This was both a binding and a curse. Meanwhile, on the other side, in a guest room in Seigu Shibuya, under the dim flickering light, a short-haired woman wrapped in a bath towel emerged from the bathroom. She seductively sat down before a cracked mirror. The woman's slender fingers picked up her glowing phone, revealing an anonymous email that read, Joshan has mutated. His dark manipulation technique is suspected to have 2 unheard-of natures. The woman, with an alluring figure, her lips curling upward, felt the towel on her chest dampen with excitement, exuding a faint milky fragrance. The woman murmured infatuatedly, Joshan, you are far too beautiful. You excite me, you fill the emptiness and loneliness of my heart. The damp towel is my love that I cannot have for you. As her wistful words faded, the flickering light above cast an inopportune glow on the cracked mirror, revealing a bizarre stitched scar on the woman's forehead. Xiangji, I bought some midnight snacks. Do you want to come out and eat? A caring male voice came from outside the door, every word filled with concern. The woman named Xiangji remained unmoved, but her face flushed as she looked through a photo album, her fingers caressing Joshan's noble handsome face with utter obsession. See, you are so charming. May 1st. In the 2nd grade classroom, which was once lively, now lay in an unusually quiet and desolate state. Separated by the divide of the Chu River and the Han boundary, Jushan Si and Yeri Shoko were diligently studying and writing their dissection reports. However, the sound of a door opening that followed made both of them frown in unison, evidently startled by the Yet known for their good temper, neither of them blamed the disturbance as they lifted their heads to see teacher Yi walking in an apologetic look on his face. Standing at the podium, Yi gazed at his beloved disciples with immense satisfaction. Despite being on the verge of becoming the principal of the Tokyo High Special School, he dared not act recklessly in front of his two cherished students. Both of them were precious treasures of the school. One was unmatched in combat prowess, while the other was an all-around healer. If the school did not cherish them, would they rather support the ill-tempered Go? Come on, Go was currently voicing his grievances against the higher-ups, harboring a peculiar notion of being the only one in the sky and on Earth. If not for Jia teaching nearby, it could have been anything but simple, and they might have ended up at the Star Palace receiving an unmastered reward from Tian Yuan. The two cast a casual glance and returned to their tasks, focusing intently on their work. Yi retracted his smile, slowly walked to Jushan Si's side, leaned down, and whispered in his ear, "See, I have a task for you that is perfect for you." Jushan Si, without looking up from his writing, replied softly, "Teacher, don't play mysterious, it damages your macho image. Just tell me directly. Is it to eliminate a troublesome curse, or to take the younger students with you?" Yi chuckled softly, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he said both. "I would like to entrust you to take Gray Yuan and Shichiomi for a few days." Jushan Si slightly raised his head, puzzled, and asked, "Aren't the new students supposed to have half a year of study time? Why are they suddenly taking on tasks?" Yi sighed lightly. "Well, that's true, but Gray Yuan and Shichiomi applied early, stating their reason was to earn money for their families through tasks." He added with a distressed tone, "You know the situation within the school. The third-year students are out on assignments, and both Go and Jia are also away. The teacher had no choice but to come to you for help to prevent an irrevocable situation during the curse elimination. Sure, I'll take on this task." Jushan Si did not refuse and agreed softly before continuing with his study. "They are currently waiting for you at the school gate after accepting a level 3 curse task. You should tidy up and head over." Yi patted Jushan Si's shoulder appreciatively, looking relaxed and content. Having a diligent and devoted strong disciple is truly wonderful. It makes the neighboring Rockwind Temple. All right. Jushan Si still did not lift his head, finishing a few fill-in-the-blank questions seriously before returning to his dormitory, grabbing the sword from the rack, and heading out. At the school gate, waiting for a long time, Gray Yuan and Shichiomi were chatting idly with bored. Despite Gray Yuan chattering nonstop, Shichiomi showed no signs of impatience on his face. On the contrary, he was willing to converse with him. "Hey Shichi, who do you think the teacher will send to take us? Will it be Senior Sa or Senior Go?" Gray Yuan expressed his eagerness, raising his fist with full energy. "Oh, if it's Senior Sa, he'll definitely be full of motivation. Senior Sa, please appear quickly. I'm waiting for your guidance, looking forward to fighting alongside you, and eager to protect the civilians." Shichiomi helplessly rubbed his forehead, not wanting to discourage this passionate fool Gray Yuan. Anyone with eyes could tell that Senior Sa and Senior Go were away, yet this hot-blooded fool remained blissfully ignorant, still hoping. Currently, aside from teacher Yi, the only ones left at the high special school were Senior Yeri and the renowned. Senior Yeri would never take on tasks since she was the school's treasure, so it was highly likely that the team would be led by Senior Jushan. As Shichiomi contemplated the strongest leading the team, his calm heart stirred with a hint of excitement. Anyone who followed the sorcery world would know that this senior had reached the peak upon debut, known for being the unparalleled sorcery professor. Outrageously, the external world spread rumors about him, claiming he could create an unconventional technique without using any incantations, with power rivaling 10 missiles. Even more absurd was that some believed it, wishing to enter the high special school and seek him as their teacher. Regardless of whether it was true or not, it demonstrated that he had created many unknown techniques. Perhaps this journey could provide an opportunity to learn a few skills. "Hello." A familiar and concise voice suddenly sounded from behind the two, without warning. When did he arrive? Gray Yuan and Shichiomi's hearts trembled, their minds racing to think. If the newcomer was a cursed spirit, they might perish on the spot. The two quickly turned around, only to see Jushan Si standing there, as if merging with the heavens and earth, lazily, holding a sword bag resembling a long sword with one hand. "Senior Jushan. Senior Jushan." The two greeted him with heartfelt bows. Jushan Si, upon hearing Senior, calmly allowed his crimson eyes to pass over concealed waves of emotion, unconsciously recalling the starting point with a certain senior. His lips curled into a genuine smile as he murmured nostalgically, "Same place, different people. Does this count as a cycle of fate?" "Cycle?" Gray Yuan asked curiously. "Senior, did you see something that reminded you of the past when you saw it?" "I suppose so." Zhu Shanxi blushed slightly at the unspoken admission, thinking that he was luckier back than leading a team with a powerful senior who embodied elegance. After thinking this, Zhu Shanxi pointedly corrected the way the two addressed him from now on. Call me Zhu Shuozhang. It's better to avoid calling me senior. All right, Shuozhang. The two responded without any doubt, thinking that Shuozhang found senior to sound a bit old-fashioned and wanted to change to something more pleasant. Zhu Shanxi looked satisfied and gently said, let's set off. Based on the location on your mission, we need to head there. MHM. MHM. The two responded with varying tones, showcasing their distinct personalities as the temporary Jushan squad officially assembled here. Afternoon. Shibuya. The sun-drenched kindergarten. Zhu Shanxi quietly sat in the front of the car, playing on his phone, the dinging sound of casual emails causing the corners of his mouth to involuntarily rise. If someone were to lean in closely at this moment, they would see that the email sender was noted as Mom and Senior Ming. Not far away, Gray Yuan and Shirchiomi were inquiring about the task situation with the assisting supervisor. When they returned to Zhu Shanxi's side, their expressions were as serious as possible. Gray Yuan, looking lost, said, Zhu Shuozhang, what should we do? There's a cursed spirit in the kindergarten holding 3 children hostage. Zhu Shanxi habitually put away his phone, his gaze silently sweeping over the two faces, finally landing on Gray Yuan's worried expression. Gray Yuan, don't rely on my opinion. You need to cast aside your worries and think using the knowledge you've gained at the high special school. What should we sorcerers consider doing before eliminating the curse? Stay calm, then cast a barrier, and then enter with your teammates to eliminate it. Shirchiomi succinctly stated, not losing his composure despite the situation with the cursed spirit. Upon hearing this, Gray Yuan suddenly understood and began to chant the incantation to cast a barrier, then promptly entered the kindergarten alongside Shirchiomi. Weaker cursed spirits tend to band together, and also try not to overly worry about the children, as that will muddle your curse energy. Out of concern for his juniors, Zhu Shanxi still took the time to educate them, hoping they wouldn't emerge as icy corpses. In order to prevent any unforeseen circumstances and to avoid complications, Zhu Shanxi felt uneasy trailing behind the two, maintaining a distance where Gui Che could spring into action at any moment. Coincidentally, just a few steps into the kindergarten, 10 road-blocking rats appeared not far away, each the size of a muscular Tyson. Hui Yuan Xiong, resolute in the face of death, clenched his fists, his muscular arms contrasting sharply with his delicate and vibrant face. Chihai Jinrun took a deep breath, his expression serious, as he drew out a dull blade from his back. The knife looked peculiar, its blade wrapped in spotted striped cloth. The two assumed an attacking stance, ready to confront the 10 rats, yet whether it was due to fear of Zhu Shanxi behind them, they trembled in terror, not daring to advance. Regarding the actions of the cursed spirit at that moment, Zhu Shanxi felt a twinge of frustration. Now lower-level cursed spirits would lose their fighting spirit upon seeing him. Ultimately, it might be the fear of their own cursed energy. After all, who wouldn't be intimidated by a half-tail of a 9-tailed cursed spirit? So far, the cursed pressure unleashed from his cursed energy was merely 0.5 of his total energy. If he exploded half of it, the 24 districts of Tokyo would turn into a hellish inferno. At times, he found himself helpless regarding the collapse of the Jade. Not only did he constantly refine cursed energy, but each time he fell asleep and woke up, he would return energy to 100 first-level sorcerers. Over time, he transformed himself into a cursed energy version of a 9-tailed spirit. Perhaps in the future main storyline, his cursed energy would horrifyingly accumulate to that of 3 9-tails. At that point, even a small amount of cursed pressure would leave Su Nuo feeling dizzy and drenched in sweat, bewildered at the sheer beauty of the situation. Upon thinking of that unbearable scene, Zhu Shanxi felt goosebumps all over and shivered slightly, finding it hard to accept. On the other side, Chihai Jinrun and Hui Yuan Xiong noticed this, and without exchanging a word rushed forward. Each took on 5 rats, one with a knife and the other with a fist. Originally, these cursed spirits had lower combat power, and coupled with their fear, the 10 cursed spirits lost all will to resist and fell beneath the dull blade and fists. The stench emanating from the pools of purple blood made Hui Yuan Xiong and Chihai Jinren's faces turn pale, nauseating them to the point of dry heaving. Zhu Shanxi noticed and kindly reminded them, if you're not used to the smell, use your cursed energy to temporarily disable your sense of smell. Also prepare yourselves mentally, as the stronger the cursed spirit, the more pungent the odor. Cursed spirits are born from negative human emotions, and since these emotions are all bad, the stronger the cursed spirit, the more foul-smelling the purple blood it emits. Hearing Zhu Shanxi's kind reminder, the two quickly used their cursed energy to nullify their sense of smell, thus avoiding the urge to gag. Revitalized, Hui Yuan Xiong and Chihai Jinren cautiously entered the teaching building. To give them a chance to grow, Zhu Shanxi chose not to follow them this time. Instead, he sat on the back of a pink rocking horse with childlike innocence. As he gently rocked back and forth following the rhythm, he took out his phone to reply to an email sent by his It read, "It has only been a few months since we last met. Junior, you are now leading the team. Is your junior team?" No, they are both male juniors. They have great potential and adaptability. As long as they don't fall midway, they are qualified to become first-level sorcerers. Why are they male juniors? It would have been better if they were girls, then I could take your money. How unfortunate. Chioshan smiled as he read this and replied, "Senior, if you want to take it, go ahead. Oh, as long as you enjoy it, I'm fine with it." After sending this message, the reply took a while to come back. "Junior, you are so thoughtful, I almost feel touched. Since you asked, I will let you have a good time this time. I will deduct $1 billion from you, and you still have 20 billion plus a pendant stored with me." Chioshan, still unconcerned about the amount, jokingly replied, "That seems a bit too much, Senior. Are you not afraid that I will be left with nothing when I turn 18? Without the senior lending you money again, I will keep deducting round and round, and eventually you will become my junior." Chioshan's cheeks flushed as he typed and deleted his reply repeatedly, his calm heart disturbed by the phrase "my junior." After a long wait without a reply, Senior Ming sent another message. "Do you have time tomorrow? If so, would you accompany me shopping?" Chioshan quickly replied, "I should have time. Even if I don't, I will make time for it." "Then it's settled. Don't stand me up later, you silly junior." Chioshan closed his phone, somewhat puzzled as he muttered to himself, "I shouldn't be a fool. I'm top of my class in both academics and martial arts. Why is Senior Ming suddenly calling me a fool? When God opens a door for you, he will naturally close a window." Chioshan was no exception to this situation. Just as he was pondering this, far away, Senior Ming was using a cursed axe to perform a bit of physical cleaning on her phone. Don't ask why, it's just that old flip phones tend to lag. Boom. Before Chioshan could think further, a gigantic, deep green rat emerged from the distant teaching building, while Hui Yuan and Chi Hai were desperately fleeing while holding the children. Child! 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 The rat frantically chased the two, its massive body causing the ground to emit a mournful cry. Chioshan looked at the two running towards him with a strange expression, thinking to himself, this rat is not a third-level curse. It is clearly a first-level curse. Who knows if Hui Yuan and Chi Hai are destined for this, or if heaven is playing a joke on them receiving such a tricky task on their first mission. Senior. Huff. The rest is up to you. The two, panting heavily, rushed to the back of the rocking horse, both exhilarated and terrified, clutching 3 children for the strongest protection, firmly believing that the strongest could easily exorcise the incoming curse. Calm and composed, Chioshan sat atop the small rocking horse, slowly raising his right hand towards the giant rat. His middle and ring fingers bent to touch his thumb, while his thumb and little finger stood slightly upright. Thud! A massive and malevolent black fox's head burst forth from the ground, viciously and bloodthirstily biting the attacking giant rat-cursed spirit into a shower of blood. The two behind him were stunned, staring blankly as they gazed up at the enormous fox head summoned by their senior. Before they could continue to look up, the strangely beautiful fox head suddenly shattered like glass, vanishing from sight in an instant. You two need not be too surprised. The fox head just now was created by me using dark matter. You can think of it as a small gadget. Chioshan explained briefly, then stood up to check the injuries of the 3 children, whose little faces were almost covered with blinking, repulsive little eyes. This was the erosion from the curse caused by being hurt by the cursed spirit, resulting in a slow death. Once they were covered all over, true death would not be far away. However, for someone capable of reversing the curse, it was merely a few extra little eyes. Chioshan raised his hand again, enveloping the 3 children in a healing wave of positive energy. Noticing that Hui Yuan and Chi Hai's uniforms were somewhat tattered, and to be on the safe side, Chioshan also covered them in positive energy. How comfortable. Enveloped in the red righteous energy, Hai Yuanxiong could not help but let out a series of pleasurable murmurs. It felt like a long-awaited relief after a drought. Contrasting with Hai Yuanxiong's moans, the stern-faced Chi Hai Jianren gazed at Chioshan with admiration. Teacher Yega had explained the principle of reverse curse technique, where 2 negatives make a positive, which sounded simple in theory, but proved exceedingly difficult to grasp. Senior Chioshan truly lived up to his reputation as the school's acknowledged prodigy, casually employing the rare reverse curse technique. Chioshan selectively filtered out the moans, and after a few seconds the 2 adults and 1 child returned to normal as he withdrew his righteous cursed energy. The curse has been perfectly exorcised. Leave the rest to the assistant supervisor. Chioshan stretched his limbs with difficulty, then instructed the 2. This curse wasn't grade 3. Remember to inform Teacher Yega, or you'll lose your 5 million reward. Hai Yuanxiong and Chi Hai Jianren were startled by these words. Chi Hai Jianren immediately pulled out his phone and dialed Yega Jingdao. They had joined the Jujutsu High not only to meet their idols, but also to earn money to support their families. Who would willingly risk their lives fighting curses without compensation? That would be pure folly. Of course, the pay was quite generous: 1 million for a grade 4 sorcerer's mission, 5 million for grade 3, 10 million for grade 2, and 50 million for grade 1. 100 million for special grade 1, 150 million for special grade, and an additional 50 million for exorcising curses above one's rank. In short, as long as you were willing to risk your life, the rewards were there. The next day, in a certain dormitory at Jujutsu High, Joshan C stood before his wardrobe with a conflicted expression. The 4 sets of clothes inside left him at a loss. He was troubled by the difficulty of choosing which outfit to wear for a shopping trip with Senior Ming Ming. In the past, a maid had helped him pick his clothes, saving him from such unnecessary choices. Since it's a shopping trip, the style should be casual and relaxed so that one can forget their worries and enjoy the thrill of shopping. Joshan C said thoughtfully, his hand landing on a loose short-sleeved shirt. It was mostly white, adorned with a casual SpongeBob print. "You're the one." Low-key yet casual. Joshan C nodded in satisfaction, promptly shed his pajamas, put on the shirt, and paired it with loose trousers and a pair of canvas shoes. Feeling pleased with himself, Joshan C grabbed his phone and left the dormitory, barely containing his anticipation as he headed to the address set by his senior. Under the conspicuous commercial building of the Chiyoda district, passers-by entering the building frequently cast admiring glances at a tall figure standing by the entrance. His noble aura made it impossible to look away. Just standing there casually, he instantly became a beautiful sight at the door. Joshan C was used to it. He wasn't entirely sure how handsome he was, but the awe in their eyes told him enough. He stood quietly, a blend of nobility and elegance, waiting for Senior Ming Ming. Excuse me, could I take a photo with you?" Suddenly a shy yet almost pleading female voice sounded. Joshan C looked down and saw a cute girl in a JK school uniform bashfully tilting her little head up to look at him. Joshan C politely declined. "I'm very sorry, please forgive my selfishness. I'm waiting for a very important person of the opposite sex here." Hearing the implication, the girl left with her companions, looking both disappointed and blessed. Her frequent backward glances revealed her inner regret. Perhaps if Gojo were here, he might have taken hundreds of photos with the girl. Even taken off his sunglasses to get it. "Little Junior, why are you here so early?" The uniquely charming voice of Senior Ming Ming suddenly reached his ears from behind. Joshan Ci's heart inexplicably rejoiced. He turned around with restraint, only to see Senior Ming Ming looking up at him with an enigmatic smile. Joshan Ci's earlobes flushed, and he averted his gaze. "My mother said it's rude to keep a lady waiting, so I came early. Moreover, I wanted to see Senior Ming Ming's appearance after graduation as soon as possible." Ming Ming's red lips curled slightly. The anger from last night's phone cleaning incident gradually dissipated. She elegantly placed her hands on her waist, speaking with an air of indifference. "If you want to look, then look. It's not like I'm stopping you." Joshan C suppressed his nervousness and slowly lifted his gaze to meet the eyes of Senior Ming Ming, whom he hadn't seen for months. The senior still wore her hair in a spirited ponytail. Her curvaceous upper body was clad in a Patrick Star short-sleeve shirt, while her long legs were paired with casual loose trousers and canvas shoes. Joshan C looked at his own SpongeBob shirt, then at his trousers and shoes, and finally said hesitantly, "Senior Ming Ming, it seems we're matching." Ming Ming, who had been expecting a compliment, sighed in exasperation and raised a delicate finger. "They'll deduct 100 million. If you argue, we'll deduct 200 million. Joshan C swallowed the words he was about to say, remaining so quiet that only his breathing could be heard. Ming Ming grew angrier, shooting a sharp glare at this strongest idiot. He was hailed as a genius in jujutsu theory, yet he was utterly clueless about a woman's heart. This wasn't matching at all. It was clearly a version of matching couple outfits. She had wasted the effort of using her blackbird manipulation to see what this idiot was wearing. Had God put all the attributes into his talent when creating this little junior? Ming Ming said irritably, "Give me your hand. I want to hold it and deduct money. You've made me very angry, extremely angry." Joshan C quickly grasped his senior's soft, tender hand. The warmth transmitted through their interlocked fingers made his fair cheeks and neck blush. Ming Ming looked up in satisfaction, thinking that while this idiot didn't understand a woman's heart, at least he was obedient and followed her suggestions. In short, her little junior was adorably dumb. With that thought, she pulled him into the commercial building bearing the Joshan banner. On the 10th floor, Joshan C let his senior lead him. Although he didn't know how much would be deducted if he let go this time, the feeling was strangely wonderful, more wonderful than the evolution of the Hogyoku. This must be what his mother called a vague liking. Thinking this, Joshan C blushed and summoned the courage to tighten his grip on his senior's hand, interlocking their fingers so tightly that not even a sliver of space remained. Ming Ming, walking ahead, smiled knowingly. It seemed her little junior wasn't too dumb. He even knew to hold on tighter. Perhaps in a few years. The two didn't enter any store. They just wandered aimlessly hand in hand from the 10th floor down to the 1st, then back up to the 10th. Both knew that entering a store meant letting go, so they just kept walking. 10 o'clock at night. Joshan returned to Jujutsu High with a calm expression, but his brisk steps betrayed his excellent mood. However, when he pushed open the dormitory door and saw his two best friends sitting on the bed with broad smiles, Joshan was momentarily startled, then broke into a genuine smile. Gojo Satoru sat carelessly on the edge of the bed eating an egg tart, and said flippantly, "Oh, if it isn't my good friend who abandons friends for women." Geto Suguru slurped his instant noodles, grinning. "See, you're not being fair. Slipping away secretly on a date while on a mission." Joshan said sheepishly, "I wasn't on a date. I just accompanied Senior Ming Ming on a shopping trip from morning till night." Oh, so sweetly calling her Senior Ming Ming. Gojo Satoru clicked his tongue, then tossed 2 bags of local specialties over. "These are the bitter snacks Jie and I brought back. Your favorite." Joshan caught them with a warm heart and graciously invited, "Do you want to share? I can open them and we can eat together." No. Gojo and Geto refused in unison without a second thought. Those snacks were unbearably bitter, making it difficult even to swallow, let alone savor. They numbed the tongue. The next day, in the second-year classroom, Wu Tiao sat cross-legged on the desk, willfully tossing back and forth a small, ancient brown wooden box with both hands. After tossing it for a while, he grew bored, so he leaned over to Jia Xiao's desk drawer, and under her gaze that regarded him as a scumbag, he fished out some sweet candies from inside. He grabbed 3 candies at once, leaving the last one for Jia Xiao to eat when she craved a smoke. Wu Tiao happily popped one into his mouth, then smacked his lips and forcibly shoved the remaining 2 into the mouths of his 2 best friends, insisting on forced sharing. Joshan and Xiaoyu Jia wiped their mouths with disgust, glared at him in unison, then buried themselves in reading manga and studying. Wu Tiao, bored to the point of tossing the small wooden box again, said gloomily, "Jesse, I'm so bored. How about we call and bully Guji?" Guji, why did you have to graduate? With you gone, I've lost my fun. Ooh, I can't even go to Kyoto to bully. Guji. The 2 let his words go in one ear and out the other, habitually treating him. However, Jia Xiao secretly used her phone to record these complaints and then forwarded them to Guji so she could hear how much the scumbag missed her. Within seconds, an email from Senior Guji arrived. She opened it to find a long rant filled with curses about the scumbag. Jia Xiao board counted them and found exactly 444 scumbags. From that number, she could guess that Senior Guji was absolutely furious, about to explode. Shortly after, Wu Tiao's phone rang. He answered with confusion, and from the other end came in Guji's enraged cursing, "Scumbag, scumbag, 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 scumbag." Listening to the chanting like abuse, Wu Tiao's face darkened, but then his delicate features revealed a treacherous smirk that would never die. He coughed a few times and retorted mercilessly, "Weak, G weak, 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 G." Bang! Just as Wu Tiao was reveling in his cursing, a familiar heavy punch descended from above, accurately raising a big bump on his head. Wu Tiao hung up the phone with a aggrieved look, sat back in his seat, like a mouse encountering a cat. Yi Zhengdao, who had somehow appeared at the podium, snorted unhappily. Before entering the classroom, his mood had been good, but after coming in, infuriating. Yi Zhengdao's eyes were as wide as bells, his burly body leaning slightly over the podium. "Didn't you say you found Su Nua's finger? Hurry up and take it out." Wu Tiao dared not cause trouble and meekly raised the small wooden box above his head. Yi Zhengdao took it solemnly, then lightly pushed the lid open with his finger, revealing a halfinger wrapped in eerie cursed seals. After confirming it was indeed Su Nua's finger, Yi Zhengdao closed the box again, left a word for self-study, and hurried away. Who would have thought that just as he was about to step out, Joshan, who had been studying, suddenly called out, "Teacher, may I take a look at Su Nua's finger?" Yi Zhengdao's footstep paused, his mind racing at the fastest speed of his life, but in the end he made an exception and granted his beloved student's request. Joshan looked at the ancient small wooden box in his hand, a deep dark glint in his eyes. He thought to himself, "I wonder if Liang Mian Su Nua would find eating toes delicious." In front of the curious gazes of the 4, Joshan gently pushed open the lid, then, with a tearing sound, he ripped off the cursed seals from the finger. A blackened and shriveled finger came into view. Thanks to the barrier of Tenjin within the high school, the aura from it was prevented from attracting curses. Joshan's red pupils shifted, replaced by a magical eye with colored spiral patterns, and a wave of deathly aura filled the bodies of the 4. With his magical eye, he saw a thin red line appear on Su Nua's finger. These lines were called death lines, and cutting along them meant death. The mystic eyes of death perception were capable of killing even concepts. How could a mere pickled chicken feet block its stride? Meeting the puzzled looks of the four Joshan, C traced his finger along the death line, and the previously indestructible Su Nua's finger instantly split in two. The pupils of the four constricted, a shock no less than witnessing a battle between Luffy and Naruto. The indestructible Su Nua's finger turned into a pile of powder. Liang Mian Su Nua, nothing more than that. Joshan's lips curled with a hint of mockery. He wondered in the future how Liang Mian Su Nua would restore the power of one finger. Would he consider eating toes? The indestructibility you so confidently relied upon is as fragile as paper in my eyes. I feel that destroying one finger is too kind. If possible, I should destroy more than 10 to truly disgust Liang Mian Su Nua. I really want to see how Liang Mian Su Nua will feel when he wakes up and senses his fingers are gone. Will he pout and recreate them or go mad and try to kill himself? The four who witnessed this in the room were all stunned. When the higher-ups ordered the retrieval of Su Nua's fingers, they had stated that they could only be sealed. Because Su Nua's fingers, after 1,000 years of curse, had long become indestructible, and their curse was still growing stronger day by day, there was no other way but sealing. But now it seemed that C could completely destroy this 1,000-year curse. Yi Yizheng Dao hurried away with an urgent expression, ready to report this good news to the higher-ups. It was thought that this matter would make Lu Yen C treat C like a treasure. The other three once again looked at Joshan C with freakish stares, shocked by the miracles he had repeatedly created. Xia Yujie moved a small stool and sat next to Joshan C, asking with full curiosity, "C, can your eyes really kill gods?" Upon hearing this, Wu Tiaowu, with a lack of confidence, shouted that the 6 eyes were the strongest, but the next second, he also moved a small stool and sat on the other side of Joshan C. Jia Ru Shaozi hesitated a few times, then followed the trend and moved a small stool to sit in front of Joshan C's desk. The three surrounded Joshan C tightly. One left, one right, one front, all eagerly wanting to know if those eyes could kill gods. Joshan C glanced around and said modestly, "That was just my nonsense. If I could kill gods, how could I still be here going to school with you? The effect my eyes bring me is far inferior to Wu's 6 eyes." Wu Tiaowu proudly raised his chin at Xia Yujie and flaunted, "Jie, did you hear that?" C admitted that his eyes are not as strong as the 6 eyes. "If they really could kill gods, then my 6 eyes could definitely slaughter the world. I told you my 6 eyes are the strongest, but you just wouldn't believe it." Xia Yujie silently rolled his eyes, not wanting to argue with the childish Wu, but instead focused intently on Joshan C's red pupils. C was always modest in dealing with people, unlike Wu, who was arrogant and showy. Therefore, most of Cis words tended to downplay his strength. It was estimated that his eyes truly could kill gods, but out of consideration for Wu's face and presence, he modestly belittled himself and exalted the rare 6 eyes that appeared once in a century. To have such a perfect person like you as a close friend is indeed a blessing across 3 lifetimes. As for Jia Ru Shaozi, who was sitting opposite, she was lost in thought, chewing on a cigarette and daydreaming probably about what delicious food the cafeteria had today. On July 10, 2006, beneath a hazy, drizzling sky, a slender figure holding a black umbrella slowly walked past rows of stone lanterns that resembled a path leading to paradise. The black umbrella was lifted slightly, revealing a noble, yet slightly youthful face underneath. Joshan C, returning from his slumber, walked with measured steps. When he noticed 3 familiar figures standing at the gate of the Sorcery Academy's residence, Joshan C paused for a moment, then approached with a hint of puzzlement. The 3 by the gate noticed him as well, and Wu Tiaowu enthusiastically waved and shouted, "Come here, come here. Your senior Ming Ming has vanished." Joshan C furrowed his brows. A thought he never wished to confront surfaced in his mind. The beginning of Huayu had finally arrived. With a soft sigh, Joshan C quickened his pace and approached his close friends and allies. Xia Yujie stepped forward, considerately wiping the raindrops off his uniform, and explained gently, "The day before yesterday, Guji and Senior Ming Ming took a first-grade curse commission from the supervisor department. With their cooperation, they should have been able to exorcise it easily. But something might have gone wrong. Their phones are unreachable, as if they vanished into thin air." The teacher asked Wu and me to investigate. "Exactly. It's all because Guji is too weak and held Ming Senpai back. Otherwise, with Ming Senpai's prowess, the curse would have been exorcised long ago." Wu Tiaowu chortled, never failing to drag the missing Guji into his teasing mockery. Joshan C, long accustomed to this pair of bickering rivals, said, "I'll go with you. I could use some exercise." Wu Tiaowu and Xia Yujie's faces lit up with surprise. In all their years at the academy, they had only been on 3 missions together with their close friend. All 3 missions involved investigating curses rather than directly exorcising them, so they had never experienced the thrill of a team battle. To make up for that missing excitement, the trio couldn't wait to close their umbrellas and dash off. Left behind on the spot, Jia Ru Xiaozi with a face full of dark lines yelled at their backs, "Hey you three scumbags. Are you just leaving me out?" The three froze mid-law, turned around in unison, and awkwardly waved for the resentful Jia Ru Xiaozi. "Three scumbags." Jia Ru Xiaozi cursed with a sly smile, then opened her umbrella and ran unceasingly toward the three blurred silhouettes in the rain ahead. Morning in the outskirts of Tokyo's Arakawa. After the rain cleared, the four arrived at the mission site from the academy and found the assistant supervisor who had been waiting for updates. The supervisor was a short-haired girl with glasses. Seeing Xia Yujie handle the negotiation, she instantly turned into a fangirl and bombarded him with questions. Unable to stand it, Wu Tiao kicked the supervisor away and growled, "If you keep asking irrelevant stuff, I'll throw you to the cursed spirits. With your fair skin, they'll probably take their time devouring you. If you don't want to be fed to curses, spill what you know quickly." His close friend C had once let Ming Senpai slip away because he wasn't watching. If Jia fell into the same trap, what would he do all alone? Thus the women around Jia must be driven away by him. Only then could their friendship endure. Love was but a fleeting beauty. The supervisor was terrified, tears streaming down her face like a weeping pear blossom. She whimpered, "I don't know anything. 2 days ago Ming Senpai and Nguji went inside and lost contact." Xia Yujie glared at the bluffing Wu Tiao, then kindly helped the supervisor up with a gentle demeanor. Wu gets annoyed by chatter, they don't take it to heart. The assistant supervisor nodded timidly and recounted everything, when and how the curse had materialized and been discovered, in full detail. After listening, the four followed a rugged, overgrown path toward the final destination, a dilapidated, eerie 2-story Western-style house. "See, the house has a tangible barrier. Your cursed energy output is the highest among us. Can you sense whether Ming Senpai and Guji are still alive?" Xia Yujie smiled cheerfully at his close friend. Tangible curses like this one which he and Wu had encountered before were easy to exorcise. Just shatter them from outside with raw cursed energy. But the primary goal this time was rescue, with exorcism secondary, so they needed to know if the seniors inside were dead or alive beforehand. Jiu Shanxi shot Xia Yujie a glance, formed hand seals, and lowered a curtain, saying, "The two senior sisters aren't as weak as you think. Hurry up and have Wu used song." But before Xia Yujie could speak, Wu Tiao impatiently raised his right hand, and the boundless energy of Limitless began to suction the entire Western-style structure. In an instant, what had looked like a somewhat decayed and gloomy building was transformed into a rising heap of Jiu Shanxi's crimson pupils flickered as he reinforced his vision with cursed energy to scan the wreckage, finally locking onto a descending slender figure. Without hesitation, he flashed over and caught her in a close, intimate princess carry. The familiar cursed energy and aura made Ming, his longtime partner, instinctively wrap her arms around Jiu Shanxi's neck as she was caught. On the other side, "Are you crying?" Wu Tiao leaned down slightly, a mischievous grin on his face as he looked at Nguji under the rubble. Nguji's face darkened. Seeing that mocking smirk from afar, she broke down and shouted, "I'm not crying. Use honorifics with me." Wu Tiao made a face, stuck out his tongue, and said sarcastically, "Nguji, you're still so weak. I wouldn't have saved you if I'd known." Nguji's sweet face grew even darker with rage. She angrily pushed the stone off her back and pointed at Wu Tiao with a twisted expression, yelling, "Wu Tiao, listen to me. I didn't need you to save me." Boom. Before the words faded, a loud noise suddenly erupted behind her. A giant roaring sausage burst out of the ground, startling Nguji so much that her beautiful face lost color. Before she could cry for help, a white-bodied green-head caterpillar emerged from beneath the sausage's feet, its enormous mouth enveloping the sausage. Terrified out of her wits, Nguji collapsed onto the rubble, staring blankly as Xia Yujie approached leisurely. With a gentle expression and a courteous hand, he said, "Don't mind Wu. He's as innocent as a growing metal grayman." Perhaps influenced by his close friend C, Xia Yujie had gradually shed his original smile of mockery and evolved toward a warmer disposition. Nguji's cheeks flushed as she reached out, feeling inexplicably shy, and let Xia Yujie help her up. In fact, among the trio of close friends, Xia Yujie was the most popular with women. The warm smile at the corner of his mouth made people feel at ease. "Senior Nguji, are you alright?" From behind, Wu Jia Ru Xiaozi poked her head out. She lazily held a cigarette between her lips and said softly, "You didn't contact me for 2 whole days, senpai. I was really worried about you." Xiaozi and Nguji beamed with joy, ran over with open arms, and hugged Jia Ru Xiaozi. A little mishap happened, but now that Xia Yujie and the others are here, everything should be fine. TCH. Gojo Satoru snorted, glaring at Yudahime with displeasure as he enunciated each word. "You ungrateful, weak little Yudahime. I was the one who saved you, so why do you only mention Geto's name?" "Because Geto is way cooler than you." Yudahime made a cute and playful face at Gojo, as if telling him that he looked just as ugly as the grimace. "You shallow woman, you're not even worthy of carrying in no way Kazuka's sandals." Gojo angrily took off his sunglasses and retaliated with a grimace of his own. Inoue Kazuka, the iconic gravure idol of Japan, who embodied both sensuality and purity, and secretly Gojo's favorite female celebrity. He liked her so much that her image was his phone wallpaper, and even the poster on his dormitory wall was of her. In short, she was a goddess of youth, both proper and improper. Gojo Satoru. Yudaheim's chest heaved with indignation provoked by the comparison. She stormed up to Gojo, making faces and hurling insults. For a moment the two of them were like a button had been pressed, frantically pulling faces at each other while mercilessly roasting one another. Among their insults, only two phrases could be considered somewhat civilized: prematurely gray old man, and wrinkled old hag pretending to be young. Yeri Shoko wisely stepped back, lit a cigarette, and quietly watched the two of them engage in a while they bickered fiercely, their spittle flying everywhere. The scene, just a few meters ahead, was sweetly oblivious. Hatoyama Tsukasa still held her in a close. Princess carried the delicate fragrance from his senior's body lingering around his nose. Meimei, lost in thought, stared blankly at the junior, who was holding her mind drifting back to the time they had partnered together. Back then, while exorcising curses and cursed spirits, they had inadvertently hugged and held each other. But for some reason today felt different from before. Her heart was pounding rapidly, just like the time when she touched her junior's cheek in the dormitory, causing an inexplicable ripple of excitement. Hatoyama Tsukasa's earlobes reddened slightly, and he averted his crimson eyes, asking, "Meimei-senpai, did you get hurt when you landed? If so, I can heal you. I know reverse curse technique." Meimei gradually came back to her senses, a sexy smile curling on her red lips. She suddenly reached out and covered her junior's cheek, then gently pinched it. "I haven't seen you in a month, little junior. You seem to have gained weight." Hatoyama Tsukasa's fair face flushed bright red, even his neck blushing. He pretended to be calm and said, "It must be because my mother's cooking is too good. I lost control of my appetite at home." "Is that so?" Meimei didn't stop pinching his face, and instead she escalated from one hand to two, taking advantage of him in every way possible. While kneading, she said with a meaningful tone, "Hearing you say that your senior is starting to want to taste your mother's cooking. How about taking me home next time?" Hatoyama Tsukasa's heart leaped with joy. His face still flushed like a sunset. He nodded and agreed, "Sure, as long as you don't mind my house, senior." Meimei chided him playfully, "Little junior, are you stupid? Your senior is going to taste your mother's cooking, not look." Hatoyama Tsukasa lowered his eyes without responding, thinking to himself that he was afraid his house was too big and would shock Meimei-senpai so much she couldn't speak. Little did he know that this dejected lowering of his eyes in Meimei's view led to a different, unpleasant speculation. She thought his family was poor. It was common knowledge that children who were extremely doted on by their mothers usually came from single-parent families. And her junior, who appeared mature beyond his years at such a young age, must have lost his father, which is why he was so. Maybe her junior had entered Jujutsu High just to earn money to support his family, yet he happened to encounter a woman like her who loved to save money. It seemed she couldn't keep deducting her junior's pay anymore. Her conscience would be guilty. Instead, she should take good care of him and bring him and his mother to experience life. Yes, that was the plan. Noon. Tokyo Jujutsu High School. The four who had returned from the Arrow River outskirts were sitting obediently in their seats. Yaga Masamichi sat on a small stool, his massive, imposing frame making the little stool bear a weight it was never meant to. Looking at the follow-up report submitted by the assistant supervisor, Yaga Masamichi showed a rare, gratified smile. When he put the report down, he first cast a look of approval at Hatoyama Tsukasa, who was buried in his studies. Then at Geto and Gojo, and finally at Yeri Shoko, who was fidgeting with her sunglasses and looking around. Though she seemed silly, there was an inexplicable cuteness to her. In his lifetime, seeing Geto and Gojo actually put up a curtain for a mission made him a tough guy teacher want to cry. Whenever Geto and Gojo went on missions, the curtain was almost optional. Of course, except for Geto, who was the most responsible of the duo. As for Gojo, let's not even mention him. He puts up the curtain based on his mood. Fortunately, Tsukasa was with them this time, or they would have had to use a gas explosion as a cover-up to prevent the public from generating a massive amount of curses in their panic. This mission was completed excellently, but from now on try not to destroy buildings unless absolutely necessary. They cost money to compensate. Gojo, who had been expecting praise, pulled a long face and pouted in utter exasperation, thinking it's just a run-down Western-style house. I can buy it with my pocket money and then destroy it. Geto Suguru noticed his expression and kindly took out the gum Tsukasa had given him from his school pocket, using it to cheer Gojo up. Yaga Masamichi pretended not to see and said slowly, "Geto, Gojo, Lord Tenjin has two specific missions for you too." Tenjin. The two furrowed their brows in unison, speaking at the same time. They had some understanding of this ancient being who had lived from 1,000 years ago to the modern era during their time at the school. In the Jujutsu High library, there was her personally written Tenjin's ancient treatise, which contained a brief account of her adventures in her own curse technique. Gojo asked without any respect, "What mission? Don't tell me she's taken a liking to me and Geto and wants us to go to the Hoshi Star Palace to play house with her." Yaga Mazumichi's mouth twitched. He closed his eyes not wanting to see, and said, "Lord Tenjin has entrusted you with two tasks. First, the Star Plasma Vessel. That is Lord Tenjin's suitable vessel. You are to serve as the guardian of that Star Plasma girl. Second, is to erase." Gojo's white brows tightened. Baffled, he looked at the grim-faced Geto Suguru. Is Tenjin suffering from dementia? First she tells us to protect the Star Plasma brat, then she wants us to erase her. Geto Suguru's expression was grave as he did not explain. The last time Tsukasa mentioned Tenjin's ancient treatise, he had gone alone to the Jujutsu High library to look it up, and the erasure recorded in it meant. Erasure means assimilation. Yaga Mazumichi spoke up, then explained step by step. Lord Tenjin possesses an immortality technique, but it does not grant eternal youth. When aging exceeds a certain point, her technique requires a new body, and that body requires the Star Plasma Vessel herself. Geto Suguru added, if assimilation does not occur by that stage, Lord Tenjin's consciousness will cease to exist, and she will become a cursed spirit and a monster. Without Tenjin, the barrier of the Jujutsu world's stronghold will disappear. Not only will defense and missions become impossible, but the worst-case scenario is that Tenjin may stand against humanity. So every 500 years Tenjin must assimilate with the Star Plasma Vessel. As long as the body is renewed, none of the above will happen. I get it. Gojo nodded with a half understanding, then said with a straight face, evolving into a metal Greymon is fine, but if it turns into a Skull Greymon, that's bad. So we have to start over from a Corpsman. Geto Suguru and Yaga Mazumichi's mouths twitched in unison, somewhat admiring his train of thought for using such a simple analogy. Yaga Mazumichi cleared his throat a few times and continued his beloved student's eccentric speech. The location of that Star Plasma girl has already been exposed. The parties aiming to kill the Star Plasma are roughly divided into two groups. As he spoke, he turned the XP tablet on the podium and displayed a photo of a group with a flamboyant pose. The group of curse users hoping for Lord Tenjin to go out of control and overturn the current Jujutsu world. Q. Hatoyama Tsukasa, who had been buried in his studies, looked up at the screen. The pose, reminiscent of Jean Yida, made him curl his lips slightly. According to the original story, this Q organization seemed to be pathetically weak. The other group seeking to kill is the religious organization that worships and reveres Lord Tenjin, the Time Vessel Association of the Star Religious Group. Yaga Mazumichi switched the screen again, showing a pattern with a pinkish-purple background overlapping with intricate brain-like ornamental patterns. Yaga Mazumichi clenched his fist and threw a passionate pose, saying with fervor, Lord Tenjin and the Star Plasma Vessel will assimilate during the full moon 2 days from now. You two must not only protect that girl until that day, but also deliver her safely to Lord Tenjin. Gojo and Geto covered their eyes, finding the sight of a middle-aged man's passion so cringeworthy they wanted to dig a hole and bury themselves. Geto Suguru shook his head, then looked at his silent best friend Tsukasa. Tsukasa, do you want to come with us to guard the Star Plasma Vessel? Hatoyama Tsukasa shook his head. No, having 3 of the strongest from Jujutsu High on guard is a bit too extravagant. I have important things to do in the next 2 days, so I won't join you. What important things? Gojo curiously leaned in to ask, only to be greeted by a love-and-peace guidance punch from their teacher Yaga. Tsukasa has to take the university entrance exam the day after tomorrow. Do you think everyone wants to be illiterate like you? Geto Suguru was startled, realizing that his best friend had been studying hard for the past 6 months, having already planned his life early. He smiled and patted Hatoyama Tsukasa's shoulder. Once the Star Plasma mission is done, you have to help me review. I want to go to university too. Sure. Hatoyama Tsukasa said, then took 3 small pitch-black spheres from his school pocket. The spheres looked somewhat similar to the ones used to imprison cursed spirits last time. Give these 3 items to the Star Plasma Vessel. If there are maids around her, give one to her as well. Geto Suguru nodded, not thinking much of it, and took them in his hand to weigh them. They were so light it felt like holding a feather, no weight at all. Shinjuku. Boat Racing Stadium. Look, the boats align in a row starting from the inner lane 1, 2, 4, 5, 3, A, 6. They're off. The boats cut a beautiful straight line. In the stands, a burly man takes up most of the seats, legs crossed, idly waving a betting slip. I was wondering where you disappeared to. Turns out you're here. A Korean man in a suit, hands in pockets, walked over. The burly man turned his head, revealing a face that was masculine and aggressively handsome, blemished only by a small scar at the corner of his mouth. He was like a lion, not yet fully awake, a lazy glint in his eyes as he waved the betting slip at the newcomer. I'm making money by rolling money. I've never seen you win, though. The Korean man teased like a familiar friend, then slowly sat down beside him. Not planning to work. The burly man waved the betting slip again, slightly annoyed. Cut it out. You make me sound like a jobless bum. Kong Shiyu said matter-of-factly, you are a jobless bum. As your intermediary, it's my duty to report your work performance to the client. Fushiguro Toji replied with an easy smile. The target is the young master of the Gojo family. If we rush out recklessly, we won't accomplish much. I'd rather send a few fools to wear him down first. Wearing him down is fine, but you idiot blew the entire deposit on the dark web. Aren't you afraid of ending up? Fushiguro Toji remained relaxed. No need to worry. Cast a long line to catch a big fish. What's ours will be ours. Kong Shiyu still looked uneasy, his expression grim. That's easy to say, but what if the fish we catch isn't a big fish, but a shark? Fushiguro Toji was silent for a moment watching the boats race. Then he said, Shiyu, are you afraid of Hatoyama Tsukasa? Kong Shiyu smiled wryly. How could I not be? He's acknowledged as the strongest in the Jujutsu world, known as the Professor of Jujutsu. Thankfully, he didn't take this star plasma vessel commission. Otherwise, I'd be hightailing it back to Seoul with my tail between my legs. Fushiguro Toji touched the scar at the corner of his mouth, still unconcerned. You're overthinking it. He's just a brat about to turn 16. The Jujutsu world runs deep. Not everyone can be the strongest. He patted Kong Shiyu on the shoulder. Relax. Just follow my plan to wear him down. Once the payment comes through, you go back to your soul, and you'll enjoy my kabukicho. Cough cough. Kong Shiyu was coughing from the pats. He forced out, and go easy on the pats. That much force could cause internal injuries. Fushiguro Toji withdrew his hand with a faint smile, and turned his attention back to the boat race. Kong Shiyu rubbed his aching shoulder, then got up to leave. After a few steps he stopped. By the way, how's Megumi? Fushiguro Toji was slightly taken aback. He touched his eyebrow, and the scar at his mouth struggling to recall. Megumi. Who? Forget it, never mind. Kong Shiyu shook his head in exasperation and walked away. Megumi having such an irresponsible father. Was it a blessing or a curse? Megumi. Fushiguro Toji scratched his head in even greater confusion. When the announcer declared the winning boat, he simply stopped thinking about it. Chiyoda. A hotel lounge. The duo from Gojo who had effortlessly dismantled the Q organization were stroking their chins, observing the girl on the sofa like delinquents. The girl looked very young with the vibe of a girl next door. In her unconscious obedient state, wearing a black and white JK uniform that accentuated her petite frame, she seemed fragile and inexplicably pitiable. Gojo Satoru sighed softly. If only Satoru and Shoko were here, they could use reverse cursed technique to heal this pale little brat. Geto Suguru was too emotionally conflicted to respond. The girl before them looked even younger than they were, yet she was about to sacrifice her life for a senseless assimilation. This went against their belief in protecting the weak. Geto Suguru sighed and pulled 3 black spheres from his pocket, given by his close friend. Following Satoru's instructions, he placed them into the pocket of the star plasma vessel girl, hoping these 2 ordinary-looking items could help her. But in the pocket unseen by the 2, the black spheres melted, like venom seeping through the fabric and into the... Suddenly, the star plasma vessel girl who had been lying unconscious on the sofa slowly opened her eyes. Drowsily, she took in the scene unfolding before her. When she saw 2 ill-intentioned grinning faces leaning over her, she widened her beautiful eyes and instinctively slapped them. Slap. Slap. 2 resounding slaps echoed through the lounge, threatening to travel down. Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru clutched their reddened cheeks in fury, their chests heaving as they glared at the on-guard star plasma brat. Amanai Riko shouted aggressively, "You 2 despicable cowards! How dare you try to kill me? They'll make you pay with your lives first." Hearing that the 2 couldn't hold back the grudge from the slaps, they charged at the girl, lifted her up, and twisted her like, "No, don't." In an instant, the lounge was filled with pleas for mercy and 2 distinct eerie chucks. Ding! The elevator door opened, revealing a maid riding a bizarre, but oddly cute horned cursed spirit. Seeing the girl's twisted state, the maid quickly intervened. "PPP, please stop." The 2, their anger subsiding, let go without any chivalry. Amanai Riko hit the floor, utterly defeated and questioning her existence. To avoid further trouble, the maid still on the horned cursed spirit comforted her. "Miss, these 2 gentlemen are our allies. If they hadn't arrived in time, we might have perished at the hands of the Q organization." Amanai Riko scrambled up, snorting repeatedly. When she saw the horned cursed spirit with its jingling bell, she looked intrigued. "Kurwa, what are you writing?" Kurwa pointed at Geto Suguru. "It's this gentleman's technique. The one with the bangs." Geto Suguru's face darkened. "My name is Geto Suguru, and don't give me weird nicknames. My bangs are my soul." Gojo Satoru lounged on the sofa like a general, legs crossed, annoyed. "This brat is more aggressive than we thought. And here I thought the assimilation would make her all sentimental." Amanai Riko, stroking the cursed spirit's face, gave a contemptuous hum. Truly the mindset of the low. "Listen up." She leaped onto the back of the horned cursed spirit, proudly puffing out her chest. "I am Tenjin-sama, and Tenjin-sama is me. Fools who think like you confuse assimilation with death. That's a huge mistake. Assimilation will make me become Tenjin-sama, but Tenjin-sama will also become me. My consciousness, my heart, my soul, they will continue to live in this world after assimilation. The two couldn't be bothered to listen. They enthusiastically huddled over a phone wallpaper discussing it. Before they arrived, they had sympathized with the star plasma vessel, but now. You bastards. Are you even listening to me? Amanai Riko fumed, her cheeks puffed in anger as she glared at them. But Gojo Satoru sneered. With that arrogant tone of yours, you must have no friends at school. Amanai Riko was taken aback. She quickly turned to Kurwa, who was playing with the cursed spirit. Kurwa, what time is it? Am I late for school? Kurwa hesitated, then said, It's noon now, miss. You still have time before class, but given the circumstances, no, I want to go to class. At Tokyo Jujutsu High School, in the second-year classroom, a quiet atmosphere prevailed with soft murmurs. A teacher and two students were peacefully occupied with their own tasks. One studied, the other wrote a report. The phone on the lectern suddenly rang, shattering the tranquil moment. Below the podium, Joshan-si and Juru Xiaozi lifted their heads, disturbed by the sound. Teacher Yi Jingdao closed his laptop, furrowed his brow slightly, and picked up the flip phone. The caller ID displayed the name of his beloved student Wu Qiaowu. Hello. Sensei Jia and I are at the Star Plasma Vessel's girls' school. This brat is way too willful, even more than me. She knows there's a bounty on her head on the dark web, yet she still risks coming back to the school. Sensei, can I just drag her back to the academy? Since the speakerphone was on, Wu Tiao's complaints echoed through the quiet classroom, reaching the ears of Joshan-si and Juru Xiaozi. Yi Jingdao was silent for a long moment before replying, Fulfill her wishes. I personally would love for you to drag the Star Plasma Vessel back to the academy, but Lord Tian Yuan said that before the assimilation, all of the Star Plasma Vessel's demands must be met. With that, he decisively hung up, leaving no room for his beloved student to refuse. But as he put down the phone and was about to resume preparing some materials on the computer, a voice belonging solely to Joshan-si suddenly rang out in the classroom. Sensei, I once read an ancient book in the library. A book about the 6 eyes, Tian Yuan, and the Star Plasma Vessel. Yi Jingdao and Juru Xiaozi were taken aback, their gazes filled with confusion as they looked at Joshan-si, who was speaking with his head down. They had visited the academy library before, but they didn't recall seeing such an ancient text. Could it be some charlatan's fabrication? Joshan-si kept his head down, studying, and spoke as if to himself. The ancient book recorded a very strange phenomenon, that there is a cycle of causality among Tian Yuan, the 6 eyes, and the Star Plasma Vessel. This cycle of causality dictates that every 500 years before Tian Yuan's assimilation, both the 6 eyes and the Star Plasma Vessel will be born into the world. An immortal cursed user once doubted this and conducted a small experiment, secretly intercepting and killing the newborn 6 eyes and Star Plasma Vessel. But no matter how many he killed, when Tian Yuan's assimilation came 500 years later, a new 6 eyes and Star Plasma Vessel would inevitably be born. The three were bound together in an inescapable recurring cycle. Is there really no way to break it? Does it just go on like this forever? Juru Xiaozi was captivated, unable to suppress her curiosity. The ancient book didn't record a way to break it, and there was no follow-up on that cursed user. Joshan-si stopped the pen in his hand, slowly raised his head, and inexplicably gazed out the window at the drifting yellow-green withered leaves. But in my view, all three are extreme existences, so to break it, an even more extreme force must be employed. For example, enough, see. Yi Jingdao cut him off, speaking with exasperation. Lord Tian Yuan is not for us to speculate about. And stop reading those strange ancient books in the library. I'm afraid you'll turn into a Dashuan. Okay, sensei. Joshan-si responded lazily, then stood up and left the classroom. Juru Xiaozi, who hadn't heard enough, followed him, her curiosity itching for an answer. At the academy cafeteria, Joshan-si ordered an oversized pork rib rice bowl, while the following Juru Xiaozi ordered a small portion of sake-flavored lean meat ramen. They casually found a seat, piously clasped their hands in prayer for a few seconds, then, without a word, picked up their chopsticks and began eating. When Joshan-si poured 3 spoonfuls of bitter melon juice over his rice, Juru Xiaozi's lips twitched slightly. Even though it wasn't the first time she'd seen him eat like this, it still shocked her. Indeed, it's no wonder that scumbags stick together. The three of them had completely opposite tastes, sweet, salty, and bitter, all gathered together. Joshan, you still haven't given me the answer to that question from the classroom, Juru Xiaozi said, taking a sip of the sake-flavored broth before even swallowing. Joshan-si chewed the rice grains in his mouth, swallowing them completely before speaking. You already know the answer. Tell me, what is the most extreme thing in the jujutsu world? A flash of inspiration hit Juru Xiaozi, and she instinctively wanted to speak, but Joshan-si shushed her first, forcing her to hold back. Joshan ate with relish, but inwardly he was pondering that the most extreme thing in the jujutsu world was undoubtedly the heavenly restriction. And the heavenly restriction of this era was Fuhei Shinner, so the balance among the three. Just as in the original story, it was destroyed by him. Also, what he had said in the classroom was not a story, it was a true event. The 1,000-year-old cursed user was also real. He was the Riddle Man. Juru Xiaozi slurped up a long noodle and asked curiously, "Is that ancient book you mentioned still in the library? I want to borrow it and read it in the dorm." Joshan, lost in thought, was startled. He had made it all up based on the original story. There was no such ancient book for her to read. Forced to, Joshan lied without batting an eye, "I haven't finished reading it yet. They'll give it to you after him." He added, "That ancient book is quite thick, about 100,000 to 200,000 pages. At my current reading speed it might take me 3 years to finish. Then give it to me in 3 years. They'll still be working at the academy after graduation anyway, so I can flip through it with some sake whenever I'm free." Juru Xiaozi didn't suspect a thing. After speaking, she focused on her noodles. After all, knowing Joshan's character, he wouldn't lie. Joshan breathed a sigh of relief. He would stall for time, and after graduation, he would fabricate a book to make up for the missing ancient book. The next day, the second day of protecting the star plasma vessel, while Wu Tiao was in Okinawa rescuing Kurwa, Joshan far away at the academy woke up early to take the entrance exam at Tokyo University. At the academy, one couldn't learn normal knowledge, as students had to study on their own. Then upon graduation, the academy would offer entrance exams to any university. Although he was currently a second-year student and not yet of university age, remember that he was a special grade sorcerer, a genius. So the higher-ups made an exception to arrange an exam, hoping he could earn his degree early. As long as he passed the exam, he would be registered. Then after graduation, he would take another test, and if he passed, he would return to inherit the family estate and officially become a capitalist. This way he could fulfill his father's heavy expectations and also allow his father to step down from his high position and peacefully stay home with his mother. July 13th, 2006. The third day of protecting the star plasma vessel. At 3:00 p.m., Jujutsu High MT. Yoshino. Having returned from their Okinawa trip, the group of 4, Gojo Satoru and his companions, ascended the polished stone steps leading to the Hall of Convergence, their hearts entangled in a whirlpool of emotions. With each step, the vermilion torii gates towering above cast their shadows upon the 4 figures bathed in the sunlight's projection. They exchanged no words. Even as the verdant scenery unfolded on either side, they silently lifted their feet, treading heavily upon the stone steps with a weight in their hearts. Gradually, step by step, they traversed the 81 torii gates in utter silence and finally arrived at the innermost barrier of Jujutsu High. Still without any exchange, they instinctively sought a shaded spot to rest. Suguru Geto's taut nerves eased somewhat, but recalling the warning from his dear friend, he cast a wary glance around the cicada-chirping surroundings. Seeing no lurking danger, he let out a relieved sigh, then looked with a bittersweet gaze at Riko Amanai, who was sitting on her knees smiling foolishly at Kurwa. So young and innocent, utterly guiltless. Suddenly, before Geto could dwell further, an anomaly erupted. An unexpected glint of cold light streaked with unmistakable intent toward Gojo's chest. Just as it was about to pierce through, Gojo, as if possessing eyes in the back of his head, swiftly sidestepped and caught the approaching blade with one hand. This sudden assassination attempt also drove the pair of mistress and servant instinctively to hide behind Geto. Yo, how did you spot me?" Toji Fushiguro, clad in a tight combat suit, looked at Gojo with astonishment as he caught the blade barehanded. At that moment, the usual smirk of condescension faded from Gojo's face, replaced by a grave expression as he stared at the muscular man exuding an aura of brutality. "Your stench is too strong. I could smell you from a mile away." Gojo retorted sharply, his hand gripping the blade suddenly surging with cursed energy, and he shattered the ungraded weapon with sheer force. As the blade fragments clattered to the ground, he swiftly manipulated the attraction of cursed technique blue, sending the shards scattering like flower petals toward Toji. Toji performed a backflip midair, agilely dodging the incoming fragments. Mouth monster. Seizing the gap during the backflip, Geto instantly summoned a first-grade cursed spirit he often used, a gaping maw that swallowed Toji whole into its stomach. Gojo shook off the blood from his palm, wounded by the blade, and without hesitation returned to Geto's side. "Geto, we're going team battle." There's not a trace of cursed energy in his body, yet his physical strength rivals that freak C. He must have the heavenly restriction's physical enhancement. Against someone like him, we need to employ the same strategy we used against C. Long-range feints, then catch him off guard and finish him in one strike. Geto nodded in agreement, then turned to Riko and Kurwa behind him. "You two find a safe concealed spot behind us and hide. Don't come out until we call for you." "WWE understand." The two women stammered in response, aware that staying would only make them burdens. Suppressing their terror, they supported each other and ran to hide behind a distant boulder. The moment they were concealed, the insect-like body of the mouth monster began to writhe violently, followed by agonizing, ear-piercing screams. Inside its body, countless slashes of blade light flashed. In the next second, the elongated worm-like creature was sliced from within into countless pieces. Toji Fushiguro, draped in purple blood, a cursed spirit coiled around his waist, and a greatsword over his shoulder rose from the rain of blood, with an overwhelming aura of brutality. Seeing the cursed spirit wrapped around Toji's waist, Gojo and Geto exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes filled with deep confusion. This was the innermost part of the barrier of Tenjin. How could that man have brought a cursed spirit inside? Toji calmly stuffed the greatsword in his hand into the cursed spirit's mouth, then asked curiously, "Young master of the Gojo clan, I'm very curious. How did you detect a worthless man like me devoid of cursed energy? And wasn't your group supposed to be on edge from the assassins on the dark web? Shouldn't you be relaxing now that you're back at Jujutsu High?" Gojo removed his sunglasses and sneered. "I told you your stench is too strong. I could smell your foul odor from a mile away." In contrast to his friend's provocation, Geto spoke gravely. "Someone warned us that the safest place is the most dangerous. So until the star plasma vessel is delivered to Master Tengen, we won't let our guard down. And we weren't vigilant every second outside. We took turns balancing work and rest to keep ourselves in peak condition. As for how Gojo evaded your ambush, you can thank another dear friend of ours. He taught us the mind's eye, a unique technique created specifically to counter physical fighters." Toji rubbed his brow, looking both relaxed and resigned. "The other friend you mentioned, is it Tsukasa? Even though I've never met him, that mind's eye of his leaves a pretty bad taste in my mouth. It ruined my plans for weeks." "Fool's plan. Don't you know the dark web has already retracted the bounty on the star plasma vessel? Killing her now won't get you a single cent." Gojo continued his taunts, but for some reason, every time he looked at that rugged face, it felt oddly familiar. Had he seen it somewhere before? Toji glanced at the incessantly mocking Gojo. "I was the one who retracted the dark web bounty, you foul man. Talking to you any longer is just a waste of saliva. From now on, you two are going to die at the hands of a worthless man like me who has no cursed energy. Anyone can talk big." Geto snapped, and in front of him, he summoned dozens of cursed spirits resembling mortar launchers, aiming at Toji and firing octopus-like projectiles of light. Toji vanished in a flash, his figure flickering through the towering trees, dodging with astonishing speed, so fast that the human eye could barely track him. Blue maximum output. Gojo uprooted the grove of trees before him, stripping Toji of any cover. With the open field, Geto continuously summoned the octopus-cursed spirits, raining down a relentless barrage of firepower upon Toji. The launched octopus projectiles churned up thick, heavy smoke over the barren ground, obscuring Toji's figure and leaving his fate unknown. But in the blink of an eye, Toji materialized behind Geto like a phantom. "I hate long-range sorcerers. So capture the king first." With lightning speed, he pulled a crimson three-section staff from the cursed spirit's mouth and swung it toward the back of Geto's head, the wind howling. A sharp clang rang out, but no splattering of brains occurred. A skeletal cursed spirit wielding a bone blade had intercepted the blow for Geto. The bone blade and the staff sparked as they clashed, hollow and icy, gazes meeting in the space between them. Toji's lips curled into a smirk. He increased the pressure on the staff with both hands, muscles bulging slightly, intending to force the bone blade down. Suddenly, a fist wreathed in black and red sparks slammed toward his jaw. It was Geto's black form. Just as the blow was about to land, Toji arched his back in a near impossible, almost floor-kissing position, dodging by a hair's breadth. Rasengan. Seizing the moment of Toji's imbalance, Gojo's figure appeared above him, his right palm spinning a brilliant blue sphere of cursed energy. Toji's pupils contracted. Even without cursed energy, he could clearly sense the immense power contained within the sphere. If it struck his body, it would surely blast a bloody hole through him. In a flash, Toji reacted with blinding speed, pulling the Soulslayer greatsword from the cursed spirit on his shoulder, moving so fast the eye couldn't follow. Despite his loss of balance, he used the blade to block the sphere. The two engaged in a pushinshove, each exerting hidden force. Toji suddenly shoved the blade forward, sending Gojo flying backward while the sphere in his hand detached and exploded in midair. The resulting shockwave also flung the nearby Toji into the mansion behind him like a bowling ball launch. Despite gaining the upper hand, Gojo and Geto felt no elation, only a profound gravity as they stared at Toji within the wall. Several coordinated attacks had all been evaded by Toji's formidable physique, proving that his bodily prowess was truly beyond measure. "Jia, haven't you noticed after a few rounds that his strength keeps shifting? With a cursed tool in hand, he's pushing straight towards special grade, not merely reaching the level of Jibai Ren." Wu Tiaowu, despite unwilling to praise, had to admit that the man before him was genuinely formidable. Fortunately, he had the limitless defense, otherwise close combat would surely lead to defeat. Xiao Yujie naturally understood the thoughts of his close friend and partner. The weapons of the man before them were all retrieved from the mouth of that tamed cursed spirit. Next step, take advantage of his distraction to use the cursed spirit manipulation to subdue him. That would be like pulling a tiger's teeth, leaving him with nothing but brute force with nowhere to apply. While the two were analyzing, Fu Hei Shin Heir also emerged from the wall unscathed, gripping the soul liberation blade with wariness. Thinking back to that blue orb from before, he couldn't help feeling a lingering fear of, fortunately, he had blocked it in time, otherwise his body would surely have been blasted through. If not mistaken, that blue orb should be the spiral sphere coveted by the outside world, one of the extraordinary techniques created by Jiu-Shan-Si. And when did Xiao Yujie discover that he had come behind him, instantly releasing a skeleton cursed spirit for defense, as if anticipating? Was it truly, as Xiao Yujie had previously mentioned, a mind's eye specifically for capturing and predicting the movements of physically powerful opponents? Indeed, geniuses are the most detestable. The three stared at each other from afar, their eyes revealing solemnity and fierce fighting spirit. As the bell of the Jujutsu High School down the mountain rang, the three figures moved simultaneously. Boom! The air exploded. Fu Hei Shin Heir withstood two heavy punches with a single arm, using immense strength to knock the two apart, then swung the soul liberation blade towards a vulnerable throat. Wu Tiaowu quickly pulled Xiao Yujie behind him. The effect of Limitless froze the soul liberation blade in place, preventing it from advancing any further. Fu Hei Shin Heir's gaze sharpened, knowing that Limitless was inviolable, so he reached back to the mouth of the cursed spirit on his shoulder, intending to switch weapons. When his hand was just a centimeter from the mouth, the daylight sky suddenly darkened as the barrier was cast, and a disheveled girl appeared out of nowhere. Am I beautiful? The girl slowly raised her face, countless horrifying eyeballs bursting out from her skin, opening a mouth full of beastly fangs as she kept asking. Expressionless, Fu Hei Shin Heir extended his hand. The tamed cursed spirit on his shoulder decisively vomited a short sword resembling a pitchfork from its stomach. Like a shooting star's trail of light, the simple domain from the imaginary cursed spirit was instantly sliced into fragments, and the dazzling blue sky returned once more. However, the moment the simple domain emerged, the cursed spirit on his shoulder uncontrollably floated up and flew straight towards Xiao Yujie, who was behind Wu Tiaowu. With a contemptuous gaze, Fu Hei Shin Heir swung the heavenly inverse halberd, easily cutting off the cursed energy unique to the cursed spirit manipulation, and in the next second, he vanished with a flash. Xiao Yujie's pupils contracted, and he shouted in alarm to Wu Tiaowu, "We use cursed energy pressure." His short sword forcibly dispels the effects of techniques. Before his words faded, the heavenly inverse halberd descended from above, aiming directly at Xiao Yujie's head. However, the latter, as if foreseeing it, dodged sideways with all his might. Fu Hei Shin Heir, who had suddenly appeared behind him, seemed to have anticipated this. With an unexpected speed, he grabbed hold of Xiao Yujie's right arm. Then with force, he brutally tore it off. Moreover, with a fierce kick, he sent Xiao Yujie flying like a soccer ball, hurtling towards a distant boulder, where he then fell unconscious. Wu Tiao's pupils contracted as he stared at the unconscious Xiao Yujie. In just a few seconds, his close friend hadn't even a chance to resist. At this moment, Wu Tiaowu lost all reason. Enraged, he used his 6 eyes to search for Fu Hei Shin Heir, only to see the latter rushing towards Tian Nei Li Zi. In utter panic, Wu Tiaowu disregarded defense and shouted to the master and servant behind the boulder, "Tian Nei Hei Jing, run." Before the words finished, a scarlet trickle of blood spilled from Wu Tiaowu's lips. Disbelieving, he lowered his gaze to his chest, where a peculiar short sword was embedded, causing his 6 eyes to contract. Wasn't he pursuing Tian Nei? How could he have silently appeared behind? Fu Hei Shin Heir sneered. You two care too much for each other, otherwise that afterimage attacking the star plasma vessel would have long been seen through by the 6 eyes. As jujutsu sorcerers, how can you have so many personal emotions? Farewell, young master of the Wu Tiao family. I hope you remember my name in hell. My name is Fu Hei Shin Heir. Fu Hei Shin Heir swung the heavenly inverse halberd, brutally disemboweling Wu Tiaowu, then relentlessly struck again and again, leaving his body a gruesome sight. Finally, he switched to a small knife and plunged it into Wu Tiao's forehead, twisting and stirring violently to eliminate any chance of revival. Stepping over the blood-soaked Wu Tiaowu, Fu Hei Shin Heir casually touched the scar on his lip and walked slowly towards the master and servant, who were desperately supporting Xiao Yujie. However, when he was just a few meters away, he stopped, calmly feeding the soul liberation blade and the heavenly inverse halberd into the cursed spirit's mouth. Looking at the unconscious Xiao Yujie missing his right arm, Fu Hei Shin Heir couldn't help sneering. You who are blessed by your parents, if not for considering that your technique is cursed spirit manipulation, I would have killed you long ago." As he spoke, he reached out to have the cursed spirit spit out a desert eagle, his gaze icy, as he aimed the dark muzzle at the dejected master and servant. Bang! Bang! Fu Shin heir mercilessly pulled the trigger. To him, these two were merely a reward to be spent. The number of people who had died by his hand was countless. However, a startling turn occurred. The two women were enveloped in a dark substance, and the two bullets bounced off them. Fu Shin heir was taken aback, staring in bewilderment at the two pitch-black females. Not only was he stunned, but the master and servant were equally bewildered. They dazedly raised their own pitch-black hands, staring in disbelief. "I say, haven't you gone too far?" In the silent atmosphere, an emotionless voice came from behind Fu Shin heir. The tall silhouette loomed over him like a mountain. Fu Shin heir's heart trembled, cold sweat forming on his back. With the monstrous senses granted by his heavenly restriction, it was extremely rare that he hadn't noticed someone behind him. The person behind him was like an omnipresent darkness. If Fu Shin heir was in fear of the unknown danger, then the master and servant were trembling as they confronted sheer terror. They tightly covered their pitch-black mouths, not daring to breathe as they gazed at the newcomer. He was handsome and noble, but in his hand, he held a blood-dripping head. The head wore a terrified expression, its lifeless white eyes as if they had seen a primordial beast. Fu Shin heir tried to suppress his unease and said gravely, "It was a commission from both the employer and the intermediary. As a hitman, I could hardly refuse." "You mean this?" He casually tossed a head at Tian Nei Li's feet. All three were startled, each with a different emotion. Fu Shin heir, tense, staring blankly at the head of his collaborator Kong Shiryu. Had he been killed at the foot of the Jujutsu High School by someone returning to the school? But soon Fu Shin heir broke into an open smile, saying in a light tone, "Since the intermediary is dead, I'll give up on the mission." As he spoke, Fu Shin heir stretched lazily with a grin, but just then, with swift and sudden movement, he pulled the soul liberation blade from the cursed spirit's mouth. With an explosive spin, he swung the blade to its utmost limit, slashing at the person behind him without a hint of hesitation. "Kneel!" The indifferent voice and irresistible command that made words reality forced Fu Shin heir to drop his blade and kneel, worshipping the looming silhouette, unable even to lift his head. Zhou Shanxi looked down with cold crimson eyes, the cross at his ear swaying in the wind. He gazed with contempt at Fu Shin heir, who was struggling with all his might. "This is the proper meeting of gazes between you and me." Huff, puff. Fushiguro Toji, kneeling on the ground, panted heavily. The cursed energy pressing down on him felt like an insurmountable mountain, rendering him utterly helpless. If his guess was correct, this must be the overwhelming cursed pressure that left one powerless to resist. And the one approaching was undoubtedly the strongest Gojo Satoru. Indeed, there were no hollow reputations under the sun. He had been careless this time. He needed to find a way to break free quickly, or he would die here. According to the information Shirho Kitsuya had gathered earlier, hadn't Gojo Satoru gone to Tokyo University for the entrance exam? How could he have returned so soon? Gojo Satoru remained silent, his gaze fixed on the unconscious Geto Suguru. When he noticed that his best friend's right hand was missing, the cursed pressure bearing down on Fushiguro Toji intensified. Forcing Fushiguro Toji from a kneeling position to a prone one, he was gradually pressed into the ground, forced into an intimate embrace with the earth. Fushiguro Toji's mouth filled with moist, gritty soil. As the sorcerer killer, he had never endured such psychological torment and humiliation. He struggled to break free. Yet despite exerting every ounce of his strength, he remained like a marionette, utterly at the mercy of Gojo Satoru's domination and repression, unable to resist his will and cursed energy. Gojo Satoru gazed at his friend for a long moment, then his crimson eyes turned frostily toward Fushiguro Toji, who was eating dirt. Slowly he raised his right hand. Thick black chi emanated from his slender fingers. With a clench toward Fushiguro Toji's neck, the suction force of darkness seized his throat in a death grip. Under the horrified gazes of the master and servant, Fushiguro Toji's feet gradually left the ground as he was lifted into the air by an invisible force. With his right hand wreathed in black chi, Gojo Satoru spoke in a voice cold and wrathful. "You did well, exactly as I expected. But the one thing you should never have done was tear off Jie's right arm. In the spirit of reciprocity, I will tear off your right arm as well." Fushiguro Toji's face turned crimson from the chokehold. The crushing cursed pressure prevented him even from kicking his legs. Gasping for air, he stared wide-eyed as Gojo Satoru lifted his left hand. With a clench of his left hand's fingers, the dark suction force brutally wrenched off Fushiguro Toji's right arm, blood splattering into a vivid rainbow in the air. Such a cruel, yet exquisitely beautiful scene left the master and servant slumped on the ground, convinced that the noble man before them was a sadistic madman taking pleasure in torture. See, So you should at least mind your image a little. Look how you've terrified Riko and Kurwa out of their wits. You're truly inhuman. A weak, intermittent voice sounded. Geto Suguru leaned against the stone, barely alive. His face was pale, yet he wore a smile as he watched his friend avenge him. Gojo Satoru shot him a displeased look. You have the nerve to smile? 2 against 1, and you still got hurt like this. You and Gojo Satoru shouldn't be human anymore. See, you're right. I've decided I won't be human anymore. A familiar manic voice rang out from behind, accompanied by bursts of wild laughter. Fushiguro Toji, who was suspended in midair and unable to speak from the pain, widened his eyes in shock at the sound of that voice, as if he had heard a ghost. He turned his gaze to Gojo Satoru's corpse. The Gojo Satoru he had savagely slain was now floating upright, resurrected, as if blessed by the gods. Was this not a ghost story? With his chest ripped open and his head impaled, how could Gojo Satoru still be alive? Gojo Satoru spread his arms wide, his face covered in blood, and laughed deliriously at the bewildered Fushiguro Toji. Do you see that? I'm still alive and kicking. Ha ha ha. When you stabbed me through the chest, I gave up fighting back and focused all my energy on reverse curse technique. Having never grasped it before, I achieved complete awakening thanks to that very blow. At the brink of death, I mastered it because of you. You made me grasp the core of cursed energy, and your defeat lies in not cutting off my head. Ha ha ha. The sound of this unhinged laughter made Gojo Satoru shake his head. He tossed the disoriented Fushiguro Toji a short distance away from Gojo Satoru. The karma of fate should still be resolved between the two of them. While they engaged in their cross-dimensional conversation, Gojo Satoru walked over to Geto Suguru. Under the latter's smiling gaze, he used reverse curse technique to restore his arm. Before long, Geto Suguru was back on his feet, full of vigor. He placed his hands on his hips and energetically twisted his hips as a warm-up. After finishing, he gallantly helped up the still-stunned Amanai, Riko, and Kurwa. When he noticed the dark substance on them and the 2 bullet casings on the ground, he was reminded of the 3 small black spheres he had secretly deployed earlier. Geto Suguru cast a grateful glance at Gojo Satoru. If not for those black spheres, the master and servant might have lost their lives after he collapsed. Leave the rest to Gojo Satoru, Gojo Satoru said meaningfully. Well, enter the Star Corridor and complete the teacher's commission. See. Geto Suguru opened his mouth, hesitating, as if wanting to say something to his friend, but in the end he sighed and led the master and servant into the entrance of the Star Corridor. Except for Gojo Satoru, who led the way, the other 3 followed in wordless confusion. A few minutes later, the 4 arrived at a circular door. Gojo Satoru pushed it open, revealing a tangle of interwoven trees. With his 9-tailed like cursed energy, Gojo Satoru located Tenjin's position like a radar. Then he guided the 3 absent-minded people behind him toward the target. After passing countless tangled trees, the 4 spotted a building. This building was the cursed object and tool storage, the Forbidden Vault. They still did not stop. After walking 100 steps, they saw an elevator leading to an underground palace. They rode it down, the incessant screech of the machinery adding to the complex emotions of Geto Suguru and the Star Plasma Master and Servant. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened. Gojo Satoru stepped out first, followed by Geto Suguru, and then the Master and Servant, holding hands and tears in their eyes. Still without a word, the 4 walked in silence through a dim corridor reminiscent of a sunlit path. The yellowish lights arranged above cast long shadows of their figures. A journey that should have taken only a minute was dragged out to 10 by the Star Plasma Master and Servant behind. Looking at the countless mansions below the stairs, Geto Suguru's expression shifted from complexity to heaviness. The Master and Servant behind hugged each other and wept bitterly, unwilling to let go. They knew that this embrace represented eternal separation. Geto Suguru cast a wary glance at his friend, then gritted his teeth and said, "See, Gojo Satoru, and I don't want Amanai Riko to merge. She's still so young. I beg you, pretend you didn't see this and let her go, okay?" At these words, the weeping Master and Servant stopped their tears. Amanai Riko was immensely shocked, never expecting that Geto Suguru would defy Tenjin's will and choose to save her. This sudden burst of happiness also ignited hope in Kurwa. She raised her tearful eyes toward the noble young man ahead. Gojo Satoru remained silent. He turned his head and looked at Geto Suguru, whose face was gradually reddening. After a long pause, he suddenly smiled and said, "Is your request a personal favor?" Geto Suguru was startled, then smiled and nodded in response. "It is my personal favor. I hope you can grant your brother this one thing. Even though doing so might be somewhat disloyal, turning a blind eye would absolutely go against his deeply held belief in protecting the weak." That was not what he wanted to see. Besides, Tenjin had lived for so long that he might have already lived enough. If he evolved into a monster, he could only blame himself for assigning Gojo Satoru and I to protect the Star Plasma vessel. "I can grant your request, but remember to treat me to a drink when we get out." Gojo Satoru half-jokingly demanded something, making it clear that refusal was not an option. Alright. Geto Suguru nodded repeatedly with a smile. When we get out I'll treat you, every day? Is that enough to let you turn a blind eye at? Deal. Since it's your wish as my best friend, how could I, as your brother, disagree? As Gojo Satoru spoke, he raised his hand and sucked toward the increasingly smiling Amanai Riko. A model-like shadow resembling Amanai Riko was drawn out from within her. Suguru Geto was startled, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the dark figure before him. The identical silhouette and physique made him exclaim in shock, "Is this Riko?" The star plasma vessel and her servant were equally astonished, crowding around the pitch-black model and examining it from head to toe. Apart from the dark skin and lack of movement, everything else was a perfect one-tune replica, so realistic that even Riko Amanai was momentarily lost in thought. Suguru Geto looked incredulously at the unflappable Tsukasa Hatoyama. Are you planning to replicate the star plasma vessel and give the fake to Tenjin for assimilation? Tsukasa Hatoyama shook his head. This is merely a model of the star plasma vessel. Compared to the real person, it lacks flesh, blood, and consciousness. I knew you and Satoru were restless souls, so among the 3 black spheres I gave you for the mission, one was designed to replicate genes and physique. Suguru Geto looked embarrassed. So you guessed we would later turn rebellious and laid out your plans in advance. What do you think? His crimson eyes flickered as he glanced at Suguru Geto. Tsukasa Hatoyama said, half affectionately, half exasperated. As your best friend and the strongest among the 3 of us, if I don't have your backs, whose backs would I have? Tsukasa. Suguru Geto was moved. If not for Riko Amane's presence, he would have stepped forward and given his best friend a heartfelt hug of gratitude. If not for the black sphere given by his best friend, Riko Amane's head might have been pierced by a bullet long ago. And now, to cover for him and Satoru, he had the foresight to replicate the star plasma vessel using the black sphere. Who could not love and be moved by such a friend? Tsukasa Hatoyama stepped back, slightly disgusted. Stop looking at me with those adoring eyes. If you want to repay me, do it with action, like you and Satoru doing my laundry until graduation. Suguru Geto patted his chest. Deal? For this safe, Satoru and I will take turns washing your underwear if needed. Get lost. Tsukasa Hatoyama snapped, unable to maintain his composure, shouting loudly despite his usual elegance. Suguru Geto chuckled a few times and wisely refrained from continuing. If he pressed further, Tsukasa might open his colorful eyes and beat him up. Tsukasa Hatoyama shot Suguru Geto a glare, then resumed his usual noble demeanor, acting as if nothing had happened. He placed his right hand on the model's head. Under the puzzled gazes of the others, Tsukasa Hatoyama turned to Riko Amanai. Lend me a drop of your blood. Without your blood, this replica will lack its essence. Riko Amanai did not offer immediately. Instead, she looked uncertainly at Suguru Geto, seeking his opinion with dependence. Suguru Geto nodded firmly. Listen to Tsukasa. He is one of my only 2 best friends, the person I trust most in this world. Upon hearing this, Riko Amanai first bowed apologetically to Tsukasa Hatoyama, then chose to trust him. She bit her index finger and with a cry of pain squeezed out a drop of blood. Drawn by the dark force, the drop of blood from her fingertip floated before Tsukasa Hatoyama. He clenched his left hand, and a bowl-like black vessel materialized out of thin air. The blood from Riko Amanai, guided by the pull, dripped into it. Tsukasa Hatoyama aligned his 5 fingers over the vessel, and from his palm erupted a red positive energy of reverse curse technique, enveloping the vessel as if steaming something. This novel and unique sight astonished the other 3, who stared intently at the vessel without blinking. A moment later, an even more shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. The blood inside the vessel increased under the influence of the positive energy. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. In just a few seconds, the bowl-like vessel was filled with blood. This scene of generating blood from nothing left the 3 onlookers dumbfounded. Suguru Geto said incredulously, to be so precise as to use reverse cursed technique to simulate and create blood. Tsukasa's mastery of reverse cursed technique far surpasses Shoko's. To be able to use such an advanced technique effortlessly, does Tsukasa the freak have no limits? This is a blow to my understanding of reversal. It's simple. Just watch and learn more, and you'll naturally get it. Tsukasa Hatoyama humbly bragged, indicating that this was a trivial operation. Suguru Geto's mouth twitched. He wisely shut up, knowing that if he continued, Tsukasa would surely start showing off his nobility again. Tsukasa Hatoyama set aside his humble bragging. His left index finger gently hooked toward the blood in the vessel, guiding it like a stream of water before the star plasma model. Then drop by drop the blood seeped from the dark skin into the model's body. Once the blood volume was sufficient, the right hand pressed against the model's forehead erupted with reverse positive energy, systematically creating everything the human body needed. Darkness can embrace all things selflessly, and it can also erode and replicate. The black liquid from the sphere that had earlier adhered to Riko Amane's skin had already copied everything inside her body. Now all that was needed was to use positive energy to create. The reason for requiring Riko Amane's blood was the unique nature of the star plasma vessel. Without her blood, it would not qualify as a star plasma vessel. Moreover, the blood flowing through the star plasma vessel is twice that of a normal person. In truth, they could simply take Riko Amane away without the trouble of recreating a star plasma vessel. In the original story, Tengen, by following the natural order, did not assimilate and evolved into a thumb, but that had no effect on her ability to construct the barrier of the cherry blossoms. However, considering her years of hard work, recreating a star plasma vessel for her was a gesture of compensation from the younger generation. As for whether she would assimilate or not, that was up to her. If she still followed the natural order like in the original story, she would still become a thumb, and then Kenjaku would constantly covet her thumb body. Thinking of this, Tsukasa Hatoyama's lips curled into a sinister, scheming smile. Without the evolved thumb body of Tengen, how could you Kenjaku assimilate all of humanity with the culling games? Would you have to change bodies and wait another 500 years in hardship? With continuous speculation, the new Riko Amane was also completed. Tsukasa Hatoyama withdrew his cursed energy, turned around, and faced the dark figure that now had flesh and blood. He looked at the deeply moved Suguru Geto and reminded him meaningfully, "You'd better turn around. The next scene might be a bit risque." Huh. Suguru Geto was momentarily confused, not understanding the meaning. Then, as the black substance on the figure's body peeled off piece by piece, revealing fair, smooth-skinned Suguru Geto's nose started to bleed. "Don't look." Riko Amane's face flushed crimson as she stood on tiptoes, covering Suguru Geto's eyes with a mix of shame and anger. Because the person shedding the dark substance was another version of herself. Just now Suguru Geto had, in a sense, seen her completely naked. Tsukasa Hatoyama took off his school uniform and tossed it over his back to the bewildered Riko Amane. After the rustling of dressing ceased, Tsukasa Hatoyama turned back properly. Although her legs were exposed, everything private was covered. Gradually, Riko Amane emerged from her daze. A smile played on her lips, and 1,000 words were conveyed through her gaze as she looked at the real her, who was playfully scuffling. "Be happy, the other me." Her voice was soft and wrapped in the lingering warmth of the school uniform. She descended the stairs, her figure fading desolately into the tree residence of Tengen. Witnessing this, Tsukasa Hatoyama bowed deeply, offering a noble's farewell with reverence. After a long while, Jigusen put away the farewell gift and looked relaxedly at Yuta Yaga, who was playfully teasing Tenakazuko. Seeing the genuine smile on Yaga's face, Jigusen felt the tension in his heart finally ease. Without the death of Tenakazuko, and the vile face of the Ponching sect, Yaga should no longer walk down the path of darkness, as in the original story. Next, we must silence the foul mouth of Jujo Yuki and prevent Yaga from harboring any mischievous thoughts. And then there's Maki and her sister. Isn't coming to this world meant to change the regrets of the original story? What is the point of being here if we don't change the ending? Just playing house. If these changes have causes and effects, then let me bear them. I will use my cursed eyes and strength to crush them to pieces. With that thought, Jigusen smiled slightly and waved to the three, saying, "Let's go, it's time to embrace a new life." The three eagerly nodded, quickening their pace to catch up with Jigusen. In the midst of gratitude and laughter, the four departed from the Hosei Palace. Once the four returned outside, what greeted their eyes was a scene of devastation. The surrounding land and residences lay in a state of ruin and desolation. In the distance, Satoru Gojo floated down before the fading Fushiguro Zenin. Compared to his previous madness, Satoru now appeared unusually calm as he said, "Do you have any last words?" "None." Fushiguro struggled to speak, painfully lowering his gaze to his left shoulder, which had been blown away by a curse as fresh blood uncontrollably oozed from the jagged edge. Having suffered such a grievous injury, memories of his failed life floated in his mind, ultimately fixating on a proud child sporting a hedgehog hairstyle. After a moment of distraction, Fushiguro spoke calmly. "As if welcoming death. In 2 or 3 years my child will be sold to the Zenin family. You may dispose of him as you wish." After saying this, Fushiguro slowly closed his eyes and bowed his head, resembling a valiant warrior, succumbing to eternal slumber as the heavens and the tyrant officially retired. The cursed spirit he had nurtured on his shoulder struggled to crawl to Yaga's feet, saying, "Mama, hold me." "This." Yaga's face flushed red as he looked at Tenakazuko, who was giving him a strange look, feeling helpless as he drew on the cursed spirit's technique to absorb. At that moment, Satoru Gojo approached the four with the infinite void and Tenkai bow. Upon seeing Tenakazuko still lively and present, he was momentarily stunned, but Yaga quickly explained the situation. Upon learning everything that had happened in the Hosei Palace, Satoru Gojo silently thanked Jigusen by giving him a light punch on the chest. He had feared standing against Jigusen while guarding the star vessel, but now it seemed that Jigusen was also a rebellious spirit. Indeed, the bond among the three of us is unbreakable. Don't look at me with those affectionate eyes. Jigusen shivered at the goosebumps and pushed away the hand resting on his chest. Satoru Gojo pouted, pressing his voice and twirling his fingers teasingly, saying, "How annoying, you heartless villain. Yaga is not inferior to your mysterious predecessors. For the next 2 years, I will wash your underwear." Jigusen's mouth twitched violently, suspecting that Gojo's mind had been damaged by Fushiguro, and he kicked him away in disgust. Just as he was about to teach Gojo a lesson, his phone suddenly rang. Jigusen had to set aside the thought of teaching him a lesson and walked aside to answer. "Moshi Moshi. Jigusen is Yaga and Gojo with you." I called them, but no one answered. I'm afraid something happened to them while protecting the star vessel. A serious voice from the other end belonged to Yoru Tsukuyami. Jigusen turned to glance at the lively four and replied gravely, "They are right here with me. Both have sustained significant injuries. If I hadn't returned in time, they might have already died in the banquet's trap. And the star vessel had already died by the time I arrived." Upon hearing this, furious sounds of slamming the table erupted from the other end. "These bastards have gone too far. The Ponching sect has crossed the line. They actually dared to hire a cursed assassin against the heavens and the tyrant. And they audaciously intruded into the banquet's trap to assassinate the star vessel. The higher-ups have decided to rebuild the Ponching sect, and those involved in this execution will face the death penalty." "Who will carry out the execution?" Jigusen asked, loosening his previously covered ears, reorganizing his words. "It won't be Yaga and Gojo, will it?" Yoru Tsuyami pondered for a moment and replied, "You know that both schools are unable to spare manpower right now, as they are all dispatched to handle the rampant curses. Even I, your teacher, am also in Saitama exorcising curses. Leave it to me, or let me handle the execution." Jigusen interrupted, his tone surprisingly calm. "All right." With that agreement, Jigusen hung up the phone and returned to the four, pretending nothing had happened, as they left cheerfully. Unbeknownst to them, not long after they left, a woman with a strangely beautiful aura emerged from the shadows, her deep gaze locking onto Yaga's arm. At 6 p.m., at the headquarters of the Ponching sect in Kyoto, the House of Star Children, the dark curtain slowly descended while Jigusen, with a calm expression, held his cursed blade, slowly walking along the red brick pathway, flanked by stone columns. Jigusen ascended the steps as if climbing a heavenly ladder, the cursed blade slowly unsheathing under the push of his thumb, a scarlet murderous aura enveloping the ship-like residence before him. As he passed through a corridor bathed in red light, Jigusen calmly pushed open the tightly shut doors. The first sounds to reach his ears were bursts of applause coming from a group of middle-aged men and women with strange smiles feigning benevolence. They looked like innocents clad in white garments, yet mocked Jigusen as he entered, applauding his evil deeds. "Who are you? Where are Kong Shiyu and Fushiguro Zenin? Have they completed the assassination task I entrusted to them?" A middle-aged man with a bump on his forehead jumped out arrogantly, posing a deadly triple question to the expressionless Jigusen. Swish! With a flash of red light, the head of Motoru Sonoda was cleaved in half by the cursed blade, the blood splattering on the blade, eagerly consumed and savored. Countless screams of panic echoed in this hall, resembling a church, as they frantically scrambled to escape, even trying to jump out the window, only to find the dark matter outside had completely blocked their escape. Jigusen's red eyes watched indifferently as he said, "I have no dreams, but I can protect the dreams of others, while I can even achieve their dreams with my own hands. You are fanatically pursuing the Tonguin, which is none of my business, but you almost extinguished the light in the eyes of my two closest friends for your own selfish desires. To maintain that light, I chose to bear everything alone now. It's time for you to pay the price for that." Jigusen approached with his blade, reaping all vitality like a grim reaper harvesting the dead, as the endless wails were drowned in the rolling hot blood. He blossomed like a flower in the dawn amidst the slaughter. 1 minute later, the hall filled with the iron scent of fresh blood revealed that aside from Motoru Sonoda, who had been decapitated, the remaining 99 had all suffered fatal cuts to their throats. Mission accomplished. Jigusen sheathed his blade with a calm demeanor, as if casually killing a few cursed spirits, leaving the hall without any sense of guilt. As he was taking in the air, a familiar short-haired figure waiting nearby caught Jigusen's attention. Hai Kukisaki Nobara waved her hand in a charming manner, her demeanor exuding familiarity, and her eyes revealed unabashed affection. Jigusen slowly came to his senses, his red eyes fixating on the stitched scar on Kukisaki's forehead, and then he drew his cursed blade once more. "Don't do that, I just want to have a quiet chat with you," Kukisaki pouted, looking pitiful. Jigusen frowned, lacking any romantic sensibility, and retorted, "Disgusting." "I'm only disgusting to you." Kukisaki's face flushed with excitement, her demeanor bashful, as if the person standing in the distance was her greatest love. "Shameless." Jigusen was utterly disgusted, unable to maintain his composure, as he cursed loudly. Kukisaki covered her face, shyly saying bashfully, "Wah wah wah. I'm only shameless towards you. I miss you so much that my milk is overflowing. Why don't you come over and have a taste? It's my first time being a mom. You're asking for death." Jagusin was infuriated, swearing to charge at this lascivious woman with his blade. "Annoying, you men are so crude, always resorting to violence. Why don't we sit down and talk, or even develop an underground relationship?" Kukisaki continued her flirtatious banter, clearly ready to offer herself up. Her eager demeanor made Jagusin's brow twitch. He felt utterly speechless, wishing to take his blade and cut her down. Jiushansi took a deep breath, halting his urge to charge forward and strike. Hu Zhangxiangji covered her mouth with a gentle smile. "See, why did you stop? Could it be that hearing the words secret affair made you restless?" Jiushansi's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, as he said meaningfully, sharp-toned, "You may look curvaceous, but I don't like men." Hu Zhangxiangzi's charming smile abruptly froze, and a barely perceptible flicker of shock passed through. She gazed deeply at Jiushansi, then suddenly covered her mouth again with a laugh, saying playfully, "Although I have short hair and look a bit masculine, there's no denying that I am a real woman. If you don't believe me, I can go to the dense forest behind and let you examine me. After all, seeing is believing and touching is secondary." Her repeated flirtatious words also made Hu Zhangxiangzi's charming face blush, and her hazy, beautiful eyes were fixed on Jiushansi, as if gazing at a treasure. Jiushansi shook his head in speechlessness. Wan Sua's excited demeanor. It was probably because he had taken a liking to him, or more precisely to his body. Judging by what he did to the Jia Mao family in the early Meiji period, one could tell he was a pervert using his bedmate as an experiment for cursed spirits, utterly inhumane. That bedmate became pregnant with a cursed spirit's child 9 times and miscarried 9 times. One can imagine the suffering she endured. How cruel. "It seems you want me to expose you, don't you, Jia Mao Xianluan?" The words, neither light nor heavy, slipped from Jiushansi's mouth. Hu Zhangxiangzi's blush faded, and she took a few small steps back at his words. "You? What nonsense are you talking about? My name is Hu Zhangxiangzi." "Ha ha ha. Self-deception." Jiushansi gave a faint, meaningful sneer. "Once in the Jujutsu High library, I read about the embarrassing affairs of the 3 great families. Among them, the Jia Mao family in the early Meiji period caught my special attention. Rather than focusing on the Jia Mao family, it was Jia Mao Xianluan who piqued my interest, the one known to the world as an evil sorcerer. I looked into Jia Mao Xianluan's life. He had a good reputation when young, but in his later years his style completely changed. Although I couldn't find out what heinous acts he committed, being called the most evil sorcerer means he must have done something unforgivable. To find the reason, I consulted many ancient texts and records. In the end, the stitched line on his forehead in his later years struck me as suspicious. It was recorded that from the moment Jia Mao Xianluan acquired that stitched line, his personality underwent an unprecedented change, as if he had become a different person. So I speculated that someone must have taken over his body and, using his identity, secretly conducted some kind of experiment within the Jia Mao family. And although there's no stitched line on your forehead, the scar above it betrays you. Am I right, Jia Mao Xianluan? Ha ha ha. See. Hu Zhangxiangji bared her teeth and laughed eerily with facial contortions. Her previously hazy, passionate gaze at Jiushansi turned intensely fervent. "I originally planned to tease you, but who knew you would give me such a huge surprise? I truly, truly love you more and more. Since you've guessed it, there's no need for me to pretend anymore. He'll confess, the one who occupied Jia Mao Xianluan's body is me." Jiushansi replied lazily, "Yeah, I guessed. Anything else?" Hu Zhangxiangzi's laughter abruptly stopped again, and she asked in confusion, "Can't you show a little surprise? Shouldn't you look shocked and say, did I hear that right?" "How did I hear that wrong? It actually is body possession." Jiushansi lazily faked a shocked expression with a straight face. Hu Zhangxiangzi's mouth twitched, and she muttered irritably, "No sense of humor. No wonder you're so handsome, but still don't have a girlfriend." Jiushansi glanced sideways at Hu Zhangxiangzi, a woman's body with a man's mind, and sneered, "Humor has to be appropriate for the person. For someone like you, neither male nor female, it's hard to have a sense of humor." Hu Zhangxiangzi nonchalantly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said with adoring eyes, "Go ahead and scold me. It's because you're the most special in my heart." Jiushansi, disgusted, frowned deeply. "If you say those ambiguous, nauseating words again, I won't mind ending this conversation ahead of time." Hu Zhangxiangji ignored him and continued as she pleased, "Since you're special, I'll tell you something special. In truth, taking over Jia Mao Xianluan's body in the early Meiji period was just a whim to pass the time. But not long after, I discovered something interesting. There was a woman who could actually have children with cursed spirits. So the woman spurned by her relatives and family came to me. Oh no, to the original body of Jia Mao Xian. Driven by curiosity, I imprisoned the woman, made her mate with cursed spirits, and used my blood to create. See, this is art. When I conducted it the first time I was nervous and excited, but the result was unsatisfactory, so I escalated. I made her mate with cursed spirits 9 times, and Mascari 9 times, yet the final results were still unsatisfactory. Gradually, I became numb and disappointed. Because what was born was not the artwork I had in mind, they were failed inferior products. They let me down. You're not human. Joshan cursed ruthlessly. Even though he knew the truth from the original work, he couldn't help but curse that pervert once saw. One could imagine that woman living a life worse than death. Thank you for the compliment. Huzhang Xiangji took it as a compliment rather than shame and mused in recollection. Now these 9 cursed objects should be in Hongxinggong Jiku. They even have a nice name. The Cursed Fetus 9-Phase Diagram. Speaking of which, aren't you curious about my true identity? A dead man doesn't deserve to make me know his identity. Joshan swung the guache in his hand, and 2 crescent-shaped, sword auras of crimson cut straight forward. However, a strange change occurred. Just as the 2 sword auras were about to hit Huzhang Xiangzi's body, they inexplicably altered their trajectory and struck the stone pillars on either side. Huzhang Xiangji clicked her tongue in admiration and exclaimed, an anomalous slash. Not a trace of cursed energy fluctuation. This must be the sword aura from manga. See, you are truly too perfect. You attract me at every moment. I must have you, and then share a body. Is that so? Huzhang Xiangji in her excitement felt a chill down her back and alarm bells ringing in her heart, because Joshan had somehow appeared behind her. Without giving Huzhang Xiangji any chance to react, Joshan formed a fist with his left hand on which black and red sparks flickered across the space. Without a moment's hesitation, his fist drove straight toward the back of Huzhang Xiangzi's head. However, the inexplicable gravity surrounding her once again deflected the attack. See why so impatient? Huzhang Xiangji turned around with a playful smile, reached out with an ambiguous expression to touch Joshan's cheek, then closed her eyes and sniffed her hand like a love-struck woman. I see, your scent makes me so excited. The moment he was touched, Joshan felt like dying. He momentarily abandoned the attack, leaping back to evade the groping hand that still sought to touch him. Huzhang Xiangji took a deep sniff of her palm, her voluptuous body trembling with excitement as she exclaimed, though there's no scent, just the thought of it being cis face sends me into ecstasy. This excessively obsessive display left Joshan utterly speechless, but he had no time to dwell on it, as he sank into deep thought. The ability just used by Kenjaku should be the innate technique of Huzhang's mother, the anti-gravity mechanism. By reversing the technique of gravity, he forcibly pushed aside his own black flash, and those 2 slashes were presumably based on the same principle. To some extent, gravity granted Huzhang's mother a defense similar to Limitless. And according to the original work's description by the one-eyed cat, her gravity technique could only be applied within a radius of 23 meters and lasted merely 6 seconds. Speaking of which, this gravity is quite powerful. Why is it different from Fujitora in One Piece? Could it be that the one-eyed cat drew a downgraded version? While he was pondering, an irresistible gravitational force descended without warning from above, crushing Joshan to the ground like an overwhelming divine punishment. For a moment, the ground around Joshan trembled violently, debris flew everywhere, and the earth became riddled with holes, utterly devastated. With a flicker of his crimson pupils, Joshan unleashed a surge of cursed pressure in the form of cursed energy, turning the tables by pinning Huzhang Xiangji to the ground. Both of them lay on the ground staring at each other, their expressions vastly different. One remained calm and unruffled while the other was filled with shock and curiosity. Huzhang Xiangzi's eyes sparkled with golden light as she lay on the ground, struggling to speak. This must be cursed pressure, isn't it? Its exhibited power is even greater than my gravity technique. See, you truly deserve the title of the Cursed Professor, a genius. Your talent in cursed techniques and your way of thinking are nothing short of divine gifts. Joshan could not be bothered to respond to Huzhang Xiangzi's endless chatter. With his formidable physical strength, he struggled to his feet against the crushing gravity. Under Huzhang Xiangzi's covetous gaze, Joshan slowly spread his arms, accepting the gravitational pressure like a baptism, letting it wash over him. Huzhang Xiangji stared in disbelief, her beautiful eyes widening as she repeatedly intensified the gravitational pressure, yet the latter merely At this instant, Joshan transitioned from struggling to moving with ease as his entire body became immune to this downgraded version of gravity. Huzhang Xiangji stared in disbelief, her beautiful eyes widening as she repeatedly intensified the gravitational pressure, yet the latter merely shrugged and shook his head as if unaffected. Witnessing this, Huzhang Xiangji suddenly thought of an unpleasant possibility. Could Joshan's body possess the same adaptability as Maharaga? This thought sent Huzhang Xiangji into a frenzy of excitement. If it were true, then Joshan's body must be obtained. Perfect. He was too perfect enough to make one drool. Joshan was the masterpiece she had been pursuing all along. Before he could comprehend a domain, she had to acquire his body as quickly as possible. With his talent, he would surely become another Sukuna in the future. Having pondered this, Huzhang Xiangji soon realized another serious problem. Even if she were to open a domain, its open-type, guaranteed hit effect would be useless against Zhou Shanxi, because he possessed reverse cursed technique. Not only would she fail to obtain his body, but she might also enable him to adapt to the domain. At best, she would lose the means to restrain him. At worst, she might meet her end here. She had to escape immediately. With her restored gravity technique neutralized, Huzhang Xiangji severed the curse pressure and stood up. After shrugging a few times, Zhou Shanxi turned his gaze to the rising Huzhang Xiangji, whose eyes now held a mixture of longing, wariness, and caution. Deep furrows formed on Zhou Shanxi's forehead. Since encountering Kenjaku, he felt that the level of sheer absurdity he had experienced today surpassed all previous encounters combined. What now? Was she treating herself like a moth drawn to flame? But since she had actively jumped out, it was the perfect opportunity to eliminate a future threat. With a fierce glare from his crimson pupils, Zhou Shanxi intensified the curse pressure, calculating the timing of the gravity technique. At the 5-second mark, he repelled the Kicken blade with a shockwave. Huzhang Xiangji barely dodged the Kicken blade, piercing into the stone pillar behind her like an arrow. However, without the protection of her gravity technique, her body felt as if crushed by a mountain, uncontrollably collapsing toward the ground. But before she could fall, a heavy punch struck her abdomen. Huzhang Xiangzi's eyes rolled back, vomiting the food she had eaten earlier. The storm that awaited her was far from over. With a stoic expression, Zhou Shanxi grabbed her arms and ruthlessly applied the bone-dislocating, tendon-splitting hand. He dislocated the hand she used for forming domains, then kicked her high into the air. Mid-flight, he moved like a ghost to appear behind Huzhang Xiangji, delivering a spinning hammer blow that sent her crashing back to the ground like a falling meteor, gouging out a deep crater. When the dust in the crater cleared, Huzhang Xiangji emerged with only slightly soiled clothes, completely unharmed, as if the devastating attack had never happened. Huzhang Xiangzi's eyes blazed with fury. What a ruthless man, attacking a weak woman like me without mercy. Don't you know how to treat a lady? Zhou Shanxi ignored her, casually reaching out his hand to absorb the Kicken blade from the stone pillar. With actions speaking louder than words, he lunged directly at Huzhang Xiangji. With a heavy chop aimed at her forehead, Huzhang Xiangji, knowing Zhou Shanxi had already adapted to her gravity, hurriedly crossed her fists to block the blade's handle. The immense force forced her to one knee. In that moment, she couldn't help but recall a man from 1,000 years ago, a monster who single-handedly challenged the entire Jujutsu world, and Zhou Shanxi's power exceeded even that man, surpassing him by another level entirely. Now she regretted revealing herself so openly, as she should have struck from the shadows. In just a few seconds, she was consumed by bitter regret down to her very bones. Zhou Shanxi cared nothing for her regret. He decisively raised his right leg, driving his knee upward toward her fragile chin. With the sharp crack of a fractured jaw, Huzhang Xiangzi's head snapped back, dizziness overwhelming her as blood gushed from her mouth. Zhou Shanxi seized her hair, his crimson pupils icy with fury, and delivered punch after punch to her. Raining down like hail, the blows made Huzhang Xiangji vomit blood, her abdomen churning violently, the agony indescribable. After countless punches, Zhou Shanxi swung his leg in a powerful side kick, sending Huzhang Xiangji crashing into the stone pillar behind her. She staggered to her feet, the pain radiating from her abdomen, forcing her to tremblingly activate reverse curse technique. In the process, her gaze toward Zhou Shanxi shifted from covetousness to genuine fear and dread. From start to finish, Zhou Shanxi had not used a single technique, relying solely on overwhelming physical combat, an undeniable testament to his absolute confidence in his own body. She had to flee quickly. If Zhou Shanxi were to use his technique, an extreme technique, death would surely await her. To obtain his body, she would need to resort to underhanded methods. After briefly healing her injuries, Huzhang Xiangji tremblingly formed a certain hand seal. Off in the distance, Zhou Shanxi thrust the Kicken blade into the ground, showing no fear of whatever technique Huzhang Xiangji might unleash, and said calmly, "Coveting my body and jumping out, that is the cause. And my slaying you, that is the effect. Come, let me show you what darkness truly is. Extreme technique, rational universe." The moment those words were spoken, the entire space was instantly swallowed by darkness and frozen, plunging into an eternal desolation. An ancient, incomprehensible hexagram array formed beneath Huzhang Xiangzi's feet. Cold sweat beaded on Huzhang Xiangzi's brow. Her naked eyes could see nothing, only pitch-black silence. The aura of death drove her to frantically form hand seals. But at that moment, the hexagram array beneath her feet emitted a dazzling light, and a massive black hole instantly engulfed her body. Zhou Shanxi raised his left hand, and darkness continuously compressed and condensed within his palm. In an instant, a flickering flash of gray lightning light materialized in his hand. The terrifying aura it emitted rivaled that of an atomic bomb. Perish, sinner. Without any hesitation, Joshan poured it into the black hole. The once featureless void transformed into a universe upon the infusion of that lightning white light. At that moment the universe trembled and shrieked violently. The white light mixed with lightning exploded from within, and the space that had been consumed by darkness shattered like a broken mirror. After the rational universe, which only harmed souls, erupted, Huzhang Xiangzi's body was nowhere to be seen. It seems that hand seal led to spatial teleportation. Speaking of which, how many bodies has Kenjaku occupied? His techniques are stronger with each one. Joshan sighed with some regret. If he had known this would happen, he should have used living sacrifice divine redemption instead of the immobilizing and soul-destroying rational universe. The advanced version of living sacrifice divine redemption is even stronger than a domain. It can bind everyone within the dark space to black chains, burning both body and soul with purple flames, leaving one in a state of living hell. Compared to the instant cast rational universe, living sacrifice divine redemption has a slight delay, but it is still much faster than the swirl of the cursed spirit manipulation technique. Nevertheless, Joshan quickly recovered his spirits. This battle had not been without gains. He now knew that Kenjaku had shifted his attention to his body, which meant he had abandoned Geto's cursed spirit manipulation technique. Joshan smiled helplessly. It seems the cause and effect have shifted to me. Being coveted is truly an unpleasant feeling. As Joshan smiled helplessly, his phone suddenly rang. When he took it out, he saw it was his teacher Yi, who was far away at you. Teacher, Joshan replied. Have you completed the mission? Came Yi's tired voice from the other. I have completed it, but I encountered a troublesome curse master on my way out. Did Yuan Tianmao hire another curse master from the Ponching sect? Joshan placed the phone back to his ear, his red eyes flickering slightly. It wasn't Yuan Tianmao who hired her. We had some exchanges before the fight, and she revealed that she had occupied Kumo Masanori's body. Occupied Kumo Masanori's body. Yi raised his voice in disbelief, saying that sounds a bit exaggerated. Oh, let me digest this for a moment. Joshan casually sat on a stone step, lost in thought, his red eyes gradually becoming unfocused as he gazed at the ravaged earth. After a long while, Yi spoke again, his tone heavy, asking, what about that curse master? Did she hurt you? Joshan gradually regained his composure, reflecting on the process of beating the binding chain, and said, I wasn't injured. She fought very conservatively. Even when in a passive position, she did not initiate any attacks. It seemed she was holding back a big move, afraid I would break it. If I'm not mistaken, the big move she was clutching was a domain. He added, as for the curse master, she used her technique to escape. Joshan said this, and quickly pulled the phone away from his ear. Sure enough, the next moment, Yi's shocked voice boomed again. You said her big move was a domain. Fortunately, she was wary of you. Otherwise, when I return to Tokyo, it would be a case of a white-haired person sending off a black-haired one. Joshan replied confidently, teacher, it's not as serious as you think. Even if she activates an unavoidable death domain, I still have the confidence to deal with it. Teacher knows, but if you encounter such a situation again in the future, it's best to run. After all, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. Yi earnestly advised. Among his three beloved disciples, he favored Joshan the most, followed by Xiaoyojia, and then Wu Tiaowu. A warm current flowed through Joshan's heart as he said, I understand, teacher. Now let's talk about this curse master who occupied a body. If I'm not mistaken, she should be from the same era as Tianjin. Her technique is more or less about exchanging brains to survive. After the brain exchange, she can utilize both her original and her current techniques. He continued, it seems that as long as she has exchanged bodies, all the techniques will be retained by her in some unknown way. Wait a moment, let me digest this. What you're saying is a bit shocking. Yi interrupted, struggling to accept it, as he breathed unevenly. After another long pause, he returned to the demeanor of a teacher who was hard to laugh with. Do you have any basis for what you're saying? Wild speculations can bring turmoil to the curse world. Joshan had to bring up the library again, slowly explaining the ancient records of Tianjin mentioned a curse master named Xian Sa, whose technique can be simply summarized as brain exchange. I didn't believe it when I first saw it until I personally witnessed the sutured scar on her forehead, and she casually mentioned occupying Kumo Masanori's body. All of this defies logic and makes me believe. If teacher thinks my speculation is false, you could ask the higher-ups about Tianjin. Or perhaps the higher-ups already know there is such a figure in the curse world, and there may even be some unknown collusion behind the scenes. Yi remained silent for a long while before speaking. I want to ask about the higher-ups who I'd rather trust my disciple than them. I will inform the students of the two schools and the three main families to be cautious. Now you should return to school. I fear there will be more trouble later. Okay, teacher, take care. Joshan hung up the phone with a sense of warmth, standing up relaxed. He had reminded him of everything that needed to be said and done what he could. I believe it won't be long before Xian Suo becomes a rat that everyone shouts at, and the Kumo family of the three main families will definitely dig 3 feet into the ground to find him. A few hundred years ago, using Kamo Masanori's name to commit acts that outraged both gods and men, now that the truth is revealed, not killing Xian Suo will not resolve the hatred in their hearts. Under the gradually darkening night, Jushan Si left holding Gue Che, leaving the wreckage on the ground to be handled by the assistant supervisor. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the crescent moon shone brightly in the sky, and the brightly lit courtyard of the high school dormitory was filled with first and second-year students gathered on the lawn for a night camping activity. Although it was camping, there was not a hint of a lively atmosphere. The death of the star jelly had made the ambience heavy and oppressive. Huiyuan looked at Xiaojia and Wu Tiao with concern, only to see the seniors listlessly staring at the snacks and desserts in front of them. He felt uneasy and comforted, saying, Senior, Wu, you must cheer up. Even the spirit of Tian Nai wouldn't want to see you both feeling dejected and dispirited. Are we feeling dejected? Wu Tiao and Xiaojia were taken aback. When did they feel dejected? They had just been pondering why Tian Nai had not arrived in Great Britain. The two exchanged a knowing smile, understanding each other without further explanation. Since the junior believed, so they would go along with it. The fewer people who know that Tian Nai is alive, the better it is for Tian Nai Riko, who is far away on the coast. This way unnecessary troubles can be avoided. The two set aside their lack of energy and threw themselves into enjoying the camping snacks prepared by their junior, fully savoring the rare peaceful time. By the way, Wu, do you still have the tin reverse spear from Fushiguro Zenin? Xiaojia asked with a smile, while munching on popcorn. What do you want it for? Wu Tiao moved his feet warily. The tin reverse spear is in my dormitory. I plan to take it back to the family for destruction tomorrow. Xiaojia shook his head regretfully, saying, such a powerful curse tool to destroy, don't you think that's a pity? Why not give it to me? Wu Tiao was face darkened, pretending not to hear as he turned his face away. He didn't like to think too much, but that didn't mean he was a fool. The forced release effect of the tin reverse spear strictly restrains the limitless. If he gave it to Xia, it would mean handing over the second seat in the school. Even if he was willing to give it away, if the old folks from Wu Tiao was family found out, they would definitely risk their lives to snatch it back from Xia. After all, this top-grade cursed tool had threatened the position of limitless. If it was not destroyed, those old folks would be restless. Xiaojia was persistent, saying, I'll trade you a top-grade cursed tool Yoyun for it. And if that doesn't work, I'll throw in another top-grade cursed tool, the soul release blade. Since it was obtained from looting, he could just give it away. If he could obtain the tin reverse spear, his strength would undoubtedly undergo a qualitative change, and more importantly, he wouldn't have to fear the stopping power of limitless. Wu Tiao said painfully, Xia, don't say anymore. I'll give you the top-grade cursed tool Wanli Lock. Oh, just don't think about the tin reverse spear anymore. As he spoke, he adjusted his sleep pants and quickly ran back to the dormitory. When he reappeared, he held the Wanli Lock and the tin reverse spear. Here you go. Wu Tiao handed the Wanli Lock to Xiaojia, but the latter's gaze was fixated on the tin reverse spear in his other hand. Xiaojia pouted, reluctantly accepting the Wanli Lock, but to ensure Wu didn't suffer a loss, he took out the soul release blade from his bag for an exchange. Overall, he had suffered a great loss. The soul release blade could ignore hardness and directly cut through souls, while the Wanli Lock, better not mention it, its effect was quite mediocre. Huiyuan Nanami, I'm borrowing this to play for one night. Wu Tiao weighed the soul release blade, showing little interest as he tossed it to Huiyuan Yu and Nanami Kinto. The two were delighted and gathered around the soul release blade to observe. However, since he had already brought out the 10 reverse spear Wu Tiao, Wu kindly handed it to Xiaojia, allowing him to experience it. Xiaojia was ecstatic, excitedly waving the 10 reverse spear in the air, but not satisfied, he got up to use it to cut grass and branches. Wu Tiao watched this with a twitching mouth, letting out a sigh with his delicate face. At that moment, Jushan Si and Idara Shoko, who were grilling meat in the distance, walked over with the cooked meat. Without caring about the hot temperature, Wu grabbed a piece, eating, while asking Jushan Si, do you have any way to destroy the 10 reverse spear? Jushan Si took a sip of the cold coffee and meaningfully reminded him why destroy it. You might find it useful in the... Wu Tiao shook his head dismissively, saying the effect of the 10 reverse spear is too restraining on the limitless. Keeping it makes me unable to sleep. Now that I have comprehended the reversal technique, my strength has undergone a qualitative leap. Besides, no one in the curse world can harm me. Since I'm already this strong, why should I keep the 10 reverse spear? I might as well look for an opportunity to seal it or even destroy it. Seeing Wu was determined to do this, Jushan Si decided not to persuade him any further. In the future, if Wu was sealed in the prison gate, he could just use Guiche to chop it. Let's not forget that Guiche can ignore barriers, and with the obliteration technique formed by barriers, one strike from Guiche can obliterate it into nothing. Or with a flick of the cursed eye. Overall, he felt like a powerful game glitch, able to casually break the game. What are you thinking? I've called you so many times, yet there's no response. Before he could think further, Wu kicked Jushan's foot. Jushan gradually regained his senses, shaking his head at Wu, shifting the topic. If you can't destroy the 10 reverse spear, I can help you. How will you help? Wu became interested. Don't underestimate the small 10 reverse spear. Its hardness was such that even the Requiem could do nothing to it. Could it be using those death eyes? Wu thought of this and called out to Xiaojia, who was cutting trees. Stop cutting. Quickly bring the 10 reverse spear over. Got it. Xiaojia, having enjoyed himself, walked back sweating profusely as he returned the 10 reverse spear to his close friend. Wu excitedly handed it to Jushan, urging him curiously, I've given you the item, quickly destroy it for me to see. Jushan set down his coffee cup and intriguingly said, before you destroy it, you must promise me one thing. If you agree, I will help you. Tell me first. Wu didn't agree impulsively, but watched Jushan smirk at the corner of his mouth. Jushan said calmly, I want to do a small experiment using dark control techniques. If successful, my technique will undergo a transformation. Xiaojia, wiping his sweat, was taken aback, and an unbelievable idea suddenly flashed in his mind. He stared at his close friend, exclaiming, don't tell me this experiment is to extract the forced release effect of the 10 reverse spear using darkness. As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell silent, and the gazes of the 4 boys and 1 girl were all fixed in shock on Jushan. Jushan smiled apologetically, meeting 5 astonished gazes as he explained, my dark manipulation actually has a bug-like ability. It can forcibly extract the soul of a possessed individual. Since I can extract the soul of the possessed, why not think reversely and use the bug to extract the traits of the cursed technique? The 5 were dumbfounded, staring at Jushan, speechless, their hearts suddenly filled with envy toward his dark manipulation. Not only could it attack and defend with dark gravitational pull, but it also possessed purple flames that burn souls, and even 2 powerful mysterious ultimate arts. And now he tells us he can extract souls from possessed beings, even go so far as to experimentally evolve and extract the traits of the heaven-soaring spear. Are you sure you're playing the same cursed technique game as us, and not a separate one? The 5 pursed their lips as if to speak, then silently resumed eating the food and snacks on the table. They desperately needed a moment of peace. Jushan wisely fell silent, ceased his boasting, and sipped his coffee. He knew dark manipulation was abnormal, but it was a root technique. Looking across countless past life passionate anime narratives, how many abilities tied to the root were weak? Luckily, he hadn't told them about the reverse technique of dark manipulation. It was also the root of light. If they knew, they would surely gang up on him. After a long silence, Gojo Satoru with greasy fingers shoved the heaven-soaring spear into Jushan's arms. He waved generously, take it for experiments. Though I'm somewhat annoyed and envious of your technique, as your close friend, I unconditionally support you. Jushan's face broke into a smile as he set down his coffee cup. Meeting the 5's gaze, he mysteriously pulled a notebook from his pocket as a token of return. Gojo Satoru's eyes lit up. The notebook from his close friend reminded him of the Rasengan from a certain evening 2 years ago. Had created another powerful, unique technique? Sure enough, Jushan spoke. As your close friend, I won't let you be shortchanged. This fist technique should suit you well. Before Jushan even finished his sentence, Gojo Satoru snatched it impatiently. Lowering his gaze, he saw the words flowing water-shattering rock fist on the cover. Gojo Satoru opened it urgently, and when he saw the intricate calligraphy inside, his beautiful 6 eyes contracted sharply. Beside him, Geto Suguru noticed his unusual expression and, itching with curiosity, leaned in. However, on witnessing the cursed energy transforming into water, his own pupils also constricted, as if beholding an inconceivable sight. The remaining 3, equally eager, tried to crowd in for a glance, but before they could approach, Gojo Satoru closed the notebook as if it were a treasure. Gojo Satoru ignored the reproachful looks from the 3, instead gazing deeply at his close friend, who was examining the heaven-soaring spear, and whispered in his ear, trading such a powerful fist technique for a broken weapon. Don't you think it's a loss? I feel after practicing this I could thrash Fushiguro Toji. Jushan shook his head nonchalantly, leaning in to whisper back. If you like it, that's what matters. I don't care much about loss or gain. Flowing water-shattering rock fist is strong, but compared to Mount Lu's rising dragon fist, it's somewhat insignificant. See? Gojo Satoru felt a surge of emotion, unable to resist leaning closer and saying affectionately, see, this young man has nothing to offer in return. Tonight let me sleep with you. As he spoke, he assumed an expression of utter surrender, as if moved to offer himself that night. Jushan shuddered with disgust, furrowed his brow, and kicked away the blushing-faced teenage Gojo Satoru. Say such vulgar things again, and I'll withdraw the fist technique. Gojo Satoru pouted pitifully, daring not to misbehave any further, clutching the notebook tightly, lest Joshan-si dash over and snatch it back. Little did he know Joshan-si was only saying so. He didn't really care, and instead began studying the cake fork, the special-grade cursed tool, the heaven-soaring spear. On the other side, Geto Suguru smiled as he moved a stone stool to sit beside Gojo Satoru, cajoling him with flattering words. This flowing, water-shattering rock fist was irresistible to anyone who saw it. A divine technique capable of deflecting attacks with fists flowing like unceasing water. More importantly, it came with an instantaneous movement technique that enemies could not predict, allowing one to appear behind them and strike straight at their vitals. While the men fussed around, Gojo Satoru Yeri Shoko idly ate grilled meat, and when bored refilled her classmate Joshan-si's coffee. As the other four focused on the unique technique, Joshan-si silently gathered his 5 fingers into a claw, and a thick black mist erupted forth. Under Yeri Shoko's stunned gaze, the black mist-wreathed fingers slowly reached toward the heaven-soaring spear, extracting its special cursed energy, like pulling out a soul. This cursed energy was colorless. It was the very power that had shattered the infinity barrier, but now it was absorbed and merged by the thick black mist. The black mist, like a bottomless pit, frenziedly devoured the entirety of the heaven-soaring spear. Gradually, the mist drained the spear's special cursed energy. For some reason, when Yeri Shoko looked again at the pervading black mist, her naked eye sensed it had turned even darker and felt more sinister. Joshan-si condensed the black rod. The faint glimmer on its surface made him so satisfied that the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Since the product was ready, he needed a test subject. He reached out and patted the conveniently flattered Gojo. Gojo, let me stab your infinity barrier with this black rod. Gojo Satoru froze, and the 3 around him, recovering, all 4 stared in shock, eyes darting between the black rod and the heaven-soaring spear. Gojo Satoru opened his mouth as if to speak, then activated his barrier with a hint of hope. Joshan-si, meeting the 5's varied gazes, effortlessly inserted the black rod into the infinity barrier, forcibly dispelling Gojo Satoru's turtle shell. The 5 disbelieved mouths agape, staring blankly as the black rod forcibly negated infinity. Among them, Hoshino Hajime even rubbed his eyes dazedly. Joshan-si smiled with utter satisfaction. Now his dark manipulation was essentially enchanted with the property of forcibly nullifying curse techniques. It seemed he would need to chat with Maharaga in the future to extract the eternal positive energy of his sword of extermination and attach it to dark manipulation. Although he could enchant himself with positive energy, it was only a one-time use, unlike Maharaga's sword of extermination, which was perpetually infused with positive energy. Gojo Satoru stared blankly at the wide-eyed Geto Suguru and said bitterly, Suguru, it seems I've raised a big daddy I can't keep up with. Accept your fate. You can't catch up to C anymore. You should focus on your dreams and surpass him through. Geto Suguru smiled helplessly, then teased. Now not only does the outsider Kenjaku want to seize his body, I'm tempted to as well. At this point, C can truly be called the strongest and invincible. Dark manipulation that can forcibly nullify cursed techniques. Just thinking about it is terrifying. With Cis talent, hell likely comprehend his domain before long. Then the entire jujitsu world will prosper or decline based on his whims. TCH, my strength can also make the jujitsu world bow to my whims. Gojo Satoru pursed his lips, stubbornly retorting. But his actions told a different story. Smiling with his 6 eyes, he blessed his close friend on becoming the current strongest. The stronger C became, the greater his potential to change the structure of the jujitsu world. In the future, they could simply unleash C against anyone they couldn't defeat. Too painful. As time passed, the camping trip came to an end. The 6 of them cleaned the courtyard, said goodnight to each other, and returned to their dormitories. Gee, I have something for you. Joshan-si, who was the last to remain in the courtyard, suddenly spoke up to stop Xiaoyojia, who was about to leave. Xiaoyojia stopped and turned around with a puzzled look, but in an instant a blurry black shadow flew straight toward his face. Xiaoyojia quickly caught the thing his friend threw. He took a closer look, and his pupils suddenly contracted, his calm breathing abruptly becoming rapid. What his friend had thrown was a cultivation notebook. On the cover were 5 large characters vaguely reading, Whirlwind Iron-Cutting Fist. Xiaoyuji's eyes flickered. These 5 characters reminded him of Wu Taiawa's Flowing Rock Smashing Fist, which sounded like a paired martial art. Joshan-si walked slowly to Xiaoyojia and said, Flowing Rock Smashing Fist and Whirlwind Iron-Cutting Fist are techniques I created specifically for you two. These 2 fist techniques are both powerful individually, but their greatest strength lies in combination. When you and Wu practice them to the end, you will achieve unexpected effects. You mean Whirlwind Flowing Airburst Fist and Interlocking Dragon Killing Fist? Xiaoyojia, who had flipped to the end of the notebook, exclaimed in surprise. Although the combined moves drawn on the pages were a bit embarrassing, and even seemed a little gay. The damage they could deliver was enough to blow up a mountain. Joshan's red eyes were deep. When these two combined fist techniques are unleashed, even if the King of Curses were to revive, he could only clasp his hands and pray that you miss. If you land a hit, the combined airflow will destroy his internal organs from the inside out. Even with reverse curse technique, it would cause unbearable pain. In short, flowing and whirlwind are very powerful fist techniques. You and Wu practice them well, and you might shine brilliantly in the jujutsu world in the future. See. Upon hearing these words, Xia Yuji's heart was as moved as Wu Tai's, and he looked up at Joshan's noble profile with affectionate eyes. She had taught them many extraordinary skills: the pre-combat curse pressure, the cursed energy version of the Rasengan, the reverse synergy spiral shuriken, and the precognitive mind's eye that captures human airflow to dodge attacks in advance. Now she had selflessly taught them the flowing rock smashing fist and whirlwind iron cutting fist techniques. The help he had given to himself and Wu was truly immense. See, how about I repay you by offering myself tonight? Xia Yojia said with a serious face, letting him use his worthless body to repay his friend's selflessness. Joshan's brow twitched, and without a word he kicked the affectionate Xia Yojia away, then retreated to his dormitory in disgust. He treated them as close friends, but they treated him as a lover to sleep with. If word got out, it would be a huge joke. Fearing that the two might sneak into his bed in the dead of night, Joshan locked the door with 10 heavy locks. After doing all that, he picked up his phone and called his mother. Shibuya, Tokyo. In a certain guest room, Huzhang Xiangji sat in front of the mirror, her face pale as a candle in the wind. She was constantly using reverse cursed technique to treat the remaining half of her right arm. However, no matter how she treated it, her right arm did not grow back, as if the soul within it had been annihilated and destroyed. Huzhang Xiangji stopped the treatment and said heartbrokenly, "My C, I love you so much, yet you cruelly destroyed my hand." Thinking of that dark, sunless prison, Huzhang Xiangji felt a lingering fear. If she hadn't decisively sacrificed one arm to complete the seal, she might have been blown into nothing by the immense energy that was poured in. Fortunately, she had a backup plan of spatial teleportation, otherwise she would have definitely fallen in the Star Religious group. "I see why. Why do you avoid me?" Huzhang Xiangji murmured obsessively, and to divert her attention, she cut off her remaining right arm. The pain that swept through her body made her tremble as if struck by lightning. She endured the pain and complained, "Pain, pain, too painful. See, my beloved, my heart is as ruined as scorched earth. Your cruel love cuts my heart like a knife, yet it makes me invincible. I will definitely make you return to my embrace. I will imprison you, then combine with you to create new life, then eat your brain and occupy your body forever." "See." Hiss. The heightened emotions caused the wound to expand, and with the intense pain surging up, Huzhang Xiangji staggered onto the soft bed. Beside her, a life-sized replica of Joshan's doll was buried in her chest with immense affection as she violently ravished the doll as if it were the real person. Gradually, the pain made Huzhang Xiangzi's mind grow hazy, and the doll in her arms gradually turned into the real person. In a daze of obsession, she pressed herself onto it. Outside the door, Huzhang Ren, who was about to knock, heard the moans and silently lowered his hand. He left this troubled place with an indescribable feeling. 1 month later, at noon, Tokyo Jujutsu High School. Knock, knock, knock. In the principal's office, Joshan held a notebook and lightly knocked on the door 3 times. Soon Yi Zingdo's voice came from inside. "Come in." Joshan gently pushed the door open and saw teacher Yi training with a punching bag, shirtless, with the adorable panda swinging his fist beside him. Yi Jingdao kept glancing at the door while punching. Seeing his beloved student, he stopped and greeted, "It's C. How was your 1-month vacation?" "Not bad." Joshan looked around as he walked in. "I only took a month off, but how did you become the principal in the blink of an eye?" "Oh, that." Yi Jingdao couldn't help but smile. He boasted with a laugh, "My relentless efforts moved the higher-ups and the former principal. I didn't want to take the position, but the power of the office was too great." "No, that's not how it was." When the principal appointment came down, Jingdao was so happy he couldn't sleep for days and nights. Panda's voice, sounding shy, chimed in inopportunely. The smile on Yi Zingdo's face froze, then slowly shifted to Joshan's face. His red eyes gleamed with amusement. "Teacher, it seems you're not being honest." Yi Jingdao chuckled sheepishly, then glared fiercely at Panda, thinking this is no doting child, but a leaky, tattered, cotton-padded jacket. Panda's bare face shrank behind the punching bag in fear, afraid that his father would pick up the 7 Wolves belt and give him a complete childhood. Fortunately, Yi Jingdao didn't do that. Instead, he led his beloved student to sit aside, ignoring the nuisance. "Coffee or hot tea?" "Coffee. Tea isn't bitter enough." Yi Jingdao gave Joshan a strange look. Others wished to get farther away from bitterness, so why was his beloved student doing the opposite? Speaking of which, those who enjoy bitterness are usually perverts. No wonder C has been so perverted since he entered school. He is the very essence of perversion. But since it was his beloved student's taste, Yi Zhengdao complied. He walked to the counter, took out his treasured extra-strong bitter coffee. Soon the rich and mellow fragrance of coffee filled the room. Pengdao, afraid of being beaten, timidly approached Jiu Shansi's feet. Good. Is it good? It raised its adorably silly little head, looking at Jiu Shansi with hope as he raised the cup to taste. The mellow aroma from the cup made it swallow its saliva. Jiu Shansi noticed this and gently rubbed Pengdao's furry little head in a friendly manner, then thoughtfully poured a small cup for it. Thank you. Pengdao shyly accepted, the blush rising on its bare face amused Jiu Shansi. The Pengdao before him was nothing like the one in the original story, so restless and fond of making crude jokes. Yi Zhengdao watched this heartwarming scene and couldn't help but smile as he spoke. See if you like Pengdao, your teacher can give it to you to play with. Teacher, are you sure you're willing to part with it? Jiu Shansi looked at the generous Yi Zhengdao with a teasing glint in his crimson eyes. Yi Zhengdao hesitated under his beloved student's teasing gaze, then stubbornly said, "I'm willing, why wouldn't I be? At worst I can make another one." Forget it, teacher. I appreciate your generosity and kindness. Jiu Shansi withdrew his teasing look and gently refused. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not take what others love. It's better for Pengdao to stay with you, its old father. Yi Zhengdao's heart relaxed. He said with a chuckle, since you don't want it, I won't force you. When you want one someday, just come and tell me. He'll make you a new one, and you can choose the gender. Okay. This time Jiu Shansi smiled without refusing. Following that, he pushed the notebook he had brought over in front of Yi Zhengdao. This is... Yi Zhengdao picked it up curiously. The 4 large characters written on it made the mature man's breath catch, and he flipped through it in obvious shock. Shave, finger pistol, iron block. The detailed cultivation methods recorded above made Yi Zhengdao incredibly excited. He wished he could tear off his clothes and start training on the spot. But when he turned to the last page, Yi Zhengdao felt a trace of doubt. See, these are clearly the 6 styles of the Navy, but why are 3 missing? Jiu Shansi did not hide it. Because I have selfish motives. These 3 styles are enough to bring a person up to grade 2 sorcerer level. Creating all 6 might cause upheaval in the Jujutsu world. Moreover, I created these 3 styles for the students of Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu High School, aiming to give them a strong physique in the hope of surviving curse exorcism. Yi Zhengdao understood this deeply. Instead of blaming, he praised, I support your idea. Tomorrow I will pass these 3 styles to the students within Tokyo. Jiu Shansi nodded, said nothing, and rose to leave. However, as he reached the door, he stopped as if something had occurred to him. His slender silhouette was stretched majestic by the light. His tone was calm. Teacher, if the higher-ups and certain people develop improper greed, just tell them that the 3 of us at the high school wouldn't mind paying a visit to their homes to assert our rights. Yi Zhengdao waved his hand dismissively. I know, see. I know what to do. I've learned how to borrow the time. Backed by the 3 strongest in the Jujutsu world, the 3 great families and the higher-ups would give Yi 5/10 of their respect, and the remaining 5/10 was pure envy. Just look at Liu Yinsi and Kyoto, all envy, jealousy, and hatred. With these 3 beloved students, even if the higher-ups learn of Pengdao's existence in the future, they will have the will, but not the courage to threaten him into handing over the creation method. In that case, I'll take my leave and not disturb your enjoyment. Jiu Shansi waved and left thoughtfully, closing the door for Yi Zhengdao, who was engrossed in the 3 styles. A year later, August 10th, 2007, early morning. It's beginning. On the training ground, the lazy-looking Juru Xiaozi gave a light shout and threw an eraser and a pencil at Wu Tiaowu ahead. However, when the 2 objects approached Wu Tiaowu, the aggressive pencil came to a halt while the harmless eraser bounced off. Auto-selecting technique, targets. Xiaoyu Jie, sitting on the stone steps, immediately understood the principle. With a beaming face, he praised, if it weren't for C, the strongest position might be yours. Truly born at the wrong time. With Wu's automatic inviolability, he could be considered immune to all techniques in the Jujutsu world. If he hadn't met C, that is, otherwise it would be despair. Jiu Shansi, drinking jasmine bitter tea, silently gave a thumbs-up, looked to Wu Tiaowu. The infinity inviolability might be a dimensional reduction blow to others, but to him it was merely a turtle shell that could be broken at will. Wu Tiaowu glanced away, pretending not to hear, then said cheerfully, I used to operate my infinity according to the manual, but now I've mastered reversal technique, so I can switch it to automatic. Besides the strength of cursed energy, I can also filter all dangerous objects approaching me based on mass, speed, and shape. Wu Tiaowu sighed in frustration. If only I could filter poisons too, but it's still very difficult now. Although there's still a small flaw, this can minimize energy consumption, allowing me to keep my infinity technique. Juru Xiaozi, who also worked as a pathologist, couldn't help but remark, keeping your infinity on all the time. Be careful you don't burn out your brain. Wu Tiaowu twirled his pencil dismissively. I keep my self-repairing reversal technique active, giving me a fresh brain at all times. Before I needed hand seals to activate techniques, and now I can skip that. I can also gradually activate multiple instances of red and blue at the same time. The next lesson will be on domain expansion and long-distance instantaneous movement using blue. Xiaozi lend me a few lab mice later. Okay. Jiru Xiaozi agreed, without refusal. Xiao Yujie sighed slightly. Looks like I'm stuck at third place. I thought mastering reversal technique would let me move up a bit. Saying that he narrowed his cunning eyes at the unperturbed Jiushan Si. See if you don't work harder you might eventually be surpassed by Wu. Jiushan Si took a deep sip of jasmine bitter tea and said without a hint of concern, Wu is growing, but so am I. There's already an invisible gap between us, and it will only widen over time. Stop using that invincible and timelessly domineering tone, it makes me want to punch you. Xia Yujie punched Jiushan Si in exasperation, then asked curiously, tell me honestly, have you mastered a domain expansion this year? Jiushan Si chewed on his straw, silently frowning at the question. After a while he spoke. I have indeed mastered a domain this year, but the dark manipulation technique leaves me with a sense of incompleteness. Huh. Xia Yujie was stunned. You've already used your technique to derive a final domain, so why do you still feel incomplete? Could it be? At this point a flash of insight struck Xia Yujie. An utterly absurd thought emerged. He had always overlooked one thing. That Si had two extremes. Xia Yujie stood up abruptly in disbelief, losing his voice in shock. Don't tell me you're comprehending and developing a second domain. When these words came out, Jiru Xiaozi and Wu Tiaowu, who were chatting, felt a jolt in their hearts. Both stared at Jiushan Si with incredulous gazes. Is he a monster? Meeting the trio's gazes, Jiushan Si's tightly furrowed brow slowly relaxed, and he offered a silent smile, instead of a reply tacitly confirming Jie's words. Indeed, he was comprehending the unfathomable darkness. A darkness so strange that even though he knew of its existence, he simply could not grasp it. Seeing Jiushan Si nod in acknowledgement, the three, deeply shaken, could no longer remain seated. They all stood up, hands on hips, staring at Jiushan Si on the stone steps. Wu Tiaowu struck first. His 6 eyes wide, he grabbed Jiushan Si by the shoulders and shook him frantically, shouting, you must be joking with me, you must be. Today must be some kind of April Fool's Day. Jiru Xiaozi couldn't bear to watch and interrupted. Wu Tiao, April Fool's Day is on April 1st, and today is August 10th. And you'd better stop. You're shaking Jiushan from a genius into a fool. Wu Tiaowu stopped, his delicate boyish face clouded with an unshakable gloom. Frustrated, he sat down on the ground, kicking his feet in disbelief. Xia Yujie exchanged a glance with Jiru Xiaozi. The shock in their eyes was no less than that of the disheartened Wu Tiaowu. A dual domain was simply too surreal. Since humanity first mastered cursed energy, there had never been a precedent for such a thing. Now that his close friend had brought it up, it completely overturned their perception and worldview. This was even more monstrous than extracting a cursed technique and attaching it to the dark manipulation technique. Was Sis' dark manipulation technique truly limitless, a divine gift? It was so anti-human that it was no wonder a 1,000-year-old curse user named Kenjaku sought to steal Sis' body. Who wouldn't covet such potential? Jiushan Si opened his mouth, words failing him. Finally he gave a bitter smile. I know that in your eyes I'm now some kind of freak. But these are gifts from the dark manipulation technique. I cannot change them. All I can do is manifest and let its brilliance shine. When he first learned that a second domain could be developed, he had been even more shocked than the three present. It was an unprecedented trait that had never appeared before. To verify its truth, Jiushan Si had entered his innate domain, the realm people often called the spiritual world, more than once. And his own innate domain was like the dark manipulation technique, an utterly barren pitch-black void. No, it was two boundless stretches of darkness. These two dark masses gave two distinct sensations when perceived. One was sinister and evil, as if it wanted to shatter and annihilate the entire world. The other was silent and uncanny, visible, yet untouchable. You're not just a freak. You're not even human. Xia Yujie grumbled, then added enviously, I seriously suspect God seriously overseasoned you when creating you. No, I have to take back the seasoning you stole from me. The more he spoke, the more frustrated Xia Yujie became. He hooked his arm around Jiushan Si's neck and pressed him down onto the stone steps. Xia Yujie looked at Wu Tiaowu and Jiru Xiaozi, grinning. Wu Xiaozi, we've been oppressed by Si since the first day of school. While I've got him pinned, hurry up and take your revenge. Don't let him off easy. The two were taken aback, then a mischievous grin spread across their faces as they sat on Jiushan Si's body. Hey, what are you three doing? Stop taking off my school uniform. Jiushan Si's crimson eyes widened as he felt the cool air touch parts of him that were gradually being exposed. Hee. The three snickered without a word, dividing their tasks. Stripping clothes, picking noses, pulling off shoes, and tickling soles. In short, they employed every dirty trick on Joshan-si to avenge the humiliations of the past 2.5 years. After a few minutes, the three sat contentedly on the stone steps, while Joshan-si, biting his lip in silence, lay on the steps in nothing but his underwear utterly disheveled in the wind. He closed his eyes, brimming with grievance, silently accepting the humiliation from his close friends and classmates, at this point saying anything more was useless. "Hey, see." Wu Tiaowu in high spirits patted Joshan-si's thigh with a wicked grin. "Nice body. Thin when dressed, ripped when undressed. Looks like you keep a strict discipline on your physique." "That's right." Xiaoyu Jia and Juru Xiaozi chimed in, smiling in agreement. Sis' height and figure were flawless, tall, and pleasing to the eye. If the trio of bromance had a physique ranking, C would undoubtedly be first, followed by Xiaoyu, and then Wu Tiaowu, who from a distance looked like a bamboo pole. Joshan-si irritably pushed Wu Tiaowu away, his earlobes reddening as he stood up in his SpongeBob boxers, then graciously put his uniform back on. Dressed again, Joshan-si gave a fake smile to the three with their amused expressions. "You three better sleep with one eye open tonight, especially you, Wu Tiaowu. The crime of stripping me is unforgivable." Wu Tiaowu's smile froze. A chill ran down his spine as he shrank behind Xiaoyu Jia. Don't let Sis' serious exterior fool you. Deep down, he was extremely dark and cunning. If you offended him and didn't stay on guard, he would mess you up so badly you'd question your own existence. Xiaoyu Jia and Juru Xiaozi watched with amusement. After all, they only picked his nose and tickled his feet. Their crimes were far lighter than Wu Tiaowu's. Given Sis' outwardly calm but inwardly warm personality, had probably just brush it off. Joshan-si snorted, and to avoid further torment, he sat down on the step below the three, then propped his cheek on his hand, sinking back into the unfinished technique. But before he could even get comfortable, his deskmate Juru Xiaozi's curious voice came through. "Joshan, what type is the first domain you've comprehended?" As someone who would only ever use the reverse curse technique for her entire life, Juru Xiaozi couldn't help but be fascinated by all those colorful abilities. And the domain, something few sorcerers ever comprehend in a lifetime, was especially novel to her. If her strength allowed it, she would have long knocked Joshan-si out and dragged him onto the dissecting table to examine his human anatomy. Then along the line of his scalp, she would open his skull to see what his brain looked like, how it could be so brilliant as to derive identical abnormal techniques from manga skills. Joshan-si slowly snapped back to reality, slightly lifting his chin with pride. The first domain is an open type. It's called Anraku Azura's Slumber. Why an open domain? See, don't you want the domain's sure-hit effect? Before Juru Xiaozi could speak, Wu Tiao's head popped out from behind Joshan-si, and he produced a bottle of jasmine oolong tea. Seeing the drink suddenly appear before him, Joshan-si was slightly taken aback. It seemed Wu had bought it while he was lost in thought. But remembering the stripping incident, he shot Wu Tiaowu a fierce glare as he took the drink, then continued, "My domain has the effect of Anraku confinement, so I don't need the sure-hit effect built by a barrier." "Anraku," Wu Tiaowu muttered, then pressed. "What exactly does the domain do? It can't be just putting enemies into a peaceful death, can it?" "Probably not." Xiaoyu Jia interjected with a grave expression. "If I'm not mistaken, Anraku should grant the dying a sweet dream before their end. The real killing move is the blade raised by C the Azura." Joshan-si smiled without a word, turning to his most understanding friend with a look of mutual admiration. Indeed, Jia was the one who understood him best. "Tch, look at you being all proud." Wu Tiaowu pouted and glanced away from Xiaoyu Jia, then looked at Joshan-si with confusion. "If you've already opened your domain, why do you still need to draw your sword and strike? That's not cool at all." Xiaoyu Jia pinched his brow in exasperation. "What, do you really not know, or are you pretending? Have you forgotten the Azura's slashes from history?" Wu Tiaowu froze, then exclaimed, "You mean the Azura's slash, the kind like the King of Curses Ryaman Sukuna's long-range slashes?" Joshan-si still smiled wordlessly, but gave his slow-witted close friend Wu a look that said not entirely. Xiaoyu Jia noticed Joshan-si's smile and nodded solemnly. "It should be that kind of slash. I'd say Sis' domain is far from weak. It's so strong it's almost unsolvable. Think about it, when an enemy is trapped in Anraku dreaming a sweet dream, a single slash of darkness. Doesn't that feel like letting them pass away without worry?" Wu Tiaowu clicked his tongue in shock, offering his own interpretation. "So you mean while Jia is sleeping, C suddenly slashes you? That's what you're saying, right?" Xiaoyu Jia's mouth twitched. He opened his mouth to scold, but seeing Wu's wise-looking childish face, he replied with a tone half indulgent, half annoyed, "Yes, you said it right." Upon obtaining Satoru's silent consent, Gojo was left speechless with shock. Sis' domain was too overpowered, a complete control and attack type. It forcibly plunges people into sweet dreams, then wields the dark blade of slaughter. More deadly still, it is an open domain capable of indiscriminate mass carnage. How is anyone supposed to play like this? After all, the developmental direction of his own domain possessed the effects of sure hit and sure kill, which was one more effect than Sis Azura, so it would surely gain the upper hand. Thinking of this, Gojo's mood improved slightly, but when he remembered that C was developing a second domain, he wilted again. Sis' dark manipulation technique was so cool he wanted to gouge out his 6 eyes and switch with C. After all, who could resist 2 traits, 2 peak techniques, and 2 domains? No wonder there was a 1,000-year-old curse user named Kenjaku outside, who was utterly obsessed with C. Turns out he had discovered Sis' uniqueness early on. But then again, the 6 eyes weren't bad, either, so why wasn't that Kenjaku obsessed with me? That Kenjaku really had no taste, no wonder he could only covet C. Glancing at the 3 wilted figures, Hatoyama, C contentedly twisted open the bottle cap and sipped jasmine bitter tea. Let you all gang up on me just now. See how I've struck you down. The 3 remained silent for a long while, slowly accepting the fact that the freak had become even freakier. Since it had already happened, they could only rely on their own efforts to catch up. Hatoyama, you've developed your first domain. What about the second? At this moment, Shoko's curious and lazy voice broke the silence. Hatoyama, Sis' expression shifted slightly, wilting from contentment. He smiled bitterly. To be honest, I still have no clue about the second domain. Hearing this answer, the 3 burst into laughter without a second thought, each taking turns to mock Hatoyama C with sarcastic remarks. Shoko, have you seen this? The illustrious professor of sorcery has finally met his match. What a rare sight. He was right. This incident ought to be recorded in Teacher Yega's school rules for future juniors to see. You two are so mean. In my opinion, Teacher Yega should broadcast it over the intercom, the content being the embarrassing experiences of the sorcery professor. Shoko and Jia's suggestion is excellent. Better yet, let Teacher Yega use both the broadcast and the school rules, and end it with the sorcery professor's favorite SpongeBob underwear. Hearing this veiled sarcasm, Hatoyama's face predictably turned completely black. He broke down and roared at the 3. Enough. If the tiger doesn't show its might, you think him a sick cat. Startled, the 3 turned to flee, but the enraged Hatoyama C was not to be stopped. Like a tiger descending a mountain, he pounced on them. A few minutes later, Hatoyama C leisurely sipped his jasmine bitter tea, while behind him Satoru and Jia glared at his back with resentful panda eyes. During this time, the 2 angrily glared at the unharmed Shoko beside them. We mocked him together, so why? Shoko suppressed her laughter, turning her head away, her shoulders trembling as she sat beside Hatoyama C. Holding back her smile, she said, your gender discrimination seems to have made them hate me. How about giving me a pair of panda eyes too, to be fair? Hatoyama C hesitated. Better not. Mom said women are delicate creatures. One should still show courtesy. Me and Jia and Wu. It's just roughhousing among friends. If I really hit you, I seem petty. Shoko remained silent, but Satoru snorted, Wu-chan can turn into a girl too, you bad guy, you're so mean. Accustomed to this, Hatoyama C let those words go in one ear and out the other, continuing to drink his jasmine bitter tea as if he hadn't heard. Shoko bit her lip, tilted her head, and curiously changed the subject. Since you have no idea about the second domain, why not tell us about it? Maybe we can help you analyze. Shoko is right. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers are better than Zhuge Liang. Even if we're no geniuses, at least we're half a Zhuge Liang, right? Jia sat down beside Hatoyama C with a smile, the panda eyes under his own having already healed with his reversed curse technique. Satoru hopped over to Hatoyama C with a bounce, grinning. Yeah, Jia is right. Stinky tofu beats. Hatoyama C smiled knowingly. I entered my own innate domain. Inside there are 2 patches of darkness. One I derived into peaceful Azura's sleep. No matter how I drove or constructed the other patch, it remained as if dead, like I hadn't found the correct direction for construction. The 3 frowned. Satoru, who had experience with simple domains, asked first, what does that patch of dark? Hatoyama C thought carefully. It's silent and eerie, vaguely giving the illusion that it can be seen but never touched. Silent and eerie. Satoru, upon hearing this, stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. Jia asked C, in which direction were you developing that patch of darkness? Was it the same offensive direction as peaceful Azura's sleep? Hatoyama C nodded. I was developing it in the offensive direction since it looked so eerie, somewhat like. Is it possible that you got the construction direction wrong? Shoko suddenly interrupted, immediately drawing the attention of the 3. Shoko stroked her chin, meeting the 3 gazes with a far-off look. That patch of darkness looks eerie and silent. Isn't that exactly the darkness we can see with our eyes at night? And it's untouchable. Isn't that just the phenomenon of trying to grab darkness, but failing? Hatoyama, you already have an inescapable domain of peaceful slashing. If you had another one, wouldn't they conflict with each other? Perhaps that patch of darkness is a support type, not an attack type. And its intangibility, doesn't it resemble the limitless inviolability? Hatoyama C froze. The Hogyoku fused within his body at that moment began to emit a warm current flowing wildly through him, finally awakening his mind. He leapt up excitedly. Shoko is right. I've been getting the construction direction wrong all along. Ha ha. Hatoyama laughed wildly, gesturing in confusion. He was wrong, utterly wrong. Because of peaceful Azura's sleep, he had been constantly pursuing powerful attacks, forgetting that darkness could be supportive. This sudden burst of frenzied laughter first caught the three off guard, but then their faces turned solemn, because this meant C was about to complete his second domain. Sure enough, Hatoyama raised his right hand, wrapping his index finger around his middle finger, slightly curving his ring and little fingers, and gently pressing his thumb against his ring finger. Domain expansion Zhuang, Zhou dreaming of the butterfly. A crisp sound echoed in the space as the mirror shattered, creating an indescribable sense of disharmony that momentarily left the three of them in a daze. Xiao staggered back a few steps, and his already pale face, even whiter than a woman's, suddenly turned even more ashen. Gasping for breath as if he were about to collapse, Xiao bent over, beads of fine sweat appearing on his forehead before the eyes of the spectators. Despite this, the smile at the corners of his mouth was one of satisfaction and joy. The three people in the arena briefly regained their senses from the sense of disharmony and noticed Xiao almost exhausted state, but did not think much before offering help. Even though their hearts were filled with deep doubts, the three of them cautiously helped Xiao to sit on the stone steps, their worried gazes fixed on him. After a while, under the unblinking gaze of the three, Xiao pale complexion gradually returned to that of a normal person. He took a deep breath and explained to his concerned friends and classmates, "I'm fine, it was just that the consumption of curse power was too large, causing me to not adapt in time." The three of them furrowed their brows in confusion, as it was well known that curse power was abundant and seemingly inexhaustible. How could he be exhausted just from opening a domain? When did the strongest become a man on the verge of collapse? Xiao knew that the three were puzzled, and he did not hide, saying astonishingly, "I expanded Zhuang's butterfly dream to encompass the entire Asia, which caused my internal curse power to be overwhelmed." Off. The three of them transformed from worry to dumbfoundedness, slapping their faces hard in disbelief to check if they were dreaming. However, the pain that came from their faces felt all too real. The three of them stared blankly at each other, shock reflected in their eyes. C was claiming to have covered Asia with his domain. Was he sure he wasn't shooting a sci-fi film? The three of them, unable to believe the blow they had received, had to leave that place to calm down. If they didn't, they might be unable to stop themselves from killing this monstrous pervert who had dealt them such a blow. "Wait, you guys, hold on." Xiao waved his hand from where he stood, limping after the three. A month later, in the central district of Tokyo, at the Qiushan Manor, Xiao, waking from his slumber, was leisurely and absent-mindedly having breakfast at a table set for 10 adorned with various fragrant dishes. Xiao picked up a piece of sushi with a bitter taste, eating while checking a panel he had not looked at for a named Xiao, gender, looking down at himself, age 17, curse power 2, nine-tailed fox's technique, dark manipulation, illusion of the great serpent 11, domain Anraku Ashura's sleep, Zhuang's butterfly dream, special ability Eye of Death, special item perfect collapse, Jade no autonomous consciousness abilities, close combat, ancient martial arts, masterful dagger use, masterful slashing techniques, original curse pressure, original Lushan, rising dragon dominance, original Lushan, 100 dragon dominance, original heavenly devouring, original spiral sphere, original spiral shuriken, original flying sword technique, original mind's eye, original flowing rock crushing fist, original whirlwind iron fist, original navies, 3 styles, original Xiao was stunned as he put away the panel, murmuring to himself, "Unknowingly, I have created many extraordinary abilities. I must have reached the pinnacle of my strength, right? Little CC, when you say the strongest, are you bullying classmates at school because you're tall and big, then acting all edgy with your so-called strongest?" Suddenly, a teasing voice from behind came from his mother, who was smiling brightly. Xiao quickly straightened his back and shook his head repeatedly, saying, "No, I've always been on good terms with my classmates at school. Yes. Our little CC is the best." Xiao Mei Ling playfully pinched her son's cheek from behind, twisting it into various shapes with delight. Xiao, accustomed to chewing his food, noticed that despite his mother's composed and elegant demeanor in front of others, radiating the aura of a noblewoman, when it came to him, all of that vanished, revealing a playful side that was more childlike than his own. Little CC, Xiao Mei Ling placed her hands down from playing with his cheek and playfully rested her chin on Xiao's shoulder. She casually flicked the cross-shaped earring on her son's left ear with her finger, asking thoughtfully, "During your sleep, someone named Senior Ming kept sending you emails on your phone. Little CC, who do you think she is, eh?" Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and his hand that was holding the sushi with chopsticks froze. Coincidentally, this action caught Xiao Mei Ling's attention as she smiled silently, waiting for her son's response. This was the first time her son had returned from school, and she had noticed the clues in the emails on his phone, but she thought little of it, and regarded it as mere communication among classmates. Until late December of the previous year, when she discovered her precious son had brought a blue moon pendant back to school, which was the family heirloom of the Choshan family, signifying their intentions. Back then his father had used that pendant to win her over, now her son was taking it out just like his father did. Didn't that signify his intentions? It was truly not easy. After raising her precious son for 17 years, he finally learned how to woo a girl, even though he had no idea what a girl looked like. But wooing was the right thing to do. If he didn't woo her, he wouldn't have the chance once he graduated, as this vast family business would not wait for him. Choshan took a deep breath, his pale earlobes reddening under his mother's piercing red gaze, and he awkwardly yet firmly said, "She is a very important senior to me. She has taken great care of me since I entered school, teaching me many useful things for my studies. Although she graduated 2 years ago, we still keep in touch, and every holiday, she would actively invite me out shopping." Choshan Mei-ling pouted, teasingly interjecting, "You heartless child. You go shopping every holiday. It seems like your mother is not as important as your senior." Choshan retorted sternly, "Not at all. Both you and my senior are equally important in my heart. Neither can be replaced." "No way." Choshan Mei-ling puffed her cheeks in indignation, saying, "Mom must be a little more important than your senior, or else he'll cry for you to see." As she said this, she began to act spoiled on her son's shoulder, shaking her head back and forth, as if insisting that he wouldn't stop until he acknowledged her importance. Choshan, looking at his mother, who refused to grow up with a doting gaze, comforted her gently, saying, all right, Mom, is a bit more important. He. I knew C would pamper his mom. All those years of raising you were not in vain." Choshan Mei-ling immediately stopped her playful antics, satisfied, as she rubbed her son's face, then cheerfully wrapped her arms around his neck and hummed a cheerful little tune. Choshan shook his head with a light smile, picking up his food again, while listening to his mother hum her unknown tune, enjoying his breakfast with pleasure. However, as he continued eating, he suddenly thought of someone, and his expression became serious as he asked, "Mom, I haven't taken off the pendant I gave you, and Dad, right? No, this is the gift you bought for your mother. How could I bear to take it off?" Choshan Mei-ling replied, "Without, I wear it every day, even in the shower, or while sleeping. Even your antique father is the same, saying one thing, while meaning another, wearing it daily. As long as you're wearing it, that's good." Choshan secretly sighed in relief. He had stored 10 sunlit pendants for his parents as a precaution against the threat of Qian Suo stealing from the family. The area outside the manor was equally secure, with abundant dark wealth and sunlight, as well as spatial barrier techniques preventing cursed spirits and those with cursed power from entering. To be extra cautious, he even created 10 shadow guards with 50% power patrolling the manor day and night without rest. With such a tight defense, even Shuang Nian and Qian Suo would have to retreat with their tails between their legs. Thankfully, his mother had never liked to go out, otherwise he would have had to arrange for her a guard with 90% strength. As for his father, who went to the company every day, a pendant was all he needed, and after all, no one could withstand the power of sunlight. "By the way, C, when will you bring that senior over for a visit?" Choshan Mei-ling paused her playing, smiled sweetly, and leaned in to ask. Upon hearing this, Choshan's chopsticks seemed to freeze in midair, as his mind involuntarily recalled the promise he had made to Senior Mingming the year before last. He seemed to have agreed to bring Senior back to taste his mother's cooking. But he had been too busy then, and too many things had happened the year before last. First, preparing for the entrance exam to Tokyo University, and second, taking time to rescue the star plasma vessel. And this year in the Jujutsu world, curses had inexplicably surged since January, forcing him to constantly travel back and forth between various regions. It was under such hectic circumstances that he had comprehended and constructed the Annal Azura's sleep. Though it was indeed busy, his formidable strength had once again spared both schools from unnecessary casualties, a gratifying reward and a responsibility befitting a true powerhouse. Choshan gradually snapped back to reality, his expression slightly awkward as he asked, "Mom, why are you bringing up Senior again? Do you want to meet her?" "Yes, I really want to meet the senior you've mentioned." Choshan Mei-ling nodded repeatedly. "She once looked after you. If I don't thank her in person, it'll never be it." As she spoke, her crimson eyes shimmered with a meaningful glint. "What kind of gift does your senior like? Expensive luxuries or something else?" Choshan blurted out, "She likes money. She especially enjoys saving money, and she takes great pleasure in the brief thrill and joy it brings." Choshan Mei-ling blinked in surprise. "Your senior is truly down-to-earth and has her own pursuits. She's a fascinating person. I was even thinking of giving her a few expensive collectibles, but it seems unnecessary. He'll just give her a check. She can fill in any amount she wants. She only likes saving money. That's easy. For the Choshan family, there is nothing they lack, least of all a string of cold numbers." Choshan was utterly embarrassed. "Mom, this is basically bribery. Senior Mingming would never accept money without earning it. Is that so? Then your senior has principles, worthy of a deeper friendship. Joshan Miling raised her voice, emphasizing the words deeper friendship. She grabbed her son by the neck and urged, it's October now. You have 2 months until you graduate from that religious school. Then you will bring your senior home. Do you hear me? Joshan C nodded, frantically struggling to speak. I know. Mom, let go. You're choking me. What kind of nonsense is this between mother and son so early in the morning? A stern, displeased yet calm male voice suddenly came from behind. Joshan Miling, who had been enthusiastically choking her son, felt her long black hair, casually draped around her waist, begin to float up at the sound of the reproach. Joshan Yue, who was formally dressed and composed, noticed this, and his usually stern face instantly filled with panic. He hurried over, grabbed his wife's hand with a strong sense of survival, and said, Miling, my fault. Everything is my fault. Why is my mouth so reckless? Miling, don't lose your temper in the morning. It's bad for your health. Joshan Miling gave a light snort, and the floating hair settled down as her husband conceded. She glanced sideways at her sweating husband and said impatiently, what time is it? Hurry up and sit down for breakfast. Don't you have to go to the office? All right, I'm eating. Joshan, you dared not disobey. He shot a glare at his son, who was enjoying the show, and obediently sat down at the head of the table to enjoy the breakfast his wife had carefully prepared. Joshan C was used to such undeserved calamities. Though his father acted authoritative outside at home, he was at the bottom of the totem pole. Joshan Yu first took a sip of the warm milk his wife handed him, then leisurely tasted the food she had placed. While chewing slowly, Joshan Yu gave his son a meaningful look. See, aren't you graduating from that religious school in 2 months? Joshan C put down his chopsticks, swallowed the food, and replied, yes, unless there are special circumstances, it should be around that time. Is that so? His crimson eyes gazed deeply at the son he had high hopes for. Joshan Yu continued, do you have anything you want to do after graduation? No. Besides taking over your business, what else can I do? Joshan C had already prepared himself to inherit the incalculable fortune. Joshan Yu shook his head calmly. You can't say that. You still have many choices in life, don't you? For example, you could take over the Black Dragon Society your grandparents left behind, or the world's second largest tire company. If you're not interested, there's your grandfather's cruise line and airline company, as well as your grandmother's world's largest rubber conglomerate. Or if you want to play with firearms, you could take over your mother's modest heavy industry. These are all good for you to practice on. If you can't do well, you can always come back and inherit my business empire. If you're really not interested, you could go into politics. Joshan C listened to every word, sighed wearily, and didn't want to speak. This meant he didn't need to work at all. He could just lie down and make money, couldn't he? Joshan Yu frowned in displeasure. Why are you sighing at such a young age? Your grandfather was exactly like that when he was young, a hands-off manager. Joshan C opened his mouth, wanting to tell his father he wanted to be a slacker, but knowing his rigid personality, he answered perfunctorily, I haven't decided which one to take over yet. Give me 2 months to think it over. I should be interested in something by then. Having said that, he greeted his mother, who was listening nearby, and stood up to leave. But before he could take 2 steps, his father's steady voice came from behind. Remember to be careful with your studies at school. And as for the reputation you've earned there, I'm proud of you. Joshan C stopped in his tracks. How could he not understand the implication? But knowing his father was the richest man and the head of a political family, he didn't say much, just smiled and waved goodbye as he left the estate. Yue, if you're worried about your son, just say so. Why make up something about dangerous studies? Joshan Miling teased with a smile. You don't understand. Our son is experiencing adventures we never did. Joshan Yu smiled cryptically, his crimson eyes filled with pride as he murmured, special grade. And the strongest special grade. Didn't let your old man down. You two are so mysterious. I'll open up, I'll reward you with a piece of bread. Joshan Miling didn't think much of it, and fed her husband a piece of bread. Meanwhile, at the foot of Tokyo Jujutsu High School, Joshan C rode his bicycle at a steady pace, the wind rushing against his face, making him feel exceptionally exhilarated. Vroom, vroom, vroom. But just then a deafening roar of a motorcycle came from behind. Joshan C frowned, ignored it, and pedaled faster. To avoid the noisy racket, he even infused cursed energy into his tires. In the blink of an eye, the mountain bike shot off the ground, as if equipped with a rocket booster, instantly disappearing from the sight of the woman on the motorcycle behind him. Is that true? The woman paused, then her interest piqued. She twisted the throttle and sped after him, yet even at full power, all she saw was the silhouette of his bicycle. It was like Xena's paradox. You could never catch up to the tortoise. You could only watch from behind as it crawled step by step to the finish line. Navigating the winding mountain path, Joshan C pedaled calmly, his breathing steady and relaxed, arriving at the gate of the High-level estate. He turned and glanced back. The woman on the motorcycle, still unwilling to concede, revved the engine and recklessly charged after him, her speed unabated, aiming straight for Joshan C. In the moment before impact, the woman leaned her bike to its limit, swung the handlebars, and executed a stylish drift to stop right in front of Jushan. Unfazed, he waved his hand to clear the dust kicked up. Through their goggles they locked eyes, one calm and unruffled, the other tilting her chin upward in a provocative gesture, as if asking, "Wasn't that cool?" As time trickled by, the woman grew restless. The boy was too quiet, just standing there without making conversation. Defeated, she exclaimed, "Big boy, that bicycle ride was impressive. When do you have time to hit the Akina mountain slopes?" "Sorry, I'm still a minor." Jushan showed little interest, parked his bike, and without another word stepped over the threshold into the mansion. "Hey, don't go yet. We can sneak in a race. Don't you think it's thrilling for young people to taste forbidden fruit?" The woman dropped a bombshell, parked her bike, and chased after him. She peeled off her leather jacket, revealing a pair of toned arms, and walked beside him, her stature impressive as she matched his pace, hands clasped behind her back. "Think about it," she said, as if they were old friends. "The world is full of rigid rules that keep us from living authentically. We should let loose and make the most of our youth." Jushan couldn't agree. Without rules, nothing would be achieved. "You're inciting a minor to commit a crime, Senior Yuki Kujo." "Oh." Yuki Kujo was taken aback. She pushed up her goggles, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "You actually know me? Am I that famous in the high-level school?" "Famous indeed," Jushan said nonchalantly. "Famous enough that both schools know there's a special grade senior who's lazy and spends all her time messing around abroad." Yuki Kujo deflated. "I wasn't messing around abroad. I was striving for my ideals." "Isn't that still fooling around?" Jushan casually called her out. He knew about this woman's ideals from the original story. The chance of them coming true was almost zero. "You know what? I suddenly hate you," she said with a hint of resentment. "Your voice is as annoying as that recorder from 2 years ago." Suddenly Yuki Kujo froze, staring blankly at Jushan, retreating back, as if a thought had struck. If you listened closely, the boy's voice was indeed identical to the recording sent over 2 years ago. "It's you bastard." Yuki Kujo lost control, charging at him like a madwoman. With a running leap, she came down like a landslide, pinning him to the ground. Then she raised her fist, and without explaining began pummeling him. Fueled by 2 years' worth of pent-up resentment over being deemed less attractive than maiming, she took her revenge and vented her grievances. "I'm prettier than maiming. I'm prettier than maiming. I'm prettier than maiming. You blind junior." Yuki Kujo threw punches and kicks, muttering discontentedly. Her beauty was her pride, yet he dared say she was inferior to maiming. The anger she had bottled up for 2.5 years erupted. She yanked off her helmet and used it as a weapon, her golden hair flying as she struck him relentlessly all over. Jushan, who had somehow appeared beside her, twitched his lips and watched with dismay as Yuki Kujo sat on the ground, violently pummeling thin air. Domain expansion. Zhuang Zhou dreams of butterflies. You think what you see is real? No, you are merely puppets in my dreams, forever out of reach, at my mercy. Your 6 senses are all corroded and toyed with by my darkness. Illusion and reality intertwined. This was the Zhuang Zhou dream, enveloping all of Asia, a support domain that made it impossible to tell fact from fiction. Chin in hand, Jushan watched the air-pummeling Yuki Kujo with confusion. Logically, he hadn't offended her. Why was she beating him like a mortal enemy? What does she mean by prettier than Senior maiming? Delving deeper, a flash of insight struck him, connecting to the recording she mentioned from 2 years ago. Could the reason for her rage be that comparison back then? "Senior maiming, why did you have to record that?" He smiled bitterly. "My mother is the gentle and virtuous one." Saying this, he couldn't resist pulling out his phone to record the scene, then stepped back to sit on a public bench hidden. A few minutes later, Yuki Kujo stood up, feeling refreshed, and triumphantly shook her fist at the half-dead Jushan on the ground. "Umph. They call you the strongest special grade in the school, but you're nothing but a fraud. From now on, don't say you're special grade. You're not worthy to be on the same level as me." Jushan, sitting on the bench nearby, remained silent, but a mocking, sneering glint flickered in his eyes as he watched her. Unable to distinguish dream from reality, she was indeed unworthy to share his rank. Given her state just now, he could have killed her countless times. "Since I've had my fill of beating you, Senior here will graciously heal you. Be grateful, you blind rotten." Looking at the battered Jushan, a pang of guilt struck Yuki Kujo. Reluctantly, she used reverse cursed technique to heal him. After several attempts with no improvement, she stood there dumbfounded, staring at the powerless positive energy. Refusing to believe it, she flooded the Jushan with even more positive energy, as if it cost nothing, wrapping his body. Refusing to believe it, she flooded the Jushan with even more positive energy, as if it cost nothing, wrapping his body in a cocoon of light. What a delightful show. Jushan sneered as he watched her treat thin air, and his sadistic side prompted him to record it on his phone. A torrent of positive energy drained her stamina, and she finally had to stop staring in shock at the nearly lifeless boy. If not for her cursed energy sensing that no one else was around, and the fact that the high-level school had the Tenjin barrier, she would have suspected she had fallen into a cursed spirit's domain. Yuki Kujo sighed, her face full of apology as she said to the dying Jushan-si, Senior's reverse curse technique is malfunctioning. They'll carry you to the infirmary now. You have to hold on. The Jushan-si coughed blood, his crimson eyes nearly materializing a murderous intent, as if swearing he would not rest until he killed Yuki Kujo. Avoiding his gaze, Yuki Kujo awkwardly laughed and picked up the nearly dead junior. But the weight on her back made her frown suspiciously. Why was he so heavy? As heavy as carrying a tree. She quickly shook her head, amused at her own suspicion. He had been caught off guard and beaten half to death. How could he possibly still have the strength to activate a technique or any of those strange external arts? Dismissing her doubts, Yuki Kujo quickened her pace, carrying Jushan-si toward the infirmary, hoping he wouldn't end up paralyzed. Jushan-si, now rising from the bench, followed behind silently, filming the senior carrying a tree stump. What a sight! Senior carrying a tree stump, truly a wonderful scene. I will never stand with you. With one step then another. A person carrying a tree stump entered the Jujutsu High logistics office. Her arrival puzzled the languid Yeri Shoko, who was idly daydreaming, as this unfamiliar woman was burdened with a tree stump on her back. Positive energy girl. With a bold flourish, Shirjo Yuji placed the tree stump on the hospital bed. Her breathing was steady, and she looked at the white-coat girl with a hint of pride. Quick, use your reverse curse technique to heal Jushan-si. He's about to die. He was injured by a woman who was both beautiful and powerful. Jushan. Dying. Yeri Shoko rubbed her eyes, finding it absurd. When she looked at the bed again, what was still just a tree stump. A few green leaves on it swayed gently with the air conditioner's breeze. Hurry up and do it, or Jushan-si will kick the bucket. Seeing the girl still indifferent, Shirjo Yuji grew frantic with worry. Yeri Shoko frowned. Her usual languid nature now gave way to displeasure at the stranger. She retorted without hesitation, if your eyes are defective you can register at the hospital. How am I supposed to treat a tree stump you've inexplicably brought in? Tree stump. Shirjo Yuji was stunned, her mind buzzing as she pointed at the tree stump on the bed. The person lying there is clearly Jushan-si, a whole-grown man, and you tell me it's a tree stump. Do you think I'm stupid? Yeri Shoko rubbed her forehead in exasperation. This strange woman wasn't just blind, her nerves were probably none too sound either. Yeri Shoko couldn't be bothered to respond. She continued to prop up her cheek and stared into space, pretending not to hear, no matter how much Shirjo Yuji shouted. Jushan-si, leaning against the doorframe, quietly passed by the shouting Shirjo Yuji and sat down beside Yeri Shoko. Sensing the slight vibration of the adjacent chair, Yeri Shoko slowly came back to her senses. Glancing at her classmate who had returned from leave, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. She was about to speak, but Jushan-si shook his head, stopping her. He silently pointed at the impatient Shirjo Yuji, who was urging treatment. Yeri Shoko paused for a moment, then quickly understood her classmate's intent. She took out her flip phone and typed an email to ask about the confusion in her mind. What's going on, and who is this strange woman? Jushan-si glanced at the email that came through and replied honestly, she's called Shirjo Yuji. The situation is that she hit me. Yeri Shoko peeked at the urging Shirjo Yuji in surprise, then typed in shock, special grade senior Shirjo Yuji hit you. Can you be more specific? Without context it's confusing. Well, I met her at the school gate. She attacked me from behind after a few steps, and then she triggered the domain passive of Zhuangzhou's butterfly dream. Reading this, Yeri Shoko couldn't help but feel a chill for Shirjo Yuji. Her classmate had vaguely explained the effect of Zhuangzhou's butterfly dream before. It seemed to be using invisible darkness to corrupt the six senses of others, silently dominating them, achieving true, complete hypnosis. Even more perversely, Zhuangzhou's butterfly dream was an unrestricted, open domain. As long as Jushan's cursed energy was sufficient, it could cover the entire world. The deadly part is that as long as you are within the domain of Zhuangzhou's butterfly dream, you can never harm Jushan. Any attack would be like a shattered mirror reforming. In a way, it's somewhat similar to the mirror flower water moon from Bleach, but with an additional invincible bug that prevents any attack from landing. Thinking about this, Yeri Shoko couldn't help but curse her classmate as a pervert. Zhuangzhou's butterfly dream was too disgusting. If he used it for evil. Fortunately, her classmate was not a shameless scoundrel. He only used it passively, or else all the women in the world would suffer and inexplicably become pregnant. Yeri Shoko shuddered slightly, moving her seat as far away from Jushan-si as possible, just in case she fell victim. Noticing her wary and disgusted movement, Jushan-si said nothing, quietly watching Shirjo Yuji weeping over the tree stump. Jushan. Boo-hoo, it's Senior's fault for bringing you to this heartless logistics office. It's Senior who... Don't be afraid. Death is also liberation in the Bible. Once you close your eyes and die, Senior will destroy this logistics office and avenge you. Jioshan. Hoo-hoo. Helpless Sergio Yuji held the hand of Jioshan C, emotionally recounting the logistics office's heartlessness and her reluctance to let go, though no tears fell. Why is your hand so hard? Sergio Yuji looked up suspiciously. In just one glance, her tearless pupils rapidly focused, then widened in disbelief. The Jioshan C, who had been spitting blood and clinging to life, suddenly turned into a tree stump with only a few green leaves. Sergio Yuji was so startled that she stumbled backward, but within seconds, she realized she had been duped. Enraged, she smashed the tree stump and the bed to pieces with a single palm strike. Her chest heaving with fury, she glared at the shattered remains, gnashing her teeth as she bellowed, "How dare you toy with me? Sergio Yuji will never let this go. Bastard, don't let me find you. They'll play you to death." As she spoke, her cursed energy erupted, and the Star Rage cursed tools Shikigami the Phoenix wheel manifested from the void. In her fury, she crashed straight through the wall and ran out. The human-shaped hole left in the wall left the two bystanders dumbfounded. Jioshan. Yeri Shoko swallowed, nervously looking at the protagonist with lingering fear. "Maybe you should take another month off from Teacher Yi and hide." Jioshan C shook his head. "You can hide from the 1st, but not the 15th. I have my domain hypnosis. Sergio can't see me." Yeri Shoko didn't doubt it and sighed. "You're right. As the strongest, you no longer fear any danger or obstacle. Speaking of which, doesn't your overwhelming strength bring you the loneliness of the peak?" Jioshan C pondered for a moment, then smiled lightly. "Read fewer comics. Am different from others. I don't feel lonely or isolated because of my strength. My mother once said that the truly strongest always carry the heart of a student. Loneliness and isolation only blind one's eyes." Hearing such philosophical words, Yeri Shoko's gaze at her classmate gradually grew distant. After a long moment, she came back to herself and remarked, "You really don't seem like a 17-year-old. Your mindset is far too mature." "Is that so? Then I owe it to my mother's excellent upbringing. Without her patient teaching, I wouldn't be who I am today." Jioshan C stood up. "I should go. I won't disturb you any longer." But before he had taken a few steps, Yeri Shoko's languid voice drifted over Wu Tiao, "And Xiaoyu became special grade sorcerers last month." Jioshan C paused slightly, a look of relief on his face. He asked without turning around, "Where are they now? As close friends, I should find them and celebrate." Yeri Shoko thought for a moment and said offhandedly, "They're not at school right now. Wu Tiao went out on a mission the day before yesterday, and Xiaoyu, because he was bored, went with Hui Yuan Xiong and Shihai Jianren to a remote village for a grade 2 curse exorcism mission. They might not be back for a few days." Hearing grade 2 curse exorcism, Jioshan Ci's red eyes flickered with surprise. Isn't this mission the same as the grade 1 land god in the original story? He had originally planned to take over and lead Hui Yuan and Shihai, but since Jie had taken it, the fate of Hui Yuan's death in the original would be completely changed. With Jie's current strength, using cursed spirit manipulation on a grade 1 cursed spirit would be a complete stomp. The land god wouldn't have a chance to counter. Jioshan C acknowledged with a sound and walked out of the logistics office without further concern. After a month of rest, it was time to get some exercise. Yet as luck would have it, Hatoyama Tsukasa turned a corner and found himself blocked by Yuki Tsukumo. With her legs spread wide, she deliberately obstructed the only path through the corridor, her arms outstretched, as if to embrace any who dared pass. She muttered to herself, "The safest place is the most dangerous. You, Hatoyama Tsukasa, must be hiding in the logistics department. I don't know how you've made yourself imperceptible to the 5 senses, but if you let me catch you, we'll execute the man-hug. He'll crush your waist, heal you with reverse curse technique, then crush and heal again, letting you fully experience this senior's affection. If you're a man, step forward and fight me like one. If not, then go to Shinjuku and become a sissy host for—" Hatoyama Tsukasa smiled bitterly. Senior Tsukumo's words, brimming with blazing fury, made it difficult not to feel helpless. Sighing, he dispelled the 6th sense hypnosis on her. It was common knowledge that humans possessed only 5 senses: sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. Yet the 6th sense, the butterfly dream, referred to a sorcerer's cursed energy. "Even your cursed energy is under my hypnosis. How can you resist me? Surrender to the sweet dreams I weave and die without a care." Yuki Tsukumo, who had been muttering to vent her frustration, suddenly noticed the person she had been obsessively searching for appearing before her without warning. Her eyes lit up. Without hesitation, she clenched her fist, her muscular arms bulging with an oddly beautiful strength, and swung a punch laden with immense force toward Hatoyama Tsukasa's handsome face. Yet just as the fist was about to connect, it inexplicably halted. Yuki Tsukumo rubbed her chin, leaned in, and scrutinized him with suspicion. After a careful examination, she asked with grave caution, "Tell me, are you the real you now, a log, or some strange thing?" Hatoyama Tsukasa smiled helplessly. "Senior Tsukumo, I only prank once. The one standing before you now is the genuine me. Is that so? Then taste my wrath. With the confirmation, Yuki Tsukumo no longer held back. She swiftly raised her fist again and aimed it at his handsome face. With a crisp crack, Hatoyama Tsukasa's body shattered like a mirror, countless gleaming shards dispersing like a fleeting, beautiful shower of celestial blossoms. Yuki Tsukumo leaped back with a chill running down her spine, her face grim as she raised her fist in defense, her beautiful eyes vigilantly searching for Hatoyama Tsukasa's figure. Little did she know the one she sought had already appeared silently behind her. Speed is weight, senior. Have you ever been kicked by light? The light, airy voice came from behind, making Yuki Tsukumo feel as if a great enemy was upon her. How had he evaded the gaze of Huanglun and appeared behind her? Cursed technique, reversal lightspeed kick. His leg, radiating dazzling light, struck her abdomen with nonchalant ease before she could react, sending her flying. She crashed through the buildings behind her, her body hurtling like a soccer ball kicked into the field, creating a massive crater with a thunderous impact. That kick traveled quite a distance. Hatoyama Tsukasa raised his hand to shield his eyes, gazing at the spot hundreds of meters away, though he couldn't be bothered to measure precisely. Suddenly, as he was looking, the Huanglun that had remained still stirred. It raised its elongated tail, which whistled through the air toward Hatoyama Tsukasa's back. But in the next moment, Hatoyama Tsukasa casually blocked it with one hand, the palm of which gathered water-based cursed energy, causing the tail's force to land like a strike on cotton. A pet should know its place. What's with all this roughhousing? He deflected the tail with a sweeping motion, then delivered a slap to the iron-hard face of Huanglun, sending the serpent-like Shikigami flying. Huanglun traced a graceful arc straight into the crater where Yuki Tsukumo lay. Activating dark gravity, Hatoyama Tsukasa's feet gradually left the ground, and in a single breath, he flew to the field to continue the unfinished battle. Just then the smoke in the crater began to dissipate. A dust-covered arm emerged first, followed by Yuki Tsukumo in her tattered tank top. She leaped out of the crater, her radiant, handsome face now smudged and dirty from Hatoyama Tsukasa's merciless lightspeed kick. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Yuki Tsukumo studied Hatoyama Tsukasa with a serious, grimy face. The kick that had glowed with light truly hurt. Her internal organs had nearly all shifted. If Hatoyama Tsukasa had intended to kill, that kick would have surely torn her body apart. She had only been away from the Tokyo Metropolitan Cursed Technical College for a few years, and upon returning, she encountered such a freak. She had to use all her strength, or she would lose badly. Yuki Tsukumo smiled charmingly, gracefully placing her hand on her hip, and suddenly asked with enthusiasm, "Hatoyama Tsukasa, what type of woman do you like?" Hatoyama Tsukasa paused for a moment, involuntarily sinking into thought. His mind sifted through the women he had met one after another. Finally, the image settled on a certain senior who always wore a faint, elegant smile and seemed to enjoy deducting money. His earlobes reddened as he murmured, "I like tall, voluptuous women with mature, graceful temperaments, a seductive voice, and a particularly domineering personality." Huh. Yuki Tsukumo's eyes lit up. She quickly boasted, "I'm tall and athletic, mature with a gentle voice and a poised demeanor." As she spoke, she struck a pose to showcase her figure, inviting Hatoyama Tsukasa to appreciate it. He glanced casually. Despite her currently disheveled and unrecognizable appearance, her physique was indeed fit and alluring. But when he saw her golden hair, Hatoyama Tsukasa shook his head apologetically. "I prefer white hair. Black and white complement each other better." Yuki Tsukumo, frozen in her seductive pose, burst out in fury. "You bastard. You think I don't know your standard is Mei Mei? This is the second time you've rejected me. The first time you said I wasn't as good looking as Mei Mei. I've been holding in my anger for 2.5 years abroad. Now you don't even want me when I'm throwing myself at you, and you have the nerve to say you dislike my golden hair. You tasteless bastard. If I don't beat you to a pulp, I'll take your surname." Yuki Tsukumo clenched her fists, which crackled with fury, the veins on her arms bulging visibly. She closed in on Hatoyama Tsukasa like lightning. She struck his chin with all her might, but the anticipated spray of blood did not appear. Instead, there was once again the sound of shattering glass as Hatoyama Tsukasa vanished. The next moment, Hatoyama Tsukasa's figure reappeared intact before her, as if reborn from a reflection in water or a flower in a mirror, endlessly cycling. Yuki Tsukumo frowned, her mind racing with thoughts. Every time she hit him, there was an inexplicable sense of dissonance. It was as if she were trapped in his dream where all her attacks posed no threat, and she was toyed with and mocked. Was it a domain expansion? Yuki Tsukumo's heart trembled at the thought of those two words, but confusion followed. There was no visible barrier of a domain surrounding them. Could it be an open domain? As this occurred to her, her already furrowed brows deepened, for she had not seen Hatoyama Tsukasa form the hand seal for a domain expansion. Even if he had, the manifestation of the innate domain would have appeared behind him, yet behind him lay nothing. But the more Yuki Tsukumo pondered, the more she felt the situation was suspicious. She had read the intelligence on Hatoyama Tsukasa's techniques, dark manipulation, and a bizarre unique ability. Those records did not include any ability that rendered attacks ineffective, which suggested this was a domain he had developed only the month before last. Suddenly, she recalled the prank she had been subjected to upon entering. A shocking idea arose in her mind. Hatoyama Tsukasa's domain had been active since the very beginning and had never been deactivated. How could this be? Keeping a domain active the whole time would slowly drain the blessed energy within one's body, let alone affect the fragile cerebral mechanisms that activate cursed techniques. In severe cases, it would be like a machine that works day and night, suffering irreparable overload until the brain burns out and one becomes a lunatic. Yuki Juju retreated backward in disbelief, maintaining distance from the impassive Tsukasa. Hatoyama, in the distance, exchanging a silent gaze across the air. After a long moment, Yuki Juju, wariness in her eyes, asked Tsukasa Hatoyama with intense curiosity, "Big boy, that ability of yours that shatters like glass, is it a domain?" Without a verbal reply, Tsukasa Hatoyama silently nodded. Yuki Juju noticed his nod and was so shocked that her mouth fell slightly open. "So you mean you keep your domain active all day long?" she said incredulously. "Is that so hard?" Tsukasa Hatoyama tilted his head, a look of noble confusion on his face. The first time he kept it active all day, his brain did feel a subtle discomfort, but thanks to the Benjiu paying the rent, that drawback naturally became immune. This mischievous Benjiu also incidentally granted immunity to the cursed technique burnout after using a domain, allowing him to release techniques without any afterthought. "Isn't that hard?" Yuki Juju's slender eyebrows twitched, frustrated by his unintentional humble brag, but soon a sinister smile crept across her face and her eyes, examining Tsukasa Hatoyama's body, burned with fervent curiosity, as if she had discovered something novel. "All of a sudden, I don't want to cripple you. I've decided to knock you out, haul you to a hospital bed. And do so. Is that so?" Tsukasa Hatoyama replied calmly, his voice suddenly drifting into Yuki Juju's ear from behind. Her burning eyes narrowed. There was no trace of Tsukasa Hatoyama in the distance. Only trampled, messy grass left behind. As the sound faded, a hand like iron grabbed her shoulder, and within a breath her delicate body was hurled away by Tsukasa Hatoyama. Immediately, a piercing pain shot through her abdomen, causing Yuki Juju's eyes to roll back, repeatedly drool spilling from the corner of her mouth. After silently flinging her away, Tsukasa Hatoyama clenched his fists, and with a force controlled to avoid lethal injury, relentlessly pounded her abdomen. Finally, with a merciless high roundhouse kick that struck Yuki Juju's body, he sent her smashing back into the deep pit. The already deep pit became even deeper with this attack. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous crack of air echoed from within the pit, and a sphere resembling a soccer ball shot out from the dusty crater, hurtling toward Tsukasa Hatoyama with a mass of 1,000 Jun. Raising his left hand slightly, a pitch-black hard substance coiled around Tsukasa Hatoyama's arm, and he effortlessly slapped away the phoenix wheel, now turned into a soccer ball, with a single palm strike. But at that moment, a fierce wind brushed his face, and with a twisted manic expression, Yuki Juju appeared before him, raising a mass-heavy fist. She slammed it hard toward Tsukasa Hatoyama's abdomen. With an unchanged expression, he raised a hand to block the substance-wrapped arm, arrogantly nullifying Yuki's mass. Sensing this, Yuki Juju's heart churned with waves of shock. Could Tsukasa Hatoyama's cursed technique forcibly nullify another technique? To confirm, Yuki Juju once again wrapped her fists with mass, launching a series of gusty, powerful punches one after another. Tsukasa Hatoyama deflected them with one hand, his face unchanged. She was fast, but he was faster, always a step ahead, making her feel the helplessness of punching cotton. The more Yuki Juju fought, the more her heart raced. The dark substance on his hand truly could forcibly nullify mass. It was just like a cursed technique version of the heavenly inverse halberd. Compared to her gravity, Tsukasa Hatoyama seemed disinterested as he deflected her mass. "Senior, besides fistfighting, do you have any other powerful moves?" Yuki Juju's chest heaved with rage. Channeling her anger into strength, she alternated between kicks and punches, attacking with an impenetrable barrage. Tsukasa Hatoyama still deflected each move with an unchanging expression. With his mind's eye that foresaw attacks, all her strikes seemed like mere displays full of openings. But Yuki Juju grew increasingly frustrated. Not only could he forcibly nullify the mass of Star Wrath, but he could also predict her next move. How could she even fight like this? She simply withdrew her fists, flopped onto the grass, and kicked her feet weakly while wailing, "I'm not playing anymore. Whoa, this is pure bullying." Tsukasa Hatoyama, who was still poised to deflect, froze in surprise, looking perplexedly at this senior, who lay on the ground throwing a tantrum, so unconventional, like an overgrown child. But after a glance, he hastily turned away. During the overwhelming fight, her vest and jeans had already been torn to shreds. Now, as she rolled around on the ground, her skin was faintly exposed to the air. To avoid seeing something indecent, Tsukasa Hatoyama could only turn his back. Seeing this, a sly gleam shone in Yuki Juju's eyes. She carefully rose and aimed a high kick with her left foot at his butt. Crack. As expected, the sound of shattering glass that irritated and disheartened her rang out once more. Then expressionless Tsukasa Hatoyama reappeared in the distance. Ha ha ha. Just livening things up. Yuki Juju let out an embarrassed chuckle, awkwardly offering an excuse that even ghosts wouldn't believe. Tsukasa Hatoyama naturally didn't believe her nonsense. The sky above the training ground, reflecting his bad mood, gathered countless black circles that filled the heavens. The suffocating aura emanating from the circles forced Yuki Juju to recall the phoenix wheel. She gripped its beak with full alertness and transformed it into a bone whip. But in the next moment, the scene in the sky changed again, making her heart pound. The countless black circles materialized all kinds of cold metallic weapons. In short, every weapon that had ever existed and been used in history was all inside those black circles. Yuki Juju swallowed hard in tension, panicking as she looked at Tsukasa Hatoyama. You bastard, launching a big move without a word. Are you trying to kill me? Tsukasa Hatoyama glanced at the hopping mad Yuki Juju and said nonchalantly, Senior wanted some excitement. Consider yourself indulged. Bastard, this isn't excitement. This is trying to kill me. Yuki Juju was so angry her chest ached. With clear intention, she swung her whip at Tsukasa Hatoyama, aiming to capture the leader and stop the rain of weapons. She didn't have Gojo's inviolability. Her body would definitely be skewered like a hedgehog by the weapons. But she could do nothing about Tsukasa Hatoyama. Every strike hit him only to have him vanish and reappear. She could only wait helplessly for the weapons to descend. That's for kicking my butt out of my pity. Tsukasa Hatoyama waved his right hand, lightly firing at Yuki Juju in single-shot mode, showing mercy. Yuki Juju struck it away with her whip, giving Tsukasa Hatoyama a glare that was both amused and exasperated. This bastard was a jerk, but at least he knew his limits. He was using single shots instead of a volley, otherwise she would really be done for here. But as the fight dragged on, she grew bored and blurted out, Tsukasa Hatoyama, your grand skyfall attack is all bark and no bite. Don't you have anything else? Show me what you've got. After running her mouth, Yuki Juju immediately felt deep regret and wished she could tape her mouth shut. Tsukasa Hatoyama was silent for a moment. Without a word, he gathered his cursed energy, and in an instant countless dazzling particles coalesced in the space beneath his feet on the training ground. Forming a stark contrast of light and dark with the black circles that filled the sky, the power contained within those light particles was comparable to missiles. Yuki Juju's eyes widened in horror. While fearfully batting away weapons, she begged, I was joking. Why are you taking it seriously? Cursed technique reversal Yasukani no Magatama. Tsukasa Hatoyama ignored her and uttered those 8 characters. The immensely powerful light particles instantly shot toward Yuki Juju in a furious barrage. At the same time, the dark treasury in the sky shifted its offensive from single shots to a volley, piercing through clouds and blotting out the sun as it shot toward Yuki Juju. Cornered Jishiju Yuji suddenly raised a fearless smile at Joshan-si in the distance. Joshan, she shouted flirtatiously, with her golden hair flowing fearless in the face of countless light particles and weapons jibing. You are nothing but an uncouth, dull, boring, and perverted jerk. Boom. When Jishiji Yuji finished this jibe, an astonishing change occurred. A heaven-devouring, earth-swallowing black hole instantly materialized before her. An irresistible mass-induced gravitational force attracted and devoured all the weapons and light particles, swallowing everything containing matter in the field. Within the black hole, various energies intertwined and tangled, finally exploding with a thunderous roar as a gigantic mushroom cloud rose towering into the sky. The astonishing destructive force threatened to level the entire field, and the ensuing shockwave reduced the buildings behind to rubble. With the invincible bug of Zhuangzhou's butterfly dream, Joshan-si remained oblivious to the shockwave, standing unscathed on the devastated flatland. He waved away the acrid air, reassessing the devastated field. This black hole move of Yuki's somewhat resembled the one used against Kenjaku in the original story. However, it seemed to be a simplified version. The original was a slowly detonating suicide black hole, which upon use directly blasted a huge deep crater into the ground below. In the original, Kenjaku didn't have Tiger Mom's anti-gravity system, and would have already been a mutual kill with Yuki, otherwise he wouldn't have earned the title 49. 9 Yuki. Not far away, a pitch-black arm suddenly broke through the scorched earth, followed by a black face coated with fine. Yuki spat out the sand in her mouth with disgust, and using the last of her strength activated the reverse curse technique to heal her internal organs shattered by the shockwave. Fortunately, she had used the Phoenix Wheel as a shield, canceling half the impact, otherwise the domain expansion she had just unleashed would have surely reduced her to bones. In a single breath, Yuki was fully revived, but she dared not rise from the soil. because her clothes had been blown to shreds. She looked around and saw Joshan-si standing unscathed in the distance, a deep sense of powerlessness enveloping her entire being. All she could say was that Joshan-si lived up to the title of modern-day strongest. Fighting him, you would find that his whole body was equipped with treasures that countered you. The cursed technique professor truly lived up to his reputation. Yuki sighed, shouted irritably at the unmoved Joshan-si. What are you spacing out for? The fight is over. Go find me some clothes, senior. The sand is making me really uncomfortable. Upon hearing such obscene words, Joshan-si, who had been absorbed in the black hole, snapped back to reality with a face full of black lines and teleported back to the dormitory. He teleported back again, now holding a sealed package of a Mr. Krabs t-shirt, implicitly indicating that she was even more detestable than Mr. Krabs. Joshan-si turned his back and walked towards her, then relying on cursed energy perception, tossed the package beside her. After that, he created a square black cubicle for her to change clothes. A few minutes passed. A completely revamped Yuki violently smashed open the black cubicle. Scanning the devastated land, she finally found Joshan-si sitting far away with his back to her. With a sly smile, she pinched something in her hand, gathered strength, and hurled it at him. The dazed Joshan-si was taken aback. Overwhelmed with confusion, he turned his head and cast a glance. One look was enough. His red pupils instantly transformed into the eyes of instant death and fury. He formed his 5 fingers into claws and directly incinerated the filthy object that had hit the ground with purple flames. How dare she insult him like this? Joshan-si broke composure and stood up, his mystic eyes glaring at Yuki like copper bells. Yuki was startled by his furious demeanor, but still brazenly teased him. This is a gift from your senior for your comingafage. How could you burn it? Yuki, I respect you as a senior and yield to you, but you insult me with such a filthy object. According to clan rules, you would initiate a samurai duel with me. Joshan-si's face was icy, his words measured. Then he pressed his palms together, and red, cursed energy burst forth. Let me show you the pinnacle of cursed energy. Great Tengu. The tangible cursed energy surging around him under Yuki's bewildered gaze condensed into the ribs of a black humanoid figure. Next, the red, cursed energy emanating around took the shape of a skeleton, which then became covered with strands of meridians and black flesh. Under the unceasing flow of cursed energy, the half-bodied figure, like a demon, became clad in black Karasu Tengu armor, after which the lower body and legs slowly materialized. Boom! An earth-shattering step made the entire Gaojuan seem about to tremble. A 300-meter-tall black giant wielding a samurai sword stood towering and looked down upon Yuki. The sky-obscuring giant shadow, along with the black flesh and armor formed from terrifying cursed energy, left Yuki sitting paralyzed on the ground in a daze. Is this still human? Can a human create the Susanoo from manga? At this moment, she felt like an insignificant human, using frightened eyes to look up at the divine Joshan-si deep within the Tengu warrior's glabella. SSSSS. The great Tengu slowly drew its samurai sword. The sound of the blade scraping against the scabbard produced a loud noise that reverberated throughout the entire Gaojuan, startling all birds and beasts within. See, stop. You'll trample Gaojuan to pieces. On the viewing platform, the arriving Yaga Mazamichi shouted in terror, his face pale. Beside him, the visiting Rakaganji Kashin was already so frightened that he collapsed on the ground in panic. The junior and senior students behind him were even more exaggerated, with their pants wet. However, among them, an ordinary girl was not only unafraid, but was trembling with excitement, her eyes revealing a perverse, obsessive love. She touched her cheek and murmured, "I see, it seems you've become even stronger. The way you show off your skills is utterly mesmerizing. I see, you make me climax all the time. My love for you is unmatched in this world. No one loves you more." Floating in the Tengu's forehead, Joshan-si used the last shred of his reason to stop drawing the sword. However, thinking of that filthy object, he was so furious that he sliced several mountains flat with one slash. The resulting towering landslide was enough to shock the world. Joshan-si dispersed the cursed energy-formed Tengu and gracefully descended before the terrified Yuki, saying, "According to the Joshan family's famous rule, being insulted with a filthy object before marriage requires a samurai duel. You yielded without a fight in this samurai duel. I win." With that, he turned and walked away, going to teacher Yaga to accept punishment, leaving Yuki, whose expression shifted repeatedly before finally turning into remorse. On the viewing platform, Yaga Mazamichi, with a mix of love and anger, detailed the school's losses to his beloved student. Joshan-si nodded repeatedly with full apology, indicating he knew he was wrong. The previously panic-stricken Rakaganji Kashin now also stared wide-eyed at Joshan-si, his gaze flickering with both admiration and regret. He was a staunch conservative who detested people like Joshan-si who broke the established order, yet he couldn't help but admire Joshan-si's deeds. Not to mention the good things he had done for Gaojuan, just his being powerful, yet staying in his lane, and not causing trouble everywhere. With these 3 points, who could dislike him? Despite his overwhelming strength, he still had the courage to take responsibility for his mistakes, and accepted his teacher's criticism, lacking the arrogance of a genius. Yaga oh Yaga, in terms of taking disciples, this old man is not as fortunate as you. Ye Izingdo offered a brief lecture, tears welling in his heart, as he estimated the losses from this competition, the playground utterly devastated. Every time Si Jie Wu competed, he unintentionally destroyed the playground, patching it up repeatedly only for it to be ruined again. But this time, even the buildings behind had turned into ruins due to the collateral damage. Even worse, several artificial hills outside had been cleaved by his beloved disciple. If he were to restore everything to its original state, the monthly funds of Tokyo High School might be exhausted, and it could even lead to him, the newly appointed principal, having to pay out of his own pocket. Money and beloved disciples are both equally important, but money can be earned again, while he has only one unique disciple, so he chose his disciple. See, this is the principal of Kyoto High, Lu Yanxi. He has come this time to discuss holding a sister school exchange. With a faint smile, Ye Izingdo introduced the different Lu Yanxi with a playful glint in his eyes. Joshan's expression slightly changed as he looked at the older man leaning on a cane, who resembled Captain. Wanting to hold a sister school exchange with our strongest trio in Tokyo, has the conservative faction of Kyoto High always been this bold? Noticing Joshan's unusual gaze, the astute Lu Yanxi understood that this was a question of the two schools' strengths. Though he was old, his heart remained youthful. He wished he could toss aside his cane and retort, but in the face of overwhelming strength, he could only bite the bullet. Moreover, the students he brought with him were all staring at Joshan with starry eyes, which was hardly a fire. It was simply a fan meeting. Lu Yanxi braved himself and said the tradition of the two schools holding an exchange event every year cannot be broken. Our Kyoto delegation is here to merely make an appearance. Naturally, the losers will be us from Kyoto. You can rest assured about that. I understand you've worked hard. Joshan nodded slightly in respect. The stern old man in front was depicted as confused in the original work, but he had always been using his own beliefs to save the sorcery world, which proved he had a conscience. Despite this conservative and rigid belief, he had been striving hard. This. Lu Yanxi was taken aback, his eyes widening as he sought help from his confidant Ye Izingdo. Unexpectedly, Ye Izingdo kicked Joshan in the rear and pretended to be serious, saying, "What are you still doing here? Go and interact with the students from the other school." Joshan, feeling wronged, covered his rear and glanced at the wildly gesturing Ye Izingdo before obediently walking towards the admirers. Lu Yanxi watched this scene and couldn't help but say, "Yeah, how about considering letting Joshan graduate in Kyoto? That's out of the question." Ye Izingdo refused sternly. "The only talent I have is should I transfer Wujiao to Kyoto instead? I'm looking for students, not ancestors." Lu Yanxi's face turned dark, unable to even entertain the thought, fearing that bringing that little demon would lead to chaos in Kyoto. Chaos is one thing, the main concern is that the higher-ups would be anxious every day, fearing that Wujiao would jump out of their bed while they slept. Unhappy with socializing, Joshan was forcing a friendly expression like a heartless machine, taking photos with the students from Kyoto. "Senior Joshan, do you want to wipe your sweat?" When it was the turn of the last ordinary-looking girl, she handed over a tissue with concern in her eyes. Joshan, a bit dazed from the photos, took it without thinking and pulled out a piece in front of the girl to wipe his sweaty hands. "Senior, let me throw this away for you. You should rest a bit." Just as she was about to toss it, the girl suddenly called out kindly. Joshan shook his head, saying nothing as he tossed it into the trash. He was raised with strict etiquette, making it hard for him to let others help dispose of his used tissue. That would be rude to others after all. The girl behind blinked her beautiful eyes, memorizing the trash can's number before returning to normal and taking pictures with Joshan. After everyone left, the ordinary girl cautiously returned alone. She glanced around, alertly surveying her surroundings for anyone, and upon seeing no one, revealed a strange, unhealthy smile at the trash can. Trembling hands opened the trash can, and a crumpled tissue immediately set her heart racing, her eyes revealing a sickly fervor. Hoo. The girl breathed rapidly, holding the tissue as if a lovesick person, deeply inhaling its scent, intoxicated by the sweat lingering on it. The girl, unable to resist, sank to the ground, her face flushed as she writhed. I feel like I'm losing it. I want comfort. Your scent is so intoxicating, as if you are embracing me from behind. My body and soul are being melted by you, my C. Why do you have to become so strong enough to make me fearfully covet from afar? Since I cannot have you, I must deal with you, to prevent you from being a nuisance." The girl murmured dreamily, her originally harmless gaze suddenly turning cruel, like a weak woman seeking revenge against a heartless man. But soon her fierce gaze softened as she cradled the tissue to her heart, speaking sadly, "Let us meet and combine in the new world to come." At that time I will be Eve, and you will be Adam, creating a unique tribe, a tribe that belongs only to us. Kiss you, my love. Saying this, she kissed the tissue passionately before laboriously crawling into the alley, where panting sounds filled the air, sometimes rising and sometimes weak. A week later, September 23, 2007 morning. Outside the bathing room of the high school, the strongest trio, having finished their morning hot bath, sat on a bench in casual clothes, sipping drinks and chatting. Sitting in the middle, Wu Jiao was stirring restlessly, flipping his wet white hair, splattering water onto Joshan Si and Yeo Jia. The two frowned in disgust and wiped it away helplessly. But the more they wiped, the more there was. Yeo Jia, unable to take it anymore, cast a glance at Joshan Si, who understood and used a dispelling technique to negate the invasion. The two exchanged sly smiles over Wu Jiao, then tacitly kicked him out, causing him to intimately contact the ground in a beautiful dog pose. What the hell are you two bastards doing? Wu Jiao scrambled up in embarrassment, his delicate youthful face filled with anger, gnashing his teeth at the laughing two. Yeo Jia turned his head, pretending not to hear, whistling contentedly, while Joshan Si towel dried his hair, remaining uninvolved. Wu Jiao scoffed, feeling annoyed, and returned to the bath to wash up again. Without the presence of a light bulb, Yeo Jia immediately stopped whistling, looking somewhat melancholic at his close friend Si. Before we know it, we are about to graduate. Joshan Si replied, continuing to dry his hair, without further comment. Can you at least give... Yeo Jia hit Joshan Si playfully, filled with anticipation. You should learn from Wu, holding on to me and begging not to leave to stay by my side. Joshan Si's face darkened as he retorted casually, when did your emotions become so rich? You're not in a relationship, are you? No way, I'm a single principal person destined to be alone. Yeo Jia's face flushed as he repeatedly waved his hands in denial. Joshan Si smiled, silently glancing at his friend's reddened face, casually saying, stop pretending, there's no wall that doesn't let the wind through. Ever since Rinazuko and her maid went to Great Britain, you've been chatting with her daily, and sometimes you even smile foolishly at your phone. This state is somewhat like when I chat with Senior Mingming over the phone, my heart nearly bursting with sweetness. That's with Miss Ming, not me and Nezuko. Yeo Jia retorted, his eyes darting around stubbornly, saying it's normal for friends to chat. Don't slander my pure friendship with Nezuko. If you're not careful, I'll sue you for defamation. You're defaming me. Yeo Jia shouted first. Joshan Si shot a resentful glance at his friend, unhappily drying his hair. Seeing his friend no longer dwelling on the topic, Yeo Jia let out a sigh of relief, then spoke somewhat heavily. Last week's mission with Huiyuan Chihai wasn't a level 2, but a level 1. I really don't know how the supervising department investigated being so careless. This is a matter of life, and perhaps it's because curses have been frequent lately, and the people in the supervising department are overwhelmed. Joshan Si said this, but deep down he was very suspicious. He always felt that this matter had something to do with Xian Su, as it was quite simple for Xian Su, who had infiltrated the supervising department, to manipulate individuals. So why was he doing this? Was he trying to seize Jie's body again? That shouldn't be the case. Without the causal line, Xian Su would never have interest in Jie, or so. He thought he had found a technique no less than curse manipulation. Moreover, Xian Su was a focused mind, and now that he craved his own body, he wouldn't be distracted by acquiring someone else's body. Thus, the supervising department must be overwhelmed. As for the situation in the original work, it was probably orchestrated by Xian Su, as he needed Jie's body, therefore having to exacerbate Jie's darkening. And with his own involvement now, it allowed him to focus all his energy on himself. However, with his current strength, it was impossible for him to seize a body. Even if he brought two sides of Sukuna over, he would still have to kneel and call him daddy. I hope he's just too busy to be clear-headed, otherwise this careless investigation alone proves that the Jujutsu High headquarters is rotten to the core. Suguru Geto shook his head with a melancholic sigh, letting his true nature take over in complaint. Before his best friend, he felt no need to hide his disappointment toward the high school. The heavy-handed power of the upper echelons was notorious to all. If it weren't for his belief in protecting the weak with the strong and his imminent graduation, he would have long left the school to work independently. Exorcising curses was the same everywhere. Why couldn't he do it outside with like-minded friends instead of staying here enduring the ugly faces of those blind politicians? Tsukasa Hatoyama paused, his hand on his hair, and cast a meaningful glance at the impassioned Geto. Are you thinking of striking out on your own? Geto's fingers twitched slightly. He didn't hide it and nodded. I plan to open a curse exorcism agency after graduation, specializing in helping ordinary people tormented by curses. My dream is far less grand than Satoru's. I can only do my utmost to change what I can and save them. With my meager strength, I want to protect those who need protection, keeping them from the hidden dangers lurking in the... As Geto spoke, a satisfied smile spread across his face. He was like a man pumped full of adrenaline, his eyes shining with hope as he chattered. On leaving Tsukasa, Hatoyama momentarily lost in thought. After a long moment, Tsukasa Hatoyama's lips curled upward as he withdrew his gaze from his friend. I have no dreams, but I can guard your dreams. I believe you can do it. I've always believed in you, Suguru. He gave Geto an encouraging pat on the shoulder, set down the towel, without another word, and walked away. Sunlight suddenly streamed through the window, illuminating Geto, as if he were being redeemed, while Tsukasa Hatoyama, fading into the shadows, seemed to sink into darkness itself. This interplay of light and dark seemed like a turning point of fate. Afternoon. Morioka City, Iwate Prefecture. Former Kamikakushi Village. Under the guidance of the stout old village chief, Suguru Geto, and his accompanying friend, Tsukasa Hatoyama, trekked over one low mountain path after another. Finally, they arrived at a remote, isolated hamlet. In the village chief's home, the two men remained expressionless as they raised their cups to blow on the hot tea. Before them, the chief recounted the eerie incidents happening in the village with an air of arrogance. Roughly summarized, a few weeks ago, several households in the village had mysteriously disappeared. When they were found, the houses were filled with the dismembered limbs and heads of the victims. Tsukasa Hatoyama silently blew on the steam from his tea, showing no intention of joining the conversation. Meanwhile, his crimson eyes casually surveyed the stout old chief across from him. After finishing the story, the chief rambled on about the village's legendary tradition of Kamikakushi, spiriting away his arrogance, rivaling the sun itself. The woman serving beside him wore a sharp, mean expression and frequently cast disdainful superior glances, as if to say, we are the descendants of gods, and you are mere mortals. Tsukasa Hatoyama found it absurd. He activated Zhuang's dream butterfly, causing the babbling fat chief to suddenly and forcefully slap the woman. Husband. The woman, who looked down on others, had never been treated this way. Seeing her husband inexplicably hit her, she immediately struck back, without hesitation. The couple fought from inside the house to outside, bloodied and bruised, drawing the entire village to watch. The crowd cheered and clapped, enjoying the spectacle. Yet the next second, the villagers suddenly fell into a frenzy, attacking one another. What started as a couple's brawl escalated into a village-wide war. The sudden riot left Suguru Geto stunned. He didn't immediately ask questions, but instead cast a puzzled look at the instigator. His friend was usually composed and steady. An unprovoked attack could only mean something was seriously wrong. Use your curse energy to sense the village, Tsukasa Hatoyama, who had hypnotized the villagers, explained slowly. Without overthinking, Geto followed suit. In an instant, the teacup in his hand crashed to the ground as rage flared within him, his eyes fixed on the brawling villagers. His senses told him that not only was there a low-grade curse in the village, but also two imprisoned. Faint traces of curse energy, curse users. Without a moment's delay, Geto hurriedly rose and headed for the adjacent house. Tsukasa Hatoyama finished his last sip of tea, then casually extended his hand toward the door. The low-grade curse lurking in the village, a green, oily wild boar, was levitated and pulled in by a dark suction force, then crushed into pieces. The boar's coarse hide was instantly shattered into countless fragments. After exorcising the curse, Tsukasa Hatoyama followed into the next room. Stepping inside, an iron cage meant for pigs and sheep came into view. Inside the cage were two young girls covered in bruises and wounds. Seeing people enter one after another, the two girls cowered together in fear, trembling as they clung to each other, using their meager warmth to protect one another. Tsukasa Hatoyama took a deep breath. Even though he had mentally prepared himself after reading the original story, seeing this scene still ignited his fury. Suguru Geto, who had entered earlier, was already ashen-faced. He suppressed his rage, approached the cage, and crushed the iron lock with his bare hands. He had thought this mission would be a leisurely trip, but he never expected to witness such an appalling sight. These ignorant villagers had actually imprisoned girls who had awakened their cursed techniques. Indeed, no matter where you go, there are always people you despise. Don't hit us. We're really not the monsters that eat people. The brown-haired girl mustered all her strength to offer a weak explanation. The other girl, with an injured left eye, pressed close to her, trembling as she stared at the silently approaching Suguru Geto. The closer he got, the more the girls retreated in fear. The memory of being beaten by the villagers was vivid in their minds, and they pressed themselves against the wall behind them, trembling. They knew it was useless. They would still be dragged out mercilessly and beaten again. Just like now, the stranger's outstretched hand would surely grab their hair and yank them out. But that wasn't what happened. The hand they so feared gently landed on their heads, stroking lightly, touching their heart. This feeling, it was like the soothing touch of a mother before sleep. The two girls timidly opened their eyes and looked up with fear, only to see the stranger gazing at them in silence. His warm, ink-black pupils held a tenderness and pity they had never known, even within the cold iron cage. What are your names, sisters? They couldn't quite make out his face, but his voice was exceptionally gentle and soft, bringing an unprecedented warmth to the frigid cage. After a moment's hesitation, the brown-haired girl gathered her courage and spoke first. My name is Nanako Hasaba, and this is Mimiko Hasaba. Good. Nanako Mimiko, would you like to come with me? As he said this, a strange feeling crept into Geto's heart. He felt like a creepy older brother luring little girls. With that peculiar thought, Geto activated the reverse curse technique to heal the wounds on the two battered. Nanako, about to answer, froze as she saw two streams of dark, yet warm energy slowly envelop herself and Mimiko. Before the sisters could panic, their injuries from the beatings healed completely. Nanako, look. My eye is healed, the quiet Mimiko exclaimed, pressing her dirty face close to her sister. Nanako didn't respond. Instead, she timidly looked at the stranger and asked in a trembling voice, Are you a monster like us? Suguru. Geto slowly crouched down, ruffling her hair playfully. That's right. I'm a monster that eats people without spitting out the bones. I especially love eating little monsters with tender skin like you. I came here to kidnap you. Are you scared? You're so childish. I meant monster as in abnormal, not the green, oily boar monster from the village. Yeah, you're more childish than us kids. He had expected the sisters to cry, but instead they took turns teasing, sly little devils. Geto flicked each of their foreheads, and as they winced, he pulled them into a heart. He looked at Tsukasa Hatoyama with a wry smile. What now? From the looks of it, their parents were probably by those ignorant villagers outside. Tsukasa Hatoyama casually picked up the quiet Mimiko, who stiffened in his arms, not daring to move. Her timid expression was utterly adorable. He awkwardly soothed Mimiko while thinking deeply. We'll leave the rest to the assistant supervisor. I'm sure once they understand the situation, the villagers will taste the meaning of remorse. After they've experienced remorse, they'll be sent to the execution platform. These villagers broke the law by murdering groups of people, imprisoning and abusing minors. They'll follow your lead. Geto let out a relieved smile, the anger in his heart gradually subsiding. For a moment, he had wanted to teach those ignorant villagers a harsh lesson. But since the law exists, let the law send them to their doom. See, we should leave this place quickly. Just being here makes me feel cursed. Jia stamped his foot uncomfortably. Every time he saw the iron cage and thought of the sisters' injuries, the anger within him flared up again. If it weren't for the rough mountain path ahead, he would have wanted to take off his shoes and throw them away. Stepping on such accursed ground was simply an insult to himself. Jasansi nodded and looked down at the shy Mimi Z in his arms. Is there anything you want to take? If so, Mimi Z shyly turned her head away, her voice soft. The doll, the birthday doll my mother gave me, it's at home. Okay, I will accompany you to get it. Jasansi did not say anything unnecessary, gently covering her small eyes as he carried the petite girl outside. Behind them, Jia noticed this small gesture. At first he was puzzled, but then he realized it was in response to the foolish crowd outside, who were fighting. He shook his head with a light smile admiringly, saying, I didn't expect this quiet person to also know how to care for the mental and physical well-being of children. As he spoke, he imitated the gesture, but to his surprise, the girl in his arms, Kai, Z, completely rebuffed him, stubbornly pushing away and then covering her face again. With no other option, Jia could only smile, bitterly burying Kai Z's small face into his chest before resignedly carrying her to catch up with his close friend. After traversing the steep and uneven path, the four of them arrived at a small house far from the village. Under the effect of nostalgia, the two young sisters instantly had tears welling up in their eyes, crying out after weeks of torment. The hoarse cries pierced the hearts of Jasansi and Jia, both feeling heartache, as they gently comforted the girls. As time passed, the sisters let down all their defenses, slowly closing their eyes and drifting into sleep, burdened by their sorrow. Jasansi and Jia exchanged glances, treading lightly as they entered the house. The interior was very simple, yet it was all meticulously arranged. It gave a sense of minimalist warmth. However, this warmth at this moment was a stark mockery, for the foolish crowd outside had destroyed everything. The two sides seemingly sympathizing with the sisters' unjust suffering while lamenting the unfairness of fate that made them endure such pain. To avoid making the sisters feel more sorrowful, upon waking, the two tacitly walked into the two bedrooms of the house, taking the important doll and family photo before leaving. Just as they were about to exit the village gate, they encountered the tardy auxiliary supervision team. With Jia's dissatisfied embellishments, the auxiliary supervision team, having understood the situation, charged into the village filled with rage. However, during their rush, Jasansi suddenly called out to the leader of the auxiliary supervision team, instructing him to ensure the villagers reported his name at the police station. In front of the unyielding political family, the police station was essentially their own, and the laws of Sakura were just a few pages of paper that could be changed at will. The ruling liberal democratic faction was one that had been founded and controlled by their ancestors. Even the prime minister had seen several from the Jusan family. The current prime minister is someone raised by the Jusan family. After all, this position rotates among the 5 great political families of Sakura. So even if you are innocent, I can still forcefully pin a serious crime on you, let alone when you are actually guilty. After tonight, the foolish people of the hidden village will truly become a remote and impoverished place. The legendary stories they pride themselves on will turn into mere after-dinner gossip. It feels like if I blow up the high school, the higher-ups will have to rush over to ask if I got hurt. Night. In Chiyoda, Tokyo, at a certain upscale apartment. Inside the bedroom, the bedside lamp cast a charming purple glow, illuminating the luxurious bed, with a hint of fragrance revealing two faintly outlined figures. Dressed in sexy form-fitting clothing, Jujutsu Yuki suddenly threw off the blanket, exposing a pair of beautifully toned legs that no woman had ever possessed. Propping her elbow on the pillow, she smiled, and rested her chin on her hand, looking at the sleeping beauty. Beside her, Mingming, wake up, someone has come to deliver money to you. Don't disturb my beauty, sleep, you willful woman. Mingming lazily turned over, pulling the blanket over her head, her long hair sticking to her face as she continued to sleep. Jujutsu Yuki rolled her eyes, feigning disappointment, as she sighed. Last week, I was psychologically scarred by Jujutsu at high school. You say, why am I so unfortunate? You deserve it. Mingming's sultry tone, drawn out like the wind, was irresistibly enchanting. Jujutsu Yuki lamented. The giant of 300 meters used the 300 meters giant to hit me. Do you know what that concept is? He can easily lift a foot and crush me into meat paste. How could I suffer such great pain right after return? Now every time I close my eyes, what I think of is the giant's disdainful gaze. He has given me a serious psychological scar. Mingming, who had been dozing off, couldn't help but twitch her brows in silence after hearing this. This willful woman has been well fed and watered by her for a week. During that time, where was the sign of her suffering from serious psychological trauma? Isn't this purely self-framing? Ignoring her, Mingming continued to pretend she didn't hear, going back to her beauty sleep. However, the next second, her fair and delicate face suddenly turned red. She turned her head to see Jujutsu Yuki, not knowing when had reached her hand under the blanket. Yours are a bit rounder than mine. Jujutsu Yuki mumbled as she held onto Mingming's sensitive spot, curiously lowering her head to compare. Undoubtedly the other party was hiding something. I remember you were quite small in first grade. How come you've grown so much after a few years? Jujutsu Yuki asked, both surprised and doubtful. Mingming looked good in first grade, but was somewhat flat-chested. Back then, when she took her on missions, she often used the equipment to pressure her. After just 2 years of not seeing each other upon their reunion, everything was truly different. Why are you still? I'm 19 now. Shouldn't I grow up and have some? Mingming blushed, swatting away her hand, tightly wrapping herself in the blanket, turning her back to complain. You can grow in half. Jujutsu Yuki chuckled bitterly, but you grew up and didn't say a word. Anyone would be surprised. You're on par with me, even stronger. No wonder that bastard didn't even spare a glance at you. Turns out Mingming is hiding her talents, making him unable to forget. What are you mumbling about? Mingming asked, somewhat suspicious, feeling that Jujutsu Yuki's visit to sleep with her tonight had some ulterior motive. Nothing much, just lamenting how the innocent girl of yesteryear has grown up. Jujutsu Yuki laughed a few times, awkwardly thick-skinned, as she pulled back the blanket and dove in her hands, mischievously wrapping around Mingming's slender, cool waist. Mingming rolled her eyes in familiarity. Back when she was in high school, this willful woman often came to cuddle under the pretext of discussing dreams. As they talked, she would use equipment to bully her, constantly saying she didn't know who would benefit in the future, truly acting like a willful female rogue. I don't know who you will benefit in the future. As soon as she opened her mouth, it was the old tune. Mingming casually replied, you don't have to worry about who I will benefit. The point is you're almost 25 and still have no boyfriend. I can't find a guy who is both rugged and handsome and rich. Even if I do find one, he's already taken. You also know about back then, I went to the bathhouse to pursue Fushiguro Zenin, risking my face to study the non-curse power of the heavens and curse binding. Who would have thought that he found me super boring and rejected me harshly on the spot? Mingming covered her mouth, teasing, your brain circuit is unmatched, confessing on the first meeting, who wouldn't consider you a fool? At that time, his expression when looking at me was no different than looking at a fool. Do you think I look repulsive? Indeed, you are repulsive, Mingming admitted without hesitation. Jujutsu Yuki's face darkened, her hand at her waist became restless, causing Mingming's face to flush, unable to suppress the ripples of her imagination. She endured the discomfort in her body, turning the defensive into the offensive, using the same tactics to make Jujutsu Yuki's face flush in response. At this moment, spring was in full bloom within the bedroom. After a long while, the soft murmurs and gentle whispers within the bedroom gradually subsided like the calm after waves receding. Looking around, the Simmons mattress was wrinkled and disheveled, with the quilt and pillows kicked to the floor by the two women who were panting on the bed. Huff, huff. The two women sprawled out in a full split, gasping for air, their eyes shimmering with shyness and allure, their cheeks flushed with crimson after their playful exertions. Mingming, you have quite a physique. Jujutsu Yuji tilted her head slightly, gazing at Mingming, her tone flirtatious as she caressed her own jade-like thigh beneath the ice silk nightgown, the smooth skin enchanting her fingers. You pervert, where is the dignity and responsibility befitting a special grade senior? Ming Ming rolled her eyes at her with a seductive look, a hint of a smile playing on her lips, then glanced at the flushed snowy expanse below her swan-like neck. A senior truly is a senior. Under my fierce counterattack, you didn't even feel pain. I'm quite impressed, Junior. What's there to be surprised about? Gyo Shirjo Yuji's face beamed with pride as she unabashedly revealed herself. I'm not only powerful, but my resilience is top-notch. Yet the faint bruising from Ming Ming's earlier excessive force caused her to wince slightly, as she bared herself, unable to suppress a hiss of pain. Ming Ming smiled silently, her gaze mocking as she watched Gyo Shirjo Yuji, who was so concerned with saving face. She herself felt the discomfort, so how could the other avoid it? What's so funny? Gyo Shirjo Yuji retorted stubbornly. I never thought you, with your dignified and elegant exterior, could be so ruthless in your underhanded moves. As she spoke, she bent her waist slightly, her movements alluring and provocative as she picked up the quilt and pillows from the floor, covering their alluring curvaceous bodies. Ming Ming rolled over her fingers, idly twirling Gyo Shirjo Yuji's soft golden hair, her violet gray eyes gazing meaningfully at her charming profile. We've had our fun. Shouldn't you tell me the real reason you're crashing in my bed tonight? I'm a bit embarrassed to say. Gyo Shirjo Yuji grinned sheepishly, but under the deadly stare of her junior and sister, Gyo Shirjo Yuji had to muster her courage. After a moment of deliberation under her sister's curious gaze, she said guiltily, I want you to apologize to Gyo Shanxi for me. That one-sided match, my reckless final move, hurt him. You know, I just do whatever makes me happy without thinking about the consequences. And I didn't know Gyo Shanxi's family had so many strict rules, like some ancient rigid noble family. She buried her head in self-reproach. If I had known, I would have thrown something else like a stone, or maybe stabbed Gyo Shanxi with my phoenix wheel. Hearing this self-blame, Ming Ming's mouth twitched involuntarily. This was hardly the attitude of someone truly remorseful, it was more like revenge. Accustomed to her sister's peculiar thought process, she pondered for a moment, and said, By reckless move, do you mean throwing something at sea? Gyo Shirjo Yuji's heart skipped a beat, and she stammered awkwardly. How do you know so much? Did Gyo Shanxi tell you? Ming Ming frowned suspiciously. Her sister's embarrassed expression seemed like she had done something guilty, but recalling Gyo Shirjo Yuji's usual scatterbrained nature and her aversion to dating someone younger, she dismissed the thought. She said casually, C did mention it to me. He said he defeated you and you were so annoyed that you sneak attacked him with a drink from behind. Then C, enraged, used his cursed energy to create a 300-meter giant, and you were trembling at its feet, almost wetting your pants. Gyo Shirjo Yuji felt a wave of relief at the first part, but when she heard about wetting her pants, she was so angry she could barely breathe. She burst out, names can be wrong, but nicknames never lie. A pervert is always a pervert, he never says anything good. She hadn't actually wet her pants back, then, as she was simply awestruck by the giant. After all, it was a Susanoo made of cursed energy rivaling divine power. Anyone standing at the feet of such a giant would be terrified out of their wits, let alone a vulnerable girl like. Glancing discreetly at her sister, whose chest heaved with rage as she ranted, Ming Ming's suspicions grabbed. She understood now. This incident had turned the two of them into another pair of Wu Tiao Wu and Nguji, with no love, only hatred and mutual resentment. She turned over lazily, closed her eyes, and added, C knew you would come to me and apologize. He only said that ignorance is bliss. Oh, and C asked me to tell you don't feel guilty about the drink incident. He said he's the one who should feel guilty for using a giant in anger and scaring you into wetting your pants. Bastard. Gyo Shirjo Yuji gritted her teeth in fury, thinking, can't we ever move past the wetting pants topic? Does he have to keep bringing it up? She pouted in annoyance and spat. Don't let me see Gyo Shanxi at the school, or I'll tape his filthy mouth shut with superglue. With that, she dropped the subject, relaxed, and wrapped her arms around her sister, sharing amusing stories from abroad, before they quietly fell asleep together. 2 months later. Near the end of December, Tokyo Haipai Central Prison. Inside the prison yard, surrounded by electrified barbed wire, dozens of pale-faced guards carried out the bodies of inmates, laying them out in rows across the yard. The number of withered corpses was too many to count, by eye piling up horrifically in the yard, like a gruesome human pyramid, terrifying to behold. Adorned with falling snowflakes, the scene exuded a desolate loneliness. The Tokyo Jujutsu sorcerers who had come to investigate whether it was a curse's doing were shocked to their core by the sight. Teacher Yega, Principal Lian Temple, here is the death report from Haipai Prison. Jia Ru Shaozi, with a grave expression, took the report from the warden and handed it to Yi Jingdao and Lian Temple Jiaxin, whose faces were as dark as water. They took the report, and when they saw the death toll, their pupils contracted in shock, their breathing becoming rapid, as if they had seen something unbelievable. For the recorded number of inmate deaths was approximately 50,000. A cruel draining of all the Xiaoyu Jie and Wu Tiaowu noticed their teacher's loss of composure and couldn't help but lean in to take a look. The next moment, they wore the same expression. Yi Zhengdao took a deep breath of cold air, the biting chill forcing him to accept this brutal reality. The two principals silently handed the report to the students behind them, then stood still waiting for the assistant supervisor's investigation report. After a moment, the assistant supervisor, who had undergone rigorous training, rushed out of the prison in a panic. He glanced deeply at the bewildered Xiaoyu Jie, then said in a trembling voice, "Principles based on the cursed energy residue inside the person who attacked the prison used gravity techniques and curse manipulation." At these words, everyone was struck as if by lightning, staring at the confused and dazed Xiaoyu Jie. "What the hell are you babbling about? Are you saying my best friend joined forces with someone to kill these death row inmates?" Wu Tiaowu roared in anger at the assistant supervisor. If not for the slow reacting Yi Zhengdao stopping him, Wu Tiaowu would have immediately thrown a flowing rock-shattering fist followed by a purple. Jia has been taking care of the children at the school for the past 2 months and hasn't had time to go out on missions. This curse manipulation is someone else's work. Yi Zhengdao, maintaining his composure, used his tall figure to shield the bewildered Xiaoyu Jie, staring grimly at the ever-changing expression of Liyin Temple Jiaxin. Wu Tiaowu, Hui Yuan Xiong, and Qihai Jianren also stood guard around Xiaoyu Jie, with stern expressions, warily watching the Kyoto sorcerers who were poised to act. In this tense standoff, an incongruous pure bell sound came from the entrance behind them. Everyone instinctively turned to look. It was Zhou Si, who had returned from leave, walking calmly with an umbrella, his face indifferent as he faced the falling snowflakes. At that moment, the Kyoto sorcerers dared not even breathe, shrinking behind Liyin Temple Jiaxin like sheep encountering a wolf king. Zhou Si surveyed the crowd in Kyoto, each person retreating several steps, with pounding hearts, their sweat betraying the presence of a primal beast. No, it was even more terrifying than a primal beast. "You finally made it. I thought you would continue your vacation." Yi Zhengdao sighed in relief as he looked at his timely arriving disciple. Regardless of which sorcerer was present, none could match Wu Tiaowu, the rebellious disciple, yet any action would only deepen the misunderstanding. Thus, someone had to maintain order at this moment, and the best candidate was his disciple Si. The recognized strongest could stand there, but even with the blessing of the longevity deity in Kyoto, he had to be cautious and keep his hands to himself. Zhou Si hung up the call from Iri Shoko, casually glancing at the sorcerer cowering behind Yayanshi Jiaxun. "Teacher, what just happened? Was there a collective brawl between the two schools?" "You must have seen it wrong. The two schools were just huddling together to keep warm in the cold." Yayanshi Jiaxun quickly explained, his keen eyes constantly signaling to Yi Zhengdao. Yi Zhengdao tugged at the corner of his mouth, truly unable to bear the sight, as he snatched the assistant supervisor's investigation report. "So you should first take a look at the report." Zhou Si took the report, choosing to ignore the number of criminals listed and focusing instead on the prison attack techniques and bloodsucking. At first glance, seeing the gravity technique and curse spirit manipulation, his calm red eyes flickered with surprise and astonishment. The gravity technique controlling the tiger mother was understandable, but what was the curse spirit manipulation? Did Shinsuo obtain the body of Jia? To verify, Zhou Si had to cast a scrutinizing glance at Xiaoyu Jie, whose pale forehead bore no strange stitches. Zhou Si sighed with relief. However, noticing his close friend in a dazed state, Zhou Si scratched his friend's bump, causing him to burst into laughter despite the cold. "Huh? Si, stop. Stop scratching, or you'll make me bald," Xiaoyu Jie said, with a mix of laughter and tears, shaking his body, arching and leaning back, casting a pleading glance at his friend. "Are you feeling better now, eh?" Zhou Si teased as he stopped. "I'm feeling better, I'm feeling better." Xiaoyu Jie nodded, weakly collapsing into his friend Wu Tiaowu's embrace. Wu Tiaowu, highly intrigued, leaned in and said, "Jia, I just saw how much fun you and Si were having. Can I try it with you next time? I want to play too." Go away, stop making such a ruckus." Xiaoyu Jie rolled his eyes at Wu Tiao, Wu weakly retorting, "Can't you see Si is helping me wake up? Just give it a try." Wu Tiaowu pouted and acted cute, continuously nudging Xiaoyu Jie's back with his chest. Fine, I got it." Xiaoyu Jie could only helplessly cover his forehead, and sigh, using a tone meant to coax a child as he sweetened the deal for his friend. However, this scene fell into the eyes of everyone, their gazes turning peculiarly, with several extending their strange looks towards Zhou Si. As if to say, "You three are close friends, right?" Zhou Si was rendered speechless by their gazes. Though he was fairer than a woman, his sexual orientation was undoubtedly the most straight possible. As for Wu Tiaowu, who often liked to act cute and occasionally wear women's clothing, that was a mystery. The prison surveillance wasn't completely destroyed, right? To divert attention and eliminate those strange thoughts, Zhou Si had to shift his gaze to the not-so-prominent. The prison warden immediately stood upright and flatteringly said, Young master, your keen observation is remarkable. Like Sherlock Holmes, the surveillance at the main entrance remains intact. In the bureaucratic world, the prison warden had long developed sharp eyes, and the earrings worn by the young man before him constantly proved he was the future heir of the Jushan family. This was the future political big shot, someone whose words could elevate one to great heights. Little did he know the title of young master elicited surprised glances from all except Ye Zhengdo and Yayanshi Jiashun. The three who had sat together for 3 years, Wu Tiao Wu and the others, felt their hearts unsettled for a long time. They had thought they were all from ordinary and middle-class families, but the prison warden's words struck like thunder, genuinely calling one young master. Just how powerful must your family's position be? Take us to have a look. Jason Si offered no further explanation as he led the group towards the monitoring room, eager to see what Shinso was up to. In the prison's monitoring room, everyone fell silent, intently staring at the computer screen as the monitoring officer clicked the mouse, revealing a flickering surveillance video. Initially, it was a dark scene suddenly pierced by the screams of the officer, accompanied by a crimson glow as a woman with short black hair and blood on her face abruptly appeared out of thin air. With a faint, elegant smile, she gazed at the camera with an odd and playful expression. After a long time, the short-haired woman waved at the camera in a particularly close manner, cutely saying, "See, isn't this an unconventional way to meet? Do you like it?" Everyone diverted their attention towards Jason Si, their eyes filled with inquiry, yet the latter pondered for a few seconds before slowly uttering the name Shinso. The high school students understood. They knew that a millennia-old curse master sought to seize Jason Si's body, but had not gone insane enough to storm the prison alone. Hizu Takako smiled and answered her own question. "I think you should be staring at me with a blank expression, feeling shy. Isn't it adorable to be like this in front of your beloved Oi?" she said, playfully covering her face and shaking her body. "Just thinking about how you look at me like trash makes me excited." At this moment, everyone became agitated, all casting inquisitive gazes towards the indifferent Jason Si, eager to unearth the juiciest gossip. The figure of Shinso on the screen was unmistakably a madly infatuated woman with Si, while Jason Si, in his youthful awakening, could not help but be kindling meeting fire. "Why are you looking at me? Watch the surveillance. And don't taint my noble private life with your dirty thoughts. I'm far cleaner than you can imagine." Jason Si was left speechless by the gazes of everyone. At this moment, he wished to charge into the screen and slay the Orochimaru version of Shinso. Could we not speak properly? She often presented a shy expression. The crowd looked at the screen. This time, Hizu Takako was particularly serious, unlike her previous state. She extended her fair right arm as if displaying an exhibition piece, proudly declaring, "See, do you remember the rational universe? I lost my right arm due to soul essence severance. Fortunately, where there is loss, there is gain. I was able to extract the gene of a sorcerer with cursed spirit manipulation, allowing me to turn misfortune into fortune." As Hizu Takako spoke, a large blue cat cursed spirit slowly emerged from the black void behind her, obediently allowing her to stroke it. The high school students witnessed it firsthand, their faint understanding shattered by the woman on the surveillance, especially Seiyojia, who squinted his eyes now wide open in disbelief. What is this? A high-quality imitation. A magical modification. At this moment, Hizu Takako waved goodbye in the monitoring. "Goodbye, Saiken. Once I finish this task, I will vanish from the public eye. Remember to think of me as I will think of you. Goodbye." As the words fell, the blue cat cursed spirit smashed the camera with a slap, and Hizu Takako's figure vanished, leaving only the flickering image. Silence. At the moment when Shinso vanished, the people in the monitoring room remained silent, an oppressive silence that weighed heavily upon them. Shinso had left behind too many difficult questions. Every single one of these questions had never been studied at the High-Level Academy, and in the realm of curses they were of historic, catastrophic proportions, forcefully grinding people's understanding into the ground. However, compared to their momentary confusion, Hatoyama Tsukasa remained calm and collected, emptying his mind. Mother once said, if a person reaches a dead end, then they will break through like a bamboo. The night is inevitably dark and cold, yet those who think and move forward shall surely see the dawn. Currently, Shinso has left 3 difficult questions. Where did the gene for curse manipulation come from? Why take the immense risk of attacking the Hypai Central Prison with the intention of extracting the blood of 50,000 people? His appearance had caused the original plot to veer off course, allowing Shinso to utilize a gene extraction ability he had never used before. Could it be that this was a new ability bestowed upon Shinso by the one-eyed cat after the original character Gojo Satoru was split? After pondering for a while with no clear insights, Hatoyama Tsukasa shook his head and stored these unprecedented questions deep within his mind. Without witnessing it firsthand, making baseless guesses would only lead to unnecessary worry. It was also possible that Shinso was trying to induce his own unease. If Shinsuo activated such an ability, there should be cooldown periods and constraints. With this thought, Hatoyama Tsukasa redirected his focus back to the questions. Recalling what Shinsuo had said, he could wield curse manipulation because he had extracted the essence of a certain sorcerer. But whom did he extract? And what did he use to extract it? If he wasn't mistaken, it was likely extracted using a curse technique that had previously occupied a physical body. Living for 1,000 years, one would surely retain certain trump cards for emergencies. In the original story, Shinsuo was able to play with curse manipulation to an extraordinary degree, and it was highly likely that he had occupied a body capable of curse manipulation 1,000 years ago. However, as time passed and the body gradually aged, did Shinsuo have to resort to creating cursed objects to preserve his abilities? Yet this thought did not linger long, as Hatoyama Tsukasa found it somewhat unrealistic. Creating cursed objects requires the soul of the deceased. Without a soul's attachment, it would not last long, potentially dissipating within a year or two. Moreover, before occupying a body, Shinsuo would have to kill the original owner, which meant Shinsuo was controlling a soulless puppet, making it impossible to create cursed objects. Thus, Shinsuo's occupation of a body could only be a fleeting indulgence, or long-term possession was impossible, and the only curse manipulation available in the modern era was held by Jay. The issue was that Jay was well protected, helping him comprehend reversal extraordinary techniques and domains, and he had hardly suffered any significant injuries in various battles. Significant injuries. The incident with the star-sourced body the previous year surged into Hatoyama Tsukasa's mind like a tidal wave, awakening memories of searching for the figure of Inari Shoko. There she was, lazily leaning against the door frame, her right hand rummaging through her pocket to pull out a pack of women's. In a few swift steps, Hatoyama Tsukasa approached Inari Shoko, quickly igniting a faint purple flame with his fingertip, then extending it towards her. The hand holding the lighter paused in midair as Inari Shoko stared at the tiny purple flame, wondering if the cursed technique used to light her cigarette might be toxic. Hatoyama. After a moment's thought, Inari Shoko focused her gaze on Hatoyama Tsukasa's face and teased, "You're using the purple flame that burns souls to light my cigarette. Are you trying to kill me so you can inherit my logistics?" No. Hatoyama Tsukasa explained, "It's just normal fire without the soul-burning effect. Aside from the color being a bit purple, it is no different from a regular lighter." "Alright, then let me see what it feels like when the strongest lights my cigarette." Inari Shoko pouted, striking a pose as if demanding a light from the boss. Hatoyama Tsukasa shifted his fingertip and a dazzling, mysterious flame ignited at the tip of the cigarette. She inhaled deeply, exhaling normal-colored smoke with satisfaction. Inari Shoko flicked the ash from her cigarette and comfortably said, "So what's up? It's unusual for you to seek me out, unless there's something important to discuss. Let's cut to the chase." On July 13th, 2006, a logistics went to Yen Mountain to recover corpses. Was the right arm recovered? The right arm. Inari Shoko glanced deeply at her desk mate, who had brought up old matters, pondering as she lit her filter tip and shook her head with deep-set eyes. The items recovered by logistics were only the corpse of Fushiguro Megumi and the head of Nakajima Shitoge. There was no right arm, as you mentioned. She remembered this very clearly. Two of the strongest trio had nearly fallen at Yen Mountain, so she was particularly meticulous during the dissection of Fushiguro Megumi. If that's the case, then everything makes sense now. Hatoyama Tsukasa immediately understood where Shinsuo's curse manipulation had come from. It was truly a twist of fate that allowed Shinsuo to take advantage of this oversight. Now that the first riddle was solved, the next ones were the second and third. Shinsuo had always been cunning. Perhaps he would wait until Itadori Yuji grew up before revealing himself. Given that he was such a cunning individual, why would he boldly invade the Haipai prison? Did he not realize that such actions would put himself at risk? Mother once said, if the immediate benefits are not substantial, no one would stake everything on it. High risks come with high returns. And this high return should be the blood of 50,000 criminals. What does he want with 50,000 blood? Is he planning to evolve from a brain flower into a vampire? No, it shouldn't be like that. Hatoyama Tsukasa rested his chin on his hand, furrowing his brow in deep thought about Shinsuo's grand plan, which was shrouded in mystery under the one-eyed cat's depiction. It seemed like he aimed to initiate a cycle of death and rebirth, simultaneously ending it and exterminating all swimmers. Using this as a restraint, he planned to merge all Sakura people and the evolved Tenjin to achieve nationwide optimization of curse energy. Creating that possibility which shone in the darkness was nothing less than pulling the entire Sakura populace into universal evolution. However, thinking of Tenjin's revitalized form in Hosei Palace, Hatoyama Tsukasa couldn't help but smile. Shinsuo must have witnessed Tenjin before the assimilation took place, and everything was unfolding according to his expectations. And to complete his plan, Shinsuo must see himself as the greatest obstacle on his path, so he wasn't trying to shamelessly seize his body. Instead, he would use all means to eliminate or seal the way himself. He knew that he was not his own match at present, so sealing was his only option. Speaking of which, wasn't he the prison gate's guardian? Why was he employing so many strange seals? Was he afraid the prison gate couldn't contain him and sought double insurance? Let's not underestimate the prison gate. It's quite tricky, capable of completely suppressing the curse energy of the sealers, leaving them utterly powerless. But just tricky. Exiting is as simple as drinking water, but if he seals himself, what about the Gojo who dominates the original story? Is he planning to collaborate with the two-faced Sukuna in advance, letting the latter deal with Gojo, and staging a new Shinjuku battle to see who among them becomes the Clown King? Under his training, the original Sukuna could not defeat Gojo. Both types of slashes would be captured by his mind's eye, and then countered with flowing rock-crushing fist. Without the assistance and development of the Void, how could he develop space slashes? This was a deadlock, a dead end that Shinsoa would certainly lose, and sealing himself was merely a temporary postponement of the deadlock. Gathering Sukuna would only prolong the deadlock. To win, he would have to come up with something even more absurd than himself. Otherwise this grand scheme, which took 1,000 years to plan, would vanish with his downfall in the future. See, what are you thinking about? One moment you seem lost in thought, the next you frown, and then you smile foolishly. The clean and puzzled voice of Wu Tiaowu drifted into the ear. Jiu-Shan-Si came back to his senses, raising his gaze to see Wu Tiaowu in front of him, adjusting his sunglasses at close range, locking eyes with him. Can you maintain some distance while talking? This overly intimate gesture made Jiu-Shan-Si's heart chill, prompting him to hurriedly push away the delicate face before him. Wu Tiaowu pouted in a wronged manner, retorting, "It's fine to be close among friends. There's nothing wrong with us facing each other." This. Jiu-Shan-Si was left speechless, wanting to say something, but hesitating for a few seconds, ultimately unable to find the words as he looked towards the people in the monitoring room. Noticing that the leader of Luyin Temple was absent, Jiu-Shan-Si couldn't help but cast an inquiring glance at the solemn-faced Yi Zhengdao. Yi Zhengdao caught this in his peripheral vision and explained, "This matter is a bit serious. Luyin Temple has gone back to Kyoto to report to the higher-ups immediately." Shifting the topic, he curiously asked, "See, among everyone present, you are the only one who has interacted with Xianxua. Where do you think his curse manipulation technique is derived from? And why did he brazenly break into the prison, killing continuously to extract the blood of 50,000 death row inmates? What could be the purpose behind this?" Upon hearing Yi Zhengdao's words, everyone involuntarily focused their attention on Jiu-Shan-Si, all hoping he could provide clarity. The people present were no fools. They could easily deduce things, but they truly did not understand Xianxu. The only thing they knew was that he wanted to seize Jiu-Shan-Si's body. As for the purpose, Jiu-Shan-Si murmured softly, slowly, stating in response to everyone's gaze, "Xianxua's curse manipulation technique should be derived from extracting Jie's genes." "My genes?" Xiaoyu Jie pointed at himself in surprise, asking in confusion, "I have never interacted with Xianxua. How could he extract genes? During the Star Mass incident last year, wasn't your right arm torn off by Fushiguro Megumi? I suppose that was when Xianxua found it." This heavy statement caused everyone's minds to shrink. Inazuma Shoko's mind raced, and she exclaimed in astonishment, "No wonder you asked me if I had collected my right arm. You found a clue early on." "I wouldn't call it discovering a clue, just sensing something unusual. In this world, only Jie can wield curse manipulation techniques. And since Xianxua wants to obtain it, he can only get it from Jie, so I narrowed down the possibilities, pondering over what happened to Jie in the past 2 years. From what you all say, that guy named Xianxua should be thanking Fushiguro Megumi," Xiaoyu Jie said, with a bitter smile, raising his hands in resignation. Without Fushiguro Megumi's arbitrary pull, how could Xianxua easily obtain his techniques? Xianxua is truly like a rat, always lurking around in his heart. Xiaoyu Jie vowed to kill Xianxua whenever he had the chance. Let him taste the wrath of the true master and understand once and for all that a counterfeit can never stand on the same stage. Yi Zhengdao suddenly spoke, placing more importance on the 50,000 people's blood rather than Yi Zhengdao suddenly spoke, placing more importance on the 50,000 people's blood rather than Xianxua's curse manipulation, as it represented an unknown danger. "It should be aimed at me. I'm currently the biggest threat to him," Jiu-Shan-Si said frankly, directly addressing the top. Wu Tiaowu raised an eyebrow and winked at Jiu-Shan-Si. "Using 50,000 people's blood as a trump card against you, doesn't that count as love turning into hate?" Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but envision the crazy expression of a sickly black-haired woman in love, but unable to attain her desires. Driven mad by the unattainable body, they turned to destruction. Everyone shivered, casting wary glances at Jiu-Shan-Si, whose expression darkened. Noticing the change in his dear friend's expression, Wu Tiaowu felt a sense of foreboding and quickly shrank behind Xiaoyu Jie, trembling. Taking a deep breath of cold air, Jiu-Shan-Si pretended he didn't hear and left the monitoring room, If he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to resist beating the nerve-wracking Wu. Under his embellishment, Xian Suo was almost portrayed as his beloved, who would like a brain with pristine white. A few days later, December 30th, 2007, Tokyo Jujutsu High. On the playground where snowflakes danced, Yi Zhengdao stood still holding a camera, lost in thought as he gazed at the four beloved disciples he had carefully nurtured. At this moment, the beloved disciples, wearing graduation caps and dressed in fitted Jujutsu High uniforms, smiled brightly in front of the camera. Has it really been 3 years without us realizing it? It feels just like 2005. Yi Zhengdao smiled with deep emotion, lifting the camera, not quite knowing what to capture. Teacher, why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry up and take the picture, it's very cold. From a distance, Wu shouted, shivering, yet his beautiful 6 eyes revealed melancholy and reluctance. They all understood that pressing the camera meant something, but there are no endless feasts in the world. Parting would only make each other better. As the saying goes, short pain is better than long pain, or short farewells are better than long farewells. They agreed to meet again at the pinnacle. That is the most wonderful moment in life. As Yi Zhengdao brewed the sentiment, he darkened his face and shouted at the distant Wu, what are you rushing for? Are you in a hurry to be reincarnated? Stop dawdling. Wu, radiating the attributes of a rebellious disciple, pouted in displeasure. If it weren't for needing something from teacher Yi after graduation, he would have stormed into the principal's office and pulled out all of Panda's fur. Panda, watching from a distance, felt a chill run down his spine, hugging Yuhira's thigh tightly, glancing around anxiously. Naturally, Yi Zhengdao was unaware of the rebellious disciple's thoughts as he raised the camera with mixed feelings. Through the camera's perspective, the 4 youthful and innocent faces came into view. He opened his mouth, wanting to say cheese, but the word stuck in his throat. Yi Zhengdao hesitated for a moment, then forced a smile, while feeling both happy and reluctant as snowflakes dampened his eyes. He slowly spoke cheese. The camera flashed, capturing the moment of the 4 smiling together. The 16th cohort of Jujutsu High School students reached its conclusion on this day. What began on January 10, 2005, had finally come to an end on this cold winter day of December 30, 2007. The 4 of them put away their radiant smiles before the camera, feeling a mix of emotions as they exchanged silent glances until a junior approached them for a group photo, bringing them back to reality. Mama C. At that moment, a sweet and shy child's voice suddenly rang out. Joshan C. looked down to see a cute little girl holding a doll. With her blushing face, she tightly hugged his thigh, pitifully calling out Mama C. The girl before him was none other than Jie's adopted daughter, Mimi Z. It's Mimi Z. Joshan C., unable to care about her shy demeanor, affectionately picked her up and joyfully rubbed her little face with his beardless chin. Mama C, your chin tickles me. Mimi Z giggled happily, her sweet and innocent voice exuding. After a few rubs, Joshan C stopped his initial intention to put her down and gently asked, why don't I see your mischievous sister Kai Kai? Mimi Z sweetly replied, she went to see Daddy Xiaoyu and Uncle Wu Tiao. I miss Mama C, so I came to find. After saying this, she planted a kiss on Joshan C's cheek, shyly clutching her patched up doll, her expression radiating satisfaction as if she had just tasted a sweet date. I see, it seems that Mimi Z is still concerned about Mama C. Joshan C rubbed her hair, habitually finding it difficult to utter the words Mama C. However, compared to Wu Tiao, was Uncle Wu Tiao, Mama sounded incredibly sweet. Mimi Z always cares about Mama C. You are the best, Mama. Mimi Z giggled and laughed sincerely, and the usually quiet girl suddenly became chatty, happily sharing stories about living with Daddy Xiaoyu. Joshan C listened with love, occasionally nodding in agreement and offering gentle guidance. C, come here quickly. Amidst the tireless chatter of Joshan C and Mimi Z, a sudden call from Xiaoyu echoed from afar. Mimi Z pouted in frustration. She had barely enjoyed a moment alone with Mother C when Father Xia How unloving. Joshan C chuckled wordlessly and pinched Mimi Z's pouted little lips, causing her cheeks to flush and her frustration to dissipate entirely. Ever since bringing Mimi Z back from the countryside, the girl had been exceptionally close to him. Normally quiet and reserved, she became lively and animated only when by his side. Perhaps it was his dashing appearance or the embrace before the iron cage that had unconsciously fostered a familial dependence in her. After a gentle pinch of her little mouth, Joshan C placed the graduation cap on Mimi Z's head and carried her to Xiaoyu. Seeing the two so harmonious, Xiaoyu jealously reclaimed his adopted daughter and warned his friend with a snort, you'd better not have any Hikaru Genji plans, or he'll make you regret it. Joshan Ci's mouth twitched, offended by the implication. He said with righteous indignation, what do you take me for? I've received a proper education. The Hikaru Genji plan referred to an ancient imperial pervert in cherry blossom royalty who raised girls from childhood to mold them into his ideal woman. In short, it was utterly devoid of moral boundaries. Better not. Xiaoyu snorted softly, then gently set Mimi Z down and carefully adjusted the oversized graduation cap on her head. One could hardly blame him for being so vigilant. His friend C had grown increasingly handsome, with age his noble and refined features maturing over time. His charm had multiplied exponentially with the years, making him undeniably the most handsome man at Tokyo Jujutsu High. Megumi, stay away from that pale, chubby weird uncle. He's a total pervert who eats children every night when he has his episodes. On the left, Gojo Satoru crouched before a stone-faced boy and lectured him earnestly, his words dripping with sarcasm. Fushiguro Megumi gave Gojo a disdainful sidelong glance, silently declaring that he was even more twisted than a pervert. Who could surpass Gojo Satoru in depravity? Brat, what's with that look? Gojo, offended, pressed down on Fushigiro's head, making his proud little face wobble like dough. Looks like even the strongest can be despised. Yeri Shoko, who had appeared beside them unnoticed, teased in her usual lazy tone. They're just jealous of me. Joshan-si replied confidently, then pulled a black sphere from his pocket that he had prepared earlier. Yeri Shoko cast a curious glance. The dark matter wrapped around it gradually receded, revealing a thick, nameless book. Joshan-si handed the book to his classmate, explaining as she looked at him in confusion, "This is the ancient text I promised to give you on July 10, 2006. Though the content differs greatly from what I described, I believe you'll enjoy it, Shoko. It's filled with interesting anime." Yeri Shoko paused, then took the heavy book with a smile. "Your memory is excellent. I almost forgot." She casually flipped open a page, her eyes lowering. The handwriting and the accompanying photographs left her momentarily stunned, because the notes detailed curses and cursed spirits with clear photographs of each specimen attached. No wonder after that day rumors spread that Joshan had an odd habit of photographing curses whenever he so the reason behind it all was to compile a book for her trapped within the cage of the high school. Yeri Shoko closed the book, her eyes fixed on the snowy landscape, a faint smile curving her lips. "The content isn't what I expected, but I like it. It feels immersive, as if I'm there. I'm glad you're interested." Joshan-si breathed a nearly imperceptible sigh of relief. He had been nervous handing over the book, fearing that Shoko would question why it differed from the ancient text he had promised. After all, the library's ancient text was pure nonsense, and it would have been difficult to explain. Fortunately, Shoko didn't press further. "Hey everyone, how can a photo session be complete without us?" A sweet, loud voice rang out from the spectator stands. Gojo, who had been pressing down on Fushiguro, perked up at the sound. He stopped and looked toward the distant stand. Sure enough, it was that overly familiar weakling Yutahime and Miss May. With a mischievous smirk, he waved, "Come on down. I, the second strongest at Jujutsu High, will deign to take a photo with you as semi-grade 1 weakling." Yutahime, her lips twitching in irritation, wanted to snap back. But recalling how he had saved her face from cursed venom disfigurement last month, she suppressed her anger and ignored Gojo's provocation. She silently vowed to retaliate against that arrogant nuisance another time. For now, she'd let Gojo have his moment of smugness. Compared to Yutahime's suppressed fury, the arriving May exuded calm elegance. Her purple skirt swayed as she descended the steps to her junior. Their height difference was apparent as they faced each other, but Joshan-si said with surprise, "Senior, May, didn't you say last night you had a cursed mission and couldn't make it?" "I was busy, but you're my favorite junior. For you, I skipped my beauty sleep and went to the target location overnight to exorcise the curse." As she explained, May took off the cloth bag from her shoulder. Under Joshan-si's unwavering gaze, she shyly pulled out a scarf, a purple woolen scarf woven with uneven stitches. Yeri Shoko, seeing this, quietly retreated behind the others, unable to bear the impending display of affection. It was both too sweet and too sour. May, flustered, extended the scarf, and then withdrew it repeatedly. It was her first time giving a gift, and her nervousness made her wrinkle the handmade scarf. "Say it's beautiful." Under the pressure of her anxiety, May's usual composure vanished, and she became uncharacteristic. Regardless of whether her junior had seen the scarf, clearly she snapped first. This was the result of 2.5 years of weaving filled with priceless effort. If he dared to say it wasn't beautiful, she would immediately unleash a divine wind, perform a live demonstration of beating the strongest, and make him understand that the power of heartfelt effort was the ultimate in the jujutsu world. Watching his senior break character and reveal a rare, delicate feminine side, Joshan-si, even if slow on the uptake, could feel the blazing passion rushing toward him. Without hesitation, he blurted out, "It's beautiful. The scarf is more beautiful than any high-end scarf I've..." May's red lips curled upward sincerely, her inner tension eased by those words. She chided playfully, "Smooth talker. You haven't even seen it properly yet, you're lying through your teeth. Looks like you haven't been honest these 2 years. Ah." Joshan-si was momentarily speechless. Why did this feel so familiar? It was like a mother scolding a father, saying one thing but meaning another. His mind raced, recalling how his father had perfectly handled his mother's words. Since there was a precedent, he might as well borrow the answer. "I saw it. I've been watching since you took out the scarf." Even without holding it in my hands, I firmly believe it's extraordinary. And I've been honest. For the past 2 years, I've been exorcising curses and spending time with you. I've had no time to sweet-talk any other woman. Joshansi spoke earnestly, his words unwavering even under her direct gaze, as if stating the absolute truth. You sure know how to talk. Mei smiled contentedly, her voice soft. Bend down. Let me tie the scarf. Joshansi's crimson eyes widened slightly, but he obediently bent his straightosapine waist, allowing the important woman before him to gently wrap the scarf around his neck. In the close proximity, he could clearly see the flawless collagen-rich skin on his senior's face. What moved him most, however, was her utterly focused, sincere expression. It was as if a virtuous wife was tidying her husband's attire before he left the house. Mei, Joshansi murmured the words escaping his lips before he could stop them. Mei's hands, which were crossing the scarf, froze at this sudden intimate address. The tips of her ears beneath her hair turned faintly red, but she quickly pretended nothing had happened, her fingers trembling as she continued to tie the uneven scarf. She feigned composure. You used to call me senior. Why the sudden change? Joshansi gathered his courage. Because I've graduated. So the role of senior and junior between us is over. What remains is our old friendship. Mei's heart skipped a beat. Still maintaining her calm, she asked, just simple old friendship. Don't you have any other feelings for me? Hearing these words laden with unspoken sentiments, Joshansi's heart skipped a beat as well. His breathing quickened, uncontrollably startled by this unexpected joy. It turned out that the senior and he were both harboring mutual affections. At this moment, Joshansi hesitated no longer. The emotions within him, stirred by the woman before him, became steadfast and bold. He wore a blushing face that spoke volumes beyond 1,000 words. Summoning his courage, he raised his trembling hands and grasped Ming's shoulders. The scattered snowflakes falling upon them melted under the searing heat of his palms. Such an abrupt and intimate gesture left Ming bewildered, her heart rippling like the surface of a sea. She buried her head, unable to meet Joshansi's gaze. Ming, I like. Hey, you two partners. How long are you going to take tying that scarf? Moving so slowly, are you filming a romantic drama? Come over for the group photo. The words long buried in his heart had not yet fully escaped Joshansi's lips, when Wu Tiao's untimely interjection rang out abruptly behind him. The tender atmosphere that had taken so much effort to build was on the verge of being completely shattered by Wu Tiao. The others, who had been quietly observing from behind, sensed impending trouble. Without a moment's hesitation, they all stepped back in unison, leaving the frowning and disgruntled Wu Tiao standing alone to face the approaching storm. What are you all doing? Wu Tiao looked at the retreating crowd, bewildered. Wasn't he just calling Si and Miss Ming over for a photo? Why such a strong reaction? Xia Yujia covered his two adopted daughters' eyes, casting a good luck look at his best friend, then said mockingly, You'd better check behind you first. Behind me. That's Si and Miss Ming. Wu Tiao turned his head, his pupils contracting in terror as a chill shot from his soles to the top of his skull. There stood his best friend, expressionless, a cold smile curling on his lips, a black rod of limitless fear materializing in his hand. Beside him, Miss Ming had somehow produced a cursed axe. Judging by their synchronized expressions, they clearly intended to slaughter him. Cold sweat trickled down Wu Tiao's back. His slow-witted mind cursed his own loose tongue as he backed away, saying, See, Miss Ming, let's talk this out. Go talk in hell. Joshansi hurled the black rod expressionlessly, the air whistling as it pierced through the inviolable, and they charged forward to gang up on him. The heart-wrenching screams made everyone shut their eyes tightly, but one person watched with relish, clapping. It was obvious who, none other than his archrival in Guji. She couldn't be happier to see Wu Tiao suffer, the worse the better. At 19 o'clock in the evening, in a private room of a restaurant in Chiyoda, Joshan, Si wore disposable gloves, silently peeling shrimp. After every few strips, a pair of chopsticks would reach over from his left and take away the fruits of his labor. The shrimp meat is so tender, it's truly the best, peeled by my dear friend and companion. Wu Tiao ate with relish, chewing with a blissful expression, his smacking growing louder and louder, as if determined to let someone in the room hear. The others, accustomed to this, glanced at Ming, who remained indifferent, eating and drinking as she pleased, even occasionally placing food into Joshansi's bowl. She had no interest in retaliating against Wu Tiao's passive-aggressive tone. Instead of fighting back, she would rather quietly finish the graduation dinner arranged by Teacher Yi. As the saying goes, all you gain is momentary self-satisfaction, but I am different. What I will gain in the future is all of Si. After patiently peeling the last 10 shrimp, Joshan, Si placed the plate before Wu Tiao. Go ahead and eat. Who knows when we'll meet again. Upon hearing this, the self-satisfied Wu Tiao felt a flicker of melancholy his 6 eyes could not conceal. He ate the shrimp his best friend had peeled, but the taste inexplicably carried a bitter tinge. Xiao Yujie, who had been delighting in feeding his adopted daughters, also became distracted. Jia Ru Shaozi, however, was quite formidable. Though she had just turned 18 a few months ago, she downed bottle after bottle of beer, without a hint of intoxication, leaving the dishes untouched. The only one who could match her was Yi Zheng Dao, standing by the window lighting one cigarette after another, the floor beneath him littered with butts. And Gu Ji and Hui Yuan Xiong, usually cheerful and adept at livening the atmosphere, fell silent at this moment, unsure how to dispel the reluctance of parting. Qihai Jianrun, who never liked to initiate conversation, lay back on his chair, wordlessly covering his eyes with his right hand. The three carefree children, seeing this, were briefly puzzled, but finding it too much effort to think, they resumed eating with gusto. Fu Heihui in particular mumbled with his mouth full. When we go back, I need to pack some food for Jean Meiji. She's waiting for me at home. As a younger brother, he was deeply concerned for his half-sister. Zhou Shanxi took a few slow, deliberate bites, swallowed, and then stood up saying, I'm full. My place is a bit far from here, so I'll head off first. Feel free to reach out anytime. My phone is always open to you. Whether it's a wedding or a gathering, I'll be there whenever. Hearing these words, the reluctance in their hearts eased considerably. Smiles tugged at their lips as they all pointed at the door and shouted at him to get lost. Zhou Shanxi smiled and ruffled the heads of the three children, then walked slowly away. Just as he stepped out of the private room, he turned back to look at Ming Ming inside. Meeting her reproachful gaze, he summoned the same courage he had that morning and invited, Senior, could you walk me to the subway station? Sure. Ming Ming broke into a radiant smile. Amidst the teasing and jeering looks of the others, she rose, grabbed her coat, and walked over to Zhou Shanxi, leaving with him. Leaving the restaurant, they listened to the symphony of traffic with mixed emotions. Walking silently side by side on the snow-drenched sidewalk, their shoulders brushed against each other. Few pedestrians braved the cold night. The streetlights lining the path cast long, elongated shadows of their shoulders touching. After walking in silence for a while, Zhou Shanxi finally couldn't hold back and opened his mouth. He hesitated, searching for a topic. Senior, do you remember what I promised you on the morning of July 10th, 2006? I remember. You promised to take me home to taste your mother's cooking. Ming Ming nervously clenched her fists in her pocket. She had kept that promise in her heart, waiting for 2 years for the appointed day to arrive. But her junior had never brought it up. Restrained by feminine pride, she had been counting the days. They say that if you think of someone often enough, the universe will answer. Was this that moment? Then, Senior, come back with me tomorrow, and I'll fulfill my promise. Zhou Shanxi's voice trembled as he issued the invitation. The cold had reddened his earlobes, and this sentence made them flush even deeper. Ming Ming's heart fluttered. She turned abruptly and smiled radiantly at Zhou Shanxi. Her brilliant violet-gray eyes were brimming with a long-overdue happiness. Zhou Shanxi was not lost in the enchanting smile under the night. Instead, his crimson eyes were fixed, gazing deeply at her, who was indescribably beautiful. Ming Ming's red lips curved like a serene crescent moon. She asked curiously, I can go back with you tomorrow, but in what capacity? As a fellow school senior, or as a graduate friend? Zhou Shanxi smiled and remained silent. Ignoring his shyness, he stepped forward, gently wrapped his arms around her waist, and pulled her into his embrace. Ming Ming's tall, curvaceous body stiffened briefly, but she still reached out to hug him back, burying her face deep into his warm chest, greedily inhaling his scent. Zhou Shanxi's crimson eyes softened. Bowing his head, he whispered, Senior and friend are not the identities I want in my heart. What I want is a girlfriend. Ming Ming tilted her head, her eyes curving playfully, and said with a hint of mischief, then confess to me. If you do it well, I'll say yes. If you do it poorly, you'll drain all your money. Shy but sincere, Zhou Shanxi said, unconditionally giving you all the money I earn at the high school is my greatest pursuit and boundless affection for you. Such a perfunctory confession. Ming Ming's radiant smile faded and her tone became unreadable. Bend down. I have something to say to you too. Okay. Zhou Shanxi obediently complied. But just as he was halfway down, Ming Ming suddenly stood on tiptoe, grabbed his face firmly, and pressed her lips to his. Zhou Shanxi was stunned. The cool temperature on his lips turned warm, blanking his mind. He stared into her violet-gray eyes, so close and filled with affection. After a long moment, Ming Ming pulled away, her face flushed. A crystalline thread broke, but her hands still cupped his cheeks, their foreheads pressed intimately together. That's what I wanted to say. Can you feel it? I can feel it. Zhou Shanxi nodded dazedly, his mind still immersed in the shock of the moment. Ming Ming caressed his cheek with satisfaction, then threatened in a mock-fierce tone. If you ever dump me in the future, I'll chop you with my axe. You hear me? I hear you. Zhou Shanxi was startled, his survival instinct kicking in, as he pulled Ming Ming tightly into his arms, squeezing her until she could barely breathe. But instead of displeasure, she felt deeply cherished. She lowered her hands from his face, giggled like a clingy kitten, and burrowed into Joshan-sis' embrace, silently listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. The more she listened, the more she felt she had struck gold. She couldn't help but say, "My apartment isn't far from here. Would you like to come over for a bit?" "What did you say?" Joshan-sis' eyes suddenly widened, as if he couldn't believe what he had heard. Having just confirmed their relationship, Mingming was already eager to invite him to her place. Was this really not a mindless romantic drama? Or perhaps Mingming was testing his resistance to temptation. "I said my apartment is not far from here. Would you like to come over?" Mingming repeated herself, enunciating each word deliberately. This. After hearing every word clearly, Joshan-sis' heart churned, with turbulent waves, words faltering on his lips as he struggled to respond. The scene reminded him of his mother's advice: if a girl invites you to her place late at night, she is either craving physical intimacy or has ulterior motives. Thinking of this, Joshan-sis lowered his head and discreetly observed Mingming. She was pressed against his chest, her breath soft as orchid, her face radiant with happiness as she nuzzled him. No matter how he looked at it, Mingming seemed to be in the state his mother had described. "Mingming." Joshan-sis hesitated, calling her softly with difficulty. "What?" Mingming raised her head, her eyes sparkling like stars, gazing expectantly at her boyfriend. "I." Joshan-sis' crimson eyes shied away, his neck flushing red. "Mingming, isn't this too fast? I won't reach the legal age until next year." Mingming blinked in confusion, not catching on. "I know that, but what does it have to do with you coming to my place?" As she spoke, a strange feeling arose. She studied her boyfriend suspiciously. His neck and face were bright red, and his eyes darted around in embarrassment. This demeanor looked exactly like an innocent male lead in a film feigning reluctance toward a dominant female lead. "Huh." Mingming suddenly realized, and her blissful face quickly flushed. Frustrated but amused, she stood on tiptoe and grabbed Joshan-sis' ear. "I invited you to my place to discuss going back together tomorrow. What nonsense is going on in that head of yours?" Joshan-sis blinked in pain, uncertain. "You mean you're not inviting me over to devour me whole?" "No," Mingming retorted, both shy and amused. She did have that little thought, but since he was already within her grasp, there was no rush. She planned to coax him home and hold him like a stuffed toy while sleeping. Joshan-sis breathed a sigh of relief. Embarrassed, he covered her hand with his own, warming her cold fingers with his fiery palm. Mingming snorted lightly, comforted by the warmth of his hand on hers, but she said, "If you come with me, hold my hand. If not, I'll make a scene right here on the street." His mother once said, "When a girlfriend acts unreasonable for your own good, go along with it, and let her know you care." Joshan-sis nodded, inwardly reached out to take Mingming's left hand, and said docilely, "I don't want a scene. I choose to go home with you." Mingming beamed again, her eyes saying, "Good boy." Then she interlaced their fingers tightly and pulled Joshan-sis forward. As they walked, she threatened with a sweet smile, "Next time you think of me as a big pervert, it'll drain your wallet, so you have no confidence when going out. From now on, you hand over your earnings to me. I'm afraid you'll waste it. With me keeping it, maybe it'll multiply and help with your future plans. Since we're together, your mother is my mother. I'll take her out to have fun when I have time, so she can accept me. Oh, and what do you want to do after graduation? You can't keep exorcising curses forever. It's dangerous. You need to find a proper job. If you get bored, you can take on curse missions occasionally. After all, with Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru in the Jujutsu world, there won't be huge waves. Tomorrow, I'll accompany you to see your mother. Then next time, will you come back with me to meet my parents? My parents should like you a lot. Having a sorcerer hailed as the strongest in the Jujutsu world as a son-in-law. They might laugh in their sleep." Joshan-sis listened quietly, without responding, his gaze soft, as he watched Mingming continue her endless threats. She led him forward like a mother. Mingming. She was wonderful. The next day, Central District Golden Center. Under the biting cold weather, an unremarkable bicycle slowly entered Tokyo's wealthiest residential area, Platinum Residence. Catching glimpses of the lavish villas, Mingming, seated on the back, was slightly puzzled. This was where the elite lived. This was the true land of wealth in Japan. Oh, a random knock could open a door to a police commissioner or a corporate magnate. Mingming, somewhat dazed, wrapped her padded jacket tighter and casually asked Joshan-sis, who was pedaling, "Did you grow up here?" "Heir." Joshan-sis hesitated, then, after a moment, replied, "Yes, I've lived here since childhood. My home is at the very front." "The very front?" Mingming exclaimed in shock, her mind racing. She had looked into the tiers of Platinum Residence. The road they were on passed through the villa area, and the very front was the private estate district. And the frontmost estate was Japan's richest man's Mandarin Duck Estate, covering 3,500 square meters, with the residence itself occupying 5,000. Its scale was like stepping into a palace. According to rumors, the Joshan Mandarin Duck Estate was built by the richest man in his youth for his beloved wife, Jushan Miling, symbolizing his one true love. Also rumored, the Yakuza princess Joshan Miling was a university senior to Joshan Yue, and they got together through academic tutoring. "Is your home in that estate?" Mingming's chest heaved as she breathed rapidly, reaching from behind to grab Joshan's jacket. Knowing it was inevitable, Joshansi stopped hiding and answered truthfully, "Yes, I live in the estate, the largest one." "What did you say?" Mingming's pupils dilated as she stared at her boyfriend's back in disbelief, as if she had misheard that largest part. The largest estate, there was none other than the richest man Jiushan Yu's Mandarin Duck estate. Jiushan, the same surname, made Mingming's mind go blank. She stammered in a trembling voice, "Don't tell me your parents are Jiushan Yu and Jiushan Miling." "You're right. My parents are Jiushan Yu and Jiushan Miling." Jiushan didn't hide it, a paper could never, so he decided to lay it all out in one go, letting Mingming get a shock first, so that when they reached the doorstep, she wouldn't. Little did he know those words had already left Mingming utterly stupefied. In her first relationship, she had landed the future richest man in Japan. She had thought he came from a poor family, never expecting he was dripping with wealth. All her assumptions about him joining the magic school to support his family were just her imagination. She had joined purely to experience life, to see a world beyond the ordinary. Mingming exclaimed in disbelief, "Mom, I made it. I'm the girlfriend of the future richest man. Am I going to swim in money from now on? Can I join savings contests anytime? Can I sleep in a bed made of money every night? Will I be the top luxury wife envied by millions?" As she shouted, Mingming shed tears of happiness, weeping for joy as she tightly hugged her wealthy boyfriend from behind, laughing and crying. "I, Mingming, am about to soar to the top and become a phoenix." Enduring the surging pressure behind him, Jiushan accelerated his pedaling. After a series of lane changes and turns, the two finally arrived at the innermost part of the platinum property. As her boyfriend stopped the bike, Mingming, still teary-eyed, cautiously poked her little head out from behind. The luxurious and grand entrance of the Champs-Élysées manor before them made her amethyst-gray pupils constrict sharply, and the hand gripping Jiushan's collar unconsciously tightened. The characters Mandarin Duck Manor engraved on the gate were clearly visible, and the unbroken walls extending to the horizon deeply shocked the eyes. Jiushan, long accustomed to the sight, was not stunned by the manor. He helped the limp and boneless Mingming out of the car. "See, we should go back." Mingming, wanting to retreat, hung her head, not daring to meet Jiushan's eyes, feeling inferior, as if from a different world. With Sis' status and position, his girlfriend should be an heiress from one of Sakura's 4 great families, not an insignificant speck like herself. She had worked hard and earned a lot of money, but one must be self-aware. If they were to marry in the future, her modest family background would be of no benefit to see. Noticing Mingming's self-abasement, Jiushan said nothing, but instead reached out and pulled the beautiful, ugly duckling into his embrace. Mingming leaned against his chest, looking up with tears in her eyes, wanting to speak, but Jiushan boldly lowered his head and captured her soft, warm cherry lips. Mingming was stunned, not expecting her innocent boyfriend to become so bold. But seeing his awkward yet fervent manner, she defiantly rose on her tiptoes and forcefully clasped the back of her little boyfriend's head. As if no one was watching, she pried open his teeth and did as she pleased like a strong woman. After a long moment, both of them, gasping for air, pulled apart, leaving a trail of sparkling saliva. Mingming, her breath fragrant, leaned against his chest, her jade-like face radiant with a happy smile, saying nothing. Jiushan licked his lips, then leaned down to wipe the remaining tears from his girlfriend's eyes. "Show me the same spirit you had just now, and walk in with me, okay? That's different." Mingming spoke coquettishly, feeling inferior. "You're my boyfriend, so of course I can do whatever I want with you, but your identity makes me feeling inferior, right?" Jiushan interjected. Mingming nodded heavily, speaking from the heart, with a sense of powerlessness. "You have to understand, if we ever walk down the aisle, my family won't be of any help to you." Jiushan smiled as he cupped Mingming's face. "I don't need help from your family, because what I want is a wife who manages the money like you. Don't sweet-talk me. Who knows if you're just trying to trick me into bed?" Mingming retorted, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth, though inside, she was deeply moved. "I do have that thought, and I want to hold your hand and walk into the marriage hall like this." Jiushan nodded, his face slightly flushed. Despite his embarrassment, his crimson eyes stared straight at Mingming, the depth of affection and love in them enough to move any woman in the world. Having partnered with Mingming for a year at the high school and spent 2 years of uninterrupted time together, he intimately understood what kind of woman she was. Mingming was greedy for money and liked to save, but she never sold her body to get it. Instead, she earned it through hard work, by exorcising curses. This way of earning money through blood and sweat kept her on the edge of a cliff every day. One misstep, and she would be a cold corpse. Mingming was strong. Knowing that her black bird manipulation was of little help to her, she endured hardship to train her body, gaining strength comparable to a special grade cursed spirit. Mingming refused to accept her fate. She stubbornly developed a powerful divine wind from the mediocre black bird manipulation and forcefully squeezed into the ranks of a true first-grade sorcerer. A woman who knows how to earn, save, and not waste money, who is strong and refuses to accept her fate. It's hard not to be attracted to her and fall in love. As the saying goes, a waterfront is the first to get the moon. Mingming's every smile and frown were etched in his eyes, and his hazy heart and feelings were all open for her. Mingming smiled, radiantly moved, and cupped her little boyfriend's face in the same way. The affection and importance in his eyes dispelled her inferiority. Even if their statuses didn't match, so what? She had earned 200 billion yen through years of hard work. She was a major financial power in herself. The more Mingming thought, the more confident she became. She pressed her forehead against his, her breath fragrant and seductively said, "Say you love me loud enough for everyone to hear." Joshan's face turned crimson, but without a moment's hesitation, he looked up and shouted in front of his own home, "I, Joshan, see love Mingming. The more she causes trouble, the more I love her. In this life, I will only have her as my money manager." His voice pierced the sky, startling birds and beasts, and the wild geese cried incessantly. Forgetting the shame of his embarrassment, Joshan bent down and carried the loving Mingming on his back, rushing into the manor without stopping. Unbeknownst to Joshan, the cameras on the gate flickered, and then the gate slowly closed, leaving the empty on the other side. In the grand living room of the manor, Joshan, smiling radiant and beaming, held a tablet with an anti-smile. She scooted over to Joshan's feet, like she had discovered a new world. She cheerfully climbed onto her husband's lap, acting like a child as she handed him the tablet, covering her face and teasing, "You, our son is more accomplished than you." Joshan took a sip of tea and glanced at the tablet, seeing his beloved son running wildly through the manor with a girl on his back, far from the composed image expected of the only legitimate heir. He put on a stern face and said sarcastically, "No sense of occasion. Hugging and carrying on in the morning. What will outsiders think of the Joshan family?" "What did you say?" Joshan, smiling, glared at him with a cold stare, as if daring him to repeat it, promising a heavy kick. Joshan choked on his words, his survival instinct kicking in, as he said, "I meant that C is truly my son and natural when it comes to pursuing women. Don't flatter yourself. You say he's a natural like you, but when you talked to me back then, why were you always blushing?" Joshan, smiling, exposed him with a sour look. After speaking, she snatched back the tablet and lay on her husband's lap, muttering, "I was the one who chased you back then. If I hadn't, with your shy nature, I don't know how long I would have waited." Joshan, somewhat embarrassed, ruffled his wife's soft black hair. His crimson eyes, when looking at his wife, were always gentle beyond words. As a husband, he had spoiled the woman before him into a carefree child, protecting her, while keeping her away from the darkness of the world since their marriage. Now that their son had brought a girl home, surely his wife, who was a bit of a Sankin, would let go. Then he could pass all the burdens to his son and enjoy a second honeymoon with Meiling. Hadn't he worked hard enough for half a lifetime? Why not enjoy it? Smiling sweetly at her husband, who had eyes only for her, Joshan, Meiling asked curiously, "Did you prepare the meeting gift I asked for?" "It's ready. Just turn your head and look at the door." When it came to his wife's request, Joshan always complied. "Really?" Joshan, Meiling excitedly stood up, raising her hand to her brow, as if looking into the distance. Before the door stood an expensive rosewood table flanked by 4 dignified maids on each side, the table covered with stacks of US dollars. Looking at the quantity, it was impossible to count with the naked eye. "You did well. He'll reward you with a kiss." Joshan, Meiling happily kissed her husband's cheek, making him blush. She glanced at him with a smile too lazy to tease the inherited shyness of the Joshan family, and began to tidy up her white home-style kimono with dignity. Her black hair, which had been draped over her waist, was now coiled up with a jade hairpin, exuding the virtuous and dignified aura of a family matron. Recovering from the fragrant kiss, Joshan watched his wife's voluptuous figure with interest. Meiling looked good in a kimono, but the high-slit red dress she wore in her youth was unparalleled, like a blooming noble red rose. The queenly figure with a gun strapped to her thigh in her youth. That was a visual impact. Joshan felt the passage of time and calmly took a sip of tea, reminding her, "Don't rush. Our son is walking back. It's still a 2-hour journey home. You don't understand. That girl. I like her. She has the same rebellious spirit I had when I was young." Joshan, Meiling said, as she pulled her husband up and hurried to the door to wait. 2 hours passed. Joshan, still carrying Mingming on his back, arrived 100 meters from the manor, explaining things along the way. Even though Mingming had mentally prepared herself to be a bumpkin, the sight of the manor, standing 100 meters ahead, still shocked her to the point of doubting her existence. What met her eyes was a huge floating fountain of a pair of mandarin ducks in love, and behind it a manor castle built like a magnificent palace. The area was as large as 10 football fields. This could no longer be described as outrageous, but rather inhumanly extravagant. Mingming took a deep breath of cold air, suppressing her shock, and joked, "See, being your girlfriend really requires a strong heart, or you could literally scare me to death." Joshan smiled, saying something shocking, "Don't be surprised. One day, he'll build you a palace on that grass." "Really?" Mingming craned her neck to look at Joshan-si in disbelief. Really? Joshan-si met her incredulous amethyst-gray eyes without a hint of deceit and said seriously, on the condition that you marry me. Okay, I'll marry you. Anyone can talk, but unless. Joshan-si deliberately dragged out his tone mysteriously. Unless what? Mingming eagerly leaned in and asked. Joshan-si turned his head away in shyness. Unless. You give me a kiss. As soon as the words fell, a faint, fleeting warmth touched his cheek. Though it was as light as a dragonfly skimming the water, it was enough to stir a tempest within his heart. Mingming pinched both of Joshan-si's ears, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of her mouth. I thought you were a proper person, but it turns out you're only proper on the surface. I'm only like this with you. Joshan-si's voice was soft, yet filled with certainty. I know. Mingming giggled while playing with her young boyfriend's ear. After a moment, she let go and gently patted Joshan-si's shoulder. Put me down. It's time to meet your parent. Joshan-si complied without hesitation, taking her hand and leading her past the Mandarin duck fountain, drawing closer step by step to the palace 100 meters ahead. As they stepped over the wet steps stained by snow, the couple in kimono who had been waiting by the door for some time came. Mingming's heart tightened. The soft, appraising gaze from the elegant woman at the door made her so nervous that she clutched Joshan-si's hand tightly. Mom. Joshan-si stepped forward and called out softly. Yet Joshan-miling waved her hand, dismissively examining the girl her son had brought home with keen interest. This was a plus point. The Joshan family's standard for a spouse required a strong, capable woman, a meek and delicate character. Then she looked at the legs wrapped in thermal leggings, long, straight, and strong as if honed through exercise, fit and healthy, lacking the delicate frailty typical of women. This was a plus point. The Joshan family's standard for a spouse required a strong, capable woman, a meek and delicate character, would never be able to command the subordinates. She then glanced at the chest and hips, full and abundant. Satisfied, very satisfied. If they were to walk together in the future, C and the children would never lack nourishment. Overall, the senior whom C had brought back was a feast for the eyes. How old are you? Joshan-miling asked with a benevolent smile, not forgetting to inquire about serious matters. Mingming replied nervously. 19, and he'll be 20 next year. I see. Joshan-miling's smile grew even kinder and more satisfied, her gaze at Mingming full of approval beyond measure. An older woman and a senior, truly like father like son. Looking at the family's spousal standards across generations, it seemed each generation had a particular fondness for older partners and an innate immunity to younger ones. Perhaps it was hereditary. Hello, Auntie. Mingming knew that being nervous and awkward was not the way to go, so she mustered her courage and took the initiative to grasp Joshan-miling's hand. She introduced herself gracefully. My name is Mingming. I used to be Sis Senior at school, and now I am his girlfriend. Joshan-miling nodded with satisfaction. Though the girl was nervous and flustered inside, she had gathered the courage to introduce herself, proving she had a strong will. Her instinct had been right. Mingming truly possessed a spirit of unyielding determination. With a little guidance, she would surely become a capable helpmate. Mingming, come with Annie to the door. Joshan-miling took Mingming's hand warmly and led her to the entrance. The red cloth covering the long rosewood table made Mingming's breath quicken. She smelled the scent of money. Joshan-miling gestured to the 4 maids beside her, who understood, and pulled off the red cloth, revealing stacks of crisp new US dollars before Mingming's eyes. At that moment, Mingming's eyes saw nothing else. She stared at the dollars, frozen, her eyes unblinking, as if afraid they would vanish the next second. Joshan-miling subtly glanced at the frozen Mingming and chuckled softly. And he didn't know what gift you'd like, so I took the liberty of preparing 100 million US dollars for you. Do you like it? Mingming's throat moved. She instinctively blurted out that she liked it, but thinking that it wasn't earned through labor, she suppressed her desire and looked away. She shook her head and politely declined. I really like the gift you prepared, Annie, but one cannot accept a reward without merit. I can't take it. Really not taking it. Joshan-miling teased. Mingming took a deep breath, her purple-gray eyes resolute. I won't take it. If it's not earned through labor, I can't keep it with peace of mind. Joshan-miling nodded approvingly once more. Being able to restrain her desires proved that Mingming had principles. It seemed she had not been wrong. But once she had given something, there was no taking it back. Joshan-si, standing behind, watched like a stranger, unable to interject, and in utter helplessness retreated to stand beside his father. Before he could even steady himself, his father spoke with rare gratified warmth. Come to the study with me. It's time for a father-son chat. Joshan-si did not refuse and nodded. He also had some matters he wanted to ask his father, who had always kept his cards close to his chest. But leaving Mingming alone with his mother. Don't worry. Don't you know what kind of person your mother is? Like father, like son. Joshan, you saw through his son's thoughts at a glance. Joshan-si smiled at his own overthinking. With Mingming's skills, shouldn't he be worried about his mother? And he shook his head with a chuckle and followed his father's footsteps without another thought. The study. Inside the room, the incense from the burner rose like curling smoke. The fresh air mingled with a faint fragrance that captivated the soul. Before the sandalwood coffee table, father and son sat facing each other in silence. Joshan sat upright, motionless in his chair, his gaze wandering as he stared at the rising incense smoke from the burner. Across from him, Joshan moved with elegant ease, pouring hot tea. When he set down the teapot, he noticed his son's absent-minded expression and could not help but feel exasperated, feigning anger with a few coughs. Joshan pretended not to hear, continuing to daydream. His father's old trick of trying to seize the conversational upper hand was not worth acknowledging. Joshan stopped coughing with a mix of helplessness and pride, shaking his head inwardly. Truly, he was getting old. The old man could no longer control the young man. Aren't you going to tell me about the 3 years at Tokyo Jujutsu High? Joshan stopped beating around the bush and went straight to the point. Joshan slowly came back to his senses. He had prepared mentally and was not surprised. Given his father's status, he might even have funded the school himself. But since his father had asked how could a child expose him, Joshan succinctly explained, I was noticed by someone and entered Jujutsu High, where I studied curse techniques and then exorcised curses to maintain peace in Sakura. Can you be any shorter? Joshan glared at his son in annoyance. If not for the fact that he was his only son, he would have drawn the 7-stripe belt. Joshan sighed lightly, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Dad, you know all about it whether I tell you or not. Why make it difficult for me? You think you're in the right. Joshan raised his voice in irritation. At 15 you went off to do dangerous things behind our backs. You really are a fine son of mine. Then he laughed a bitter laugh. When you enrolled in that religious school, I already sensed something was off. But I didn't think much of it. I thought it was just a new ordinary school. Until a month later when I sponsored the 2 Jujutsu High schools. Joshan paused, sighed helplessly to his only son, and shook his head before continuing. I found out that my own child had without a word become a jujutsu sorcerer with 1 foot in the grave. At the time, learning this had terrified him as a father, fearing that C might one day leave him to mourn a child's death. Fortunately, that did not happen, and C did not bring shame to the family. Upon entering the school, he defeated the so-called 6 Eyes of the Wuqiao family, and later rose to become the strongest in the jujutsu world, earning the title of Jujutsu Professor. This matter had brought him immense face before the other 5 political families and 4 financial conglomerates. Joshan said nonchalantly, circumstances forced my hand. If I had told you and Mom, you might not have agreed, so I had to keep it a secret. A secret, until the day your mother and I come to collect your corpse. Joshan was still full of exasperation, huffily pouring a cup of tea for his son. Joshan took it with both hands, feeling a bit hungry, and eating a pastry from the table. He said leisurely, I hid things from you, but you hid things from me too. I hid things for your own good. I planned to tell you when you grew up and took over the company. How was I to know you'd go off and sell your life to Jujutsu High? Joshan couldn't help but laugh as he spoke. Jujutsu High is funded by us, the 5 political families, and 4 financial conglomerates. Why sell your life to them? Joshan grew more curious, setting down the green bean cake he was holding. Is it the same 5 political families and 4 financial conglomerates I know? Joshan nodded, his red eyes deep. Without the investment and support from our 8 families, do you think Jujutsu High, with its enormous expenses, could sustain itself? You already know the 5 political families, Joshan, Anbei, Mashing, Xiaochuan, and Futian. They are the 5 household name political dynasties. Among these 5, the Anbei family has deep ties with the Jujutsu world. This is a long story, so we'll tell you. The 4 financial conglomerates are Sanjing, Sanling, Zhuyo, and Fushi. They contributed the most because Sakura's fall benefits none of them. As for the insignificant Panqing sect, it's not worth mentioning. It was wiped out last year, and now has been reorganized. Then he glared at his son, who was listening with great interest with a look of disappointment. Now do you understand why I was against you entering Jujutsu High? You could have pulled all the strings from behind the scenes, but you insisted on putting yourself in danger. Joshan picked up a pastry and said casually, Mom said that taking risks and pulling strings are 2 different experiences. He'll still be able to experience pulling strings when I take over your business. Joshan smiled knowingly, shaking his head. That's true, but you must also understand that you can't have it both. If you're just like everyone else, people will accept you without worry. If you're too exceptional, you'll invite jealousy and unease. Aren't you that kind of person? Joshan said lightly. Though his father seemed like a mouse at home, his achievements in the business world were truly dominant, making the 4 financial conglomerates both love and hate him. They hated him for being too outstanding, but loved him because they could share in the spoils, ensuring no one starved. Joshan chuckled, showing a you really know your father expression, and proudly sipped his tea in silence. Joshan, accustomed to this, changed the subject. You mentioned the Anbei family's deep ties with the Jujutsu world. What's the story? To talk about that family, we have to mention the Fujiwara clan and the Sugawara clan from 1,000 years ago. Joshan Yu put down his teacup and took out a prepared ancient book of the Joshan family from under the tea table. Take a look at this millennium-old book. He'll pick out the key points. Joshan Si reached out and took it, curiously flipping through it. He had read all the family's ancient texts, but he didn't realize his father had hidden another one. When he turned to page 444, a blurry image of a monster with 4 arms, 2 faces, and a mouth on its stomach wielding 2 strange curse tools caught his eye. The King of Curses, Liangyan Sunyuo. Despite the age of the painting which rendered the image blurred, one could still discern from the outline that the monster was Liangyan Sunyuo. Joshan Si glanced at it, and then looked away, paying little attention to Sunyuo's ugly appearance, instead focusing on the cursed tools in his hand and the crowd of besiegers below. In his right hand, he held a short sword crackling with electric arcs, while in his left he grasped a spear resembling a lantern, his imposing presence causing the besieging crowd to retreat in fear. Beside the illustration were annotations for the cursed tools named Shinwu Jie and Feiqian. Unfortunately, the text describing Feiqian's effects had become blurred over time, whereas the effects of Shinwu Jie could still be read clearly with the naked eye. It seemed to say that by infusing Shinwu Jie with cursed energy, Liangyan Sunyuo could summon a devastating thunderbolt of calamity, bathing his enemies in electric light. Joshan Si couldn't help muttering, truly the favored son of the one-eyed cat, handing out cursed tools of calamitous power, as if they were nothing. From this perspective, Liangyan Sunyuo could also be called the Thunder God. So in the previous manga, who won the match between him and Lizian E? Ever since Gojo Satoru was bisected and taken off the stage, Joshan Si had stopped following the manga's developments. When he wanted to catch up, he was pulled into this real experience by the salty soda. But judging by Lizian E's confident tone, his defiant expression, and the ultimate move he had been hiding all along, it should have dealt considerable damage to Sunyuo. After all, he was hailed as the strongest in 400 years. Surely he could hold his own against Sunyuo for at least 5 chapters. Was his quick defeat meant to amuse the audience below the stage? Joshan Si shook his head, dismissing the thoughts, and shifted his gaze to the group surrounding Liangyan Sunyuo. Judging by their luxurious kimonos, they seemed to be composed of members from 4 different families. Before he could delve deeper into thought, the recorded facts caught his eye. It said that during the Heian period, a monster who despised life appeared in a certain place. He was an ugly creature with 2 faces and 4 arms, fond of devouring women and children. His power was so immense that he killed every sorcerer who dared to challenge or offend him. From then on, the monster was called the King of Curses, Liangyan Sunyuo. When the Sakura Emperor in Kyoto learned of this, his heart burned with rage. To cruelly slaughter the subjects of Sakura was not treating him, the emperor, as a mere decoration. That very night, he dispatched the Tingyuan Anbei and Jinyuan families to deal with the matter. These 3 families were not only political pillars, but also possessed assassin squads of sorcerers. They were the Sun Moon Star Advance Squad and the 5 Void Generals of the Tingyuan family, as well as the Niechi Pacification Squad, formed by the Anbei and Jinyuan families. Joshan Si furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze lingering on the Niechi Pacification Squad. Among the list of those sent to subjugate was there an angel who would later be reincarnated. Was the angel a member of the Niechi Pacification Squad 1,000 years ago? Joshan Si was mildly surprised, but what piqued his curiosity most was why the angel called Sunyuo Fallen Heaven. Was that Sunyuo's true name? Finding no answers, Joshan Si turned his attention to the Sun Moon Star Advance Squad. He recognized this assassination squad. It was the shadow unit that Walu had once belonged to a century later. Curiosity piqued. Joshan Si turned the page. However, what appeared was not the aftermath of the subjugation, but a graceful naked back in a spring scene. Joshan Si's mouth twitched, and a dark line appeared on his forehead as he looked at his father, who was sipping tea. Dad, where did this ancient book come from? It even has spring illustrations. Joshan Yu set down his teacup, his expression complex. It was passed down from our ancestors. That back view is of a woman the first family head met in Huijing. Her name is Wan. Joshan Si's crimson pupils contracted sharply, and the ancient book slipped from his hands with a thud to the floor. He stared incredulously at his father, whose words were shocking. 1. The Yandere who reincarnated into Fushiguro Megumi in the original. She had a complicated connection with the first family head. This statement was no less than a comet striking the earth. It made Joshan Si's head buzz. Such a strong reaction. Have you heard of her? Joshan Yu asked suspiciously, finding it rare to see his usually calm son so stirred. Joshan Si picked up the ancient book with a composed expression, lightly dusting off the cover. I don't know her. I'm just surprised that the woman has no surname. As a shrewd businessman, Joshan, you naturally wouldn't easily believe such flimsy excuses. He fixed his gaze on his son, who remained calm and composed. Joshan Si met his gaze without flinching, their 2 pairs of identical crimson eyes locked in silent confrontation. After a moment, Joshan, you looked away, first a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he sipped his hot tea. Truly his own son. He could lie with a clear conscience. After swallowing the tea, Joshan, you set down the cup and reminisced. 1,000 years ago, the first family head who was assigned to Huijin was ambushed on the way. He was 18 at the time. He paused, and then said leisurely, "You know the family history, right?" Joshan nodded. "I do. It was founded during the era of the agricultural god when all was in ruins, and there was no such thing as the Sakura Emperor." Joshan Yu continued with a complicated tone. Precisely for that reason, after the establishment of the Sakura Emperor, the clan suffered constant suppression and suspicion from the imperial court. He feared we might rebel, feared that the foremost clan would seize his throne, so he issued a decree that we could only engage in commerce and not politics. Under such baseless suppression, no matter how strong a family, it would weaken. But our ancestors were tenacious and managed to build a prestigious clan through commerce. Until the Heian period, when a new emperor ascended the throne and everything was in ruins, our family head exerted effort to obtain a minor official position, managing the wild region of Huijin. This minor official was the first family head. But as he was heading to his post, the new emperor tore off the mask and sent the 5 void generals to assassinate him. The one who came to his rescue was Wan. After that incident, the family head who had settled in Huijin decided to rebel. Seize the opportunity while everything is in ruins. If we don't resist, the entire clan will be doomed. However, just as he was gathering troops, good news came from Kyoto. The monster called Liangyin Sunua, after being besieged by the 3 families' assassination squads, used his absolute power to kill his way to Kyoto and murdered the newly enthroned Sakura Emperor. The first family head saw this as an opportunity and secretly funded the remaining remnants of the Anbei and Jianyuan families, helping them use the young emperor to rule the realm. Because of this incident, the family finally secured a foothold in the political arena, while the Tingyuan, who had always been the Sakura Emperor's lapdogs, lost their former glory. But not long after the death incident at the new harvest festival left him disheartened, turning the once ambitious young man's hair white in Huijin. Joshan Yu fell silent at this point, and Joshan did not ask further. He quietly digested the information, then calmly analyzed his father's words. In the original, the death incident at the new harvest festival seemed to be one being killed by Sunua. Her death left the ambitious family head despondent. According to the family's official records, the first family head seemed to have a secret crush on an older woman in his youth, which led him to marry and have children only late in life. The woman he secretly loved was most likely Wana, otherwise why would he have painted her back view in the ancestral ancient book? In ancient times, that was an act of disrespect and presumption. After all, being rescued by a beautiful woman in a time of danger for someone as emotionally devoted as the Joshan, it was hard not to plant a seed of affection in his heart. But alas, one side's affection was met with the other's indifference. When he had read it idly back, then he had even scolded the man for being a lovesick fool. Never did he expect it to be true. He actually had a crush on a unruly Yandere. And his father said that the Anbei family had a deep connection with the Jujutsu world, referring to the 3 families being ordered to besiege Liangyin Sunua, only to be outclassed and killed instead. Then, compelled by his strength, they worshipped Liangyin Sunua as a god, propping him up until his old age, unable to sleep. The history of the Joshan family has always been twofold. What you have seen since childhood has been censored, devoid of information regarding the world of curses. Joshan Yu sipped his tea and suddenly interrupted Joshan, who was lost in thought. With a mix of emotions, he asked, "If you could keep this from your own son for so long, I suppose your mother has also been kept in the dark, hasn't she?" "I had no choice but to do so," Joshan Yu replied with a forced smile, glancing nervously at the closed door. Seeing it was tightly shut, he exhaled and explained, "As a husband, I naturally do not wish for your mother to be exposed to such a dangerous world. Your grandparents entrusted her to me, and as a father, I must protect, guard, and cherish her, doing everything in my power to spoil her like a princess. As for those hidden dangers, I will bear them as a father. Myling can stay at home carefree cooking for me." "Stop right there." Joshan, who had been quietly enduring, could no longer hold back and interrupted. His father's heartfelt display was becoming cringeworthy. Realizing he had gotten a bit carried away, Joshan Yu feigned calmness, took a sip of tea, and changed the subject. "Now that you've graduated, have you thought about what you want to do?" "I have," Joshan replied. "I plan to join Joshan Group for 6 months of training. Once I'm familiar with things, I'll take over and let you retire, and then I'll focus on developing industries outside the group." Joshan resignedly answered. As the only son of the Joshan family, being willful was a luxury. Succeeding his father's position was already destined. The glorious legacy passed down through the family for thousands of years cannot be destroyed by my generation. It must thrive and prosper, ensuring the flame of heritage continues. Just like the head of 100 families, if the one he secretly loved perished at the hands of the cursed, anyone would seek revenge, yet he silently bore it for the family's prosperity. The glory of 1,000 years cannot perish because of a woman. Losing one's rationality would only bring calamity to the family. How could one face their ancestors in hell then? Being born into a prominent family is both a blessing and a curse, for one must consider the rise and fall of the family, thinking of how not to disappear in the river of history. I am very pleased that you can think this way. Joshan Yue, extremely satisfied, took a sip of the fragrant tea guanyin and reminisced. Last year, you aced the entrance exam to Dongda. Do you have any gifts in mind? For instance, an airplane or a cruise ship? Joshan Yu continued, if you don't like those, how about your father buying you a sports car that young people love? If that doesn't work, I can build you a Disneyland amusement park. Forget it, I don't like flashy things, Joshan Si replied, handing the ancient book back to his father. I have everything I need materially. I don't really want any gifts. If you truly want to give me something, just a few hundred yen would suffice. Joshan Yu felt both speechless and gratified. His son was so sensible and had no desires. This made all the money he earned feel like a mountain of riches. Look at the other children from the 4 political families. Which one doesn't enjoy life? When mingling with their fathers, I don't even have the face to compare. A few hundred. How can that be? What would people think of me as a billionaire? Joshan Yu, frustrated, took out a check, angrily grabbed a pen, and wrote down the number 500 million. He threw the check at Joshan Si with irritation, sternly instructing, you must spend it all in a month. If you don't, you'll be kneeling at the ancestral hall. What do you think you look like? The son of a billionaire who doesn't spend money but saves it. People would think I'm being, you must spend it all. This son has been my pride since birth. The only flaw is that he doesn't know how to spend money extravagantly, and it's necessary to let him experience it. Joshan Si wanted to refuse, but his father's warning gaze made him take the check and stuff it into his pocket in front of him. He really didn't want it. The ostentatious rhythm didn't suit him. What he hoped for was low-key strength, not to impress others with money. If there's nothing else, I'll head out first. Joshan Si sighed and left the study with a heavy pocket devoid of you must spend it all in a month. Joshan Yu shouted behind him, somewhat worried that his son, uninterested in money. Joshan Si acknowledged with a wave, turning around to firmly shut the study door, expressing his frustration. Later that night, beneath the starry sky, the soft and bright moonlight illuminated the magnificent palace-like estate, making it look like a heavenly palace. In the empty corridor in one of the hundreds of rooms, Joshan Si sat on the edge of the bed, gazing out at the beautiful scenery through the fluttering curtains. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening broke the silence within the room. Joshan Si looked toward the sound to see Mingming, dressed in a cotton robe and sleepwear, quietly hushing him and tiptoeing to close the door. At the moment she closed the door, she walked toward Joshan Si with a smile, casually sitting beside him. Are you not used to sleeping next door? Joshan Si asked with concern. Not at all, Mingming replied with a smile, opening her arms as if asking for a hug. I just missed you, so I came over to talk. Joshan Si, if I weren't strong-willed, I might have been scared out of my wits by your family situation already. Joshan Si slightly raised his head and apologized. That's my fault. I didn't inform you of the real situation at home beforehand. Mingming withdrew her hand from around his neck, gently cupping his noble face, and said nonchalantly, I know you prefer to be low-key. Luckily, you didn't make a fuss. Otherwise, I would have definitely pursued you. While saying this, she couldn't resist planting a fragrant kiss on Joshan Si's cheek. With such a handsome face, it would be a shame not to kiss him a few times as his girlfriend. Indeed, his skin was so tender that it felt like she could kiss water out of it. Joshan Si let her have her fun, and half-jokingly said, since you've come, don't go back later. After all, the corridor is quite cold. What are you trying to do? Mingming paused her kisses, smiling as she gazed into her boyfriend's red eyes. Joshan Si's face turned crimson, and he stammered, no, not at all. I simply want to hold you while we sleep. I have no such lewd thoughts. Really? Mingming teased. Really? Joshan Si insisted, his red eyes showing sincerity. Even if he had such thoughts, they would have to wait until they were legally married. I see. Mingming sighed inwardly with a hint of regret, but didn't say more as she dove into the blankets and pulled Joshan Si in with her. She snuggled close to Joshan Si like a small kangaroo, happily rubbing her cheek against his chest. Joshan Si, filled with affection and satisfaction, held her close, occasionally kissing her forehead, which made her shyly cover her face and giggle like a little yellow oriole. That night the two of them fell asleep late, as Mingming kept asking questions like 1,000 whys, and Joshan Si patiently answered her. January 20th, 2010. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye, time fleeting like a shuttle. Chuo Ward, Tokyo. 2 connected 100-meter skyscrapers stood in the ward's center like colossal behemoths, making pedestrians on the ground feel insignificant. In Sakura country, everyone knew these 2 technologically impressive skyscrapers, for they belonged to the renowned Joshan Group, a conglomerate that encompassed every conceivable industry in Sakura country, from indispensable nuclear power plants to humble feather dusters for sweeping. Its business strategy was to stand behind other enterprises like a shadow, using its immense capital to infiltrate the global microeconomy. Especially over the past 2 years, the meteoric rise of the Joshan family heir, Joshan, had brought even greater fame to the group. Ascending to power at just 18, he brought unimaginable shock to the world of buttonless 5.3-inch smartphones and portable tablets. This left the technology fruit company in the distant west utterly dumbfounded, silently shelving its upcoming 3.5-inch smartphones were sent to the warehouse for recycling. He shattered the world's perception of mobile phones and disrupted the tech industry. His legendary rise was far from over. Every industry he touched, he revolutionized with unprecedented innovations, delivering a dimensionality reduction attack on each sector. This left profit-driven merchants unable to copy him, watching helplessly as he feasted on meat and broth, their envy almost killing them. Through his dimensionality reduction attacks, the world came to remember this newly minted richest man who was crowned the man most women wanted to marry. In the top-floor chairman's office, with its simple and clean decor, Joshan, clad in a white shirt, was buried in company documents. At that moment, the 5.3-inch watermelon phone on his desk rang with an incoming call. The ringtone was ordinary, the soft sound of raindrops as standard with the phone. Moshi Moshi. Joshan picked up without looking up. My richest big brother, come out and hang out. Little Woo Woo misses you so much. The voice of Wu Tiao Wu came through, playfully effeminate. Hiss. Joshan shuddered in fright, nearly dropping the newly released watermelon one. Hearing the slight noise, Wu Tiao Wu immediately spoke in a flirty, hoarse voice. Big brother is surprised by Wu Chan. How shy. Joshan's mouth twitched. Everyone says one becomes more proper with age, yet Wu was just the opposite. The older he got, the more perverted. Why won't big brother respond? Are you afraid of the tigress at home? Wu Chan is very well behaved. Wu Chan only cares about you, big brother. What came through then was Wu Tiao Wu swaying his body. A coaxing, sweet voice. Joshan wearily put down his pen and rubbed his forehead, asking helplessly, what time? If it's just you, I don't dare come. Big brother is so mean. How could you think of Wu Chan as scary? He meet tonight at 7 p.m. at the Siming 5-star restaurant in Chiyoda. Wu Chan also invited Jechan, Zyazakan, Huyuankan, Kahaishan, Anchan, Jochan, and an honest and easily bullied little junior brother. This junior brother looks a bit hasty from a distance. He seems a bit old. Joshan murmured to himself, noticing one person was missing, and couldn't help asking, haven't seen teacher for 2 years, aren't you inviting him? Wu Tiao Wu blurted out, that old bastard is not suitable. This is a young people's gathering. Calling him would raise the average age. Well, invite him when there's a big gathering later. Then he started complaining, I'm planning to become a teacher in the future, so I wanted him to pull some strings for me, but that old bastard absolutely refused. He even doubted my teaching ability and told me to get a teacher's license. You know I hate studying the most. Isn't that clearly targeting me? And do you know that old bastard gave Xiaozi a backdoor, letting her pass the teacher's license exam smoothly? Tell me, isn't that special treatment? I was so angry that I sneaked into the principal's office while old Yego was away at a meeting in Kyoto, and without hesitation played with Panda like a ball. Joshan's mouth twitched again. He could imagine how desperate Panda must have been, becoming the target of the pervert Wu's indirect revenge. After a few simple chats with Wu, he hung up. Judging by the roaring sounds he had just heard, Wu was definitely toying with a curse. That curse was truly unfortunate to have encountered the increasingly twisted Wu. After thinking this over, Joshan picked up his pen again to handle documents. Over the past 2 years, aside from sleeping, he had been busy with work. He basically stopped dealing with the sorcery world, but because of his pillow companion, he knew a little about small matters such as Jia and Wu earning famous titles. Let me clarify, the pillow person was just someone he slept with while holding no boundaries crossed, and needless to say, everyone knew who it was. Meanwhile, Mingming had given up the life of fighting and killing for him, focusing on learning cooking from her mother and being a good housewife with the bonus of getting paid for learning. And Jia, as promised, opened a paranormal agency in Tokyo. Leveraging his handsome appearance, there were women surrounding the agency every day, seeking romantic fortunes. As for the flesh-coveting Jian Suo, after the prison incident, he vanished without a trace, lurking somewhere studying how to deal with him. Let him research, or we will deal with it when it comes. Anyway, the house was heavily protected. Even the maids going out to shop carried 2 counts of sunshine radiance ready to shine on anyone who dared. You must never become the boss killed by a maid's sunshine radiance. That would leave a stench for millennia, become the world's biggest joke, and make everyone die laughing on the spot. Joshan shook his head with a smile, then cleared his mind and handled documents, waiting for the evening to come to reunite with his close friends he hadn't seen in 2 years. 5 o'clock. Joshan drove out of the Joshan building. The car was ordinary, a somewhat old Toyota Century, but its classic style was its charm. Using the company's latest map software, Joshan unhurriedly made his way to Chiyoda, secretly looking forward to the scene of meeting his friends. An hour and a half later, the Toyota Century parked in a free spot provided by the Siming Hotel. As a celebrity in financial news, Joshan had to put on a pair of fully opaque sunglasses the moment he stepped out of the car. But with his outstanding aura, no matter how he concealed himself, he was like a firefly in the night, drawing the attention of everyone in the restaurant, unable to look away. He's the richest man, Suddenly a sharp-eyed man noticed the cross earring he was wearing, and without hesitation screamed out, as if meeting an idol. One word shocked all around. Oh, everyone pulled out their watermelon one phones to take photos. Luckily, it was a high-end restaurant, so people were relatively restrained. At that moment, the restaurant manager rushed over to Joshan, fawning and cautiously asking, "Chairman, should I open a large private room for you?" The Siming restaurant was one of the chairman's properties, and rumor had it that the restaurant was named after a liked member of the opposite sex. "No need, someone has invited me. His name is Wu Tiao Wu, the head of the Wu Tiao family. This way, Chairman." The manager suddenly realized and led the way, zigzagging through the restaurant to a reserved large private room. "President, please." The hotel manager obsequiously opened the private room door, his fawning expression almost eager to serve with his whole being. Joshan nodded slightly and stepped inside. His gaze fell upon Shoko Yeri alone, who was idly smoking and playing on her phone. Hearing someone enter, Shoko Yeri lifted her head lazily. Recognizing her former classmate, she was first startled, then greeted him with lackluster enthusiasm. "Long time no see, Joshan." Long time no see." Joshan slowly walked over to sit beside his old classmate, but before he could even settle in or remove his suit jacket, Shoko Yeri pulled him into a group photo. After taking the photo, she left Joshan aside and buried herself in typing on her phone. He cast a helpless glance and saw that Shoko was posting on the social media app he had developed. This software, a fusion of Twitter and WeChat from his past life, was called Tuishing. Upon its release, it rendered old-fashioned email obsolete and swept the globe, winning the hearts of people worldwide. Shoko Yeri typed, "What is it like to have dinner with your richest classmate?" Answering online. She attached the just-taken photo and clicked publish with interest. In no time, the comments section filled with incredulous messages from relatives and friends. A smile curled at the corners of Shoko Yeri's mouth as she read through them one by one. In good spirits, she lit a cigarette and took a sip of wine, leaving Joshan, who was watching, utterly dumbfounded. He opened his mouth to remind his classmate about health concerns, but recalling Shoko's reverse curse technique, he swallowed the words. The two had no further exchange after that, one eating peanuts, the other on her phone, making the private room fall into profound silence. Just like in their Jujutsu High days when Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto were away on missions, leaving the two of them quietly occupied with their own tasks in the classroom. "You've changed." Shoko Yeri, still buried in her phone, suddenly broke the quiet of the room. Joshan, eating peanuts, let his calm demeanor fade. He smiled faintly and said, "That's perfectly normal. As time passes, you and I are no longer the naive boys and girls we were at Jujutsu High. Come to think of it, I'm almost 20 this year without realizing it." Shoko Yeri felt the weight of that truth. She put down her phone, ruffled her gradually lengthening brown hair, and rubbed her dark circles. In the past 2 years, the number of curses had exploded, and the death toll at both Jujutsu High schools had multiplied many times. As the head of logistics, she had been busy from dawn till dusk. Either on the way to treat the wounded or in the midst of dissecting corpses, she grew increasingly numb. She had promised to quit smoking and drinking. But instead, she smoked more heavily and drank more fiercely. Those two things had become inseparable from her life. Every time she lifted the white sheet, she feared that lying beneath it would be one of her 3 classmates. But she soon laughed again, because the strongest trio could never die. Joshan chewed on a peanut and glanced at his weary-looking classmate, unable to help but remind her, "You should smoke and drink less in the future. We're the same age, but you look older than me in spirit. I hope you never find a wife." Shoko Yeri shot Joshan a resentful glare. What did he mean by look older? She was simply suffering from the aftermath of maturity. Despite her words, she obediently stubbed out the still-burning cigarette and set aside the unfinished beer. "Here, have some of these. They were shipped in from the summer harvest." Joshan, kind-hearted, shared some of the shelled peanuts with her. They chatted idly while waiting for the arrival of their 2 close friends. Bang! The private room door swung open. The two chatting looked up to see Yukiko Jujo poking her head and leading a mischievous-looking little boy. Seeing only Joshan and the reverse curse technique girl inside, Yukiko Jujo was momentarily taken aback, then a sly grin spread across her face. She led the boy to sit beside Joshan and teased him with a smile as he munched on peanuts. "You're quite unfaithful, aren't you? Alone in a room with the reverse curse technique girl? Should I tell Mei that you're cheating on her with someone else?" Joshan shot a sidelong glance at the troublemaker. Don't use your impure eyes to judge the 3 years of friendship between us. Besides, I called Mei beforehand to let her know. As he spoke, he studied the boy sitting beside her, finding him vaguely familiar. Whose kid is this? You didn't kid? Nonsense. He's my newly accepted disciple. Come here. Yukiko Jujo patted Aoi on the head and introduced him with mischievous glee. The man in front of you is your uncle Joshan. Say hello quickly. TCH. Aoi proudly brushed away the hand messing with his hair, his small face defiant as he crossed his arms and glared at Joshan C, reluctantly calling out, Uncle Joshan. Joshan C was utterly speechless inside. But considering that someone had once called him mom, the title of uncle was not entirely unacceptable. Joshan. Shoko Yeri nudged him in the ribs, also amused. See, even a kid knows you're old. And you called me old. Joshan C pretended not to hear and continued eating his peanuts. However, after greeting him, Aoi curiously probed Joshan C's cursed energy, surprised to find that the world's richest man was also part of the inner circle. But the next second his small body trembled. His youthful face turned pale, cold sweat dripped down as he sat panting on the chair as if he had seen a ghost. Smack. Yukiko Jujo found it slightly amusing and slapped him on the head. I told you on the way not to casually probe cursed energy. Why are you so stubborn? And you went and probed the most twisted one of all. You're quite brave, aren't you? Do you know that the man sitting in front of you is the strongest among the 4 special grades? Your master 3 years ago got completely beaten by him. Even now I think I was really brave back then. Aoi pouted, wiped the cold sweat, and muttered, unconvinced, I'm still young. I'll surpass him someday and become a special grade. Recalling the scene, he sensed he fell into self-doubt again. The cursed energy within this man was as vast and deep as the ocean. It was almost inhuman, like the 9 tails from the Naruto manga, endless and overwhelming. How could he hold so much cursed energy without exploding? Bang! Another soft sound from the door interrupted their conversation. Before they could look up, a shameless voice rang out in the room. Rich brother, my dear rich brother, where are you? Little Wu misses you so much. Satoru Gojo, with white bandages wrapped around his eyes, spiky hair, and wearing the high-collared Jujutsu High uniform, swaggered into the room. Behind him followed the hard-working Nanami and the disdainful Yudahime. So brother is here. Satoru Gojo moved like a gust of wind, teleporting to Joshan C's side, and began to coquettishly pound his chest with soft fists. Rich brother, why won't you talk to Wu? Has our bond faded after 2 years? No, Wu doesn't want that. Brother, talk to Wu, or else Wu will punch your chest with little fists. Joshan C was on the verge of tears, unable to speak. He had thought he had gotten used to Gojo's shamelessness during their 3 years at Jujutsu High, but he never expected him to have evolved even further. Can you act normal? Joshan C's tone was almost pleading. Okay. Satoru Gojo knew when to stop. He pulled a chair over and sat in front of Joshan C. I haven't seen you in 2 years and I wanted to get close to you. Were you surprised? As he spoke, he closely observed the changes in his close friend over 2 years. C was as handsome as ever, even more striking than in his financial news interviews. His perfect, eye-catching features had shed the youthful immaturity of Jujutsu High days with the passage of time. His demeanor remained noble and unflappable, but now carried a mature masculinity. C had all the qualities a man should have, tall, rich, and handsome. Unlike himself, who was stuck with an eternally youthful, delicate face. How unfair. This wasn't a surprise, it was a shock. Could you imagine a burly man over 6 feet suddenly rushing over and acting spoiled in front of you? Joshan C grumbled inwardly, then pushed away his friend who was getting too close with a look of disgust. Don't lean in so close, or I'll punch you. This was really going to kill him. Their noses were almost touching. Oomph. Satoru Gojo moved his chair back with a pitiful pout, no longer pressing in. Instead, he buried his head in a heartbroken posture, as if his affection had been betrayed. Joshan C didn't want to deal with this guy anymore. If he continued, his chrysanthemum might be in danger. He turned to greet Kinto Nanami and Yudahime Kamo, who had taken their seats. Counting the participants, 2 were still missing, Geto and Haibara. According to Mei, Haibara had joined Geto's paranormal agency after graduating the year before last, while Nanami seemed to be working part-time while handling curses. Alright. Ever since Mei stopped exorcising curses, her longtime partner Yudahime had found someone else. Apparently Gojo, the aggressive fighter. A support with an extremely long cast time paired with a full offense warrior. That meant Gojo's 200 hollow purple could be used as a basic attack. That was brutal. Head mourned for the cursed spirits for a few seconds. Sorry. Traffic was terrible. We're late. At that moment, a voice full of gentle apology sounded from the doorway. As soon as the words were spoken, 2 individuals dressed in conspicuous 5-striped kasayas with different hairstyles entered the private room. Joshan's expression turned peculiar as he noticed the 5-striped kasaya and hairstyle worn by his close friend, which undeniably resembled the character from the original work, who had turned dark. Good evening, everyone, greeted the newly arrived GA and Huiyuan with enthusiasm. The others, unfazed by the kasai they wore, casually responded, except for the semi-retired Jioshan, as they had all gathered before. GA responded with his usual bright smile, while Huan, beside him, joyfully sat next to his dear friend Chikai Kinrin. His presence aimed to coax a faint smile from the usually taciturn Chikai Kinrin as they shared amusing anecdotes from the year since graduation in hushed tones. Jiaru Shoko noticed the astonishment in her classmates' eyes and lazily munched on peanuts, explaining, "The Kasaya GA wears his work uniform for running an agency, and it's required for all sorcerers who join to wear it." Gio Yuki interjected, "It's not just that. I've heard that some of the male sorcerers GA recruited are flamboyant enough to wear nail polish." He commented humorously, "It looks like some sort of improper monk's pyramid scheme similar to the Akatsuki organization in Naruto." Jioshan chuckled upon hearing this. GA had not turned dark, but it seemed he had turned into a wholesale dealer of monk kasayas. GA, after greeting around the dining table, finally spotted his longed-for friend and genuinely opened his arms in a gesture of embrace. The emotions of not having seen each other for 2 years were incredibly intense. A hug was a must, just like during their time in high school, a firm embrace. Jioshan generously stood up to embrace, gently patting each other's backs. Upon inadvertently catching a whiff of the strong fragrance emanating from his friend's kasaya, he couldn't help but tease, "When did you become so refined? I remember you used to avoid perfume," GA said, slightly embarrassed as he released his friend, chuckling. "I need to impress my guests. If I'm not refined, it shows a lack of respect, and smelling good will garner a favorable impression." "What a sissy!" Wuqiao Wataru, feeling wronged and sad, raised his head to interject with his blunt, yet pointed remarks toward GA. GA frowned tightly and shot a disdainful glance at the flamboyant Wuqiao Wataru. "I'm a sissy, but it's better than someone who loves to wear women's clothing." Wuqiao Wataru openly shrugged. "I just wear it occasionally, but it's not like I do it every day. It's better than someone who sprays perfume every day and acts all sissy. I can't be bothered to argue with a pervert." GA, showing great tolerance, ignored Wuqiao Wataru and turned to Jioshan, who was munching peanuts and watching the scene. He said with pride and a grin, "Jio, while you were away these 2 years, I've earned a title that rivals that of the sorcery professor." "Humph." Before Jioshan could congratulate him, Wuqiao Wataru scoffed dismissively. "It's just the overrated title of Whirlwind Sword Master. My silver fong sounds much better." Wuqiao Wataru tilted his head, sticking out his tongue with disdain. "Are you looking for a fight? You white?" GA could no longer contain the rising anger within him, glaring at Wuqiao Wataru with spit flying. Since entering the private room, he had been incessantly sarcastic, and undermining anyone would be annoyed by that. Wuqiao Wataru suddenly stood up, getting in Jay's face with his towering height. "Let's fight. I've disliked you for a long time, you business-stealing, greasy-haired punk." Jay's face darkened, rage surging. "If you dare to remove that limitless turtle shell, I'll see if your mouth is tough, or if my iron fists are hard. Let's see who's afraid." Wuqiao Wataru retorted defiantly. The two glared at each other in silence, fiery sparks igniting in their eyes before they began to grapple with each other. Grabbing heads, poking eyes, kicking groins. Basically using all the methods children use to fight, they unleashed upon each other. Jioshan, sitting and watching the spectacle, was already dumbfounded, while the others witnessing this dramatic scene were not at all surprised. Jiaru Shoko lazily explained, "Ever since GA opened his paranormal agency, he has been landing more and more business from the wealthy. This has led to a significant decline in the status of our school in the eyes of the rich, resulting in their encounters being nothing but fights or conflicts. You haven't focused on the sorcery world these past 2 years, so naturally you wouldn't know." Jioshan nodded in confusion, feeling a pang of sympathy, and said, "But I'm afraid I should go persuade them. I'm worried they might open a domain while fighting. There was a previous incident during high school when they would meet in disagreement, and the outcome would be the playground." Jiaru Shoko, speaking from experience, said, "Don't worry, no matter how fiercely they fight afterward, they will still affectionately call each other GA and Wuqiao. Look, haven't they reconciled already?" Following Jiaru Shoko's words, Jioshan turned his gaze to the two who had just been fighting, now helping each other tidy their appearance. The glaring display of camaraderie made Jioshan's lips twitch. "Well, after 2 years, I've become the outsider in this trio." "Jioshan, aren't you curious how the titles of these 2 close friends came to be?" said Jio Yuki, as she poked her girlfriend's boyfriend with her arm, feigning seriousness. "Not really." Jioshan shook his head disinterestedly, but the gaze he cast toward his friends in the distance was filled with waves of comfort. To obtain such titles is enough to prove that they have gained recognition from the outside world, and as their friend, I can only feel happy for them. Jio Yuki pouted enviously, suggesting, "Why don't I also become your close friend, and you can teach me the flowing rock-shattering fist and the whirlwind/iron fist. I'm very clever, I can learn anything quickly. As long as you're willing to teach me, I'll obey your orders, even if it means warming your bed." These two sets of fist techniques are not only stylish, but their actual power is undeniably overwhelming. That Jie and Wu Tiao earned their titles solely depended on these two techniques. Wu Tiao Wataru's Silver Fang refers to the invincibility brought by the flowing rock-shattering fist, making his close-range attacks crush enemies like open fangs. Meanwhile, Jie's Whirlwind Sword Master is able to unleash unavoidable slashes with a simple flick, relentlessly making enemies feel despair like a whirlwind. He was fortunate enough to witness Jie's actual performance where he merely intertwined his hands and sliced an incoming special-grade cursed spirit into countless pieces. Wu Tiao Wataru was even more monstrous, directly deflecting or neutralizing the cursed spirit's ultimate move than simply punching the cursed spirit into a pulp. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't defeat Joshan, she would have wanted to use force to seize it. These are not just techniques, they are powerful life techniques. Joshan wiped the smile off his face and politely declined, saying, "You can't practice these two techniques, they are not suitable for women. Training with them will lead to bodily explosion." Jio Yuki's pupils contracted slightly, her desire to learn extinguished by cold water, yet she stubbornly asked, "Are you sure you're not lying to me?" Joshan, forcing his response, said, "I'm not lying to you. Practicing flowing rock and whirlwind requires yang energy, while women belong to yin. Training them will result in imbalance, leading to bodily explosion." "Why is it like this? My flowing rock and whirlwind." Jio Yuki slumped on the table, lamenting her inner frustration. "It's like being in bed when your pants are already down and someone tells you that you can't do it. Isn't that pure torment? It's frustrating to watch yet unable to have it." Joshan stole a glance at the despairing Jio Yuki, cautiously exhaling. He was indeed lying. The two techniques of whirlwind and flowing rock have no restrictions. Both men and women can cultivate them, but their power is too overwhelming. If leaked, the world would be thrown into chaos. In the original work, the Bond brothers could single-handedly dominate the sorcery world, especially since these techniques were inspired by the perfect collapsed jade. Compared to the power demonstrated in the original work, these are only stronger, not weaker. Trusting and knowing the personalities of his two close friends, he chose to share these techniques. As for Jio Yuki, he genuinely feared her big mouth. If others praised her to the heavens, she might end up revealing all her secrets. She might as well practice with iron blocks. Maybe she could develop a strong and resilient physique. Paired with the Phoenix Wheel, she would become a human tank, charging recklessly. As the two chatted, Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru, who were enthusiastically helping each other tidy their appearances, vaguely found seats to sit down. In truth, they both longed to sit next to their cherished friend, but Shoko and Yoshinobu Yuki occupied the seats on either side of C, making it virtually impossible to forcefully take them. After all, one was a classmate of 3 years, and the other a senior peer. Once everyone had taken their seats, the restaurant waitress stepped in gracefully, bringing the 20 dishes that the Gojo family had pre-ordered. The dazzling array of 20 dishes whetted everyone's appetite, and they all picked up their chopsticks to sample the food, eating while lamenting how things had changed. By the way, who is that Tokyo Prefectural Jujutsu High School student standing outside the private room? Why not let him in? Geto Suguru asked, chewing on a piece of sushi, a note of curiosity in his voice. Indeed, he looked quite pitiful when we entered. "Hibara, you eating the sashimi that Nanami Kinto had picked for him?" echoed Geto's sentiment, with a touch of sympathy. "Yudahime," Iori mumbled indistinctly, asked Gojo Satoru. "The junior outside is brought by him, and he's always bullying the guy. Can't my food shut your mouth?" Gojo Satoru retorted irritably to his partner, who always contradicted him, then turned his head and shouted menacingly toward the corridor outside. "Yuri, get in here and meet your senior and junior elders. If you dare not come in, I'll break your legs right now." The moment the words fell, the door to the private room slowly opened, and a restrained young man in a Tokyo Prefectural Jujutsu High School uniform, with a middle part small glasses and an honest, mature appearance, walked in. Yuri Kiyotaka hardly dared to breathe, lowering his head and standing behind Gojo Satoru, looking meek and waiting for orders, as if he were easy to push around. "What are you standing there for? These are your seniors. Hurry up and greet them," Gojo Satoru said harshly, making Yuri Kiyotaka tremble. He timidly lifted his head to introduce himself. "Good evening, seniors. My name is Yuri Kiyotaka, a second-year student of the 18th cohort at Tokyo Prefectural Jujutsu High School." "Don't be nervous." Geto Suguru's expression was gentle, like a kind older brother from next door comforting him. "Satoru brought you here, which means he values you. I have an empty seat next to me. Come sit here." "Gojo-senpai." Yuri Kiyotaka looked uncertainly at Gojo Satoru. "What are you looking at me for? Do you want to stand and watch us eat? Hurry over to Suguru, or he'll kill you." Gojo Satoru threatened viciously. I understand." Yuri Kiyotaka trembled again, and under the pressure of Gojo-senpai's authority, he sat down beside Geto Suguru. He timidly glanced at everyone, finally stopping at the weary-looking Yuri Shoko, and said shyly, Good evening, Iris-senpai. Yeri Shoko nodded lazily. This junior who had been coerced by Gojo Satoru into becoming an auxiliary supervisor had crossed paths with her a few times before. Yes, he had developed a crush on her at first sight. Yeri Shoko smirked at that thought, turning her gaze to the silent Hatoyama and said with a hint of pride, "I'm not only not old, but I also have an admirer." Hatoyama chuckled silently, finding it amusing that his classmate was so pleased with herself. It was just a casual remark about her being old. Did she really have to hold such a grudge? A major incident occurred at the Kumo family a few days ago. I think you might be interested. Geto Suguru. What incident? Hatoyama took a sip of juice, showing a hint of curiosity. Gojo Satoru cut, in the previous generation head of the Kumo family on the night before his death, had a maid curse him into a cursed spirit. Geto Suguru cast a resentful glance at his talkative best friend, then added, "This absurd story is spreading like wildfire in the jujutsu world. Everyone is wondering what grudge the maid held to hate a man with one foot in the grave so much." Gojo Satoru said with disgust and contempt, "What else could it be? In his youth, he defiled her, wanting her to bear his child. But when she gave birth to a girl, he cruelly strangled the infant." At these words, everyone put down their chopsticks and drew in a sharp breath, shocked by Gojo Satoru's revelation. As the saying goes, even a vicious tiger won't eat its own cub. Gojo Satoru said casually, "Ever since I became the head of the Gojo family, I've known all the dirty secrets of the other two great families. Let's just say small households have their secrets and large households have their shame. The three great families are rotten to the core, beyond redemption." This heavy topic left everyone merely as listeners. The three great families were, after all, the three great families who outsiders were not in a position to judge. Hatoyama steered the conversation away. What happened to the person who was cursed into a cursed spirit? How did the Kumo family head handle it? Was it exorcised or sealed? Geto Suguru let out a light sigh. "According to my informant, the maid, the instigator, has been secretly dealt with by the Kumo family. As for the cursed spirit, it had already escaped by the time it was discovered. The Kumo family had sent wave after wave of clansmen to search for it, but to no avail. It was as if it had vanished into thin air." Gojo Satoru interrupted, "Let's not talk about that old geezer anymore. We're here to have a gathering. It's unlucky to discuss such things. If we encounter it, well, just exorcise it." At this, everyone except the non-combatants Yeri Shoko and Yeri Kiyotaka nodded in agreement. After all, it was just a half-century-old first-grade cursed spirit, a simple matter to exorcise. However, Hatoyama did not share this view. He silently drank his juice, feeling a strange sense of unease and falling into deep thought. The matter was too suspicious. How could the battle-hardened Kumo clansmen fail to find a newly formed first-grade cursed spirit? There were only two possible explanations. Either they had found it and were secretly raising it within the family, or it had been absorbed by the wandering Kinjaku using cursed spirit manipulation. Between the two, Hatoyama leaned toward the latter because the current Kumo family head was rumored to possess only a trivial flight technique lasting a few seconds. What would be the point of keeping it? Was the current Kumo family head trying to defy the world and fulfill his filial duty? A few seconds later, Hatoyama shook his head, feeling that he was becoming overly suspicious, projecting his business mindset too deeply into this. Time spent together always passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was 9 o'clock. Hatoyama ate a few simple bites of food and chatted with the group until the gathering ended. After bidding farewell to everyone, he drove for 2 hours back to Tokyo's Chuo Ward, then spent another half hour returning to the Hatoyama estate. Compared to 2 years ago, a magnificent white palace now stood 100,000 square meters away from this. It still occupied 50,000 square meters with a total of 15 stories, looking from afar like a western castle and also like an ancient majestic imperial palace. Behind the palace was an artificial mountain, and beyond that a clear shimmering lake, symbolizing the legendary principle of having illumination in front and support behind. At this moment of the night, the neon golden lights decorating the exterior of the White Palace illuminated the area, making it appear both prosperous and splendid, truly beautiful and enchanting. This palace was built with Mei's generous funding, modeled after a certain noble palace from a past life, costing a total of $500 million, and was named the Mei Palace. Hatoyama parked the car and turned around to find his mother coming out from inside. "Mom." Before Hatoyama could finish his sentence, his mother stood on tiptoe and grabbed his ear, dragging him from the 100 Herbs garden all the way to the 3-flavor study. Mom, let's talk nicely." Hatoyama pleaded with a look of grievance. Hatoyama let out a light snort and released her hand, glaring at her grown-up son. 2 years have passed. When are you going to marry Mei? You've been sleeping with her for 2 years without giving her a title or status. What does that mean? Are you fishing, or is she just a sleeping pillow? Hatoyama immediately understood. She was standing up for her future daughter-in-law. He rubbed his reddened ear and said, Mom, I've been busy with company matters these 2 years. You know the Hatoyama family has a vast enterprise. I was thinking of taking her back to her parents' home this year to meet her folks, then settling the engagement, and afterward picking a date for the wedding. You still have the nerve to say that? Hatoyama, Mei grew furious at this. Ever since Mei came home with you, you haven't let her visit her parents once. He'll accompany Mei back tomorrow. Hatoyama, quickly said, then muttered under his breath, thinking it was his mother who wouldn't let her go. Now she was making him the villain. Hatoyama, Mei's expression softened slightly with satisfaction. She patted Hatoyama's chest earnestly and said, see, you're about to turn 20 and your career is successful. Your mother only hopes to hold a grandchild before she dies, fulfilling the wish of having grandchildren around. Look at what a good girl Mei is. She hasn't even returned to her parents' home once in 2 years. She asks for nothing in return, works tirelessly, and takes care of you with all her heart. I heard she didn't even go back when her mother gave birth to her younger brother. Isn't that love? You can't find such a virtuous girl, even with a lantern. If you dare to let Mei down, see if I don't break your legs. Hatoyama instinctively tightened his legs, took his mother by the shoulders, and assured her, Mom, rest assured. He'll take Mei back to her parents' home tomorrow and finalize the wedding early to tie her down. Is that okay? That's best. Hatoyama's face broke into a smile. She said cheerfully, go on in. That girl hasn't even eaten dinner waiting for you. A warm current flowed through Hatoyama's heart. He looked back at the foolish woman waiting in the palace behind him. When he turned his head again, his mother had already gotten into the car and returned to the palace 100,000 meters away, now waving her hand from afar, signaling him to go inside. Hatoyama waved back in understanding and jogged into the palace. As soon as he stepped through the magnificent entrance, the long-awaited figure in a purple kimono came into view. She gracefully placed her small hands painted with purple nail polish over her abdomen, while her 3,000 strands of white hair were neatly braided behind her back. When she saw her beloved return, the long-anticipated hope in her lilac-gray eyes turned into a shimmering pool of tenderness, becoming soft as water. Hatoyama quickened his pace to reach Mei, swiftly bent down and left a lingering warmth on her red lips. Mei smiled radiantly, pursed her lips with happiness, helped him take off his work coat, and dutifully fetched his slippers from the shoe cabinet. The moment his shoes were changed, Hatoyama lifted her in a princess carry, and she curled up obediently in his arms, letting him carry her to the dining area. On the long dining table were 3 dishes and a soup that Mei had meticulously prepared, with faint wisps of steam still rising from them. Clearly she had been reheating them continuously, afraid the food would get cold when he returned. Gurgle, gurgle. At that moment Mei's stomach emitted a hungry growl. But after 2 years of sleeping together, she felt no shyness and asked frankly, did you eat enough at the gathering? If not, join me. Hatoyama answered truthfully, I didn't eat much, I just had a few bites casually. I was waiting to come back and eat with you. Then wait a moment. They'll get you some utensils. Mei gave him a light peck on the cheek, then happily jumped out of his arms and ran into the kitchen. Hatoyama smiled foolishly as he watched her. With a wife like this, what more could a man ask for? Soon Mingming joyfully scurried over her wooden clogs, clattering like a happy child of 800 pounds carrying 2 bowls. Jiushan looked at her with affection as he took the bowls, then held her smooth, delicate hand and sat down to enjoy the belated dinner. Mingming's cooking skills had improved remarkably. 2 years ago, she could only make dark cuisine, but with the passage of time her dark dishes had gradually evolved into delicacies. After taking a few mouthfuls of the heartwarming rice, Jiushan said, without hesitation, tomorrow, I will take you home, and we will finalize our marriage. Mingming, as if struck by lightning, froze her small head, dazedly replaying her lover's words about finalizing the marriage. After a while, Mingming snapped back to her senses from the overwhelming surprise, her lips curving upwards as she shifted her chair closer to Jiushan. Then she kicked off her clogs and placed her relaxed fair feet on Jiushan's legs. With a smile in her eyes, she gazed at his profile and said sweetly, you want to marry me? Let me tell you, I'm quite expensive. I won't marry for less than 100 billion. Jiushan easily put down his bowls and chopsticks, holding her little foot with both hands, squeezing as he said, then you're quite cheap, only worth the price of one of my enterprises. Mingming narrowed her beautiful eyes and chuckled, what I want is $100 million, not depreciated yen. Are you sure you can part with that? What makes you think I can't? It's just the money I make in an hour for my watermelon phone, Jiushan replied casually. For someone like him, who earned money from all over the world, 100 billion was merely a matter of time. Do you need to raise the price? Jiushan asked patiently, gently squeezing Mingming's foot. Her feet, clad in soft white socks, felt warm and cool under his touch. No need. Having you is enough for me, Mingming happily replied, her gaze softening as she looked at her lover. In the past 2 years, he had treated her exceptionally well, obediently pampering her, spending billions to build a palace, turning her into a princess from a fairy tale. She super loved C loving him so much that she would give up everything for him. She made him meals on schedule every day, playing the role of a virtuous wife. Although being alone in this grand and magnificent palace felt a bit boring, Sis Mother visited every day. Sis Mother was very generous to her, giving her $1 billion in pocket money every day. Over 2 years, Sis Mother had given her a total of $76 billion. Despite her repeated refusals, after all, one does not take rewards without contributing, but her mother insisted this was just a small amount of luck compared to the daily profits from selling firearms. Sis Mother also subtly taught her the rules and knowledge of the large family, clearly regarding her as a future daughter-in-law. She had even mentioned in passing that upon marriage she would gift her a cruise ship. In short, her mother was wonderful, sharing her affection for C with her. Are you really not going to raise the price? Once the marriage is finalized tomorrow, there will be no turning back. Jioshan's Sis gaze softened as he turned his attention back to Mingming. No. Mingming shook her head repeatedly, as if determined not to raise the price. She playfully shook Jioshan's Sis' arm, sweetly pouting, I want soup, the very best imported kind. All right. Jioshan C blushed slightly as he responded, accustomed to taking a sip of warm soup, lowering his head to kiss her tempting red lips. Gurgle. Mingming hugged his neck, greedily savoring the nourishment, creating a beautiful symphony that made the moon outside shyly hide behind dark clouds. The next day, 9 in the morning, in front of an apartment in Chiyoda district, Mingming, wearing a long purple fluffy dress that made her look youthful yet mature, smiled at the slightly anxious Jioshan C beside her. She teased lightly, C, why does your face look so pale? Don't be nervous, my parents aren't monsters. Jioshan C took a deep breath and said slowly, I'm not nervous, I'm just trying to acclimate. After all, I've been courting your parents for 2 years. Mingming listened, her expression filled with deep grievance, secretly muttering, how dare you say courting? For 2 years you've treated me like a pillow to hug and sleep with due to family rules. The only excessive behavior was coerced or negotiated. As she thought about this, the pain from last night's wild experience with the capital returned. That insatiable greedy look stirred sweet ripples in her troubled heart, secretly anticipating their life after marriage even more. As she continued her daydreaming, Jioshan C, having adjusted himself, took her hand with his slightly moist palm and pressed the doorbell under her watchful gaze. Ding ding ding. With 3 rings of the doorbell, Jioshan C, slightly nervous, held Mingming's hand. The next moment the door slowly opened to reveal a white-haired beauty who looked about 50% like Mingming. The beautiful woman looked at Jioshan C, the somewhat familiar stranger, puzzled, feeling like she had seen him somewhere, but couldn't recall where. However, when her gaze landed on the strikingly poised woman beside her, her puzzled expression turned to astonishment as she exclaimed, Mingming. Mom! Mingming sweetly called out to her mother, whom she hadn't seen for 2 years, smiling. Oh! Ming's mother responded in surprise, flustered as she grasped her daughter's hand, both worried and reproaching. Where have you been these past 2 years? I asked you and your dad, but you never replied. If it weren't for being able to contact you by phone, your dad and I would have suspected you were cursed and killed by someone outside. I was just busy with some personal matters, Mingming replied, slightly embarrassed, shaking her right hand. Seeing their hands intertwined, Ming's mother was momentarily stunned before joyfully exclaiming, you found a boyfriend. Come in. She excitedly grabbed Jioshan Ci's wrist with surprising strength. Jioshan C was slightly stunned, but didn't resist, allowing Ming's enthusiastic mother to pull him into the living room. In the living room, a refined middle-aged man with glasses and striking white hair was happily playing with a 2-year-old baby. Nagano-jun, look who's back. Ming's mother could hardly contain her joy as she shouted to her husband sitting on the sofa. I know it's Mingming who's back, Nagano-jun replied with little reaction, as expected from a level 1 sorcerer. He could hear the conversation outside. How could a level 1 sorcerer not hear? But when he turned his gaze to the boyfriend, Mingming had brought back, his composed demeanor changed, and he stood up abruptly. Even when his son fell to the ground and cried out in pain, Nagano-jun paid no attention, his purple eyes fixed incredulously on Jioshan C, her daughter's boyfriend. Is he really the strongest in the cursed arts and the wealthiest in the real world? My goodness, this dream feels a bit surreal. Nagano-jun, what are you doing? Seeing this, Ming's mother angrily kicked her husband to the corner, her heart aching as she picked up her crying son. Seeing this scene, Jioshan C instinctively glanced at the familiar Mingming, wondering if they were to marry. Would Mingming not be this volatile? Why are you looking at me? Mingming smiled gently, her tone soft as she faced her beloved's scrutiny. Haven't you seen my gentle and virtuous side over the past 2 years? For you, I wouldn't dare to yell. If one day you scold me, I would only hide my grievances in my heart and show you my best side. On the surface, she spoke understandingly, but internally, she wrestled with a dilemma. If married life leads to me being unhappy with C one day, should I chop him with an axe, or should I unleash a series of divine winds to knock him out? C can reverse the technique. He should be able to withstand the impact of the divine wind. This will be the plan. Whenever I'm unhappy, I'll unleash the divine wind to bump him. Jiushan sighed in relief, feeling a wave of guilt as he tightened his grip on Mingming's hand, eagerly anticipating their future family life after marriage. Mingming's thoughtful nature over the past 2 years, he had witnessed it all firsthand. Ouch! In the corner, Nagano Jun groaned as he clutched his waist and stood up, but with his daughter's boyfriend present, he dared not show anger, only glared fiercely at his wife. Ming's mother knew her husband cared about face, so she let it slide and soothed the son in her arms. When night fell, they would see if he was a horse or a mule. A test in the bedroom would reveal all. His wife's concession filled Nagano Jun with pride. He adjusted his glasses and gave Jiushan a benevolent fatherly smile. Jiushan quickly interjected, "Uncle, just call me C." Saying this, he took Mingming's hand, and carrying the gifts he had prepared walked up to Nagano Jun. "Uncle, I didn't know what you and Auntie liked, so I just bought a few things on the way." Each "uncle" made Nagano Jun's brows dance with delight, and he couldn't suppress a reproachful smile. "You should have just come. Why bring gifts? Just come. Gifts are meaningless." As he spoke, he glanced at the presents in Jiushan's hands. Seeing they were all high-end cigarettes, liquor, tonics, and cosmetics, his gaze toward Jiushan softened with genuine approval. "Come have a seat on the sofa." Nagano Jun took the gifts and warmly grabbed Jiushan's wrist, leading him to the... As for his own daughter, she was left standing there utterly bewildered. She had disappeared for 2 years without a word, and if she hadn't brought back a powerhouse, he would have teamed up with her mother to give her a beating. Standing still, Mingming felt speechless watching her father and boyfriend chat so amicably. Without a word, she sat down beside Jiushan. While her father was brewing tea, she rolled her eyes at Jiushan with playful disdain, then quietly gazed at the place she had once called home. Her parents' late-born son. She, as the elder sister, felt utterly indifferent. Whatever happened, it had nothing to do with her future life with C. After all, her parents had always favored sons over daughters. She had felt it since childhood, especially after awakening the black bird manipulation technique. That feeling became even more pronounced every time she came home before the atmosphere suffocated her. It wasn't until she earned her first big pay at the high school that she moved out for good. As time passed, her mother's attitude improved somewhat, but due to her innate technique's disadvantages, her father still refused to give her a kind look. Until she developed divine wind and advanced to a first-grade sorcerer. As the saying goes, if I can't become the strongest through talent, then I'll date the strongest. Bring the strongest right before your eyes. Thinking this, Mingming unabashedly hugged Jiushan's arm, silently proclaiming that this was the boyfriend she deeply loved. Nagano Jun and Ming's mother noticed, their hearts filled with complex regret. The daughter they once neglected was now the most accomplished of the Nagano family. What a twist of fate. As her confidant, Jiushan had naturally heard about her family situation from Mingming. He could only say that merits and faults all lay within her innate technique. Without saying much, he held the hand on his arm, silently comforting his fiercely independent girlfriend, and then chatted idly with her family. By noon, Jiushan no longer held back. "Uncle, Auntie, besides visiting you, I have another purpose. I want to discuss Mingming's marriage with you." Nagano Jun and Ming's mother exchanged a complex glance. As parents, they couldn't be more satisfied with the choice of a spouse for Mingming. But at the same time, they felt their daughter was marrying above her station. The Nagano family was of humble origin, while the groom came from one of the 5 major political families, a mismatch in status. The couple hesitated for a long moment. Then Nagano Jun, as the head of the household, spoke hesitantly. "See, we naturally want object if you and Mingming truly love each other, but what about your parents?" Jiushan quickly replied, "You can rest assured on that, Uncle and Auntie. I consulted my parents before coming. I'm not acting on my own. Besides, my parents are very fond of Mingming. She won't suffer any grievances when she marries into the Jiushan family. I can guarantee that with my honor." As he spoke, he lowered his head slightly to look at Mingming, whose eyes sparkled with stars and happiness. "To be honest, if my career hadn't been so busy 2 years ago, I would have come to discuss marriage with you the moment I turned 18. Mingming broke into a silly, blissful smile, hugging Jiushan's arm tightly. This was the feeling being cherished like a little woman by C. Back then she was 20 at her prime, and he was 18 in his youthful vigor. Though not the best ages, they had met the best in each other. The husband and wife exchanged glances, this time no longer complex, but radiant with joy. Since the in-laws didn't look down on their daughter from a modest family, how could they as Mingming's parents stand in the way? This was a golden opportunity, a sparrow turning into a phoenix. From now on, whether in the mundane world or the sorcery world, who would dare disrespect the Nagano family? Thus the couple, hearts pounding with excitement, looked at the young pair before them and said in unison, "We agree to your marriage." Having said that, Nagano Jun signaled his wife with a glance to head to the kitchen and prepare a sumptuous feast for their future son-in-law. Then he asked curiously, "See, when is your engagement ceremony with Mingming?" Jiushan patted Mingming's hand and replied, "On the 9th of September this year." Mingming and I decided to hold the engagement in the morning and the wedding in the afternoon, to Anon, symbolizing everlasting love. Mingming hid a smile. Everlasting love. She just didn't want to wait any longer, so she suggested combining both. After all, gazing at such high-quality meat every day without being able to taste it would make anyone's heart itch. So why not do it all at once and enjoy the night? Why not indeed? The corner of Nagano Jun's mouth twitched imperceptibly. In all his years, it was the first time he'd heard of an engagement and wedding on the same day. But since it was the couple's wish as father and father-in-law, he could only comply. 3:00 p.m. After enjoying the meal prepared by his mother-in-law Joshan-si, and Mingming donned sunglasses and strolled hand in hand around the neighborhood near the apartment. Along the way, Mingming chattered endlessly while clinging to Joshan-si's arm, introducing the surrounding buildings. Her joyful demeanor resembled a blooming violet. See that winding path up there? It's the road I took to kindergarten every day. Watching a child descend the path, a hint of reminiscence flickered in Mingming's purplish-gray eyes behind her sunglasses, and her flirtatious tone carried a touch of wistfulness. Joshan-si joked half seriously, "That's nice. You got to go to kindergarten when you were little. Unlike me, my kindergarten was my mother." Mingming perked up with interest and answered with a smile, I know. Your mother told me about it. She said she couldn't bear to leave you, so she became your kindergarten and middle school teacher, teaching you at the estate. The little sayings you sometimes blurt out, your mother's pet phrases, are influenced by her, not you playing the philosophy master. And the time you went to the high school was the first time you ever set foot in a real school. Joshan-si smiled, awkwardly too embarrassed to answer. All his childhood secrets were exposed by Mingming. Mom, you're a real gem. Mingming triumphantly swung her boyfriend's hand, pulled him to wait for the traffic light, and then led him to see the kindergarten she attended as a child. At the same time, down the winding path came two children, small backpacks on their backs, little hands clasped together, faces full of innocent joy. A little couple. The light turned green. The girl beside the boy was the first to step onto the crosswalk, but just as she steadied herself and began to turn, a car showing no sign of slowing suddenly hurtled toward the girl. The boy standing by froze, his mind blank, staring dumbly as the vehicle charged straight at his playmate. Bang! Just as impact was imminent, a figure too fast for the eye to follow appeared. He swiftly scooped up the little girl and in a flash leaped to the side. The out-of-control car crashed sideways into the roadside railing. Its mangled front emitted thick smoke. The driver's fate was unknown. It's okay. Joshan-si gently comforted the dazed little girl in his arms, then looked at the stunned boy beside him. What's your name? The boy looked up in a trance, gazing at the heavenly brother who had appeared out of nowhere. Yuta, my name is Yuta Okatsu. Right? Upon hearing the child utter that name, a tempest of emotions surged within Joshan-si. Beneath his dark glasses, his crimson pupils silently appraised the little boy who stood no taller than his shin. His slightly tousled hedgehog hair, large jet-black eyes, and a pale youthful round face that still bore the marks of fright. This alto familiar visage, coupled with the absence of refined curse energy from two first-grade sorcerers within his body, seamlessly aligned with the memory of that pure-hearted warrior who had triumphed against foreign Sendai. Glancing at the little girl trembling in his arms, her face ashen, yet still revealing the promise of future beauty. This delicate, innocent face with a hint of allure and the beauty mark beneath her lips all confirmed her as the future Curse Queen, Chiban Lixiang. Yet through his unintended intervention, the life-saving embrace he had given might prevent the Curse Queen from ever emerging. As for the pure-hearted warrior, Joshan-si redirected his attention to Igu Yutai. Anyone familiar with the original story would adore this innocent youth. His single feat of defeating foreign Sendai had already captivated countless fans. But now the dazed look in his eyes had vanished, replaced by admiration. He stared with wide, reverent eyes at the dark glasses. Igu Yutai seemed to be etching his image into memory. Taking him as a disciple in the future would be a splendid choice. His skills needed an heir to carry and expand upon. See, I've already called the police. At that moment, Mingming, who had been on the phone behind him, approached gracefully. She looked over her eager to save boyfriend. Are you hurt? No. Joshan-si placed the terrified Chiban Lixiang into Mingming's arms. Hold her for a moment and help calm her down. The accident scared her badly. All right. Mingming accepted, willingly cradling the nearly hit girl and moving aside, comforting her with an almost maternal tenderness. Joshan-si crouched before Igu Yutai, extending his right hand wreathed in rolling black mist to the boy's awestruck eyes. You can see it. Right. Igu Yutai nodded dumbly, his large eyes fixed on the hand, emitting black vapor, a strange light flickering in the depths of his pupils. Joshan-si retracted the dark substance. Prepared for this, he was not surprised that Igu Yutai could perceive the normally invisible dark manipulation technique. He silently took a piece of white paper and a ballpoint pen from his pocket and wrote down the address of Tokyo Jujutsu High School in front of the boy. Joshan-si placed the paper into the boy's small pocket and said calmly, "If you're interested when you turn 15, come find me at this address. It'll show you a world beyond the ordinary. Also, don't tell anyone about what you just saw. It's our little secret. Breaking it will make you never grow up." "They'll keep the secret." Igu Yutai nodded vigorously, his eyes burning with fervent admiration as he gazed at Joshan-si. The thick black mist emanating from his hand was an irresistible curiosity to a young child. Igu Yutai hesitated, then gathered his courage and asked in a weak voice, "What's your name?" "Guess." Joshan-si flicked his forehead, and as the boy winced, he turned to his lover. "Mingming, are you done comforting her? We need to go." "All done. I've never failed a task." Mingming smiled, leading the now calmer little girl over and gently pushed her toward the boy. "Yutai." Chiban Lixiang shrank timidly behind him. Igu Yutai took her hand, acting like a little adult. It's okay. I'll always be with you." Mingming, amused by this mature scene, couldn't help but hold Joshan-si's arm and tease, "Little boy, you've got good. Your childhood sweetheart is a rare beauty. When she grows up, you might have a lucky break." Both of them blushed, burying their heads in shyness like ostriches, yet their small hands remained tightly clasped. When their shyness faded, and they looked up, the sunglasses-wearing couple had already disappeared down the winding path. Yutai, that big brother and sister were really kind. Chiban Lixiang gazed at their distant, harmonious silhouettes, her eyes filled with longing. She wanted to walk happily with Yutai like that forever and become his virtuous wife. Igu Yutai nodded firmly, his large eyes fixed on Joshan-si's back, now brimming with admiration and respect. His left hand, tightly clutching the paper in his pocket, began to emit the same rolling black mist as before, though not as deep and dark as Joshan-si's. If Gojo Satoru had witnessed this, he would have been astonished, for the boy was using the dark manipulation technique without the aid of the inverse spear. This boy's talent surpassed even Fushiguro Megumi. September 7, 2010. 4:00 p.m. I'm home. Returning from work, Joshan-si called out as usual from the entrance, but the response was only too cheerful. He glanced suspiciously at the shoe rack, noticing a pair of black women's combat boots. He didn't dwell on it. Among his acquaintances, the only one who favored combat boots was that unruly woman Jishiji Yuji. Sure enough, after changing into slippers and entering the living room, he saw Jishiji Yuji rolling around on the sofa, trampling all feminine grace underfoot. But when she flipped over and saw Joshan-si, she was so startled that she rolled off the sofa and scrambled. Mingming, witnessing this, smiled and went to help her boyfriend take off his coat. Just as she was about to head to the kitchen to prepare dinner, Joshan-si suddenly said, "He'll cook tonight. Go chat with your good friend." "All right, as you wish." Mingming didn't refuse, standing on tiptoes and planting a sweet, heartfelt kiss on Joshan-si blushed slightly, returned the gesture, and hurried into the kitchen. Without him there, Jishiji Yuji immediately reverted to her unbridled nature, sprawling across the leather sofa in a carefree starfish pose. Having been fed a double dose of PDA, she complained sourly to Mingming, "Really, can't you two show some consideration for my feelings?" "I'm just used to it," Mingming said, picking up a bunch of ruby-red Roman grapes and handing them to her grumbling friend with a hint of embarrassment. Jishiji Yuji took them with a bitter taste, but as the sweet fruit entered her mouth, it inexplicably felt bitter, sour, and astringent. She chewed, her eyes complex as she stared at the distant kitchen wall, and asked casually, "Does Joshan cook for you every day when he comes back?" "Not really." Mingming picked cherries from the plate and answered without much thought, "I cook for C every day, but I enjoy it. I'm willing to be his lifelong cook." Jishiji Yuji stuffed her mouth full of grapes, mumbling, "I remember you used to be so ambitious. How did you willingly become a housewife? When you meet the right person, it's natural to change your life. Besides, being a housewife for C isn't a bad thing," Mingming said with pride, then smiled happily. "When a man is willing to build you a magnificent palace and spoil you with no worries, you'll find that even the strongest woman will fall. Not to mention that C and I have been through over a year of life and death adventures. We're getting married the day after tomorrow. Stay here tonight. Let me show you Sis cooking skills." Jishiji Yuji replied absent-mindedly, then chatted with her good friend while eating grapes with a heavy heart. Honestly, as a nearly 28-year-old leftover woman, she couldn't help but envy Mingming, the sister she had raised herself. No, most women in the world would envy Mingming because Joshan-si had truly spoiled her into a carefree. Sometimes she wondered if she had been at the school those years and had been partnered with Joshan-si, would their fates have been different? Such a high-quality, down-to-earth boy. Surely no woman could dislike him. Mingming, hearing her sister's unusually cheerful tone, set down the cherries in her hand with suspicion and glanced at her sister, whose face was a complex tapestry of emotions. The sight of her sister eating grapes with a dejected and melancholy air made Mingming's brows knit together. No matter how she looked at it, it resembled the ugly aftermath of a heartbreak. "Heartbreak," Mingming murmured inwardly, her frown deepening. In their daily chats on the phone, she had never heard Jujutsu mention anything about a romantic relationship. So what was this lovelorn demeanor all about? A secret crush? Mingming vaguely sensed something amiss and her mind began to churn at full speed. Ever since C returned, her ordinarily boisterous sister had become quiet, especially after hearing that she was getting married the day after tomorrow. She grew even more withdrawn. Could it be that her good sister and best friend had taken an interest in her boyfriend? Mingming, struck by this absurd possibility, couldn't help but twitch her red lips. Even a cat doesn't eat the mouse next to its nest, but you Jujutsu are different. You'd actually set your sights on your own best friend. Truly, there's a timeless saying that never fails: beware of fire, theft, and girlfriends. Mingming steadied her nerves and probed indirectly. What are you so absent-minded about? You're not thinking about my man, are you? Yuji's body stiffened slightly. Then after a long pause, she admitted frankly, I do have a bit of a thought, but I was too late to meet him. Maybe this is the capricious sin the heavens have bestowed upon me. Even daring to covet your sister's man. You truly are my good sister. Mingming cast a contemptuous glance at Jujutsu. Jujutsu chuckled sheepishly. I only think about it when I'm bored and idle. I haven't secretly made a move behind your back. You have to believe me on that. Mingming pursed her lips dismissively. Think about it all you want. The bond between C and me isn't something any fluttering butterfly can break. C once told me, aside from my girlfriend, I will never touch another woman, no matter how tempting she may be, because fidelity is a man's greatest treasure. With that, she shook her head at the dejected Jujutsu, showing off unabashedly. C has not only kept his word, but is exceptionally loving with me. The day after tomorrow, we will walk hand in hand into the hall of blissful marriage. Jujutsu spat out a grape seed in frustration, grabbed her coat without a word, and strode out of the heart-wrenching palace without looking back. Let you have the thought, but not the nerve. Mingming raised her delicate chin like a victorious rooster, using crow manipulation to spy on Jujutsu as she left the estate. Seeing that the troublesome third wheel was gone, Mingming lifted the hem of her kimono and ran to the kitchen, her wooden clogs going clack, clack, clack. Honey, I'm hungry. Have you finished cooking? I want you to feed me. Hungry, honey, hungry. September 9th, 2010. Noon. Inside the opulent Ming Palace bridal chamber, Jujutsu and Mingming, having finished the morning engagement ceremony, sat by the bed eating pastries and watching TV. On the screen, a wedding blessing video recorded by friends and family was playing. In the frame, Wu Tiaowu and Fu Heihui, dressed in matching father-son outfits, first glared at each other with extreme displeasure, then solemnly held hands. See, Miss Ming, congratulations on your wedding. Wu Tiaowu flashed a dazzling white-toothed smile and said emotionally to the camera, Miss Ming, I've lost this battle for C. Please don't let him suffer after marriage, or Wu-chan will feel sorry for him. Disgusting. Others offer blessings at a wedding, but you shamelessly spout bromance. I'm almost impressed by you, Fu Heihui suddenly interjected with a cold remark. Wu Tiaowu threatened viciously, kid, you eat my food and use my money. If you undermine me again, I'll sell your sister to the Kabukicho district in Shinjuku. Fine, I won't say anything. Who cares anyway? Fu Heihui turned away with its tsundere air, his weak spot firmly grasped by this scumbag Wu Tiaowu. Wu Tiaowu patted Fu Heihui's little head with immense satisfaction, then continued, speaking to the camera, See, Wu-chan will remember you. You must be happy, See. You must be happy. He then switched to a comedic sob, collapsing onto the floor in feigned despair. See, how can I live without you? See. Let me change the channel. A wedding turned into a farewell of life and death, said Jujutsu, clad in a black wedding kimono, as he switched channels, unable to bear watching. Mingming, with her limpid eyes, obediently ate the pastries to stave off hunger, having no objections to following her soon-to-be husband's wishes. Today, Mingming was breathtakingly beautiful beyond compare. The hand-stitched white-handed wedding kimono draped over her voluptuous and tall figure was dazzling and radiant, outshining all. Her usually coiled white hair was tied up for the last time at this most important moment of her life, adorned with the eternal violet flowers she cherished. She, who usually preferred light makeup, now presented a natural face with mountain-like brows and watery eyes, graceful and full of charm, bearing the elegance of moonlight and clouds. She showed her most pristine and enchanting side to her future husband, symbolizing that even if they were to become destitute, she would still share every hardship with him. The screen shifted to Xiaojie and his family of three. See, Miss Ming, congratulations on your wedding. Xiaojie waved hello. The two adopted daughters beside him held up a large banner, reading congratulations, their sweet little mouths calling out Mother C and Uncle C in turns. Xiaojie ruffled the heads of his two adopted daughters, smiling warmly. See, I thought I'd be the first of the trio to marry, but it's you, a few months younger, who's taken the lead. I won't say much more. As your close friend, I'm happy for you. I wish you and Miss Ming a lifetime of love and happiness. The screen changed again, this time showing Juru Xiaozi in a white lab coat. She lazily stuffed her hands into her pockets and offered her blessings. Jiushan Sr., Ming, congratulations on your wedding. May you have a pair of gifted twins in the future. By the way, I can deliver your babies for free. The screen continued to turn, revealing Yi Jingdao in formal attire surrounded by a crowd of dolls. Yi Jingdao sighed with emotion. See, Mingming, you are both students I am proud of. Your teacher isn't good with words. I just wish you a life not only filled with daily necessities, but also with mountains to lean on, a sea of stars, poetry, and distant horizons. Pang Dao, with bandages on his hands, also congratulated with joy. Brother Jiushan, I wish you happiness every day after marriage. Don't live as miserably as Jingdao, letting your wife bully you every day. The screen kept turning, showing and Jai the lively treasure with a background wall that looked like Wu Tiao's earlier spot. Sure enough, she raised an eyebrow and glared fiercely at someone behind the camera. Jiushan, see, Miss Mingming, shallow love is like fleeting clouds, deep love is like the long wind. Wishing you a happy wedding and 100 years of bliss. The screen kept turning, now showing the duo of Huiyuan Xiong and Shihai Jianren. Huiyuan Xiong smiled brightly. Senior Jiushan, may your union be as perfect as flowers and the full moon, with joy upon joy. May your marriage be indestructible and your love unbreakable. Shihai Jianren also smiled sincerely. Senior Jiushan, meeting the right person, deep affection. May your future be harmonious and beautiful, loving each other until your hair turns white. The screen kept shifting, finally showing Jiu Shizhou Yuji and little Dongtang Kuei. Jiu Shizhou Yuji patted Dongtang Kuei on the head and gestured with her chin. Dongtang Kuei thought carefully before looking at the camera. Uncle Jiushan, wish you both a happy wedding, sweet and loving forever, as beautiful and touching as in the honeymoon phase. Not bad, kid. Jiu Shizhou Yuji cast an admiring glance at her eloquent apprentice, then heartily shook her fist at the camera. Jiushan, see, Mingming, may your vows last a lifetime, with morning and evening companionship, bringing endless joy. Wishing you a long and happy life together, with happiness stretching far and wide. As the blessings of the 99 concluded, the 7 segments of the recorded video perfectly came to an end, and the festive yet romantic wedding chamber returned to its original tranquility. Suddenly, a soft cake with a fragrant scent of lotus was presented to Jiushan's lips, while at the same time a voice filled with concern echoed in her ears. Eat something to fill your stomach. Today you were extremely busy with the engagement ceremony and family customs, hardly taking a moment to rest. It's fine of being able to marry you into the Jiushan family, makes all my struggles worthwhile. Jiushan opened her mouth to eat, accidentally brushing against the slender fingers adorned with purple nails. Ming, lost in thought, bit her soft pink lips as her gaze towards her beloved softened, filled with deep affection. What's wrong? That gaze filled with tenderness also attracted Jiushan's attention. Ming hesitated as she leaned against Jiushan's chest, intentionally or unintentionally caressing, exhaling softly, I want it. Huh? Jiushan murmured in shock, taken aback by Ming's bold words. In the past, she had always been restrained around Ming, so what was different today? Really? I really can't hold back any longer. Ming tilted her head back, her purple-gray eyes resembling flowing water, locking onto the astonished Jiushan, with waves of allure radiating naturally. She lightly bit her soft lip and sighed. Ever since I returned home with you, you have held me to sleep day and night for 2 years, and I have endured for 2 years because of that. I know your family has strict rules against losing one's virginity before marriage, but I am truly struggling. Just now when you touched my lips, my body reacted as if it were electrified. If this continues, I fear I might cause myself internal injuries. After saying this, her gaze turned aggressive, fixating on her lover's red eyes, both her face and heart filled with anticipation for her beloved's next actions. I know you are struggling, and I empathize with you in this matter. But Jiushan paused, pulling the hesitant Ming into his embrace, whispering gently, we are about to hold our wedding. No matter how hard it is for you, can we save it for tonight? He pretended to be a charming little devil, leaning in to soothe her. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold, while the Ming of the night is priceless. Huff, huff. Upon hearing this, Ming's breath quickened slightly. She bit her pink lip to keep herself awake, reluctantly letting out a whimper of desire, lowering her head in restraint. That slightly spoiled yet pouting whimper was like a lazy kitten stirring Jiushan's heart. Fortunately, her family had trained her to resist desires, giving her a certain level of resistance, who otherwise, with a beauty in his arms, a common man, would have long been lost in a gentle embrace. Master of the house, the wedding ceremony is about to begin. Just as the two were feeding each other, a warm reminder came from outside the door. All right. Jiushan responded, rising and extending his right hand to the stunningly beautiful Ming, inviting her with a smile. Let's go, my princess. Okay, my prince. Ming beamed as she offered her right hand. The two intertwined their fingers tightly, walking out of the wedding chamber, their faces radiant with happiness and sweetness as they stepped onto the red carpet leading to the marriage altar. Step by step they arrived before the closed grand door. Two waiting maids like Cupid opened the door, and in an instant a cascade of pink petals fell from the sky. A long corridor, made of rosewood, came into view. Countless garlands made of dollars hung above, fluttering gently in the breeze. On the left side of the corridor, elegant white lilies bloomed, representing eternal love, while the right side was adorned with noble purple violets, signifying I love you. As far as the eye could see, the surroundings were a romantic and beautiful sea of flowers. The sweet pink sky was not only scattered with petals, but also filled with countless floating pink balloons. The stunning and grand layout deeply touched Ming Ming, who gazed up at Jiushan, revealing a Jiushan, feeling moved, lowered his head to meet her gaze, capturing the sincere and passionate emotions reflected in Ming Ming's eyes. With heartfelt emotion, he firmly grasped their intertwined hands, gazing deeply into Ming Ming's eyes, saying, "Once we cross this threshold, there is no turning back. You will carry my surname, support me as a husband, and always consider me first. I have never regretted meeting you. Taking care of you for these past 2 years has been my way of supporting you as a husband," Ming Ming replied firmly. Upon hearing this, Jiushan no longer hesitated, squeezing their intertwined fingers even tighter as he led Ming Ming across the threshold. In an instant, fireworks exploded, Mendelssohn's wedding march began to play, and the sounds of cannons mingled with the piano music, celebrating their entry into the corridor of marriage. With the dollar garlands fluttering and the fragrant aroma of flowers surrounding them, Jiushan held Ming Ming's hand as they walked through the corridor and arrived at the wedding stage. Since Ming Ming loved saving money, Jiushan created a stage using $500 million. On the left side of the tranquil lake, 2 drones were used to hang 2 violets crafted from $10 billion each. All the friends and family attending the wedding were seated on chairs made of dollars. In summary, this was a wedding that was purely financially extravagant. Not many people came to attend the wedding, only close friends and family who had helped raise them. On stage, Wu Tiaowu, hosting his first wedding, hurriedly took off his sunglasses and earnestly warmed up the atmosphere. "Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am very honored to be entrusted by Mr. Jiushan to host the wedding celebration for him and Miss Nagano. Today is September 9th, 2010 at 1:30 p.m., which is an auspicious time. I hereby declare the wedding celebration officially begins. Now let's give a warm round of applause to welcome the 2 newlyweds onto the stage." Amidst the envious blessings and warm applause, Jiushan and Ming Ming stood on the soft carpet made of dollars. They then separated according to custom and waited for Wu Tiaowu's next instructions. Wu Tiaowu's eyes turned subtly as he recalled the content he was supposed to host from the night before. A few seconds later, he took a small step forward to stand between the 2 and smiled brightly. "Standing on either side of me are today's main characters. To my left is today's most distinguished guest, the groom, Mr. Jiushan. Mr. Jiushan is truly charming and distinguished, a handsome and noble prince. And to my right is today's bride, Miss Nagano Ming. Miss Nagano Ming can only be described as beautiful and graceful, simply as Snow White, who stepped out of a fairy tale. Today is a day of joy and celebration. Our 2 newlyweds, with hearts full of love for each other, have finally walked into the solemn and sacred hall of marriage." He then looked at Jiushan and solemnly asked, "Mr. Jiushan, do you wish to take this lady beside you as your wife?" "I do," Jiushan replied, almost without hesitation. Wu Tiaowu solemnly inquired again, "Whether in poverty or prosperity, do you wish to share joys and sorrows with her for a lifetime?" "I do," Jiushan again answered without any consideration. The years of meeting, gathering, and loving had already made him deeply love the woman in front of him. Wu Tiaowu felt a surge of emotions and slightly turned to face Ming Ming, solemnly asking, "Now, Miss Nagano Ming, do you wish to marry Mr. Jiushan as your husband?" "I do." Ming Ming nodded without any hesitation. Wu Tiaowu solemnly inquired again, "Whether in poverty or prosperity, do you wish to share joys and sorrows with him for a lifetime?" "I do." Ming Ming nodded again without hesitation. "Great. Now let us invite the 2 newlyweds to exchange tokens of love, symbolizing a lasting bond and eternal love accompanying each other until old age." At 9 o'clock in the evening, after seeing off friends, dear ones, and teachers, as well as the parents-in-law, Jiushan eagerly ran up to the wedding chamber on the 2nd floor, filled with joy. Upon entering, he saw Ming Ming sitting by the bed with a smile waiting for him. Jiushan's face turned slightly red as he closed the door, taking small steps to sit beside her, softly asking, "Ming Ming, do you want to eat something?" Ming Ming shook her head lightly, leaning her head against her husband's broad shoulder, the ancient wedding ring on her ring finger particularly eye-catching. "Hubby, do you think the wedding ring you put on me looks good?" "It looks good." Jiushan held Ming Ming's delicate right hand, then lifted her swan-like chin, gazing deeply. The wedding ring is indeed beautiful, but it cannot compare to my legitimate wife in the slightest. Ming Ming's tender lips curled up as she wrapped her arms around Jiushan's waist, playfully untying the sash of his kimono, her eyes glimmering like silk. Since it cannot compare to me at all, why are you still unmoved? As soon as her words fell, after restraining himself all day, Jiushan lowered his head to capture her pink cherry lips, and they both fell onto the wedding bed, indulging in each other. April 4th, 2012. 2 years of time came to an abrupt end. Inside the top floor of the Jushin Twin Towers, Jujutsu Tsukasa, who has been the world's richest man, was currently bored playing golf indoors. With a half-moon swing of the golf club, the ball rolled smoothly into the hole. Ding ding ding. Just as he was about to follow up with the next shot, his 3X smartphone resting on the table suddenly rang. Jushin Tsukasa picked it up and answered, tilting it against his ear, multitasking as he said, "Moshi Moshi. This is Jushin Tsukasa. Brother Rich, it's your adorable Wujang. Surprised to get my call, are you?" "I'm neither surprised nor shocked. If you have something to say, say it. If not..." Jushin Tsukasa had long since developed immunity to the teasing voice of his dear friend. "Oh, what a lack of romance, brother Tsukasa, you weren't like this before. Have you forgotten the blissful nights we shared at the vocational school with Wujang? On a dark and windy night. I was still a virgin until that night, when you could no longer bear the loneliness and made your move. I resisted, and you resorted to force. Now you've completely taken advantage of me and heartlessly abandoned me. How could your heart be so cruel? Whoa. Heartless brother Tsukasa." Jushin Tsukasa felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Without a word, he hung up the phone. Thankfully, Mei was not around, otherwise he would have to face the music. Thinking of his wife at home, Jushin Tsukasa couldn't help but laugh and cry. He had thought he married a virtuous Sakura, but it turned out to be Kushinai. Ding ding ding. The phone rang again, and Jushin Tsukasa answered it once more. "Ungrateful friend." Fujitu Wuju complained slightly, and said, "Seriously, are you free now? I need a favor." "I'm free." Jushin Tsukasa swung his golf club while glancing at the clock on the wall. Seeing it was 9 o'clock, he spoke. "I'm busy at 1 o'clock this afternoon. I have an appointment with the president of the neighboring camel country to discuss oil business." "You're such a complete weirdo doing business involving oil. I'm beginning to suspect you're not human." Fujitu Wuju muttered a small complaint, then said in a rather heavy tone, "Can your dark arts extract the souls of the possessed?" "Yes." Jushin Tsukasa frowned slightly and put down his golf club, asking, "Why are you suddenly asking this? Is someone around you possessed?" "Pretty much," Fujitu Wuju said with some headache. "Do you remember who Fushiguro Megumi's godsister is?" "Are you saying the possessed person is Fushiguro Megumi's godsister, Fushiguro Tsumaki?" Jushin Tsukasa caught the key point of the conversation, and his brain began to work slightly faster. Indeed, the original text mentioned this matter. Kenjaku spread the souls of sorcerers who had signed contracts before preparing for the swimmer to begin the cycle of death and rebirth. The soul he had planted in Fushiguro Tsumaki was a lovesick and obsessed one, which was rather thought-provoking. It was as if Kenjaku had predicted that the lovesick would take a liking to Fushiguro Megumi's body, thus laying the groundwork to help the lovesick seize control over the physical body. Kenjaku understood the personality of the lovesick. Once the possession was successful, they would surely use Fushiguro Tsumaki's body to challenge Fushiguro Megumi. At that time, the lovesick would undoubtedly occupy Fushiguro Megumi's body, killing his sister, while assuming the identity of the younger brother, thus shattering the light in Fushiguro Megumi's heart. One must admit that Kenjaku was truly wicked. The originator, the one-eyed cat, truly deserved to die for creating such a gruesome narrative of sibling slaughter. The possessed person is indeed my adopted daughter, Fushiguro Rumi. Fujitu Wuju then said with a slightly heavy heart. During Tsumaki's sleep, I tried many methods to wake her, but none worked. In my desperation, I suddenly remembered what you said during our time at the vocational school. You said dark arts are the absolute nemesis of possession. So, I shamelessly came to ask for your help as a dear friend. You wouldn't heartlessly refuse Wujang, right, brother Tsukasa? Be serious. Jushin Tsukasa asked seriously. When did you discover Fushiguro Tsumaki was possessed? If it's been a week, no matter how strong I am, I won't be able to help. Fujitu Wuju put away his playful demeanor and slowly explained, Tsumaki was affected last night. I have now transferred her from Saitama to the hospital in Chiyoda City Center. I heard from Megumi that Tsumaki was worried about her classmates going to explore some bridge in Saitama, so she followed them in the middle of the night. By the time Megumi found her, Tsumaki was already unconscious, and the 2 classmates who accompanied her had also been cursed and killed. I only know this much. You need to come to the city hospital quickly. Only with you by my side can I feel a strong sense of security. Tsukasa, hurry over, I really need you. Look, you're in a rush again. Jushin Tsukasa calmly raised his left hand, gathering his fingers to point at his forehead. In the next moment his tall and well-built figure disappeared with a swoosh from the office. He reappeared in the hospital room, where Fujitu Wuju was. Fujitu Wuju on the phone was taken aback for a moment, then joyfully exclaimed, "Brother Tsukasa, it's Wujang, the living richest man, Brother Tsukasa," he said teasingly, and ran towards Jushin Tsukasa looking as if they hadn't seen each other in years, and were eager for a hug. In a rather effeminate manner. "Stop right there." Jushin Tsukasa quickly stepped back, guarding his chest, and warned, "If you come any closer I'll go back. I'm sure you don't want your adopted daughter to become someone else's, right?" Fujitu Wuju halted his advance, pouting in annoyance. "You want me to stop, so I will. But I won't do as you wish, I'll just lie here to show you." As he spoke he lay on the floor of the hospital room and rolled around like a caterpillar. Jushin Tsukasa could hardly bear to watch this amusing sight, and pulled him up asking, "Where did Fushiguro Megumi go? Why isn't he here to guard his sister?" Hearing this Fujitu Wuju became irritated and replied, "That little brat is here, but when he heard you were coming he scampered off to the hospital cafeteria to get food. He said that if you came his sister would awaken and he thought he was more reliable than my self-proclaimed second strongest. If I weren't afraid of killing him I would have really wanted to beat him up." Jushin Tsukasa smirked, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and raised an eyebrow asking, "I'm stronger than you. That's a fact, right?" Fujitu Wuju opened his mouth to retort, but unfortunately this was an undeniable fact. He turned his head sulking, "I can't be bothered to deal with you. Hurry and treat Sumiki, then get out of my sight." Understanding his friend's tsundere nature, Jushin Tsukasa refrained from teasing him further. Instead he patted his back while looking at the girl with the stag beetle hairstyle on the hospital bed. She was an outstanding beauty, but unfortunately a terrifying curse pattern was visible on her forehead. "Did you figure it out?" Fujitu Wuju couldn't contain his inner anxiety. "I did." Jushin Tsukasa released his hand from his friend's back and walked in front of the unconscious Fushiguro Tsumiki, using his hand to push aside her hair, revealing the cursed black marks. Any ordinary sorcerer seeing this pattern would surely think it was caused by a curse, but that's not the case. This kind of pattern is imprinted by a person's soul. When the pattern disappears it signifies that the external soul has successfully occupied the original body, and the original soul will completely perish. Fujitu Wuju, not convinced, said, "I know all this. I'm not asking for a lecture, I want to see you extract the disgusting soul inside." "Look, you're in a rush again." Jushin Tsukasa glanced sideways at his unsteady friend, and said, "Step back. I'll show you what true strength is." Fujitu Wuju obediently took a few steps back, pretending to be a fangirl, and pulled out 2 glow sticks from nowhere, saying, "Go for it, Brother Tsukasa. Wujang is watching you unleash your great power, punish evil, and uphold world peace." Jushin Tsukasa shook his head helplessly, then slightly gathered his right hand, causing thick black smoke to erupt from it, which he pressed on a Fushiguro Tsumiki's pretty face. Today Jushin Tsukasa was going to audaciously extract half of his ancestor's soul. As he pulled his right hand back, the sleeping Tsumiki opened her eyes wide in anger, staring at Jushin Tsukasa through the gaps between his fingers like a cold and venomous mamba. Jushin Tsukasa remained calm and indifferent, increasing the vast curse power within him, and a naked, unadorned soul was pulled out like a marionette. That tall figure seemed to twist and turn like soft cotton candy, gradually transforming into a black ball, while the curse marks on Tsumiki's forehead also faded away. Jushin Tsukasa weighed the black ball in his palm, and Fujitu Wuju trotted over affectionately, resting his chin on his friend's shoulder, curiously observing it with his 6 eyes. It was a pitch-black sphere akin to the black ball that Jeter captured, but the color inside it was evidently darker than what Tsukasa held, a super black type. Just as they were examining it, the surface of the black sphere suddenly revealed a small mouth, which spoke fluently. "Black-haired reed cross, are you a relative of that little brat?" Fujitu Wuju, resting his chin on his hand, tilted his head in confusion and asked his friend, "This mouth has some character. Is she your relative?" Jushin Tsukasa opened his mouth to respond, but unexpectedly the mouth on the ball preemptively answered, "Relative. I'm half of this little brat's ancestor." As she spoke she glared at Jushin Tsukasa, baring her teeth. "Little brat, my name is Wan. Your Jushin family's history must have recorded my deeds, right?" "There is indeed a record." Jushin Tsukasa replied honestly, "The head of the family you mentioned is described as beautiful and ethereal in the family history. But from what I see, your actions now make it clear that beneath your beauty lies a treacherous heart. You are a shameless undead." You are quite right. Compared to that little brat ancestor of yours, I need conquest, not just blind obedience. I am indeed the undead you speak of, yet you ruin my second chance at life. Is this how you repay the savior of your ancestor?" Jushin Tsukasa casually replied, "Your ancestor's debt of gratitude has long been repaid. Without his recommendation, could you have gone to Kyoto to encounter that monster? It's quite sad when you think about it, to be killed by someone who doesn't love you. Jushin, little brat. Are you mocking me? The mouth on the ball seemed to be deeply affected by Jujutsu Tsukasa's words that cried out in rage and lunged at the fingers holding the black ball. Unexpectedly, Jujutsu Tsukasa chose to let go, throwing the black ball to the ground where it rolled amusingly. Jushin, little brat, you are insulting me. Don't let me out, or I'll come and eat you right in front of your ancestor's grave. I'll eat you steamed, roasted, braised, stir-fried, boiled, stewed, raw, frozen, and paired with wine. Fujitu Wuju, unfazed, scratched his ear and leaned on his friend's shoulder, saying, Your half-ancestor is quite eccentric. Can't we try a different method of eating? Jioshan Si pushed aside Wu Tiao Wu on his shoulder, casually explaining. She comes from the Heian period and is a love-struck enthusiast of beauty arts. Wu Tiao Wu, intrigued, stroked his chin and gazed curiously at the black ball on the ground that was making bold claims. After a few seconds, he sighed in disappointment. Your ancestor's perception is quite weak. Her strength is only slightly above 5 Zen temples, Zhubai Ren. Even if she has been resurrected in flesh, it seems she can't withstand even 2 of my punches. Moreover, the technique she possesses is a low-efficiency construction technique. Moi. Wu Tiao Wu paused, looking oddly at his unchanged friend, teasingly saying, Construction techniques can create all the substances one has seen, and your dark manipulation technique can easily achieve the same. See, should I say that you and your ancestor are quite fated? Nonsense, don't tarnish our 1,000-year-old Jioshan family with this love-struck enthusiast. Jioshan Si rolled his eyes in silence, correcting. I have no blood relation to her. She can be regarded as half an ancestor of our Jioshan family based on the life-saving grace from the Heian period. The head of the family who was saved back then also granted her wealth and high official recommendations in the capital, thus offsetting the gratitude for her life-saving act. Little brat, that's easy to say, but if I hadn't intervened back then, the Jioshan family would have been exterminated long ago, and you wouldn't have been born smoothly. Just a few years of wealth and a piece of worthless paper from the former capital cannot offset the prosperity I've secured for your descendants. If I don't let your Jioshan family suffer and face bankruptcy, then I won't share the surname Jioshan with you, little brat. Wu Qiaowu couldn't help but laugh, his belly aching from laughter, and he shamelessly leaned onto Jioshan Si's back. The black ball, furious, rolled to Jioshan Si's feet, gritting its teeth and questioning, Bandage brat, what are you laughing at? Are you mocking me? I am laughing at you. Wu Qiaowu, his body softening from laughter, struggled to lean on his friend's back and pulled up the bandage, revealing a six-eyed face filled with tears of joy. Do you know who this little Jioshan brat in front of you is? The 6 eyes filled with tears of joy glanced at the gritting teeth of the black ball, as if looking at an unrefined person. He is the world's richest man to this day. You think you can bankrupt him? Do you know he can crush you with money? He was just a wealthy tycoon back then. I have slept in the emperor's treasury. Can his meager wealth compare to gold bars? Enough, I have a generational gap with you, an ancient person. Wu Tiao Wu, too lazy to deal with the woman in the ball who had a narrow view, turned to ask his friend's opinion. How shall we handle the unrefined creature at your feet? If she doesn't resist, just leave her to me. I can use Z to liberate her life, causing her soul to scatter, so she won't continue to harm others. Upon hearing this, one felt a surge of excitement. As a powerful being in the era of widespread sorcery, she had certainly seen 6 eyes and understood that such a sorcerer should not be underestimated. In a moment of inspiration, she kicked out 2 pairs of small white feet from the bottom of the ball, using them to jump into Jioshan Si's pocket, and then poked her head out to negotiate. Little Jioshan brat. Oh no, Jioshan. See, regardless of anything, I am still half your ancestor. If you let someone kill your ancestor, you will be struck by lightning. I've only just gained this second chance at resurrection. If you don't look at the monk's face, look at the Buddha's face. I promise not to be resurrected as someone else, and you can supervise me. And the little girl lying on the bed, she has no technique of her own, and now that I have imprinted my construction technique in her, isn't this a good deed? Upon hearing this, Wu Tiao Wu became interested and hurriedly walked over to his adopted daughter, staring with one 6-eyed gaze to observe the changes after her resurrection. As expected, just like the woman inside the black ball, said Suzuki Miki indeed had the imprint of that woman's construction technique within her. This technique is neither strong nor weak, it is of average level. Providing it to his adopted daughter Suzuki Miki gives her a certain degree of life-saving ability. Uncle Wu Tiao. At this moment, Suzuki Miki groaned and opened her eyes. Upon seeing her third adopted father staring at her with a lewd look, she turned pale with fright. Wu Tiao Wu chuckled grotesquely. If he didn't have a harmless, delicate face, kind-hearted Suzuki Miki, Uncle Wu Tiao, where's this place? Suzuki Miki clutched the blanket around her and weakly surveyed the hospital room she was in. When she saw the noble man standing at the foot of the bed, his lifeless pale yellow eyes lit up slightly, and she exclaimed in surprise, Jioshan brother. Long time no see, Miki. Jioshan Si nodded slightly, speaking with concern. I heard Wu Tiao say you encountered a curse, so I came to check on you. How are you feeling now? I feel quite well. Suzuki Miki shrugged and thought, aside from feeling a bit weak, everything is the same as before. By the way, Suzuki Miki suddenly recalled something and turned pale, saying, during my slumber, there was a naked woman chasing me, and I kept running aimlessly, while she pursued me incessantly. Upon hearing the words from the pocket, one feeling frustrated stuck her tongue out and licked the surface of the black ball. If the little girl hadn't been so determined, she would have already taken over the body. Suzuki Miki, still shaken, said, it wasn't until a familiar black smoke came in and pulled her away that I dared to stop and catch my breath. By the way, was that black smoke your technique, Joshan brother? Joshan Si was speechless, looking towards Wu Tiaowu, who merely curled his lips and said nothing, appearing indifferent. Joshan Si thought carefully and replied, it was my technique. With the help of your uncle Wu Tiao, we were able to wake you up from the curse. That's right. With the help of your Joshan brother, we were able to wake you from the curse. Wu Tiaowu agreed with satisfaction, secretly giving his friend a thumbs up. To know him, no one else but Joshan Si could do it. Just go die, the further the better. Always snatching high-end business. Not killing him is already showing great mercy. Jay's presence has been affecting my and Sis alone time. Is that really the case? Suzuki Miki looked suspiciously at her adopted father, who was taking credit. She was very clear that her adopted father's technique involved repulsion and attraction. After all, he boasted about it in front of Hui all the time. So it should be that Joshan brother divided the credit with him to spare him the embarrassment in front of her. Joshan brother. Truly wonderful. Wu Tiaowu, feeling guilty, lowered the bandage and turned to urge his friend to leave. See, you just spent too much energy, hurry back to rest. Joshan Si was left speechless. Wu Tiao, you really know how to burn bridges. If I had known, I wouldn't have shared the credit with you, you heartless one. Casting a resentful glance at his friend who had turned his back on him, he said little and walked into the bathroom, pointing his sword at the brow, leaving this place of conflict. Hearing the sound of the bathroom, Wu Tiaowu sighed in relief, feeling guilty. See, I will make it up to you later. If you stay here any longer, your soul will be taken away by me. When he comes back with food, I still have to lie to him. Being this adopted father is truly a labor of love. Joshan Twin Towers. With a swish, Joshan Si teleported back to the top-level president's office. After walking just a few steps, when the black ball jumped onto his shoulder, and she curiously opened her small mouth to ask, little brat, how did you just teleport? I just sensed the spatial fluctuations. Could it be that you not only possess that dark manipulation technique, but also another technique that creates space? Joshan Si ignored her, treating it as a fleeting remark, and silently sat in the office chair with the love-struck enthusiast bouncing on his shoulder. Casually glancing at the desk, he saw a sumptuous lunch laid out, and without needing to look, he knew it was the female secretary who brought it back from the cafeteria. Unfortunately, he didn't eat food brought by others, fearing it might be poisoned. This secretary was quite beautiful. She dared to present her whimsical ideas and plans to him, and sometimes they coincided perfectly. Moreover, she came from a single-parent family and lived with her busy mother during her childhood. During her interview, she had mentioned her mother. Although her mother was very busy with work, she would come home every night and gently tell her the story of Momotaro. The reason he could hire her was because when she said she was too lonely and wanted to do something to gain attention, it undoubtedly proved that she was a strong-willed person. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Joshan Si lifted the lid of his lunchbox, revealing one vegetable dish, one meat dish, and one soup. The aroma was tantalizing, awakening his palate. The love-struck chatterbox, still perched on his shoulder, who had been incessantly babbling, paused as the scent hit her. She blinked, stared blankly at the food on the table, and smacked her little lips. Drooling, she asked Joshan Si, the food from your era smells so good. Just by looking at the oil, it's much richer than what we had in the Heian period. She tilted her round, pitch-black, moist sphere upward, revealing two neat little fangs. As my junior, shouldn't you pay homage to your ancestor? Can your soul eat? Joshan Si asked with mild surprise, eyeing her greedy little mouth. I can eat. The flesh is the soul, and the soul is the flesh. Juan smacked her lips. Your era's stuff is quite novel, but aren't you curse users a bit too ignorant? Even though I'm in a soul state right now, I'm no different from a normal person. You junior know nothing at all. Joshan Si did not argue. He simply reached out, stuck his finger straight into her ceaselessly chattering little mouth, and stirred it around curiously. It felt cool, without any trace of normal human temperature. Joshan Si asked curiously, what does my finger taste like? One, having her finger inserted for the first time, smacked a few times in a daze, and answered, a bit salty. What did you touch? Nothing much. The saltiness is probably dust from helping someone brush their clothes. Joshan Si withdrew his finger from her cool mouth, disdainfully wiped off the saliva with a tissue, and placed the spherical one in front of the lunchbox. Eat up. Taste the cuisine of the new world. Juan stared at the delicious food in a daze. Her earlier resentment from having her fingers sucked vanished. She hopped on her little feet, leaped into the lunchbox, and began sampling. With every bite, she let out a series of bizarre howls and exaggerated expressions, as if she were a rustic bumpkin just born tasting unimaginable delicacies. Joshansi couldn't be bothered to retort this ancient ancestor. He silently got up, went to the rest area, and took out a cat house full of childlike charm. He then installed it in a corner of his desk, giving her a place to stay. After all, taking her home was out of the question. If she tried to escape, he could track her through the substance on the black sphere. Besides himself, no one could break the seal on the sphere. Hopefully she would run off to Kinjaku, letting him catch them both in one trap. He tapped her spherical body and warned, after you finish eating, hide in that little house. If you dare come out without my order, I won't hesitate to commit ancestral patricide. Juan swallowed grease on her lips. I know I'm very good and obedient. You say don't go west, and I absolutely won't go west. Joshansi didn't take her assurance seriously. After all, how obedient could a flesh-eating, love-struck chatterbox really be? And how well could she listen? At 5 p.m., in the empty office, the love-struck chatterbox woke from a peaceful afternoon nap. She trotted out of the cozy cat house on her little feet. Not seeing Joshansi, she couldn't help but let out a series of strange laughs. My dear Junior, you're still too naive. No wariness at all, just letting me, a man-eating monster, roam free. I think you're the naive one. Killing you is just a snap of his fingers. A woman with neat short white hair pushed open the door and entered. She swayed her slender legs clad in black stockings under a pencil skirt, a faint, indescribably eerie smile on her pink lips. Then she glided gracefully onto the office chair. One stared silently at the bizarre woman before her, then sneered after a long pause, and I thought it was who. Turns out it's you, freak. The woman frowned coldly and said darkly, if you can't speak properly, shut your mouth. Don't forget you're bound by my restraint. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Are you threatening me? One laughed coldly. I crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. You think you can scare me? If you've got the guts, use the restraint to kill me. I'd like to see how you start the culling game without me, the swimmer. The woman's face flickered with uncertainty. Instinctively, she pulled a well-preserved tissue from her chest, and right in front of Juan took a deep sniff. His scent is still so strong, she moaned with intoxication. Listen to yourself. We're partners after all. Let's not say things that undermine trust from now on. One, having their mutual needs in mind, didn't continue to provoke. She reached out her little hand and patted her spherical body. You came at the right time. Is there any way to destroy this seal on me? No. The woman answered without a second thought. She waved the tissue helplessly and clicked her tongue in admiration. This is a spirit-specific seal. Only the caster can undo it. Anyone else who tries will only cause the soul to scatter. She added with caution, the moment anyone touches it, see far away, will sense it. Then I won't even have time to escape. Escape? Juan asked in confusion. You've lived for so many years. With your strength, you can't take down that brat. You're not trying to abandon me, are you? The woman's mouth twitched. I may be strong, but don't compare me to a monster. Joshansi can one-shot me. Juan was dumbfounded. What kind of ancient joke are you making? You think he's Raiman Sukuna? Raiman Sukuna. The woman shook her head with undisguised contempt. He's not even fit to tie C's shoes. C's power is incomparable. He is an existence that cannot be defeated by any combined force. One clearly thought the woman was bragging. In her heart, Raiman Sukuna was the ultimate being who no one could. One sneered. I don't think that brat is strong. Since you worship him, tell me what makes him so powerful. The woman first gave One a look that said idiot, then began to explain. C's strength is beyond words. There was none in the past, and there will be none in the future. He is the invincible one. He possesses a body that adapts to everything in the world. An enemy's attack can only hurt him once. Do you think Raiman Sukuna can do that? His dark manipulation technique is unsolvable. It can forcibly nullify all an enemy's techniques. Do you think Raiman Sukuna can do that easily? His martial arts and swordsmanship have reached the realm of returning to simplicity. If he claims second in close combat, who in the world dares to claim first? He is born with divine eyes, said to be able to kill even gods before him. Do you think the Raiman Sukuna you speak of can slay a god? His innate cursed energy is immense, practically inexhaustible. Do you think Raiman Sukuna can achieve that? His dual-pole dual domain. Can Raiman Sukuna do that? The woman stood up excitedly and pointed ruthlessly at the dumbfounded Juan. You are just a frog at the bottom of a well, a love-struck fool with narrow vision. All day long you blabber about Raiman Sukuna, this Raiman Sukuna that. Do you even know the true weight of Joshansi in the modern era? Joshansi is invincible. The best description I can give is he holds the sun and moon, plucks the stars. There is no one like him in this world. Stupid woman, talking to you any longer makes me feel stupid. You're the stupid one. I am clearly incredibly clever. Juan pouted and retorted to the capable woman before her, speaking with defiance. Anyway, in my heart, Raiman Sukuna is the strongest. The brat you revere can only rank beneath Raiman Sukuna. Ha ha ha. The woman cast a disdainful glance at the love-struck fool with no vision and shot back without kindness. Calling you a stupid woman feels like an insult to the word stupid woman. You're not just short-sighted, you're also narrow-minded. You're like a giant stupid frog sitting at the bottom of a well gazing at the sky. Constantly being called stupid one grew furious. Call me stupid again, and I'll jump on you, and well done. You said that once someone touches the seal on the sphere, Hatoyama Tsukasa far away will sense it. We'll see if you survive. As you wish. The woman didn't care much as she sat back in her office chair, crossing her slender, sexy, black-stockinged legs with an air of impunity. The woman took a deep sniff of the tissue, letting out a moan of intoxication. I am now Tsukasa's secretary, and I have a nice name, Sugawara-ri. One shouted without any subtlety. I don't care if you're a secretary or a bouquetary. I'm asking you what's your purpose in approaching my junior. A nouveau riche of the new era, that's what you are. The woman named Sugawara-ri cast a look of great disgust at the love-struck fool, then pressed the tissue to her heaving chest with deep affection. Her eyes full of passion, her face brimming with happiness. My purpose is simple. To be close to Tsukasa, to cultivate a new world love with him. Saying this, she took another deeply infatuated sniff of the tissue imbued with Tsukasa's scent. Tsukasa, the 2 years spent with you have made me so happy. These 2 years have been the happiest and most blissful time in my 1,000 years. The sight of you working earnestly makes my heart flutter with spring fever. And when you inadvertently frown or smile, it makes my lonely body yearning to unite with you flow incessantly, like encountering morning dew. Watching the partner sitting in the chair lost in amorous fantasies, one's only visible mouth couldn't help but twitch violently. She said with a touch of venom, aren't you just a big man being utterly disgusting? That brat Hatoyama is male. You want a love of the dragon and the phoenix. Ignorant. Sugawara-ri's brow shot up as she cast a chilly glance at the love-struck woman who had interrupted. She stood up to leave, saying, from now on you stay put here. Pretend you don't know me if we meet. If you shatter the balance between me and Tsukasa, then I will kill you, even at the risk of losing a swimmer. Hearing this, Wan's pitch-black spherical body turned even darker. Her only exposed mouth bared her canines at the departing Sugawara-ri. 1,000 years ago, anyone who dared disrespect her had already ended up in her stomach. If not for being bound by restraints and seals, she would have surely taught this flaunting freak a lesson. Whether she could win or not, she was determined to make him pay. As the office door closed, Wan felt a wave of loneliness as she looked around the simply decorated room. The silence was overwhelming. At that moment, she couldn't help but miss that annoying junior. In this unfamiliar era, Hatoyama Tsukasa was her only family. Hatoyama Tsukasa, if you abandon your ancestor, the heavens will surely strike you with lightning. Wan huffed, kicking out her little foot, and stomped with an 8-character stride into the cat room. January 8, 2017. 5 years had come to an abrupt halt. At the entrance of the Zenin residence in the early morning, a non-mainstream man with bandages wrapped around his eyes stepped over the threshold. With a somewhat swaggering air, he kicked the closed door open with one foot. The tremendous force sent both doors flying, smashing straight through the eaves. Instantly, alarms of enemy attack sounded throughout the Zenin estate. The Kakuru unit, the family's guard corps, quickly surrounded the intruder. Zenin Noburo, sporting a chili pepper hairstyle, demanded in a deep voice, Gojo clan head, kicking down the Zenin family gate so early in the morning. Isn't that rather rude? Now 27 years old, Gojo Satoru picked his ear regarding the crowd as mere ants. I don't talk to watchdogs. Call Nobito out, arrogant. The moment the words were spoken, Zenin Noburo's robust body lost its balance and crashed into the eaves behind him, unconscious. At the same time, except for a bespectacled girl, all the other members of the Kakuru unit were hurled into the air before they could even react. So annoying. Gojo Satoru clapped his hands leisurely, paying no heed to the groans behind him, and swaggered into the main hall. Wow. So strong. The bespectacled girl behind him stood utterly stunned. If she possessed such power, could she massacre her own family? Gojo Satoru, with his 360-degree field of vision, couldn't help but smile knowingly. If his guess was right, the one in glasses was Zenin Maki, the naughty yet fully awakened heavenly restrictions oppressor. Surely she would be a promising sapling. Nobito, I've brought you some warmth. Gojo Satoru swaggered into the main hall of the Zenin residence. As soon as he entered, he noticed Zenin Junichi and Zenin Oji, whose expressions were as grim as if someone had died. Gojo Satoru ignored them completely, just two impotently raging parasites. He swaggered over to the old man who was drinking sake with his chest exposed. Zenin Nobito took a gulp of good sake from his gourd, stroked his two elegant English-style, long mustaches, and asked gruffly, Gojo Satoru, throwing your weight around at the Zenin house so early, are you treating me like I'm already dead? Ah, if you hadn't spoken, I'd have thought you'd drunk yourself to death. Gojo Satoru feigned surprise, covering his mouth with exaggerated sarcasm. Zenin Oji and Zenin Junichi, seated below, stood up indignantly, their faces dark as they fixed their gazes on Gojo Satoru's back, as if ready to fight to the death. What are you doing? Such scary expressions. Are you trying to kill me? Gojo Satoru pretended to be frightened, stepping back and hiding behind Zenin Nobito, as if overwhelmed. He poked his head out, grinning with a threat. Dare to touch me, and tomorrow, I'll have my billionaire brother dismantle your Zenin clan. At this blame-shifting remark, Zenin Oji and Zenin Jiniki's mouths twitched violently. They had seen shamelessness, but never such shamelessness. You Gojo Satoru were the one who barged into the Zenin house early in the morning and insulted its head to his face. Now you turn the tables and use the retired strongest as a threat. Zenin Nobito let out a sake-scented burp to ease the tension and said bluntly, Gojo Satoru were both straightforward men. Speak your piece. Now this head speaks my language. Gojo Satoru stopped his antics, a faint smile on his lips as he walked up to Zenin Oji and Zenin Jinichi. He looked down at them with his hands in his pockets and said lightly, if either of you becomes the head, I might just kill you, you know. The undisguised thick, killing intent pressed directly against their skulls. Instinctively they broke into a cold sweat and stepped back, not daring to talk back. Everyone knew that the strongest in the jujutsu world now was Gojo Satoru. After all, the one who could suppress Gojo Satoru, Hatoyama Tsukasa, had already retired to the shadows. Even though he had stepped back, his strength and reputation continued to circulate throughout the jujutsu world. He was like an unattainable lofty mountain that people could only look up to. Gojo Satoru gave a contemptuous chuckle, fumbled around his person, and finally pulled out an admission letter. He turned and tossed it onto Zenin Nobito's desk. I'm here to inform you that Zenin Maki will be enrolling. If you try to stop that girl, I won't mind using my fist to get your consent. Or, I could have my billionaire brother reason with you. Pick one, fists or my billionaire brother. I choose. Zenin Nobito resolutely defended the honor of the Zenin clan. 1 second later, Zenin Nobito, now with a black eye, groaned as he collected the letter, helplessly watching the infuriating white-haired man leave. The next day, in front of the Tokyo Jujutsu High School, Hatoyama Tsukasa and Fushiguro Satoru squatted at the entrance, casually tossing small stones, while the welcome banner for new students hung prominently overhead. Fushiguro Satoru squeezed a small stone in his palm, looking at his close friend with mild surprise. It's quite rare today. What wind brought the richest man back? Hatoyama Tsukasa threw a small stone and casually replied, there's no wind, I'm just back to visit my alma mater. Just back to visit. Fushiguro Satoru's skeptical glanced at the school uniform placed on the steps. Are you planning to wear the school uniform you asked me to prepare last night? I wore it. Hatoyama Tsukasa dusted off his hands and seriously spun a lie. I came back to visit my alma mater. I have to bring something back as a souvenir. Fushiguro Satoru, utterly unconvinced, said, don't try to fool me. This white school uniform isn't prepared for a favored student. Sort of. Hatoyama Tsukasa stopped the trickery and spoke earnestly. This student has exceptional talent, stronger than you without a doubt. Really? Fushiguro Satoru exclaimed in disbelief, suddenly standing up excitedly, gripping Hatoyama Tsukasa's shoulders, shaking him as he questioned, you bastard, hiding a treasure and not telling me. Are you afraid he'll snatch him away? Hatoyama Tsukasa swayed left and right, saying, didn't I just tell you? As for whether he is willing to enter this dangerous world, I can't be sure. Hearing his friend's uncertainty, Fushiguro Satoru immediately lost heart, letting go and squatting back down, puzzled, as he picked up stones to toss around. He lamented, with such a powerful talent, not coming to Jujutsu High, not experiencing the world beyond, isn't that a waste? Hatoyama Tsukasa did not respond, gazing ahead at the stone path, lost in thought. The original story of Itadori Yuta entering Jujutsu High was entirely due to the matter with the Curse Queen Kihara Rika. But the problem is, Kihara Rika inadvertently caused him to be saved, which led to Jujutsu High not having the chance to meet that shy boy. Whether Itadori Yuta would come entirely depended on his decision. He had once been given a choice in life, and now it was time for him to decide. At this moment, a Toyota and a Rolls-Royce drove along the stone path. Hatoyama Tsukasa nudged his dejected friend, reminding Satoru, don't be gloomy, perk up, your remaining student is arriving. Got it. Fushiguro Satoru said with a hint of playfulness as he stood up, energetically waving at the two cars that had come to a stop. As the doors of the two cars opened, 3 girls with varied expressions stepped out. They were Maki and Zenin. Mama Tsukasa, what are you doing here? Maki, holding a doll, dashed past Fushiguro Satoru, her young face brimming with joy as she approached Hatoyama Tsukasa. Hatoyama Tsukasa stood up, slightly surprised as he ruffled the young girl's hair. It's Maki. You've grown. Maki squinted with satisfaction as she enjoyed the affection, her voice soft. Mama Tsukasa, you're still as handsome as before. Handsome, my foot. Fushiguro Satoru suddenly chimed in, grinning maliciously at Maki. You didn't greet your teacher first. Do you believe I'll give you endless homework? Maki shyly lowered her head, murmuring, I didn't see Uncle Satoru. I was just focused on Mama Tsukasa. Why bother with this non-mainstream weird uncle? Let's go inside to find Panda, said the fiery-tempered Mai straightforwardly, pulling Maki into the house, leaving Fushiguro Satoru with no presence. Satoru being a teacher requires a broad heart. Hatoyama Tsukasa quipped, shaking his shoulder, slightly holding back a laugh to comfort his downcast friend. Please tuck that smug smile away, and then say that to me. Fushiguro Satoru angrily pulled at his bandages, glaring at his friend, who was stifling laughter. After speaking, he turned to the impatient Zenin Maki, smiling like a creepy uncle trying to sell candy. Zen. Maki nodded her youthful face, taking on an unprecedented seriousness. I came here to become stronger. Can you help me achieve that? Of course. The strongest person in the jujutsu world would joke with you. Fushiguro Satoru confidently patted his chest, casually reaching for the red long bag on Zenin Maki's back. Zenin Maki wanted to refuse, but Fushiguro Satoru's strength was greater than hers, who specialized in physical training, and she could only watch helplessly as he took it. Fushiguro Satoru cheerfully asked, now let's have a teacher-student QA session. Once you become super strong, what's the first thing you want to do? Without a moment's hesitation, Zenin Maki replied, then I will definitely go back to the Zenin clan and slap those people hard in the face, bringing down the Zenin clan from within. Ambitious, I like it. Fushiguro Satoru was extremely satisfied with this answer, directly ignoring his friend as he pushed Zenin Maki into the house. Seeing his friend being teacher-like but unfriendly, Hatoyama Tsukasa said nothing more and comfortably sat on the stone steps. Hatoyama Tsukasa, I want to eat something. Do you have any chewing gum? After a brief silence, a greedy voice rang from his pocket. Hatoyama Tsukasa searched in his pocket and finally pulled out a small box of appealing candies. No chewing gum, how about some candy? Yes. One popped out from his pocket, jumped onto Hatoyama Tsukasa's shoulder, and opened his small mouth, habitually waiting for a feed from his junior. Hatoyama Tsukasa unwrapped the candy, revealing a colorful piece, and routinely offered it to his lazy ancestor. Delicious, one more. Juan chattered nonstop, clearly enjoying it, as he opened his mouth wide, waiting for more candy from his adorable junior. Hatoyama Tsukasa waited out of boredom, unwrapping one candy after another, stuffing his ancestor's small mouth until it was full. Juan accepted everything without hesitation, swallowing each piece, without chewing, relishing it for a few seconds before opening his mouth again for more. Minutes later, the candy box was left with only wrappings, while one unfulfilled sat on his shoulder, licking his lips in aftertaste. While licking, he suddenly instructed, Hatoyama Tsukasa, when we go back I want to eat steak with lamb chop, the big kind, really big. The piece we ate yesterday was so small it wasn't enough to fill my gaps. Hatoyama Tsukasa selectively pretended to be deaf, too lazy to deal with the incessant foodie on his shoulder. Ever since half of his ancestor had tasted modern food, she was either on the road to eat or on the road to ask for food. 5 years had passed, and without realizing it, he had been raising his ancestor for 5 years. He hoped that in the future, when the extinction returned, she could let go of the seemingly weak human beings. Under Juan's incessant demands for food, Hatoyama Tsukasa saw a boy walking carefully down the stone path, a boy whose demeanor was overly shy. Perhaps noticing that the figure sitting in front was too familiar, the shy boy beamed and ran over without any hesitation. Watching the approaching figure, Hatoyama Tsukasa smiled calmly, his expression full of satisfaction as the person he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Hatoyama Tsukasa picked up the prepared school uniform and stuffed the chattering one back into his pocket, then stood up to wait for Itadori Yuta to arrive. Soon Itadori Yuta ran up to Hatoyama Tsukasa, his face calm, reaching his benefactor who had guided him in life. The two exchanged glances in the air, and Itadori Yuta was the first to shyly lower his head and look away, weakly explaining, I actually arrived a long time ago, but the forest was too big and I accidentally got lost. It's fine. Hatoyama Tsukasa did not pay much attention to the little mishap on the way, but handed the Jujutsu High uniform to Itadori Yuta. Have you decided to come with me to witness the world beyond this world? I've decided. Itadori Yuta said without any hesitation, his youthful face showing seriousness and sincerity that could move anyone. Itadori Yuta solemnly accepted the school uniform, gripping it tightly, as if it were a precious inheritance, gazing at Hatoyama Tsukasa with admiration. The day I met you at 11 years old, I have been anticipating this day. Oh, I have always looked forward to seeing you. Now that I see you, I will definitely not let you down. Here I will use what I learned to help those in need. Do not burden yourself with too much pressure. Just do your best. Hatoyama Satoru patted Okatsu Yuta's shoulder, just like Nitai Mazamichi had done years ago. Okatsu Yuta nodded heavily. His shy yet respectful demeanor made Hatoyama Satoru fonder, and he said gently, change into your uniform, and he'll take you inside to meet new friends. Okay. Okatsu Yuta's face flushed slightly as he removed his shirt in front of his mentor, revealing a well-trained six-pack. Hatoyama Satoru's red pupils flickered, surprised by Okatsu Yuta's transformation. He looked lean in clothes, but muscular without. A closer look showed that the current Okatsu Yuta was a completely different person from the original. In the original, he was frail, melancholic, and insecure with dark circles under his eyes. Now he was sunny, tall, and dashing with a hint of the seasoned aura from the original's later experiences. The ring on his left ring finger was particularly dazzling. If only he swapped his slightly spiky hair for a different style, he'd look even more like the original. It seemed that saving Kyoko Rika unintentionally had its benefits. At least it spared him from the original school bullying, allowing him to grow in a confident comfort zone with his little girlfriend's company and encouragement. Yes, that was good. Under Hatoyama Satoru's gratified gaze, Okatsu Yuta shyly changed into the new white uniform of the Tokyo Jujutsu High, which complemented his well-nourished height of 1.8 meters. He was truly handsome and stylish. It seems I chose the right size. It fits you perfectly. Hatoyama Satoru nodded in approval, prompting a shy smile from Okatsu Yuta. Let's go. He'll take you inside. Hatoyama Satoru turned and led the future pure love warrior, who would defeat 4 alone, into a new world. On the way, Okatsu Yuta looked around the mansion with curiosity, finding everything novel. He occasionally glanced up at Hatoyama Satoru's profile, nodding with a determined expression, as if he had guessed Hatoyama's identity. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Hatoyama Satoru's sudden remark made Okatsu Yuta quickly avert his gaze like a startled bird in a dense forest. Okatsu Yuta looked down shyly and said, I've always wondered about the identity behind your sunglasses until I accidentally saw a financial news report. Hatoyama Satoru glanced at Okatsu Yuta with interest and continued, and you realized the richest man looks just like me, didn't you? Yes. Okatsu Yuta scratched the back of his head shyly, his smile particularly bashful. I wasn't sure, but whenever your news was on, I'd watch it with Rika. Every time she sees it, she insists you're the big brother who saved her back then, and she's always dragging me to the Central District to thank you. Is that so? Hatoyama Satoru smiled. Then I look forward to your little girlfriend coming to thank me. Okatsu Yuta blushed and said shyly, I'll call Rika tonight and tell her that her guess was right. His shy demeanor caught Hatoyama Satoru's eye, making him pause. A closer look showed that Okatsu Yuta resembled him in matters of the heart. Indeed, one finds disciples who reflect oneself. Though their personalities differed, there was a trace of Hatoyama in Okatsu Yuta inside and out. Under Okatsu Yuta's curious inquiries, Hatoyama Satoru answered each one, just as his own mentor Nitai Mazamichi had once guided him with great expectations. Soon after their conversation, Hatoyama Satoru led Okatsu Yuta to their final destination, the door of the first-year classroom taught by Gojo Satoru. Seeing Gojo Satoru clowning around at the podium, Hatoyama Satoru didn't want to disturb him, watching silently as he made exaggerated gestures. But Gojo Satoru, as if with a dog's nose, flashed before Okatsu Yuta with a gasp, grabbing and examining him like a treasure. His overly enthusiastic demeanor made the naturally shy Okatsu Yuta even more embarrassed, and he could only cast a pleading look at his teacher. That's enough. He's my disciple. Hatoyama Satoru, his hand emitting black aura, grabbed his friend by the collar and pulled the drooling Gojo away. Gojo Satoru naturally wouldn't give up on such an outstanding talent, shamelessly negotiating. Satoru, do we really need to be so clear about whose is whose? Your disciple is my disciple, he said, putting his arm around Hatoyama's shoulder and pulling him aside to whisper. Tell me honestly, where did you find such a talent? His cursed energy exceeds mine. Do you know what that means? And his innate technique. It's also ridiculously powerful. He glanced back at Okatsu Yuta and marveled. Without any guidance, he's trained his body with cursed energy to be stronger than Zenin Maki's. He's practically born to be a sorcerer. Hatoyama Satoru shot a glare at his covetous friend and stood his ground. Don't even think about it. I brought him here so you could teach him jujutsu knowledge. The rest I'll teach myself. No. Gojo Satoru shook his head repeatedly, hoping to bargain. How about I teach in the morning and you teach in the afternoon when you're free? Then I'll take him to Kyoto. I'm sure Sister Yui would be delighted to have Okatsu Yuta. Hatoyama Satoru remained unyielding. If Gojo Satoru taught him, he wouldn't be a pure product of my own training. I'm counting on Okatsu to inherit my lifelong skills. I don't want to talk to you. Gojo Satoru, with no other choice, pushed his friend away, took a wistful look at Okatsu Yuta, and then walked into the classroom. Okatsu Yuta approached and asked curiously, Teacher, is that teacher the current strongest sorcerer you mentioned? Gojo Satoru, standing at the podium, eavesdropped. Hatoyama Satoru didn't deny it. Yes, though he's a bit offbeat, his strength is undeniably unmatched. Overhearing this, Gojo Satoru couldn't suppress the smile tugging at his lips. In that moment, all the praise from the outside world paled in comparison to this compliment from his best friend. Gojo Satoru was now fully revived, the frustration of not being able to teach completely dissipated. In high spirits, he made exaggerated gestures to the 5 students below. Let me introduce your new classmate. Give him a warm welcome. The 5 students initially didn't want to humor this passionate fool, but upon hearing about a new classmate they clapped enthusiastically, each round louder than the last. Outside the room, Okatsu Yuta looked at Hatoyama Tsukasa, and only after receiving his teacher's nod of approval did he gather the courage to step inside. Whoa, a handsome guy. Not as handsome as Mama Satoru. Salmon. His arms look strong. He must work out. I wonder what kind of girls he likes. With his height, he probably prefers petite ones. The 5 chatted among themselves, their first impression of the latecomer being quite favorable. Standing nervously at the podium, Okatsu Yuta faced the gazes of 5 students and 1 teacher and said, "My name is Okatsu Yuta. You can call me Yuta." The round, plump panda stood up and swayed. "That's too brief. You should tell us what type of girl you like and what your innate technique is." "A talking bear. A panda." Okatsu Yuta stepped back in surprise. Leaning against the blackboard, Gojo Satoru explained, "It's a cursed corpse created by puppet manipulation. Think of it as a fake panda. Come, let me introduce your classmates. The girl with the red bag by the desk is Zenin Maki. In theory, she's the strongest in first-year hand-to-hand combat." Zenin Maki crossed her arms in a tsundere manner and retorted, "What do you mean in theory? Anyway, I'm stronger than the 2nd and 3rd years too." Okatsu Yuta silently noted her as assertive. The white-haired guy with a scarf who looks a bit pretentious is Inumaki Toge. He's a rare cursed speech user in the jujutsu world. Kelp. Inumaki Toge gave a helpless look at the overly pretentious Gojo Sensei. Hearing the filling talk, Okatsu Yuta looked puzzled at Gojo Satoru, who explained, because of his cursed speech, Inumaki can't speak normally, so he uses onigiri fillings as dialogue. For example, kelp now means hello. As for the 2 behind them, the black-haired one is Mimiko, a quiet good girl who is Otaku's favorite. The light brown-haired one is Nanako, a bit fiery, even a bit tsundere and nasty, someone Otaku avoid. Nanako slammed the table in frustration. "Damn bandage. How can you introduce people like that? All my gentleness you've twisted into something bad." Wu Tiaowu humorously covered his mouth, looking quite annoyingly mischievous, and said, Sorry, I accidentally let my true feelings slip out. I think you are doing it on purpose." Kai rolled up her sleeves, furious as she rushed toward Wu Tiaowu. Don't be impulsive. Panda hurriedly hugged the angry Tsaitsai, gently advising, "Ignore the scumbag. If you engage with him, you'll become a scumbag too." "Ingu, did you see that?" Wu Tiaowu said earnestly. Kai is very fierce. Don't ever find a girlfriend like her in the future." Ingu Yute's mouth twitched as he muttered, "It looks like Wu Tiao teacher is provoking classmate Kai. No wonder he says Wu Tiaowu is not serious." With his keen hearing, Wu Tiaowu suddenly glanced outside at Hatoyama Tsukasa, playfully waving a dazzling fist at his dear friend. "What do you mean by not being serious?" Woody Aiken is clearly very serious. Okay. After a moment of lightheartedness, Wu returned to his role as a good teacher, clapping his hands to attract the students' attention, proclaiming, "According to the customs of Tokyo High School, you will now go to the playground for some sparring. Let me assess your abilities." Zenin Maki immediately became interested, taking her bag and respectfully bowing to Hatoyama Tsukasa before quickly leaving. Behind her, Hatoyama Tsukasa watched Zenin Maki's departing figure with deep red eyes, carefully sensing that she truly had not a shred of cursed energy within her. Due to her twin sister Zenin Shinjiro, her physical body and cursed binding had not fully awakened. In the normal world, twins are seen as auspicious, but in the world of sorcery, twins symbolize bad omens. In the original manga, Zenin Shinjiro once described her situation with Zenin Maki. It stated that identical twins in the realm of sorcery would be regarded as the same person. No matter how hard Zenin Maki tried, she could not become stronger. The truth is, Zenin Shinjiro simply did not want to grow stronger. As long as Zenin Shinjiro exists, Zenin Maki will forever remain at her current level. And if Zenin Maki wishes to transform into a tyrant like Fushiguro, she must kill Zenin Shinjiro to take away the cursed power under their identical bond. Considering the coldness of the Zenin family, if they knew of such a solution, they would likely execute it. After all, they have witnessed the power of the tyrant. So why is Zenin Shinjiro still alive? Do they not realize? Or is it possible that the one-eyed cat has cast a dim-witted halo over them? Yet even if Zenin Shinjiro were killed, Zenin Maki would still not become a true tyrant. She would still lack the ability to awaken her soul vision. Fushiguro became invincible precisely because of his soul vision, wielding the soul release blade, until he encountered Wu Tiaowu, the ultimate opponent. In fact, Zenin Shinjiro could also live. She could use her death magic eye to sever this unnecessary bond, but the cost would be that Zenin Shinjiro would become an ordinary person. Hatoyama Tsukasa, what do you mean by staring at my student with such lewd eyes? At that moment, Wu Tiao's jealous voice suddenly questioned. Hatoyama Tsukasa pushed Wu Tiao's face away, slowly saying, "It's nothing, I just thought of Fushiguro for a moment." "Why are you thinking about him?" Wu Tiaowu felt a sharp pain all over his body, vividly recalling the pain from when Fushiguro pierced through his body years ago. He felt a chill down his back as he pulled his dear friend away, warning playfully as they walked. From now on, don't mention those 4 words, or I will send those naked bed photos of you and me to Miss May. Just say that on a certain day during our 3 years at high school, you savagely defiled Hatoyama. Hatoyama Tsukasa replied, a clear conscience fears no accusation. Besides, I was wearing pajamas. You are the one who is hot and has a habit of sleeping naked. I don't care. Anyway, you slept with Hatoyama. Wu Qiaowu crossed his arms and acted as if he had firmly claimed his position. I've tolerated you for a long time. Hatoyama Tsukasa could no longer endure it, kicking Wu Qiaowu away and then cornering him with punches and kicks. A few minutes later, Hatoyama Tsukasa helped the bruised Wu Qiaowu to the playground, tossing him onto the grass in front of the students filled with grievances. Kai wanted to kick him again, but unfortunately Wu Qiaowu had an impenetrable turtle shell, making it impossible for her to land a kick, which only added to her frustration. To maintain his last shred of dignity, Wu Qiaowu stood up as if nothing had happened. Then, to the astonishment of the students, used reverse healing to treat his facial injuries. With this miraculous skill, Wu Qiaowu successfully regained a bit of his image. He pretended to be serious and said, now let's divide into groups for sparring. The first group is Kai and Mimi, the second group is Panda and Inumaki Toge, and the last group is Zen and Maki and Inguyute. To enhance your competitive spirit, the winners of all 3 groups will receive a level 1 cursed tool from your teacher Wu Qiao. Except for the newly enrolled Inguyute, the other 5 all showed eager expressions upon hearing this. Cursed tools are inherently expensive, and the price of a level 1 cursed tool is exorbitantly high. Now winning the match would mean getting one for free. In an instant, the 5 of them looked at each other with eyes full of fighting spirit. Inguyute, who didn't quite understand, was being stared at intently by Zen and Maki, causing him to shyly lower his head. Although he didn't know what a cursed tool was, he would not concede. He must win the 3rd match to avoid disappointing the teacher. Wu Qiaowu, seeing the anxious aura of the 6, said contentedly, Start. Let's welcome the first group, the Kai sisters, to the stage. After saying this, he retreated to sit on the stone steps, leaning against Hatoyama Tsukasa. Hatoyama Tsukasa, too lazy to engage with this lively character, focused his attention on the sisters on the grass. Under the gaze of everyone, Kai charged at Mimi with great momentum, and then she just fell down as if she was throwing a match. At this moment, the scene fell into silence, all staring in astonishment at the sisters' extraordinary performance. Lying on the ground for a while, seeing that Wu Qiaowu had not spoken, Kai couldn't help but remind, scumbag bandage, I let Mimi injure me, my organs are damaged, why haven't you declared the winner yet? This match was so fake. Wu Qiaowu bitterly smiled as he peeled off the bandage, then reluctantly declared the result. The winner is Mimi. Worried that such fake matches would happen again, Wu Qiaowu sternly warned the remaining 4. This is the only time. If it happens again in the next 2 matches, you will be disqualified. Now let's begin the second match. Panda and Inumaki Toge took the stage, standing face to face with serious expressions. Panda put on the panda gloves gifted by Yae Miko, and his originally chubby bare arms bulged with solid muscles, contrasting sharply with the slender Inumaki Toge. Facing the overwhelming presence of Panda, Inumaki Toge showed no fear at all. He quickly pulled down his scarf, revealing his cool facial tattoos. Don't move. With a commanding voice, it was as if the words had become a spell, causing Panda to freeze in place with wide eyes, leaving his classmates astonished. However, when Inguyute saw this scene, his pupils flickered. Taking advantage of Panda's moment of distraction, Inumaki Toge swiftly closed in. He was not only adept in sorcery, but also possessed considerable physical skills. Under everyone's watch, the slender fist struck Panda's jaw, sending him flying and embedding him heavily into the wall behind. Hatoyama Tsukasa and Wu Qiaowu exchanged glances. The former's red eyes sparkled with interest, while the latter smiled, seemingly expecting an unexpected twist. Panda is a self-sustaining cursed corpse, and after replacing its core. Just when the classmates thought Inumaki Toge had secured victory, a gust of wind as swift as lightning ruffled Inumaki's silver hair. In the next second, Inumaki Toge flew out in the same way, embedding himself into the wall, while the one who sent him flying was the perfectly intact Panda. However, its appearance had drastically changed. A pair of purple bear eyes appeared cold and ruthless. Its bare body became strong and massive, emanating a brutal aura, resembling a panda transformed into a mighty gorilla. As the dust settled from the wall, Inumaki Toge lay unconscious from the lightning-fast attack. Panda, having replaced its cursed corpse core, returned to its harmless form, scampering over to carry Inumaki Toge back. Clap, clap, clap. Wu Qiaowu, particularly satisfied, clapped his hands to attract the astonished crowd. The winner of the second group is Panda. Now let's welcome the highly anticipated third group. The so-called strongest in physical skills of the grade Zen and Maki vs. the incredibly mysterious Inguyute. Ding ding ding. Let the match begin. With that, Maki Zenin, unable to contain her eagerness, immediately leaped onto the grass with a gradeless naginata, twirling it with a heroic grace. Yuta Okatsu fixed his gaze on his teacher, who was focused on Maki Zenin, and silently vowed, "I must not let my teacher down. I will defeat Zenin and claim that cursed tool." With unwavering resolve, Yuta stepped onto the dueling field. "Hey," Gojo Satoru said, nudging his friend with interest, his tone mischievous, "who do you think will win?" Joshansi observed the two poised opponents, neither surprised nor delighted. "You already know the answer in your heart. Why ask a retired man like me?" The second match, Dognauts and Pandas sparring, will be enough to teach Yuta everything. It seems you're giving Yuta a chance to level up by fighting your beloved student. No one understands my good intentions like you do." Gojo sighed softly, then said slowly, "Yuta's talent and technique are indeed formidable, but he's still a rookie. This match between Dognaut and Panda will help him evolve." He leaned close to his friend's ear, lowering his voice mysteriously, "The cursed speech technique and the shock palm. Both are rare treasures in the jujutsu world. Your student can imitate them. You should thank me." Joshansi silently pushed Gojo away and shot him a disdainful glare. Wasn't he being a bit too shameless in taking advantage of the situation? Even without this sparring match, Yuta would have learned to imitate them in time, since they would eventually team up to exorcise curses. But seeing his friend's expression that clearly demanded a reward, Joshansi could only say, "After the match I'll buy you a drink." "Sure, big bro." Gojo put on that oily demeanor again, making Joshansi click his tongue in disgust, barely restraining the urge to punch him. Perhaps noticing the fist his friend had clenched, Gojo quickly dropped the act. Sis fists were no joke. Imagine a single punch equal to the full force strike of 51st grade jujutsu sorcerers. How could anyone withstand that? Pointing to the field where the atmosphere had shifted dramatically, Gojo diverted attention. Look. The thrilling match is about to begin." Joshansi relaxed his clenched fist and turned his attention to the duel. Yuta and Maki stood motionless facing each other, but in the next moment, she charged forward with her naginata. The blade, whistling with fierce wind, carried a silver gleam as it slashed toward Yuta's waist. Its speed was like the wind, swift as fire, leaving no time for an ordinary person to react. In the nick of time, Yuta bent backward in a perilous dodge, the blade passing mere centimeters from the tip of his. Maki's lips curled upward in excitement. She raised her right leg high, executing a powerful and graceful split kick aimed directly at Yuta's chest. With his back nearly touching the grass, Yuta reacted swiftly and without panic used his right hand to push off the ground and leap away, avoiding the lethal stomp. Missing her target, Maki swung the devastating naginata, again her attacks wide and fierce, forcing Yuta into a series of clumsy evasions. But the next second, Yuta suddenly conjured a sword, causing the watching students to cast incredulous glances at Joshansi. Because the sword Yuta materialized was pitch black, as if forged from some dark substance. In the current jujutsu world, the only one capable of materializing objects with black substance was Joshansi through his inscrutable, dark manipulation technique. Not only were the students shocked, but even Joshansi himself felt a slight surprise. Dark manipulation, his signature technique, no one knew it better than he did. And the sword Yuta had conjured was indeed made with that technique. But soon Joshansi understood. He recalled the time he had demonstrated his technique in front of Yuta years ago. He glanced at the imitation and thought, truly the son of a one-eyed cat. With the support of the Sakura-style black sword, Yuta shifted from defense to offense, gradually finding his rhythm and exchanging blows with Maki on equal footing. He was like a sponge, absorbing everything, continuously imitating Maki's sword techniques, his talent so prodigious that he simplified complex moves and made them his own. Maki, growing increasingly fatigued in the exchange, stared incredulously at the shy boy before her. The sword techniques she had painstakingly developed through life and death struggles in the Kagane squad were now completely learned and even refined by this peer of hers. At first, she had dominated the weapon duel, nearly forcing the black sword out of his hand multiple times. But in the end, she realized that Yuta had transformed like a new person, as she could no longer suppress him. Maki felt both anger and frustration, yet she still exerted all her strength to push the increasingly aggressive Yuta back and create distance. Yuta, his face neither flushed nor breathless, dispelled the black sword in his hand and smiled brightly. "Before I came, Rika told me to get along with my classmates. But I don't want to lose, especially not in front of my esteemed teacher. So, I will give my all to win this match." As he spoke, he raised his left hand, the ring on his ring finger conspicuously shining. But the next moment, wisps of ominous black aura began to emanate from the ring. Yuta's expression turned tender. "Come forth, Shikigami Queen." As the words fell, the sky above the field darkened, and the swirling black aura gathered and merged behind him, materializing into a colossal monster. It had a serpentine tail, a massive, powerful black body, nearly 2 meters tall, and its exposed claws and fangs sent chills down one's spine. In that moment, the entire field fell into silence. Joshan in particular twitched the corner of his mouth in a strange expression. The monster Yuta had summoned. He would never forget it even if reduced to ashes. It was unmistakably a cursed queen, but with a different color scheme from the original, and a Shikigami created. Gojo glanced at his 4 students whose jaws were practically on the ground and remarked, "That's a Shikigami. They'll explain it in class later." On the field, Maki was utterly dumbfounded, staring blankly at the duo before her. For some reason, they exuded an indescribable, a perfect match. Yuta. The Shikigami queen lowered its eyelids, had its voice hoarse, yet strangely gentle. Yuta touched the Shikigami queen's cheek, his face soft. "I want to win this match. I need your power." The Shikigami queen nodded eagerly, and when it lifted its head again, its terrifying aura became even more. Then Yuta covered his mouth with his hand, his gentle eyes turning cold. Dognot, who had just woken up, saw this and shot to his feet in disbelief, staring at Yuta as if he had seen a ghost. How is that possible? Maki snapped out of her daze, fear gripping her, yet she still clutched her Naginata tightly. Even knowing she was outmatched, she was determined to lose with honor. Maki took a step forward, leaping without fear or hesitation, her Naginata descending toward Yuta. Yuta removed his hand from his mouth, revealing the intricate patterns on his face, and whispered, "Repel." Boom. Maki midleap was instantly sent flying uncontrollably. The Shikigami queen moved, appearing before her falling form in the blink of an eye. It clenched its giant claw into a fist, and with one punch, smashed Maki into the wall behind. Yuta. The Shikigami queen approached Igu Yutai. Bearing its ferocious fangs, it shyly sought credit from him. Under the peculiar gaze of the crowd, Igu Yutai generously nodded to the Shikigami queen in praise, causing the latter to twist her body in shyness. Joshan, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Was it really appropriate to use his dark manipulation technique for such a purpose? If he praised it a few more times, and even offered a cross-species kiss, would this Shikigami resembling a cursed queen end up exploding its eyes? It was a bit painful to the eyes, but one had to admire Yutai's talent. He had created a Shikigami using dark manipulation technique by intuition alone. Unlike Shikigami summoned through ritualistic mediums, this one could reside within Yutai's ring. It somewhat resembled the external Shikigami left behind after the original separation from Rika's soul. Indeed, no matter how things changed, the child of destiny remained the child of destiny. Yutai had abandoned the cursed queen, yet by chance he obtained the Shikigami queen with incomplete intelligence. Was this a blessing in disguise? This treatment was far better than that of a certain boxing jock. One could only wonder if the jock had obtained Sukuna's technique later on. With a satisfied clap, pat pat pat, Wu Tiaowu applauded loudly. He was extremely pleased with this anticipated duel. As for Chanyuan Jinshi, needless to say, according to spare time investigations, she had entered the Bing Character Corps at a young age to train in physical arts. The Bing Character Corps was a guard unit composed entirely of those without techniques, specifically training in physical arts to serve as the protective force for the Chanyuan family. All 3 great families had such guard units used as watchdogs, designated by the characters Jia, Yi, and Bing at the beginning of their names. Although Igu was a novice, he had mimicked Sis' dark manipulation technique, and even with extraordinary talent, created a Shikigami comparable to a special grade cursed spirit. If only Igu could mimic Sis' heavenly inverse halberd version of dark manipulation technique, creating a Shikigami immune to techniques, perhaps it could even contend with Maharaga. In summary, as a teacher who cherished talent, he was very satisfied with this duel, but there was a small regret: he could not teach Igu. What a fine piece of jade waiting to be sculpted, only to be ruined by C in the future. The very thought filled him with pity, and oh, how envious and jealous he felt. Why wasn't it him, Wu Tiaowu, who encountered Igu? Heaven, you are so unfair, so partial to C. I hate you. Igu Yutai heard the applause and shyly glanced at his teacher. Seeing the teacher's approving gaze, he felt genuine joy. As long as he didn't disappoint his teacher, it was his greatest honor as a student. Filled with delight, Igu Yutai withdrew the Shikigami queen, and feeling somewhat embarrassed, ran to the back wall. He carried the unconscious Chanyuan Jinshi before the crowd. Facing the varied gazes, Igu Yutai shyly lowered his head and weakly asked Wu Tiaowu, "Teacher Wu Tiao, did I win?" "You won, of course you won." Wu Tiaowu patted Yaiga's shoulder with great satisfaction. The 6 eyes under his blindfold grew more fond with each look, wishing he could take him under his wing. If only he could defeat that freak C, he would have snatched him away without reason. Then under his command there would be 3 geniuses: on the left Kinji Hikari, on the right Megumi Fushiguro, and in the middle Igu Yutai. Awesome. What are you thinking? Your mouth is almost reaching the sky. Joshan's untimely voice interrupted Wu Tiao. Was fantasy pulling him back to the reality he didn't want to face? None of your business. Wu Tiaowu, whose dream had been shattered, pulled down his blindfold in displeasure and glared at his friend, his mind wandering. At least the distant Jia was better. At least Jia wouldn't compete with him for students, but see. Just go die? Strolling around all day long annoying him to no end. Zhou looked at his agitated friend first puzzled, then suddenly enlightened, and smirked at his friend who was now embarrassed into anger. Isn't he just coveting Yotai? Next year, he'll give you someone with an extraordinary physique talent comparable to Yotai, plus an extra millennium's strongest as a bonus. Generous enough, right? Zhou shook his head with a smile, then looked seriously at his beloved student. Yotai, do you remember the words I said to you when I came? Remember? Igu Yotai nodded vigorously. Zhou patted his shoulder with high expectations and softly instructed. Now study knowledge with your teacher Wu Tiaowu. Tomorrow afternoon, he'll come to teach you some practical things. When he finished speaking, the elusive Wu Tiaowu forcibly squeezed him aside and directly pushed Igu Yotai, leading the students away. Their backs filled with laughter made Zhou standing there lose himself in thought. This scene was both strange and familiar. It felt like he was seeing a scene from 2005. Time flies so fast. Unknowingly, already 27. Zhou couldn't help but sigh, then turned and left the field full of memories. That evening, Zhou drove home from the company as usual. As soon as he entered the living room, he saw Ming full of charm sitting on the sofa in a daze. He didn't need to guess what his wife was thinking. She must be blaming herself again for the lack of any movement in her belly. 7 years of marriage. Even a hen would have laid countless eggs by now. For the sake of a child of love, Ming had made him suffer plenty at night. Whenever they had free time, she would turn him into a plowing ox. Every time he gave it his all, nearly plowing the field to ruin. Ultimately, it was because his strength was too great, and Ming couldn't absorb it all at once. As the saying goes, there must be a gradual process. Rushing would only bring unnecessary troubles. Zhou sat beside Ming and called out gently. After a few intimate greetings, Ming finally snapped out of her daze. With a smile in her eyes, she cupped his cheeks and gave him a few smacking kisses. Then, blushing, she snuggled into Zhou arms, leaving him dumbfounded. Why was this happy development different? Previously, she would drag him straight to the bedroom as soon as he came home, and only let him eat after it was done. Ming nestled in his arms, seemed to anticipate his reaction, and explained softly, "See, you are going to be a father." Zhou eyes widened abruptly. He gripped his wife's shoulders in disbelief, his voice trembling as he met her gaze. "You? What did you just say?" Ming beamed like a blooming, enchanting violet. "I said I'm going to be a mother, and you're going to be a father." Father. These two words kept echoing in Zhou ears. He stood there as if stunned, staring blankly at his wife's face. Ming chuckled intimately, cupping her beloved's face. Her voice was light and cheerful. "This morning while cooking for you, I kept vomiting. The moment I smelled the food, I wanted to throw up. Then Mother saw it. Overjoyed, she summoned a maid skilled in medicine to take my pulse, and later, I had an ultrasound at the mansion. When the results showed pregnancy, my expression was just like yours now." Saying this, Ming pulled out the morning's ultrasound photo from under her bottom. Zhou took a deep breath, unable to suppress the joy in his heart. Trembling, he picked it up and saw that it was exactly as his wife had said. "I'm going to be a father." Zhou embraced Ming, crying tears of joy. Like a big child, he bent down and pressed his ear to Ming's belly. Ming gently stroked her husband's cheek with a tender expression and said amusingly, "You can't hear anything now. It takes about 5 months into the pregnancy to feel the movement." "Is that so?" Zhou grinned sheepishly as he straightened up, kissed Ming with joyful tears, and deeply held her slender hand. "Honey, I love you to death." Ming pouted and said jealously, "You love me to death because of the child. If there were no child, would you not love me to death?" "How could that be? You are outright accusing me." Zhou eyes rolled, his mind racing as he recalled the various homemaking books he had read in the past. In just a few seconds, Zhou suddenly realized, his eyes brimming with tears of joy as he gazed lovingly at Ming and said, "Whether or not there is a crystal, I love you to death. Now that there is a crystal, this love makes me love and cherish you even more. You have quite the sharp tongue." Ming with her enchanting charm stole a glance at her increasingly lovable husband, her heart filled with sweetness from his sweet words. The many strange books Zhou read were not without effect. Wasn't his eloquence a result of his 7 years? Ming, particularly pleased, bestowed a tender kiss upon her husband and gently wiped away the joyful tears streaming down his handsome face. Feigning annoyance, she said, "It's just a child. Is it really necessary to be so emotional that you cry? If outsiders see this, they might think I'm mistreating my husband." Zhou mouth twitched slightly, left speechless by his wife's words. Who was it that worried daily over not having children only to turn around and pressurize him? Of course, he couldn't voice his true thoughts. He could only indulge himself in his musings, for speaking them aloud would invite divine retribution. What was divine retribution? It was the ultimate principle of life and death taught by the blackbird. She was using that principle to reason with her husband. By the way, Mingming paused for a moment, then said resolutely, I haven't made dinner yet, so you'll have to make it yourself later. I know I'll go to the kitchen and make something light for dinner later. Jiushansi, already used to it, accepted without it. You're such a good husband, I love you to death. Mingming smiled brightly, pecking his cheek, then quickly helped him dry his tears. She then urged him to leave so she could comfortably lean on the sofa and watch her idol drama. After having risked her life to exorcise curses in her youth, shouldn't she be able to enjoy herself now that she was married? Having a billionaire husband was indeed wonderful. She didn't need to go anywhere or do anything. Just watching dramas every day could earn her money. The rewards of exorcising curses were no match for a kiss from her husband. She wasn't ashamed to say that it was her husband who supported her. So let those dangerous world-saving tasks be left to the ambitious. As for her, she would just focus on serving her husband well. The next day, afternoon, on the playground of Tokyo Jujutsu High, Jiushansi sat on the stone steps, his smile broader than yesterday. Sitting beside him, Itadori Yuta looked up, curiously noticing that the teacher was as happy as if he had found money, and he couldn't help but smile in empathy. Jiushansi noticed his disciple's silly expression and couldn't help but chuckle as he ruffled Yuta's hair, making the shy boy blush instantly. Seeing Yuta's bashful appearance reminded Jiushansi of his days with Mingming, and he nostalgically recalled how shy he used to be. Time flies. Jiushansi slowly reined in his unnecessary sentimentality and asked with mild concern, Yuta, have you understood the basic situation in the jujutsu world? Yuta nodded, his bashful expression replaced by seriousness. I understand Teacher Gojo has emphasized. I can basically confirm that the monsters I saw in school as a child were curses. Especially after meeting the teacher, I have secretly been using the teacher's techniques to eliminate the curses that appeared in school. Moreover, according to Teacher Gojo's descriptions of curses, the ones I encountered in school should be around level 4. You did well in that regard. Doing what you can to protect ordinary people is commendable. Jiushansi, given Yuta's nature, he certainly couldn't turn a blind eye to others in danger, unlike Jiushansi, who could remain unfazed even if the world were to end as long as those around him were safe. Jiushansi with interest asked, what was your mindset the first time you exorcised them? Were you scared? Or did you want to retreat and escape? Yuta, feeling a bit shy, lowered his head and awkwardly replied, both. I remember the first curse I exorcised was a level 4 curse. At that time I trained day and night for a year to prepare to exorcise it, but when I was ready to eliminate it I got so scared I peed my pants. Fortunately, I had my Shikigami queen by my side who intimidated it into not daring to attack. So I mustered the courage wearing my wet pants and defeated it. To avoid such embarrassing situations from happening again, I kept training my body while secretly eliminating them. Jiushansi listened with great interest, slightly regretting, before I entered the high school, I had only exorcised a curse once. Yuta suddenly looked up, his eyes sparkling with awe. Teacher, was the curse you exorcised very strong? Jiushansi pondered for a moment, shaking his head uncertainly. It should be quite powerful. I remember it looked very similar to a human. Yuta was struck with disbelief, his innocent heart shaken. It looked like a human. It's a special grade curse. Teacher, was the curse you exorcised the first time a special grade? Jiushansi replied casually, I suppose so, but among the special grade curses I encountered in the following 3 years, it was the weakest one. The weakest? Yuta was once again shocked. No wonder Teacher Gojo said his teacher was a freak, treating special grade curses like chickens to be slaughtered. Those are all old stories now. I'm just a small businessman these days. Jiushansi ruffled Yuta's hair, filled with hope. The future belongs to the young, and I am responsible for teaching you to be the one to inherit it. Are you ready? I'm ready. Yuta nodded vigorously, his youthful face displaying unprecedented determination. I will not disgrace you, teacher. Good. The first thing I will teach you next is called cursed energy. I'm in trouble, feeling uncomfortable.